Hi, welcome to Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons, and here with me with this episode is John Isaac Clark, Chief Executive Officer of Arturo.ai. John, if you can go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the company.
Yeah, thanks. It's great to be here. So yes, as you said, JC, John Isaac Clark, CEO at Arturo. What Arturo does is combines both satellite, aerial, and ground level information or images of properties, and then leverages proprietary deep learning methods and proprietary data to train those deep learning methods to deliver property characteristic data, as well as predictive risk analytics for largely the commercial and residential property and casualty markets. So if you think about it, what we're taking is a variety of sensor data and distilling it down in about 3.5 to 5 seconds into actionable information about that property for insurers to make better pricing, underwriting, renewals, or even claims decisions.
Well,
and all by API.
That's a quick summary. So let's dive into that a little bit deeper and what that means. So you look at overhead imagery or aerial or satellite, correct? And then break that down with different machine learning algorithms, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our goal is to work with as many different types of imagery sources for a property as we can. So starting with, let's talk about, I guess, the very furthest away from the ground satellite. We partner with leading companies like Maxar, formerly Digital Globe, where I actually was at before I came here, to leverage a lot of their imagery content. That's, let's say, first identify where structures are or where a candidate building is on a property or buildings are on a property. We'll next then go down to high resolution aerial providers, companies like Nearmap, Vexcel, Hexagon, and others, where we'll try to get the absolute highest resolution image of the structure itself at the lowest zoom level. Then we'll try to, at times, even look for ground level imagery of properties. Those might be consumer generated. They may be from ground level imagery providers, like what Mapillary and the folks are doing. But the idea property and the structures on it as possible. And this happens in seconds or fractions of a second. Then what we're doing is looking to make sure that we're intersecting that with the proper parcel, the proper property, where we're looking in the image. Is it the right location? That can be tricky at times with GSD and offsets. And of course, the fact that we're working with multiple providers of imagery for a single property. Once we've kind of made sure that all of that is correct and aligned, there's a workflow and pipeline to do that. We then run it through, I think we're over like 25 or 30 deep learning models that are either segmentation, classification, just kind of vary. Some of our multi-class models. And what they do is analyze that combination of images, and some of them feed result A into result B to, let's say, make sure we're really looking at the roof area to assess the roof type. Or once we've assessed the roof type, it feeds it into submodels that will then say, for that type, what are the types of damage indicators? For instance, a metal roof is going to have a lot of maybe rust, whereas a clay or tile, cement tile roof wouldn't have rust, but it might have broken or missing tile. So the models will kind of get fed based on what the previous model determined. All of that boils down to, though, about, I think it's north of 60 some unique property and structure characteristics that we output as just JSON on the other end of our API in about 5 seconds from start to finish.
Oh, that's amazing. So what goes into the labeling of this data? I mean, I imagine that there wasn't training data already in place to help you out, right? So what was the level of effort to get some of that labeling data to kickstart some of the algorithms?
Great question. The interesting thing about Arturo is, since we're a spin out from American Family Insurance, we were actually able to, as the technology was first incepted, leverage some really, when I mentioned proprietary data, it was mentioning internal American Family data. Now, this is data that was collected, as ground truth from, let's say, inspections of properties that occur. From claims where adjusters or people are going out to the property to, like, what is the damage? And what that meant was, unlike some other companies out there that are trying to address this space, we were able to start with what I'd like to say really a kind of huge springboard, which was, years of very accurate, because people were at a property looking at the repair that needed to occur, or they know for a fact when an inspector was there taking pictures of missing shingles or staining or these things. we were able to identify what that truly was within a top 10 US insurer and begin building our training approaches with really ground truth. And that's a extremely enviable position for any, I think, machine learning AI company to start with, because you're right, you generally are like spending so much time trying to create training data, and you really hope that when you're creating training data, you're creating it accurately. But we were able to start with that. In fact, as part of our spin out, we licensed both past and future data from American Family. So for this year and other years, we'll be able to access that and continue to build new models, build predictive models. So that's really exciting. That said, we spend a lot of money on training data. Seeding your labeling activities with highly accurate ground truth information that's very hard for your competitors or others to get is fantastic, but it doesn't necessarily eliminate the need for the sample size of training data that you would need, especially with geographic diversity, architectural, structural styles, just kind of the variance. So we still then take those ground truth examples and work to then create other training data inputs. But it's a lot easier when you're starting from a true known state than when you are trying to begin to create, let's say, your training examples for your labelers to work on that you think are right, but you're not sure are right, which is unfortunately the case for many other companies. Well, not for us. So,
I think that's interesting that you're using existing data from the insurance companies. Problems with doing that sometimes within existing databases is sometimes there's a box doesn't fit in the round hole in terms of the type of data that they have. And I'm sometimes referring to some of the defense industry out there and how they do it, right? So they have existing reporting databases that try to leverage machine learning problem sets for. But oftentimes, sometimes it has to do with the quality or the standard across labeling. The insurance companies are a lot better about that than I would say other industries are, correct?
Yeah, they really are. And I think one of the interesting lessons for us early on in our kind of incubation phase was that inside American Family is, one of the things that was identified was when training data, when policy data, let's say what the policy said was there, was used as training data, and then compared to ground truth, there was a pretty decent, statistically significance and accuracy. And this was like, wow, we just can't get this right. And then someone said, let's go actually reverse this. Let's use inspection data, ground truth data to start to train with, and then let's compare to policy. And you know what happened, right? The policy data was wrong. And that was the actual accounted for a lot of the inaccuracy rate. So they were like, oh, wow, our policy information is actually, for that test, I'm not talking about all of American Family's data, obviously, but just for that test that they found out there was some inaccuracy there. And so what it really actually evidenced was that, it wasn't that the policy information was never right. It just may not be right now. Things change in the physical world. Homeowners, property owners, cut down trees, plant trees, build new structures, replace roofs, add additions, she sheds, pools, like things happen. And so being able to start with, at this point in time, this was truly, really there, or this was truly the condition, train off that has been a really big advantage for us. And it's been exciting. Our other customers, we're really blessed to have an incredible customer base who we're thrilled to have the privilege of supporting. But I think because American Family entrusted us with their data and then spun us out with a license to utilize data, it's really made our customers feel a lot more comfortable to say, you know what, how can I bring my data to either improve this, for my business, improve the model for their own business to consume, or, from an industry leadership perspective, a lot of insurers effectively share data through other providers already. But it's kind of hard. If you don't have data, I call it data gravity. It's like mass. If you don't have any mass, you don't have any gravity. But when you have data or mass, it pulls other data towards you. And we've been really fortunate to work with our customers and our other customers outside American Family and their data to consistently both validate model performance as well as, more importantly, improve the quality of the model's performance, for across the customer set, or bespoke variants for, a specific customer with their own data, if that's what they want to do. Because of that fact. So
what I want to ask you, because machine learning and doing this on top of imagery of different types is still a really hard problem, and you've done a lot to overcome some of these issues. But what I want to talk about is some of the lessons learned too. So what are the things that you found challenging and you've successfully overcome, and be like, whoa, we didn't think this one through, but we overcame it, and it was a huge surprise that stuff like that. What were some good lessons learned as you went along? They would give some advice to some folks interested in getting into the space.
That's a really great question. I think there's two ways I'd answer that. And the first is be best at what you can be better than anyone else at. And that's a motto I share with the entire team here. And I tell our customers all the time, like, we want to be best at what we can be better than anyone else at. And what that means is take a use case, a problem set that you deeply and intimately understand, and you know that there's a real business value, like there's a total addressable market out there for it that's reasonable to go after. Because I think one of the challenges a little bit with machine learning and deep learning AI has been it's a Swiss Army knife, but you wouldn't do surgery with a Swiss Army knife, or you wouldn't try and track down a tree with a Swiss Army knife, or you wouldn't try to cut a bunch of lumber with a Swiss Army knife. You'd use a saw, you'd use a scalpel, you'd use a chainsaw, et cetera. And so I think the first thing that we were fortunate in is that we just went really, really hard at residential and commercial property and casualty. We know where those problems are, and we know what can be done with machine learning, with proprietary data, and the ability to have that unique leg up. But that's where we're really going. I mean, I was talking today with our Ben Tuttle, our CTO, and Neil Pearson, our Chief Strategy Officer, our CSO, and we were looking at some outputs that we ran on a really cool company. I don't know if you know Rema at Near Space Labs, but some really interesting stuff that they're doing. And the road identification, sidewalk identification, vegetation, vehicle identification was better than, based off our models, was better than many, many things I saw back when I was head of commercial product at Digital Globe, now Maxar, from a lot of other people. But we don't sell that. Our business isn't to go sell car counts to people, but we have a highly accurate capability there. But we're just focused on what is that value to insurance that we can drive with how many vehicles are present and why that matters to them. So it's not about coming up with the best car counter or the best road detector. It's really about coming up with the thing that is going to be good enough to solve that core problem in the business and the vertical that you're after. And I think that from a machine learning perspective, is really, really important, because it allows you to really focus all your efforts and activity around, is it improving the model in order to generate this business value? Is there a way to consistently measure and validate that? So I think that's the first thing. I'm not sure if the second one is as much answering your question, but it's kind of a pet peeve of mine in machine learning, and it's that confidence scoring matters. So one of the other interesting things that the team did right as we were spinning out was, and working with other customers in stealth mode, is we implemented a confidence scoring framework. And what this effectively does is says, it's another set of kind of an analytic that runs on our own analytic that predicts the accuracy, or our confidence in the accuracy of the individual inference for that individual model version, for that individual image that was used. And effectively think of it like this: how truthy is our response? If you were to go out and ground truth it, what are the odds it would match 100% accuracy? So it's a little bit banded. So if you think about this, anything, many of our customers have tested this. What they found is anything over, let's say, 80% confidence correlates 99% of the time with being 95% accurate in the real world. And anything at 90% confidence correlates 99% of the time with being 99% accuracy in the real world, meaning that these confidence thresholds let you use the predictions from machine learning far more effectively. A lot of property information providers will be here's the house, it's shingle roof, and that's asphalt shingle, and it's brick. But they don't say, and here's how confident we are that is the case right now. I mean, maybe the roof was replaced, but you don't get a confidence metric. So with machine learning, because it is not ever truth, it is the prediction that was made by a model, having this confidence is incredibly important, because we were going out there and being precision recall, kind of rock course curves, yay, all these cool things. But our customers, that wasn't really solving the problem, which is, can I trust this? How much can I trust it? Because there's really great times where our highly accurate precision recall model might encounter an image that's heavily shadowed, or trees are overlapping it, or there's a cloud, or any number of things. That's going to actually, in our confidence scoring, decrease our confidence that that's a correct assessment. And then maybe our customer drops that result on the floor and doesn't use it because we have low confidence in it, or looks to do cross correlation with consumer provided information or something from a third party data provider. It just means that the utility of the data that comes from deep learning, machine learning can bring so much more value. And I think it should be, it's kind of like I said, a pet peeve. I think it should be like, table stakes for companies out there doing analytics with AI and machine learning, because if you can't, how are you better than the old traditional methods of I'm scraping data, or, you know what I mean? And just telling you what I thought. And I think that was a big lesson for us that I'm glad we learned early. And I would encourage the industry to consider as well, because there's a lot of black box stuff you can't really describe or explain. And there's also a lot of smoke and mirrors. And when you can do something like this and you can prove it in the real world, your customers really gain confidence in your approach, even if it's hard to exactly describe how the neural nets, the convolutional neural nets, figuring that out. As long as you can prove that it has high correlation to accuracy in the real world, you have a lot more utility with using those inferences and predictions effectively in a business.
No, those are some amazing lessons learned there, especially on your confidence scoring there. You're right. I've seen that in similar problem sets, especially when it relates to things like activity-based intelligence and analysts themselves trying to understand how are you rating your own confidence in judging these things? Not even just from a machine learning or AI perspective, but judging their analyst confidence calls as well has been there didn't used to be a good way of rating those individual assessments. Just put it that way.
Right.
So, no, I think it's needed across the board. This way you can build confidence in your analytical teams and not just what the machine's doing as well. So, let's kind of go back to where you apply this. What's the cadence of running these algorithms over time on different housing, different neighborhoods, different businesses? Do you bring the imagery in monthly and just rerun it over the same properties, or is this like a yearly assessment you do for insurance companies? How's that work?
Yeah, it's a really great question. I think the best way to answer the question is first to describe briefly the life cycle of an insurance policy. So if I am an insurance policy, here is when I am born is when, or potentially going to be born, incepted, I'm not sure the right way to say this tactfully, but is when someone gets a quote, right? I'm looking at buying a home, or I just bought a home. I need a homeowner's insurance policy, or my home insurance policy is costing me too much money, or I need more coverage or less coverage, whatever it may be. But it's where a consumer goes out to, or business owner, if it's a commercial property, where they go out and say, I need a quote. That's where the life cycle begins. Now that life cycle then is like many times they'll go out and get, average 3 to 5 quotes. Then they will bind the policy when it goes into underwriting, which means I purchased it. I'm buying this for my property, this insurance. But most insurers have what's called a bind period. It's about 24 to, 48, I think, to 72 hours is the range in the United States, where the insurer has the chance to take all the information that was provided by the customer and kind of validate it and put it through underwriting and say, now we've bound the policy, and they're, from a regulatory perspective, bound to honor now that policy for the term. So that's another opportunity for us to participate. And then typically there's 2 more events in the life cycle. The most common is renewal. Most policies, there's only about 16% churn in the residential P&C market in the United States. So, that's 1.5 out of 10 people, 1.6 out of 10 people are getting a quote. That's not a lot. So most of them renew, but very infrequently are the insurers able to understand what's happened there at that property since the last years that it renewed, or if it was purchased a year ago. And then, of course, as we all know, there's claims, right? There's when bad things happen to properties. So let's think about that's the life cycle. Those are all the opportunities we have we can help our customers. So to answer your question, we start off by doing this in a very different way than I ever did it back at Digital Globe Maxar, which was like continental scale analysis, or country scale, or large regional scale, or every time there's a new image, go analyze everything. Not that those aren't great approaches for data providers to potentially contemplate, but they're very expensive. They take a lot of time. They're hard to make work everywhere globally and have high transferability in models. So we do something that Ben Tuttle, our CTO, dubbed focused and targeted insights. And if you think about what a lot of analytics providers do, let's say Orbital Insights, who I had the privilege of getting to know and work with back at DG Maxar. They're processing just huge areas, right? Let's look at manufacturing indexes in China. That's great, that's awesome, but it means your data consumption is astronomical, your compute is often astronomical, and hopefully the value you're spitting out the other end of that is so unique and tradable, and you have enough customers, but a small enough group that'll buy it. If you don't have that it's really hard to make a profitable business. What we do is we partner. We're very agnostic across imagery providers, and we work with basically many people in the satellite industry. Many, if not all, the aerial providers is our goal. Over time, that'll go to other ents. Maybe SAR. Maybe what the folks at Near Space Labs are doing, really cool stuff there. But our goal is to be totally agnostic, because our customer doesn't care whose pixels they are or where it's coming from. They care about currency and resolution, because currency means if it was last week or last month or last quarter or last year, remember the policy could have been right, but not right now. So as the data ages, is the opportunity to look at that, that point in time goes backwards, the confidence that it's still potentially right reduces. So what we do is typically at any one of those touch points that I just mentioned, our capability will go out to multiple imagery providers across all of those sources, and we'll try to select the highest resolution and most current. Now, depending on what the customer's use case is, which of our API outputs they're consuming, let's say it's just, are there new buildings? Satellite has a lot more utility and can be more frequent than aerial and revisit. And so we may just prefer, for that type of output, for our new structures present, satellite in that use case. But our system self-determines that based on kind of which features the customer's requesting from our capability. But let's say it's roof condition, and if there's negative indicators like staining, ponding, debris, pooling, missing shingles, tiles, God forbid, tarps on the roof, that requires, tarps are easy to see in satellite at 30 centimeter at least, but stains and some debris, you need high resolution, minimum like 12.5 centimeter. So that's going to need to be, one of our partners like Vexcel or Nearmap for that property. And you hope that you have it within hopefully 3 months, maybe 6. So what our system does is goes out, depending on the customer's use case that they're using our API for, will self-select the proper image at the highest resolution and most current time, and then just process the tiny little tiles, sometimes even just for the structure, and they don't even look around the property. But for the most part, we do, what's in the property and then the structures within the property. And we just do that whenever a customer asks. So we don't pre-process huge areas. We don't wait for our providers to go do a new collect and process it and put it in a data store, hoping someone buys it, because that has a high CapEx investment. We just literally do it when they ask. When they hit our API, the full transaction occurs that I've described a few times on this podcast, and then we deliver the result. Now, some customers are coming to us going, this is super exciting. We can now look at properties at a price point that's, fractions of what an actual inspection when someone would go visit or go fly a drone costs, and in seconds. So how does this change the way we do business? So to your point, one of the things that we're seeing at that renewal phase of our business, where that policy is up for renewal, is why can't I just, every time a policy renews, go check and compare to last time? And if I roll this for like 12, 18, 24 months, suddenly now I've looked at all of my policies and I'm in, on a rolling period, able to tell like, wow, this property is coming up for renewal, but gosh, like that roof is terrible since the last time I looked. Some customers are even saying, could you just kind of push me anytime there's a new image for any one of my properties from any of your providers? Tell me what's changed. I want to know. I mean, and again, not just the basics, like there's roof tree overlap of negative this percent, but more tell me the insight, like this roof is getting more and more expensive to replace. This roof is getting more and more risk. So they want us to do a little bit of the tipping, as it were. Well, here's what's happening, why it matters.
So I understand that for your primary customers are insurance companies, but is there a method, because you're looking at maybe details that even the homeowners themselves maybe don't look at every day? They're like, I had no idea I had roof damage from the last storm. Is there a method to say, hey, we're as an insurance company, we're monitoring this as a service, and is there some type of service that they offer to their customers and say, hey, you probably have some roof damage, you might want to check this out, that type of thing? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got, it varies in kind of what's the business use case to our customers. Our customers over at Hippo, they really want to provide a fantastic buying experience for their customers. Really high quality, affordable insurance in 60 seconds or less. So part of what they're doing is starting off by like, I'm not going to have to ask you 60 questions about your property. I mean, do you know how many facets your roof has, or whether it's hip, gable, or flat? You probably know if it's not flat, but if it's hip or gable, what's the difference? And almost nobody knows how many facets are on their roof unless they live in like a salt box style house. It's just like you would draw in elementary school as a kid, a square with
All right.
two angles. Other customers, one of the ones I'm most excited about, can't publicly name them, but they're just so relentlessly committed to truly taking care of their members. And what that means is they're looking for ways to truly improve the quality of the products they offer. And this isn't to say Hippo isn't, but just where their emphasis is on that, experience for the customer. They are, want to do things like, could we identify that your roof does have some potentially bad issues as you're coming renewal, and as a courtesy say, hey, look, we can actually drop your rate, and we're going to send you this arborist who, you're going to get a 20% discount on to clear back some of those trees and those risk factors. So we've identified it, we've given you the solution, and we're going to give you an incentive, like maybe it's a rate reduction, right? And there's just a number of things you could think about, but it is kind of that push. How can we proactively better support our member that they're very focused on? And that's super exciting to me. I mean, look, not everyone, no, I've never met anyone who said they love insurance, and it's my first time directly working and supporting the sole vertical. I should typically have crossed many verticals, like when I was at Digital Globe Maxar. But this customer really truly loves their members and is really working to do stuff. How can we improve their lives and experience? And that's exciting to be a part of, because there's obviously use cases with our technology where it's like, sorry, Adam, you didn't maintain your home. Your trees were over the place and then they fell, you're at fault here. You didn't maintain your property.
Yeah.
There is a problem that you didn't, address. Now I'm not going to pay your claim. That our technology also supports. And sure, that's a great business case for the insurer. And sure, the homeowner should have maintained their property correctly. But that's kind of the negative side. So I'm always glad to see when there's really positive ones.
Yeah,
Let me
positive,
help promote and push to you.
I can see the potential of this just exploding. Talk about even homeowners associations for condo associations or townhomes that who take on the insurance for monitoring roofs for group communities is incredible. Because I'm not going to go. I live in a condo. I'm not going to go 4 stories up to check the roof periodically. I'm just not.
Right.
But
Exactly.
if my homeowner association got notified and saying, hey, we legitimately do have roof damage, or you do have roof damage. Don't even worry about the inspections. Now you just get a team up there and repair these buildings. Solid shortcut to the process. It would literally probably save a month's worth of time just getting the whole thing fixed throughout the whole neighborhood. So I mean, the potential of the scaling is just incredible. What you guys are doing. So.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I'll note that, like I said at the beginning, be best at what you can be better than anyone else at. That means really truly understanding what is happening at a property and a structure level from right now raster imagery formats. That's our North Star here. That's what we want to be just relentlessly committed to. And there may be other ints, maybe with weather data in time or other things, but doing that and then really understanding what that means is what we do here at Arturo. And right now, the best way for us to monetize that is around our relationships with the residential and commercial property and casualty markets. But you're absolutely right. My product doesn't change at all to do the use case you just described, right? I could go market it to homeowner associations or even homeowners directly. And that's some things we're thinking about exploring. But what we want to do is make sure because if you can do it really well for an insurance company who has to cover that risk or loss, then you can prove you can do it just as effectively, if not more so, for the homeowner association. So as our product continues to grow, we'll certainly be exploring ways to monetize it in other ways, but it's the exact same product. It's not like go figure out how to find blue pickup trucks in Dakotas or something.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Just, yep. Yeah. Be good at what you're good at. Solid as that. Now you talk about growth.
Don't try to do it all.
And you all have done some significant growth in the last couple of years. And that brings us to an announcement you're about to make, right?
Yeah, literally right before I got on the podcast with you, I pushed out a pre-announcement to kind of industry friends, partners, customers who've been really gracious, amazing, patient with us as we've gone through our process. But yes, we just closed $8 million Series A financing led by Crosslink Capital and with strategic participation from IAG Firemark Ventures. IAG is leading insurer in Australia, New Zealand, Asia Pacific across multiple brands. So they service, I think they have market share of, I think they're number 2 market share in Australia for residential and number 1 in New Zealand. They also have some commercial property and casualty as well. And again, this is across, I believe, in excess of half a dozen brands. So think of them as kind of like a Berkshire Hathaway, where like not many people know this, but like I think Berkshire Hathaway owns Geico and Progressive and a couple insurance companies. You're like, I'm buying from Progressive is better, Geico is better, and like Esurance is owned by Allstate. And like there's a lot of like roll up in this stuff. So yeah, so we're really excited. It's going to enable us to both obviously, met our capital raise targets for growth, but also because they're in Asia Pacific market, it's also going to give us the opportunity to expand into Australia, New Zealand, and other parts of Asia Pacific. So we're really excited about that. Working at Digital Globe Maxar taught me to think globally, not just like think US only. I think for founders and startups, it's sometimes easy to just think about your backyard. I want to think, how can we service the world's property analysis needs, wherever that might be. So we're excited about that, thrilled to have it, and grateful in these very interesting times that we were able to get the round done with some great partners in the form of Crosslink and IAG, and excited about where it's going to take us. So yeah, hits the wire in 3 hours. So hopefully this podcast doesn't get out before then.
Oh, no worries. Now that's an amazing announcement. I congratulate you on that. With that said, before we wrap up, the last thing I want to ask you is there any plugs or any other further, kind of tidbits, best practices, advice you'd like to give out there to the world regarding either the company or just lessons learned over time for you personally?
Gosh, man, we could take another podcast just on that. I think,
just
I want
to invite you back just to do a deeper dive into your product at some point, but we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. Absolutely. I think, just from a company's perspective, like I said, I think our tagline is like, we're relentlessly driven to provide like the highest accuracy, property characteristics, and predictive data. And that just really means like, if you care about a specific place or places, but not everywhere, because like we don't do everywhere, we do where you care. We're the right potential partner for you. It's interesting. We're seeing companies who are like doing contactless food delivery restaurant services because of COVID-19, say, can we help them improve the accuracy of their geofencing and geocoding for locations? Because we do property, we generate highly detailed GeoJSON of where the building is and where things are, because that's important for insurance, but it has an ancillary value. So if you care about that space, about physical properties in the real world and what's observable from the outside, we'd love to talk to you, as long as it's leveraging what we've already built or what we're building. We're always open to that. When we have a web-based API, you get an auth, you get your token, and you're off to the races. It's like a 15-minute integration. How you use that could apply to a number of industries. I think, just what I have lessons learned wise is empower your team, love your customers, and listen to them, and don't try to do it all. Like I said, if it comes to a property and a structure on it, we're going to know everything we can about it. But that's really where we want to stop. We don't necessarily want to say, how do we analyze cities from urban planning? Even though we generate a lot of that data and can work across multiple providers and maybe are postured to, I'd rather let somebody else come partner with us, use our data to do that, while we stay really focused on listening to our core customers and the core markets that we can serve today. At Digital Globe, I worked with so many things. It was an amazing opportunity to look across DOD, IC, government, NGOs, but here it is refreshing to just try really, really hard to be really good at one thing and have one core, at least market, that's going to bring a lot of value to, and a lot of adjacent markets that same product could bring value to in the future. So that's, focus is key.
No, I appreciate that insight, and I think that's going to do it for this segment. This has been John Isaac Clark, Chief Executive Officer with Arturo.ai, with an amazing product, and it's great to see your company grow and see what see how it evolves not just the insurance company but the geospatial industry as a whole. You're working on some amazing technology, and it's worth championing to see how this stuff progresses down the future. So I'm Adam Simmons of Project Geospatial. Thanks, John Isaac Clark, for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks so much for having me today.
Yep, and that'll do it for this show. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
You got a good haircut, by the way.
We're live
I
now.
did it myself. No, I did.
Yeah. So, hi everybody. We are live, and Adam, I think you're going to be kicking this bad boy off, right?
Welcome to Project Geospatial, everybody. I'm Adam Simmons, and here with me is Talbot Brooks. Here with the episode with the topic of COVID-19, bad cartography or cognitive bias. I want to also reintroduce my co-host, Daryl Murdoch, which is going to help lead the discussion with Talbot. Daryl, take it away.
Great, Adam. Thank you. And Talbot, thanks for joining us today, man. Great seeing you from the lovely state of Mississippi, actually Cleveland, Mississippi, home of Charlie Patton and the Delta Blues. For those that you don't know, I've been to the pole barn where Charlie Patton apparently ostensibly grew up, and I went through the tour there. So that was actually a lot of fun being down in Cleveland with you at that time. So for our listeners out there, Talbot is he's got a great background in doing all sorts of really cool stuff that I wish I had on my resume. And we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff today. And he and I were chatting about how some of the maps that we're looking at today on the newscasts and that we see over and over again that are being accessed, are those really telling the kind of story that we really want us to be telling? I mean, is it telling us not only accurately depicting data, but are those data the kinds of data that really tell the full story? So that's part of the discussion today, but it'll probably go in about 100 other directions, because that's kind of what Talbot and I usually do when we get going. One of the things, Talbot, that I'd like to start out with is, could you tell our listeners a little bit about your background and maybe talk a little bit about kind of the intersection of your FEMA work and your firefighting work? Because when I first met Talbot, and this is what he still does, he introduces himself like this. Hi, I'm Talbot Brooks. I make maps. So you can't use that today. I just want to have a conversation with you and me and Adam about, what's going on and this conversation that you kicked off about cognitive bias.
Sure. Great. Thanks, Daryl. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate the opportunity here to share some thoughts with a broader audience and some of my concerns. My first job actually was as a firefighter, and I'm the fifth generation of my family to do that. And so I've continued that capacity one way or another, working EMS, environmental remote sensing, and then transitioning much more into geospatial technologies. And then when Hurricane Katrina rolled around in 2005, I found myself sitting in the hot seat at the state of Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, mashing on the fly this geospatial background that I had with uh, uh, disaster and crisis management, and trying to do what I later learned was GeoInt for emergency management. And since then, I've spent a lot of time putting together academic programs and doing outreach and education about GeoInt, both for the military DoD community and the international community through work with the United Nations and the disaster and emergency preparedness communities. And that kind of leads us to where we are today, right? Is we've got yet another disaster on our hands called COVID-19. And we have a much different group of practitioners jumping into the fray and trying to describe what's going on through maps, and decision makers trying to look at information and all of that. And so here we are.
Yeah, so you got such a great background and so many different things. And so if you didn't catch that, for our listeners, when Talbot talks about, he was making maps during Hurricane Katrina, he was the guy that was the one that was kicking out the maps that all of us were actually looking at that had to do with Katrina. Nah, you just you always say that. It's like, oh, I was just doing a piece of it. But, so, he's got firsthand experience from a lot of different directions. I'm curious, Talbot, talk to us a little bit about, here we are on the 23rd of April and of 2020. And just this past week, you and Mississippi just had a whole pile of really not so fun weather come zipping through, right? So, we've got you luckily right now on using your cell phone to be able to get a connection to us because, as to your point, your infrastructure is down. So, I'm really curious. I never see anything reported other than, you see the Weather Channel, and if you see, a couple of folks like Jim Cantori, if he shows up at your doorstep, you're pretty much, it's like having the Grim Reaper show up, right? So I'm curious, right? So talk to us a little bit about kind of the aftermath of that, and what is it like being in we're in COVID-19, and on top of it, you have all of this disaster and emergency management stuff that has to happen. How do you do that and, stand 6 feet away? I'm talking to my wife about it. And I said, okay, so how do I go rebuild a house? Do I have to hire a family of construction people so they're all living in the same house? How does that, what happens in a case like that?
Yeah. So, just as a first responder, the challenges are incredible because we're used to employing what we used to call universal precautions when dealing with at least medical patients. But to have to carry that to every call that you respond to, and then worry about each other being sick. So the person that you're relying on the most to help keep you safe is your ability to trust that they're completely well and able to do that. That's kind of faded away a little bit too, because you're sitting there going, God, if I got a buddy breathe off this guy because my air pack's out of air, am I going to get COVID-19 because, he has it but doesn't know it yet? And so there's some extra risk factors going on here. In terms of portraying things and what's going on, this is the intersection of multiple disasters happening at the same time in Mississippi. It's not just the response community that's affected. It's all of the supporting aspects that go with it. The fellows I feel the worst for actually are the linemen. You want to go out and work in crap weather and you've never worn personal protective equipment, and you're going to have to do that, or you're just going to have to say, I got to get the job done. I'm going to suck it up and take the risk. And frankly, that's what I see a lot of them are doing. And then on the decision maker side of the fence, it's one thing for us we're fairly used to as a community. Sure, here's the map of the tornado track. Here is bunch of points that show what's damaged at what percent. But then you've got to consider, where am I going to put the displaced people and maintain social distancing? It's just not a question of where do I have shelter anymore. There's another layer of complexity that's come into this, and understanding which communities have been the hardest hit, not just by one disaster, but by the other. And so it's a real opportunity for geospatial analysis, but it starts pushing us into some territory. I've had very little to no training in epidemiology, and the best I can do to map COVID is kind of look at the state data and do my best to represent, what I hear the professionals saying is going on. But then to go into something they've never thought about necessarily or modeled. Okay, let's take a pandemic and then combine it with a flood, and while we're at it, let's run a tornado over the top of it all.
Well, I got one to add to it. You ready? So, one of the other graphics that I've gotten, and we could probably post this later to the broadcast, is actually I was reading an article about we've got the worst in East Africa. We've got the worst locust plagues in decades going on right now, right? So let's add that in on top of all of that, right?
Yeah. Food supplies getting threatened globally through that. Our ability to transport things, it's a whole bunch of mess.
But so your abstract here is fascinating for the premise of the show in bad cartography and cognitive bias, because I've been looking at this over the course of several weeks. I actually had the pleasure of talking with two individuals, Diana Gillian and Katie Zajic, and they're actually cartographers and geospatial analysts locally within the DC region, and they're actually involved in mapping COVID data. And they've brought up similar issues I think we're about to talk about, in that how inaccurate not the maps necessarily, not the data necessarily is, but the representation of this data is in maps. And that's a huge problem. And I'm excited to get into this topic with you and bring to light some of these issues, and understanding what we're actually seeing is some disparity in how it's collected from perhaps one country, one area of the world to another.
Right, and Adam, and I think that leads to the fundamental question that I've been trying to ask is, what is it that we're trying to show in particular? How do we segment that by audience? And are we doing a good job of making sure of how we create those products? Does it align with the message we're trying to send to any particular audience? Or are our own cognitive biases and ways of looking at the world really skewing that, and thus skewing how people react?
So let's pull on that just a little bit, that thread. Can you explain to us, Talbot, what is cognitive bias? Just in your words. Yeah.
I know. I think cognitive bias, I think the easiest way for me to explain cognitive bias is where our own perceptions and understanding of the world interferes with how we relate a story to somebody else. It adds kind of a spin factor to it that may or may not be representative of what's really happening in the real world. At least that's it to students. I know there's a lot more formal definitions, and there's a lot of ways that cognitive bias can come into play. It's broken down into a lot of different types based on stereotypes. I think are probably one of the easiest for people to relate to. Hey, I can find it on Google, so I don't need to learn it. Is another aspect, and I think we see some of that manifesting here as well.
Yeah, I think of cognitive bias, especially in terms of maps, as, are we presenting data that are reflective of the concepts that we're trying to show, but that are not completely colored by the way we see the world, right? So because when when everything that we have done, Talbot, you've got different life experience than Adam and a different life experience than me. So all of us come to the table with a different way of looking at the world. So we're going to pick different data sources that we're comfortable with and different ways of being able to showing things that are more comfortable to us because that's just our experience. So, cognitive bias has got a lot of that kind of background of, you take all of what Talbot has done over the course of time. And so that's why I at the beginning of our conversation, when we were talking about your emergency management background, I think that's kind of a key piece because this is an emergency management situation, but it's one that we really haven't ever seen before. Not with
Right.
people that are still living right now, anyhow.
Right. And as reference for listeners, introducing the problem a little into the crisis disaster management aspect, Marc Monmonier has done a fantastic job with, and it's an old text, How to Lie with Maps, right? Really does a good job of introducing the concept of talking about crisis and how we portray things from a cartographic.
Yeah, I had a number of conversations with Mark when he was. I was up at Syracuse the same time he was teaching there. So, yeah, so it was. It's really there are several other kind of these are for those of you that don't have it, you should pick it up. It's actually a really kind of fascinating way of being able to talk about. We'll call it spatial statistics in a lot of ways. Is what he really kind of gets to when he talks about how to lie with maps.
Yeah, and I'll make you feel old quickly, Darryl. He just announced his retirement this semester. So
fabulous, man, and not what we're hoping for. Mark's a great guy, and
back online with Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons. Once again, we're here with Talbot Brooks and Darryl Murdoch to talk about cognitive bias or bad maps. Or bad cartography, I should say, with COVID-19. Talbot, let's continue the discussion what we had. Darryl, take it away.
Yeah, so Talbot, we were talking a little bit about cognitive bias and the fact that there's lots more than just one of them. I think there's over 100 cognitive biases, really. So that's sort of where we left off, and so it's all that kind of stew of predisposition and kind of the way we think about the world that really kind of make us think so. Maybe you can show us or talk to us a little bit about a couple of the maps that you shared with Adam and me prior to the show that really were kind of at the heart of our discussion.
Yeah, I can do that. And let's see if I'm going to share the right window here, the right screen. Screen one, share. So can you see this map of the case maps in Mississippi that I've got on screen now?
Stand by. Yes, I can.
Okay. So there's two fundamental pieces of information that I struggle with kind of as a cartographer. And I'm not, please, if you work for the Department of Health in Mississippi, I'm not trying to throw rocks at you. But you notice there's a blue color ramp in play here, right? And so blue is usually thought of as a cool or calming color to use. And so when I first looked at this, I'm like, all right, so is the name of the game here is what they're trying to do is have people look at this map and not get all bent out of shape and we're going to use this calm, cooling color? Or was it just the default that somebody who knows how to do a join at the county level for data, and this is the default and just what happened to go out? I don't know. I can't answer that, right? But so I was looking at this going, boy, there's the potential for cognitive bias going on here, or at least, and that's on the map maker side. And on the user side, right, when you see this as a user, is that as alarming to you as what you might see if I did the same sort of map like this, like I've made here at home, using a red color ramp? What messages are coming across, and what is the potential for cognitive bias from both the cartographer and from the user's perspective.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the in what you're displaying is the differences in the color mats there between the counties, the different states. And the reason I'm kind of reiterating that is for our audio audience there. And what would you think what would you recommend to map builders out there as something that they should do instead?
Yeah, so I think the best thing we can do is really talk to the professionals on the healthcare side. We need to act as the interpreters, not as necessarily the contributors of information in a lot of cases. The same extends across the disaster and management and emergency response world when I try to make maps in that community as well, and get a sense of the level of urgency of the message that they're trying to send, and then use our cartographic training to match that to what we would see as the cognitive model in play by the audience that they're trying to speak to. So it might be that a blue color ramp is completely appropriate, that the message here is, this isn't as big a deal as everybody's making it out to be, so we're going to tone it down a little here. Or it can be the red of, oh my God, the world's going to end. Let me give you some flashy colors that are kind of set you on edge. And so that choice has to be guided, though, by listening and collecting some kind of consensus from the people who are trying to send the message. I don't see as geospatial professionals that we're necessarily the ones that pick it without having that type of information come to us.
So one of the conversations we had was, there are maps that are currently being used. I think it's Johns Hopkins map with, dots on counties and the size of dots, right? And in terms of amount of outbreak, that was one of the ones I believe that you shared with us. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about why that may be slightly misleading from the perspective of what is it really telling us?
Yeah, so here's that map, Daryl, and this one's received over 1 billion hits. It's getting some pretty heavy duty use. And so I was looking like right here, almost dead center of the map at the Middle East, and I started scrolling in going, I wonder how this is affecting old Saudi Arabia here. Wait, what? The symbol isn't changing necessarily scalar in the right direction with my scroll, and I've only got one. Whereas if I come over and I'm looking at China here and I start coming in, the data start to disaggregate. Well, okay, they're not doing that now. They were in the prior version. And in the US, it looks like they've changed that to where they're now just showing, well, here in the US, it definitely is disaggregating, right? We're showing it as almost, it looks like dots that are the center of some kind of a raster overlay or centroids here. So there's another issue when I look at this is like, wait, how is the placement of the dots getting done here? And they're only have 5 or 7 different size symbols here, and trying to capture this enormous scale and then break it into 5 classes. And so you could have, say, 500 cases in the smallest scale. And I couldn't find a legend here, by the way, when I was playing around with it. But and then at the opposite end of the spectrum, you might have 10,000 cases. Well, 500 cases in rural Mississippi in the smallest dot is a really big deal, right? Especially if you're thinking about that on a rate basis. But that 10,000 cases, okay, that's also a big deal in New York. But in that metro area is what, 10, 12 million people. On a rate basis, maybe it's not quite as concerning. So how we choose to do the breaks in our data, a lot of times, as a geospatial guy, I just go with whatever the defaults that Esri has thrown at me. Jenks breaks, great, good, and that's what we do. And again, is it how we practice? Is it intentional cognitive bias, or is it unintentional cognitive bias in terms of how we're seeing or visualizing the data, absent the inputs that we need to be listening to from the quote professionals, or just what's going on here? I think it's really hard, and so. There's this cognitive bias thing. I think there's a little, we tend to do a little Dunning-Kruger here, frankly, as GIS people. We're smart, right? So we think we can figure it out and choose the appropriate thing. One of my favorite articles that I beat my students up with all the time is, the death of expertise. We really got to stop and listen to the experts instead of going with what our gut says or what the defaults are in software. And again, on the other side of the fence, as users, there's critical thinking that's got to go on to help reduce some of the cognitive bias when they see and read a map like that too. Oh, look, it's a small dot. It's not a big deal. Wait, they have to think about it a little bit more to make sure that the correct impressions are being received, right? That's what cartography is all about. It's the sender and the receiver of a message in a spatial context.
So I love the way you talked about that just now, the sender and receiver of information, right? So at the beginning of our conversation, one of the things that you said was it depends on who the audience is. So if we think about what we're faced with, we have nightly briefings from the president's task force. Sometimes maps are shown, and sometimes it's amount of equipment, whether it's respirators or masks or swabs or testing kits, whatever that might look like. And locations are often shown. It might be numbers of beds. It could be numbers of tests performed. It could be per capita infections reported. It could be per capita infections confirmed. It could be per capita deaths, right? And so all of those things are part of the discussion and exactly what is the message that's being sent. I'm curious from your perspective, with all that kind of stew, and every one of those things happens at a different time scale and throughout the week. All you have to do is just look at the weekly briefings. But from your perspective, I want to talk a little bit about, if you were advising Congress, what maps would you present to them so they could actually start making the decisions they make based on spatial information, not simply here's what's going on from either a policy perspective or here's what I'm hearing from my constituents and my, what do you tell them? Because this is not just, COVID is not confined to one state. COVID is not confined to one country. So what information would you like to be able to show them on a map?
Yeah, I think the first conversation we have, Daryl, is actually not about the map itself. We'll talk about that in a second, but rather about the underlying inconsistency and lack of standardization, lack of centralized kind of control on how the data is being collected. In the emergency response community, we're really big on standards, right? I can take my fire truck here from rural Cleveland, Mississippi, drive up there to the National Capital Region where you're at, Reston, and I can take a hose off it and connect to the fire hydrant in front of your house. That's because we have standards for hose threads. We have standards for all kinds of stuff, radio systems and, the turnout gear that we wear, the medical practices that we apply to a problem. In the geospatial world, though, there's standards, but they're just not as pervasive as we find in the disaster management community. And I think this extends over into the data mess that we have right now. There is very little centralized effort in terms of putting out instructions on, okay, this is the information you need to be collecting and how it should be collected so that we can build this aggregate picture. There's nobody driving the bus, right, in terms of that data piece. So the first thing I'd say is, hey guys, whisper in the president's ear, get some legislation going, something here, so that we can get the information we need to depict things, because it leads to the next thing then. And I'll share my screen again here. You ask, okay, what would I make? Well, okay, I'll show you what I'd make. It's not necessarily very good or the right thing though. Here it is. This is COVID in Mississippi as of this last Sunday, and the way that I approached it was, okay, I'm going to use the red because this is, by all accounts, a massive public health disaster. We're closing down businesses. People are losing their jobs. If government is willing to do that to our economy and interfere with personal freedoms that much, this is a pretty big deal. That's the message I'm getting from government. And what informs me is the cartographer in terms of at least choosing color and things like that. Then the next thing I said is, okay, what do they really need to know? We're seeing a lot of information about number of cases, and we've kind of had this discussion already about per capita. 10 cases in Bolivar County with a population total of 38,000 means a very different thing than 10 cases in Reston, Virginia. The population sizes, the quality and quantity of resources available to deal with those cases are very, very different animals. And so to me, the number of cases is meaningless without some type of context. And the only way to kind of provide a picture across a larger geographic area then is to provide the information as per capita. So what is the rate per capita? And so that's actually the first layer of data that's on this map. It's the second in the legend. Is I said, I want to show some other things. So how do I put multiple pieces of information together in one? And this is the strength of GIS, right? So I showed that rate data as a dot density layer over each county. Now this creates another problem though, and it's again, this comes back to cognitive bias. People look at this really quick. They may not be familiar with cartography, and they're going, holy smokes, Talbot, you're showing the exact location of where cases are. That's violating, healthcare confidentiality rules. And I'm like, no, that's not how this works. This is just number of dots randomized within a county. But oops, right? That's something I didn't think about as I started putting this together. That's my own cognitive bias going, oh, I know how to do this. No, maybe I don't, right? The next piece was then, in terms of providing that big picture message, are we really concerned with the number of cases or the rate? Yeah, but we're more concerned with, what's the message we hear? Flatten the curve. So what is the rate of change going on? So I looked at the rate of change from the Sunday prior and the week before that, and I'm simply compared that to get the background choropleth layer showing, oh, geez, in these counties that are in the deepest, brightest reds, we have at least a doubling in the last 7 days. That's insane, right? And somebody said, well, you could start with this Sequina County over here that has 0 cases, and then, it's only got a population of 1,300 people. So if it only got 3 cases, it's only 3 cases. Come on, is it a big deal? And I'm going, yeah, if you go from 0 to 3 in a place with only 1,300 people, that could be a really big deal, right? So how did I bring that forward is then I used the GetSGI or STAR hotspot analysis tool and said, okay, let's use some spatial statistics here, the null hypothesis, and get some confidence intervals going. And so where are my hotspots? And then I did that analysis and outlined the 3 counties that where the confidence interval was greater than 95%. Because they are spatial hotspots. And it doesn't just mean the county itself, right? When you start doing that type of analysis, it's taking into account neighbors, right? So it's these counties and the surrounding areas have these higher than expected or higher than modeled growth rate in the number of cases per capita, right? And then lastly, the last piece of information, and I'll try to zoom in a little, is trying to present the information in kind of a different way, so that you can accommodate different types of users, right? In the classroom, we always focus on trying to accommodate different types of learners. Some are learn by reading, some learn by seeing, by doing, and it's the same when we're trying to convey that message to an audience using a cartographic product. The map is hopefully pretty effective, but backstopping yourself with graphs and figures is another way to do it. So I'm showing the weekly rate of increase on the y-axis here, and each of the weeks that I have data for, and I fit a curve to it, because again, we're hearing the flatten the curve, and people can see, well, doesn't look like that curve is necessarily going flat here when I look at the information like this, and that line is extended out to a predicted value for this coming, end of week. So this is my first stab, but there's all kinds of stuff that I don't know. And I need to find an epidemiologist or somebody who can better inform how I might model the neighborhood relationships when I use the hotspot analysis tool, or even if that is really the most appropriate tool to do kind of a heat map or hotspot analysis. I don't know. I'm just the geospatial guy. And so I would love to be able to connect up with that expert. And it circles back then to all these different types of cognitive bias. I don't know what I don't know,
Yeah, so there are so many pieces of great discussion fodder there that would literally everyone would take an hour. I just want to touch on a couple things, right? So you showed a number of ways to be able to look at things that are effectively normalized for per capita, like how many people and relationships between how many people. Now, the one part that has me concerned as we go into a let's open up the country kind of posture over the next month or two, and we've got several states that are already in setting that in motion for this coming Monday. How do we ensure that we account for the underprivileged populations? And I'm going to say that specifically from an economic standpoint, right? So one thing that's not on your map, there are two things that weren't on the map, right? Where are the healthcare locations and transportation corridors, right? So those are two things that are fairly, we know where they are, that we can get access to that information and those data. But what do they really mean as we get further in? Because, I've watched interview after interview with mayors that have large underserved populations. And, one of the CDC's going forward plans right now is to monitor closely all the prisons as potential canaries in the coal mine. So if a prison flare up happens, then we should send some sort of response team to that location. Here's a question. If you're not in a prison, but you're in an underserved population that doesn't have a good access to healthcare, how do we access information about the level of infection there? Because that's where the most vulnerable population is, right? So there's nothing we can do with a map to fix that, but how would you recommend that we at least show where those underserved populations are from a health standpoint? HHS
Yeah, sure.
data, or what is it that you would recommend? I mean, for our listeners, before
Sure.
we have Talbot answer that. Talbot also served for multiple years on the NGAC, the National Geospatial Advisory Council, and then they helped set a lot of the standards and help recommend policy improvements of how we do our mapping in the U.S. So Talbot comes at this from a lot of different directions. So With that context, Talbot, what do you think about the underserved populations?
Yeah, so we do have some pretty good standards in terms of how that data has been collected, right? Tim Trainer, when he was at Census, really did a lot to advance how we collect and maintain the census data from a demographic perspective, and so I think that part of the equation is there. But then it comes back to, again, the issue we're confronted with COVID is, okay, how far is testing penetrated into the community? Is anybody bothering to ask or collect the demographics, or is it just they came back hot on the test or they didn't? We don't have a granularity or a standardization to the data, how it's being collected, where it's being collected, to really make any decent decisions. So again, back to beating the drum up front is, look, we know that we can create a spatial product that might be a guide to where we need to go get information. And the analogy I'd have here is like, when I was making a map of cell phone tower locations that were receiving calls during Hurricane Katrina, I wish I had it here to share. I was mapping all these towers as they came back online and using some proportional symbols to show how many calls they were handling. And in a certain area of the map, there was a blank spot. And I was like, uh-oh. The blank spot where we don't have information tells us a lot more than where we have information, right? Because my hypothesis for the blank spot then becomes either everybody's dead or there's no cell phone towers there, right? Those are about the only two options. And so we were asking the question, where cell phone service, who has it? It's got to go a step further, right? What does the absence of data actually mean? And I think that's part of the case here with underserved and minority communities, where are we lacking the data in proportion to the collection rate in other areas, and then guide a concentrated effort to go out and get that information. So that's part one. And then part two, as you've astutely pointed out, is, okay, how do we start tailoring this map to the deficiencies or the challenges in the infrastructure associated with supporting those populations? Because, they're people too, right? We have a social responsibility to ensure they're cared for, as well as and have access to care as well as anybody else. Now, it begs a second question then, Daryl, is your first kind of foray into what my opinion was, okay, you got to give Congress a national picture, but now you're starting to ask more specialized questions, and who might ask them, and the audience that I have got to transmit that information to changes, right? As a geospatial person, as a cartographer, there's only so many layers you can get onto a map before it starts getting clustered. So do we have to change mediums? Do I make some kind of a story map where you can scroll or turn layers on and off? Or do I have to create a series of PDFs, right, to put physically into their hands? Because that has a very different impact on a policymaker. When you put a printed map in their hand that they can kind of stare of, they'll tend to spend more time with it than they do something on the screen. I think maybe that's a generational thing based on who's in office, but understanding that is really important. So we've got to again interpret the relative importance and the message to the audience and understand one size doesn't fit all.
Just to pipe in real quick, you actually reminded me of an interesting use case when you're talking about the absence of data, and it relates, but I want to just bring some just another perspective into understanding the value of that. And this image that I'm about to share is it's been floating around the internet a little while, but it's one of my favorite to show the example of what you're talking about. And you've probably seen it before.
Yeah.
So, and this relates to studying improving aircraft that came out of World War II, and aircraft were shot up like crazy, and and they were looking at the bullet holes and thinking like, oh, well, obviously where these bullet holes are, we need to increase armor, and well, actually, where there's not bullet holes is where we need to focus, because we actually have an absence of aircraft because they likely got shot down because the ones that got shot in those areas didn't come back.
Didn't make it back. Yeah.
So, sorry, I know it's a little bit of an anecdote story, but I think it's a great relationship between understanding why it's so important to look at the absence of data just as much as it is where there is density. And just because you don't see anything there doesn't mean it's not important.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Well, Talbot, listen, we're coming up on the end of our time together here. Love to be able to have additional conversations about lots of chunks of topics, but for our listeners, can you kind of just give us if you're gonna go out and talk about a topic, what would you recommend as a first step? Just we're rehashing a little bit, but tell us what you think about how do you start the process of telling stories with a map.
Yeah, so I think there's another part, actually, Darryl. I hate to introduce new information when we're trying to do a summation, but it's also, and one of the, people have asked, how come I haven't put that map on the Delta State website, for example, right? Why have, I've thrown it up on Facebook as kind of a bitch session, but not pushed it anywhere else. And the reason is, I want to make sure that I'm part of the system, right? When you're working with disaster and emergency response, being an integrated part of the system is important. Otherwise, the actions that you take tend to be really disruptive and can add more confusion to the issue than help. And as geospatial folks, there are so many good, kind-hearted folks willing to donate tons of time, but make it count, make it be part of the system rather than working from outside and creating some kind of chaos. Then my next point is, okay, let's get some consensus and some leadership going on the collection of data. Where is it going to get reported to? How is it going to be accessed? What are the standards going to be? What does each attribute mean? And how are we going to present this information? What are the presentation standards? Let's have a conversation about that. And I think that needs to be part of any COVID task forces. Is the public information officer or whomever needs to kind of take charge of that component. What is the message that we're trying to send, and who are we trying to send it to, so that we can, as geospatial professionals, at least control for our own cognitive bias a little bit more. That's another thing that standards and standardizing presentations does, is it helps remove some of our own cognitive biases. And then I think the last piece of this equation is learn how to segment the information so that it's reaching the appropriate audience at the right time, right? And that's key too, right? And again, those are kind of some leadership types of things that are needed in the crisis right now. It's great to try to have a daily press briefing and talk to the entire country, but that's not necessarily the most effective way of reaching out and getting the message that certain audiences need to hear. Did we lose Darryl?
No, I am still here.
Oh, very still.
Yeah, it's like
pensive.
Yeah, so Talbot and I have had a lot of conversations over time. When he sees me actually not speaking, he gets really worried, and I actually tell him, I do occasionally think before I speak.
He's actually nodded off more often than anything else. But
yeah, it's probably true. Now I'm wide awake, man. I'm good. Listen, it's been great talking to you, and one of the things that we can do is after the fact is if there are some additional calls to action that you want to be able to encourage folks, if people want to come in and do some crowdsource map creation, for example, maybe there are some links that we can throw up there. But we want to thank you for your time and hang in there in the aftermath of multiple tornadoes and flood events. On top of COVID, and luckily you're not dealing, at least right now, with the locusts in East Africa.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
we are watching for the four horsemen. I would pass to the audience too. I think professional development is an important piece of the pie here. You do geospatial, and we have a commitment to always be learning about this. And I'll blow our own horn now. We've got over 30 online courses available through Delta State on everything from cartography to spatial statistics. And I'd welcome any members of the audience to take a class or, grab the degree or whatever. More information is available at deltastate.edu, or just search GIS and Delta State, and you'll find your way to the programs that we offer.
That's great, Talbot, and I want to leave you with one last question too before we pop off. I know Daryl's been doing a lot of questions, and the one thing I wanted to bring up is, how do you think the current crisis will improve the standards that you mentioned that are just not there? And one thing I wanted to highlight with that is, a lot of these problems existed before this. I know we didn't have, we focused on, we obviously had the flu that's been going around, and we had a number of other diseases, but they didn't make as much of an impact as they are now. So we always had this problem with tracking health data around the country, but it's just taken a crisis to realize how bad we needed something like this. So do you think the current crisis will improve the situation and even convert those best practices over existing regular diseases that float around every day?
No. I say somewhat tongue in cheek and with great pain. You know how we get a new standard in the fire service, right? Kill a firefighter. Because very often that's what it takes. Is there's got to be some type of huge consequence. So coming out of COVID, here, until our maps kill somebody, I doubt it. Right? This is going to be kind of scattershot, or people start recognizing there's a lot of bad geospatial information floating around. We need to do better with this. So a lot of the lessons learned in how we approach geospatial and things like search and rescue came out of a congressional investigation on Katrina. Right? You can read that report, and it calls out a lot of stuff. And that was really, really useful to our community. We need something like that to happen here as kind of an after-action report, not for the sake of finding fault or finding blame, but rather identifying strengths and weaknesses and leveraging them to create those standardized approaches. I would love to see more coursework available in geospatial technologies for public health. I mean, it's not saying that they're not there right now. I'm sure they are, but we haven't had the incidents or that trigger mechanism to raise things to that level of, oh, geez, everybody has to do this, right? Or we have to standardize, circle the wagons type of thing. So, in terms of where we are today, no, it may be 2 years from now. I certainly hope so.
All right. Well, once again, Talbot, thank you for joining us today, and I appreciate it. We had a lot of technical issues, and Daryl, for really, your familiarity and relationship with Daryl goes a long way, and helping this be a really interactive conversation with your experience. A lot of technical issues. So for those watching, this is going to be an interesting aftermath from an editing standpoint. So you're going to watch me work some massive magic here. So probably more than I've ever done before, over 200 episodes. So we'll see what happens. Daryl, do you have any last minute words, or we're going to wrap this one up?
Yeah, let's we can wrap it. I also wanted to thank again Talbot and thank you for your 4 dogs being quiet. That's very cool. Yeah, they're all at his feet. You can't see it, but they're all there hanging out. And we started the episode off by having the UPS guy come in, and the dogs were going nuts. That was pretty funny. So thank them for us after we're off the air.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thanks a lot, everyone. We'll talk to you next time. Hi, welcome to Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons, and here with me is John Nelson. John Nelson. I can't believe I messed that up early. He's part of the Esri content team. John, if you can give me a brief introduction of who you are, what you do for Esri, and we'll get started on today's topic.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Adam. Well, first of all, thanks for the kind invitation. It's always a lot of fun to talk map nerd stuff with other map nerds, particularly when even more map nerds are listening. So we'll see how that goes. Yes, I work on Esri's content team, and in particular on the Living Atlas team. So Esri has a thing called the Living Atlas of the World, and it's a little bit like a wiki-like thing where people can upload their data if they want us to host it and disseminate it to folks. It's all vetted by human beings and reviewed and then kind of marked as authoritative so that people can trust it. And it's just a library that we'll also contribute to as well. And we've got relationships with different scientific institutions and governments. And so they'll host their data there. So it's just a good place to keep your data. And it's bursting with data, of course. And one of the things that I get to do is just surf around in that data and think up ways to make use of it, to visualize it, to use our tools in weird and absurd and unsanctioned ways to get some insights from that data.
Great. Now, what brought me to you today is you had an interesting post regarding hospital beds and visualizing hospital beds within, on the map. And there's a conversation on how that evolved too. Can you tell us a little bit more about that blog post, mapping hospital beds, where the data comes from, how you did it, etc.?
Yeah, sure. So I was talking with Esri's chief medical officer, who is just a wonderful person, Esti Guerretti, and she showed me this hospital bed point data that had just been recently shared. And I can let me pull up a link to that real quick. So
let me switch that screen sharing while you're doing that.
Okay. Actually, it happens to be in Living Atlas, but let me see here. So hospital beds, Definitive Healthcare. So Definitive Healthcare released this amazing data. It's point-based data of hospitals in the United States, and associated with each of those hospitals is a count of hospital beds. So it'll say what hospital type it is, whether it's a VA hospital or acute care, long-term, short-term, that kind of thing. And the number of hospital beds that it's licensed for, like how many beds are on the premises, how many beds that in typical times they're staffed to manage and provide care for, and how many ICU beds they have. So it's a remarkable data set. and I was looking at it, and it's points. And I was zooming in. Of course, we all zoom into our neighborhood and see what the situation looks like on the ground for us. And I was thinking, like, how can a person use this for planning purposes? And I was looking around, and I thought it would be nice if I could have some takeaway nuggets of information in an aggregated sense. And I was like, well, what kind of aggregation scheme could I use? Because we've got, this hospital, which Sparrow Hospital, my hometown hospital, and the number of beds that they've got. But how does that compare to the population around it, right? Is that enough beds? What is enough beds? How does that compare to other areas? And so initially I had created a hexagonal tessellation that fishnet covered the whole United States, and I aggregated the number of hospital beds up into those hexagons. And I was showing this to Esty, and she said, well, this is really interesting, but she was looking at the cities, and she said, there's just so many hospital beds in each one of those cities. Is there a more equitable way to break this out? And I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty interesting. And so initially my thought was, well, let's scrap the politically neutral hexagons, which normally I love to use politically neutral shapes in geographic aggregation, because political shapes can be so arbitrary and a lot of the times meaningless or misleading when you're applying it to a certain phenomenon, but not necessarily hospitals and hospital beds. State and local governments obviously care a lot about counties and what county a hospital bed happens to be in. So I thought, let's go with counties. And it's also pretty convenient because I have a wealth of demographic data associated with counties. And so my initial map was rolling up all the hospital beds into counties. And of course, as I want to do, I made a story map where I say, here's all the hospitals in the United States, and here they are scaled by the number of hospital beds that they have. And if every hospital was to fully scale up to the number of licensed beds that they have on premise, if that's possible, here's what that would look like. And I was looking at something that was essentially a de facto population map, right? I mean, any geographer would look at this and go, okay, here we go, another population map. And then they would all email me that XKCD heat map comic where everything was associated with a population density map. And so in order to avoid the inevitable XKCD barrage, I aggregated those into counties and created a proportion of people per bed. So in each county, it's color coded by how many residents there are associated with one bed in that county. And then really all I did was just start paring it back bit by bit by bit until we got into the most extreme counties that had a pretty scary ratio of population to number of hospital beds. And then lastly, my filter was to only show counties with a population of 100,000 or more, just to give a sense of the magnitude in addition to that kind of scary ratio.
Now, this tells a real powerful story here, just with the data alone. Even though you're just aggregating the hospital beds to counties, how often is the hospital bed data set updated?
Well, it looks like this hospital bed data is updated pretty frequently, because I was looking at the metadata. So I was working with a version that I had downloaded about a week ago. And then when I was working with it, I saw they had updated it a few days after that. And so it looks like it's being updated, especially these days. It's not terribly stale, I'll say. It's not necessarily a live feed, but it's updated pretty frequently. And okay. Honestly, I don't know how often hospital beds really kind of change hospitals, but I do know that the staffing number probably would increase dramatically in days like this. But I mean, I should qualify everything that I say with, I am not a doctor and I'm not a healthcare professional, and I'm just barely a healthy person. And so I rely a lot on what Esty has to tell me, and she gave me some really good advice that helped me put this kind of thing together.
And just to go back in your Twitter feed just a second, you got this idea initially from Alex Hill on Twitter, from using the Craigslist, which is the next scenario, right?
Yeah, sure. So this was county based, and I associated it with pre-existing attributes of health and age and food accessibility and stuff like that, just to put that data into context. And I shared it out. And then, yes, Alex Hill said, you know what? It would actually be better if you used your Craigslist zones for something like this. And I was like, I know. Because I thought of using that, and I thought, well, it's nice to, and I'm still glad I did this for counties, because it's nice for people to know they know what county they live in, and so they can dive in and see their county and figure out the ratio of people to beds. But there's just something really interesting about using Craigslist's zones to roll this hospital bed data up into, and so I did that, and it's super simple. I don't know if you can see it, but I tweeted Alex back and I said, yes, you can totally do it. I'll do it right now. And then I did it. I shared the data and I wrote a blog post kind of documenting the process for how to do it. And it's like a 5-minute job, and it was just done in a browser too. So doing a spatial intersection of Craigslist zones to hospitals, summing up each hospital bed type per Craigslist zone. But probably everybody's wondering what the heck a Craigslist zone is, I would imagine.
That's a good question. And the next follow on, if you can answer this too, is what makes Craigslist zones more interesting or just as interesting than counties? Yeah, certainly. They're different. They're different things. They weren't carved up by legislators in the 1850s. They don't have wildly different areas and unnaturally rigid geographic straight borders like counties do. They're more of a natural phenomenon. And by natural, I mean they're a real life proxy for how person-to-person business is done in the United States. So I'm showing you right now, I don't know if you can see my screen, yep,
a blog post I did where I generated these Craigslist zones. I've also in the past called them the United States of Craigslist, based on drive time distances from the named locations within a Craigslist site. So Craigslist.org, it's where you go to buy and sell stuff in your community. And there's a really interesting concept that comes along with that. Okay, community, that's interesting. And it's separated enough that, if I want to buy a kayak, how far am I willing to drive to go get a kayak? Or how far am I going to drive to get a straw bale for the garden? That kind of thing. And so you get these really realistic, very pragmatic economic zones that start growing. And Craigslist doesn't have shapes, right? Craigslist only has website domains, so URLs that you can go to. When I go to Craigslist.org, it immediately redirects me based on my IP address to the Lansing version of Craigslist.org, right? So the Lansing local site of Craigslist. And it does that based on some kind of proximity rules that they have, which frankly, I don't know. I don't know what those are. Those are a mystery to me and probably everybody except for the person who programmed it. Although I will say the first time I made a Craigslist map, one of the developers from Craigslist emailed me and said, this is kind of how we do it. You're on the right track. So that was promising. So anyways, these are geographic regions where people tend to do business. These are the ad hoc transaction zones of people meeting face to face, traveling a certain distance. And I thought, I agreed with Alex, this is a really good fit for understanding the count and the location of hospital beds. Where is a hospital bed? How many hospital beds are in this economic area? The cool thing about having these geographic economic areas is you can start enriching them with all kinds of interesting census data. So I could say, show me the proportion of a senior population in each of these areas. Show me the average income. Show me the proportion of people who are likely to face food insecurity issues.
John, you're about to go into details about your Craigslist zone maps. Can you do that?
Yeah, sure. So the story behind it was about 10 years ago, I was looking at this series of maps that a researcher had made with where'sgeorge.com data. Do you know where'sgeorge.com?
It vaguely sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's pretty hot in the early 2000s, and it's still alive and kicking. So Where's George? You get a dollar bill, and you'd stamp it and say, register me on where'sgeorge.com, and you'd write down the serial number, and you'd say what your zip code is where you had that dollar bill, and then it just enters circulation. And then the next person to register that location, they start tracking this, and it shows, oh, cool, this dollar bill was in, Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and then Gainesville, Florida. And
yes, I do remember that. I saw dollar bills stamped with that all the time back in the day.
Yeah. I don't quite see them as often anymore. Maybe because I just never see money anymore. And the researchers had made the researcher was actually Dirk Brockmann. He's a German researcher, like a astrophysicist or something. And he wanted to understand the connection of human transportation networks and systems with the spread of that virus. And he determined that there was a connection. And then he stumbled upon this Where's George data and thought, okay, the transaction of a dollar bill is a nice proxy for how far people travel. And so he did this study that was like this stochastic model. So it'd run over and over and over and over again, and it would segment the United States into these geographic zones where the dollar bill, a dollar bill, is likely to stay. So like transactional neighborhoods.
Okay.
And it was really fascinating. And I was looking at that map, and a person I was working with at a previous company named Ian Clemens said, I wonder if we can do something like this with Craigslist site data. And I was like, well, that's interesting. And so we went for it. So you take Craigslist's sites, and they list them on their websites. So craigslist.org/sites, I think it is. And you can grab all the named locations of their sites. And some of the sites have like 2 cities, 3 cities, and some of their sites are really vague, like, I don't know, Western Iowa, that kind of thing. And so it kind of represented a lot of manual work. So I geocoded the cities that I could, and then I kind of drew a fuzzy area around the places that were named in a fuzzy way. And then I ran a Voronoi or Thiessen polygon generation on top of those to create areas. Geographers call it Thiessen, but I think Voronoi predates it.
Okay.
So it's just like, here's a dot, here's a dot, here's a dot, and then it draws a polygon around each dot so that you've got these little territories, right? It's a territory building tool based on a seed input. And then I just ran a dissolve based on the named cities that were in the same Craigslist site, that kind of thing. And so you get this basic map of the United States of Craigslist. So where the rubber meets the road, economists' map of the United States. And I always wanted to make it a little bit more realistic, because that kind of method is pretty simple in that there's 2 points. It'll draw a boundary line exactly between those 2 points. But you live near DC, so you know that, traveling doesn't happen as the crow flies. You have to take traffic into account and the road system. And so
unfortunately, all of our roads are built off of old Indian trails and just old trails in general, really.
And just so many people who want to drive on them. Lots of traffic. And so people take that into account. And so what I did was, instead of just doing a simple Thiessen polygon or Voronoi, sectioning of it, I ran a drive time system from each of those locations. So I grew out from those locations drive time zones. So it's not necessarily exactly right in between 50-50 each point. It's how far will a car get if they're traveling at the same general rate on this road system where they meet, and then that's the border. So the drive time based Craigslist zones are much more realistic and practical zoning of the United States. And those are the ones that I ended up rolling the hospital bed data into.
Now, there's a ton of use cases beyond just what you've done for visualization. You just open the aperture with displaying and visualizing it. And obviously, we're not health experts, with that said, but
Sure.
I always see a lot of potential applications, such as, can I type in my address and look for the closest one that might have the most beds available, that type of thing. So maybe I'm more likely to get seen if I have a certain condition. Once again, hypothetically, I can see apps like that working with the medical community.
Yeah, and like you said, for me, it's all hypothetical. I just chat with our medical person once in a while just to make sure I'm on the right track. And she told me that in all of her conversations that she's having right now, it's not about hospitals, it's about hospital beds. And so any way to present hospital bed data in a geographic fashion may be useful to someone. And this is something that maybe somebody in the healthcare industry can see this and say, okay, I can use this to do X or Y, or I can show this to my science team or marketing team or transportation team, and we can do something with this. Maybe a local representative can see this and say, is there any way we can aggregate up the demographics for this Craigslist zone and compare that to the number of hospital beds that are available and see if we can deduce anything. So what I'm trying to do is just push out a lot of tools for discovery and tools for possible use. And like I said, I'm not a doctor and I'm not using these tools myself. I'm a geographer and a map person, and I'm trying to create geographic products that may be useful to somebody who's waging this war right now.
So beyond the blog post, the map itself of the hospital beds on Craigslist Zone is published and people can look through it right now, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Maybe you can share a link to it. I can share a link with you right now to the...
Yeah, so we'll share all the links that we're talking about within the show notes. And this means that the data is open to use and reuse and aggregate even more creative applications to, correct?
Yeah, have at it. Yeah, go for it. So the hospital bed data is available. The Craigslist zone data is available, and this intersection of the two, where I've aggregated the hospital beds into the Craigslist zone, that's available. Additionally, the county level aggregation that I did is available too. I can send you a link to that. So I'm just hopeful that perhaps something like this, if not directly useful to somebody working in the healthcare industry, could get their ideas flowing. So somebody who's not necessarily GIS focused can look at this and say, okay, this reminds me, we can do something like this. And then they can talk with their technical team to hopefully derive something that is useful to them.
Are you inspired to do any additional work and seeing how this evolves further?
Yeah. So I'm working with somebody on our business analyst team, Kyle Watson. And I reached out to him and I said, I'm working on creating zones based on hospital beds. Is there any way that you have a tool, because it's a business set of tools, can you grow a territory based on point locations? He's like, yeah, of course, that's bread and butter of what we do. And so he and I have been working together on this, and he's been taking this hospital bed data and running some models saying, show me a regionalization of the United States where each zone contains the same number of hospital beds, say 1,000 hospital beds. And so the result then is essentially a United States of hospital beds map, which I actually had up a second. Oh, you know what? I was working on it before you called, and it's this. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
So it's just really new, very fresh regionalization of the United States based on equal number of hospital beds. So just one more way of growing territories around the commodity of hospital beds. So I'm hearing right now that, in addition to ventilators, hospital beds themselves are the proxy of the currency of treating this disease.
Once again, this is a fascinating use case for visualizing hospital beds, but on the other hand, adding to it, this is a use case for understanding how supply chain can be analyzed on the country at scale for where people need it most. And so overlaying data such as the current infection rates that you guys have going through the Esri GIS hub might be useful too, correct?
I would think so. If somebody who knows a lot more about this than I do looks at this and says, okay, show me all of the 3M distribution hubs within each of these locations, or show me all of my facilities, warehouses within these locations and their proximity to the territory, then that's great.
No, awesome. Now, John, before I wrap up with you here a little bit, I want to ask, do you have any other plugs for how you see this type of applied use of the data evolving with other people, ideas? And what's your opinion of current maps out there that exist that are displaying, the progression of the coronavirus?
Well, there's so many. It's almost like an election season, where during the election season, all the visual staff from every newspaper is all geared up, and they've got all these plans for how they're best going to visualize it and trump the other newspaper. It's a little bit like that, but of course it's more altruistic, I suppose. It's less competitive, and everybody just trying to paint the most straightforward, best, most useful picture possible. Because we're all in this together, right? This isn't like politics is serious, but this is us wondering where it's coming next. Is it approaching the neighborhood where my 79-year-old father with breathing issues lives, which is my concern right now? And so I'm doing what I can as a map person to help facilitate people looking for insights and hopefully suppressing this sort of thing.
Great. Now, once again, I want to put a reminder out there. We're going to have the links to this map and the data sources that John has referenced within our show notes. This is going to be distributed through all the podcasting networks on YouTube as well. Thank you, John, for coming on and talking about the mapping hospital bed. This is it's been a quick walkthrough, but very insightful of how you did it, and I'm very impressed of how. Well, I was wondering where the Craigslist zoning data came from, and you answered the question right there, and how they even get that, the mystery behind it, basically. It actually reminds me of the story I told on our news segment a couple days ago regarding the Waffle House Index, which is another fascinating data set. And actually some mashup interesting way. I'd almost love to see Waffle House territories used alongside this data too, Yeah,
that would be interesting.
But once again, I want to thank you for joining us. A quick answer the call on Twitter just to pop on the show and talk about this. It's been great.
Thanks for the kind invitation. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, this has been John Nelson with Esri Content Team, and I'm Adam Simmons for Project Geospatial. Thanks everybody for listening. Hi, welcome to Project Geospatial. Here with me for a special interview is Catherine Nakalembe, program lead for the NASA Harvest Africa program. Catherine, can you formally introduce yourself and give us an overview of what the NASA Harvest Africa program is and the fascinating projects you're working on?
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Catherine Nakalembe. I'm from the University of Maryland, and I work with the NASA Harvest program. It's NASA's agriculture food security program with the focus of enabling and advancing the use of Earth observations by domestic and international organizations, including public and private organizations, to benefit food security in agriculture and primarily to support agriculture monitoring. The NASA Harvest as a program is focused on developing end-user-driven activities and research, and we currently have over 29 activities and projects working at field to global scales. And NASA Harvest is NASA's contribution to what's called GeoGLAM, which is the Group on Earth Observations Global Agriculture Monitoring Initiatives. And it was launched in 2017. And in the first few years, there's been a big focus on supporting these activities in sub-Saharan Africa, primarily starting in Eastern Africa. And my role in the program has been supporting and working with national ministries and regional agencies within sub-Saharan Africa to take advantage of the advances in satellite and remote sensing technology for developing their own agriculture monitoring programs. Our work sort of started within Eastern Africa. We started working in Tanzania around 2014. And it was building on this GeoGLAM program activity, which is basically initially focusing on developing what's called the Crop Monitor Initiative. It's the sort of one of the flagship activities of GeoGLAM. And the Crop Monitor Initiative, basically, we have this GIS-based online system that enables any organization to really take advantage of accessing remote sensing information as a basis for doing their own agriculture monitoring, and then build in all the additional data sets that it would typically use for their own typical monitoring, and be able to make assessments on a monthly basis. And so the way we started that is we also supported the countries in using and accessing near real-time remote sensing data, for example, from the MODIS satellite, through this GLAM portal. So GLAM is the Global Agriculture Monitoring portal, which enables pretty much anyone in the world to look at time series of MODIS satellite data, particularly MODIS and DVI, looking at anomalies, looking at trends in the past, and try and understand what that means for current conditions. And so the Crop Monitor Initiative is sort of set up in a way where we can say 4 different levels, where we have a global crop monitor for AMIS, which focuses on bigger producer countries, including the US, Argentina, Brazil, Russia, in Africa, also including South Africa. So these countries' agriculture production has significance in terms of the global market for example, grain crops like corn and wheat. But also it's set up in a way where you have international contributors from agencies, official representatives of agencies like the equivalent of the USDA, making assessment with the basis of remote sensing every month, and then they agree and come up with a consensus on what is actually happening in terms of crop conditions. And the consensus is the product is a very simple, very consumable, digestible product that you understand, where areas are red, things are bad, where things are yellow, things might be bad could get better. And we have these sort of conditions, we call them conditions that range from failure to exceptional. And so building into the crop monitor for MS, recognizing that, yes, now we can probably have a good idea about what's happening in terms of production in bigger producer countries. There's a gap in terms of what is being done in terms of monitoring crop conditions within countries that are at risk of food insecurity. And that led to the development of the crop monitor for early warning. Fast forward, the crop monitor for early warning has a strong emphasis and support from the international community, where we have agencies like the UN, FAO, and World Food Program. FAO is the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, the World Food Program of the UN. We have the Joint Research Commission of the European Union, FuseNet. They make assessments on a monthly basis, and also produce information about conditions in countries that are at risk of food insecurity. So then you have these two systems, and they come together to give you an overview of what's happening in terms of crop conditions. And then what ended up happening then, that sort of identified the gap where we're lacking information that is coming from national governments. And it kind of made sense, national governments, particularly in countries that are at risk of food insecurity, and also countries that are not taking advantage of remote sensing technology for their own assessments. And so what we ended up doing then was developing and customizing the crop monitors into national level systems that then later on was also adapted into what's called a regional crop monitor for Eastern Africa. And so we have active crop monitor portals, if you want to call it that, in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Mali, and there's one that's been in development for Vietnam as well. And the idea is to get the tools and technology and the data in the hands of agencies that are responsible for agriculture monitoring and food security monitoring in these different countries to make and use the tools for their own reporting. And that's led to the establishment of sort of systems that are kind of run on their own, where each country has adopted the crop monitor as an interface to make and support its own monitoring, but then also be able to report continuously. So the one, for example, for Uganda that is hosted in the ministry, in the office of the Prime Minister, has been basically operational since, I think, about January 2015. They've been reporting consistently, annually, monthly since 2015. And that led to them integrating some of the data and the tools that were used in setting up this process for their own national program focusing on disaster risk financing. So they use the GLAM system to access NDVI data, analyze what's happening in the region, in the pilot region, which is called Karamoja, to make sort of figure out what's happening when it comes to relating to food security in the Karamoja region. Maybe I'll pause, and I don't know if I said too much, but I can sort of show you later on sort of what the graphics look like at the different scales, coming from the crop assessments for AMIS, focusing on the bigger producer countries, the crop assessments for early warning, focusing on countries that are at risk of food insecurity, going down all the way to the national level and how the countries have adopted those systems. But I mean, clearly, maybe just to sort of clearly the basis of all of this when it comes to monitoring agriculture and food security is that information and data should form the backbone of the monitoring and reporting. Some countries do not have existing functional agriculture monitoring systems, and a lot of them have huge data gaps. The resources that are required sometimes are just too much for the government to be able to do it consistently and continuously, and they oftentimes take advantage for when there's a project and then they improve something. But there isn't consistency because sometimes things stop. Sometimes the projects are focused on a small region. And so through the NASA Harvest program, the Severe program, for example, helped set up the crop monitor for Kenya. We've been able to sort of support food security in agriculture monitoring by improving the timeliness and the quantitativeness of the data that are being used. So rather than countries continue to make their own decisions on agriculture monitoring without any quantitative data, this has changed where countries are now more and more integrating and using remote sensing information, which gives them national level data that can be, scaled at different levels for them to understand what's actually happening. And I'll pause for now.
Well, let me kind of back up here. You said quite a lot as a great introduction to what you're doing, and tremendous amounts of detail and a lot to talk about. So first off, I want to kind of back up for a second. You mentioned that the MODIS satellite system has been used tremendously through the projects. Just to give a little bit of enlightenment on MODIS itself, so MODIS takes imagery in 36 spectral bands, and I'm sure it's that diversity in spectral bands that gives you a lot of power behind monitoring crops and agriculture in the area. Can you tell us a little bit more about the benefits of using MODIS and maybe what other sensors you take advantage of too?
So the biggest, I think, for me personally, and I guess for people in the community, the biggest push and the biggest contribution of the MODIS satellite right now is that we have continuous data for the last, we're in 2020, so be about 20 years consistently of MODIS data. So we have a long, dense time record. This is really important for when you're monitoring. Monitoring means like, how are things looking right now compared to what they typically are, and how are they likely to unfold? If you don't have a historical record, if you don't have a way to compare and understand what's happened in the past and that what that might mean for production, there's no way to make those types of assessments. So MODIS is enabling us to view the world daily, because there's the MODIS between Aqua and the Aqua and Terra sensors. We have daily data for the whole planet, and then we use composites from MODIS. So we use 8-day and 16-day composites when it comes to agriculture. Not much changes on a daily basis in a lot of places when it comes to crops. So crops don't grow, significantly every day. And so when you start to look at 8-day data, you start to see changes. And for example, the greenness over a long time. And then 16-day, you get a lot more information between, every 16 days, a crop like corn, which is typically harvested within 3 months, you have, sort of a clear trend in terms of greenness. And the NDVI data, 20 years of NDVI data gives you a point of reference for over 16 years. When there was a drought year, you can see that, especially in areas where we don't have any data whatsoever, it becomes really important that you can look at what the MODIS NDVI curve looked like in 2017, for example, and how it does now compare to that. You can combine it with other data sets, of course, rainfall and temperature and soil moisture, and then you're much better able to really give a clear picture about what's happening with crops. And for me, that is really important for monitoring agriculture. The other thing is, of course, that it's timely and it's objective. So I cannot personally change what the satellite data says. I can only report on what it says, and that creates a standard for what everybody's using. MODIS has become really reliable, and it's been around a lot longer, maybe 10 times longer than it was anticipated to be. And there's a follow-on sensor, VIIRS, which is already has been sending data. And the idea will be in the end that we'll combine the MODIS and the various data records to continue MODIS's data, record. The other sensors, of course, Landsat has been critical, especially for learning about crop and agriculture monitoring. The USDA has been using it for a long time. It's a higher resolution data set. Of course, the Sentinels, Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2 sensors have also really significantly changed at the level at which we can look at crops across the globe. Combining that higher resolution data set with the time series, the long dense time series from MODIS, we're much able to, when you're looking at smallholder agriculture, get more granular data about what's going on.
When you say high resolution data, what kinds of data are you looking at? Are you talking about commercial imagery from different providers?
So when it comes to when you compare MODIS and Sentinel-2, Sentinel-2 data is much higher resolution. So you can get like 10 meter, resolution data. So it's not very high resolution. In that case, I would have said very high resolution. With the VHR, we typically refer to it as VHR, because that's then you're talking about the Planet Labs or Worldview 2, Maxa data. And that is, of course, I was going to say for smallholder agriculture, that data actually becomes really critical because we have very, very small fields that are mixed. They have so many different crops. But in an operations sense, you're looking at, huge investments to be able to get data to give you a good time series product, to be able to give you a consistent cropland product for a large country. Even if it's a small country, you're looking at, hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to be able to come up with for example, if you wanted an in-season crop map for one country, it would be really, really expensive. And so we're trying to leverage MODIS's long dense time series, including the fact that it's free, accessible to everybody, improve resolutions through using Landsat data, whereby we get much higher resolution, for example, data. And one of the things that it can contribute to is getting very high resolution crop land masks or crop type masks, and then use those to look at time series for conditions within areas that we find are classified as cropland or crop specific. But even at Sentinel-2 scale, in some places it doesn't actually work. So you find that you need to have like a blend methodology. And through the GeoGlam initiative, what we're trying to do generally is work with everybody in the community. So we have NASA, ESA, we have private companies, you have national governments, national agencies like the USDA or the equivalent in other countries, be able to access more and more technology. So coming up with agreements with private companies that can enable fill these huge data gaps and then help further leverage or take advantage of what the freely accessible data are offering. And in the end, of course, it becomes a mishmash of you have a crop mask from much higher resolution satellite combined with MODIS, long, dense time record, and then you're able to talk about things over time. And then, of course, through partnerships with national agencies trying to access yield information that then can be used for further training of algorithms to be able to derive things like yield or production from satellites. It's much easier in bigger producer countries that have consistent long dense records, but also have bigger fields that you can monitor with Landsat and MODIS, and you cannot do that kind of stuff sometimes in countries where fields are a lot smaller.
Awesome. No, thanks for that rundown. You mentioned a lot about MODIS, and I was always curious about the other providers on how accessible is some of the commercial imagery. You mentioned how expensive it is. Is it easy to obtain for you, some of the either Maxar or Planet Labs products? So, I mean, I guess you could say it's easier because, first of all, I know that it exists in most countries. Most people don't know that those data exist. It's easier too because of through GeoGlam. The GeoGlam is trying to
really, help with negotiating access for countries, because it is really, really expensive. And then also trying to make sure that they're accessing it and maximizing the value of what they're getting. So sometimes countries are not really familiar with what the data could be used for and what value does it add, but they still acquire it and pay for it. And so trying to get them to really understand the value of the higher resolution data. The higher resolution data, of course, is useful in other, if you want to use the word, if you want to use the word use cases. So if you're looking at trying to do flash flooding damage or a landslide in a dense forested area, you need the higher resolution data. But you might not necessarily need it for when you're looking at crop conditions monitoring, but you would need it for when you need to do a crop type map if you're looking at agriculture in very, very small holder, in very, very small areas.
Do you have a use case, or do you take advantage of? You mentioned Sentinel-2, but do you use Sentinel-1 at all for the synthetic aperture radar?
So right now within our group, we have not been working a lot with SAR data. We now have a SAR expert actually who just joined our team, and we're really excited because SAR becomes really critical, especially in areas that are highly cloudy. So a country like Rwanda, for example, you can have the entire growing season, the region is covered in clouds. So the optical data doesn't actually work for looking at how crops are doing. But Canada, who is also a part of the GeoGlam initiative, that is also a part of GEO, the Group on Earth Observations, is one of the leading countries in terms of using radar for agriculture monitoring. And through that, we're trying to look at, what are the essential agricultural variables? Where are the data gaps? How can, what data sets will be required? And so in cloudy areas, radar becomes really, really important. Of course, it's also really important for the use case that I mentioned before, flash flooding and landslides. Typically when flash floods happen, it's during the rain season, it's cloudy, you cannot see through the clouds. So oftentimes when a disaster chatter is activated, countries or organizations such as the UN access optical data from MAXA, for example, like WorldView 2. But these data are only useful when they're cloud-free. And so it can be weeks before you get a cloud-free image. And if you're looking at, real-time warning or real-time damage assessment or guiding field operations for where people might be affected, you can't do that if you have to wait for an image for 3-4 weeks. And so radar data become really, really important for that. And so we're really excited that we now have a radar expert who is going to help, particularly in the cases in Sub-Saharan Africa. A country like Rwanda is really hard. Sometimes when you're looking at the GLAM system, you can have no data for the whole country for a whole 14-day period. So you just have gray, and then how do you then use that if you're trying to provide continuous monitoring for the whole country?
No, thanks for that. So another thing is, with all this data coming in, I imagine that you're starting to get into machine learning problem sets too, correct?
Yeah. So really, machine learning is enabling the entire EO community to be able to do more things quicker, to leverage the this explosion in data. And we have quite a big team that is part of our research and development. And what we're trying to do is bring these machine learning algorithms to implement methodology that's been tested elsewhere and see how it can do within Sub-Saharan Africa. For example, where you have mixed fields, the challenge, of course, it becomes a lot more challenging to, for example, develop a crop type map. So you need smarter ways to do it. And one of the challenges we have also is, in order to train models, machine learning models, for example, you need field data, and you can only collect so much field data. It's very expensive. It's very hard to do consistently over larger areas. And so machine learning enables you sort of, train the algorithm where you have training data and apply it and sort of get a general overview of what's happening in broader areas. And so we have a lot of work that's ongoing with that. One of our, machine learning expert used to study Mars, and it's really exciting that she used to look at the surface of Mars and is now pointing her lens back to Earth, and applying the same algorithms and trying to look at textures and shapes on Earth. And she's really excited about it because, she sees the impact of the work, what it means when it comes to making food security decisions. And it's really also critical because the places where people need support of, be it emergency food aid or development planning, this technology hasn't been, leveraged or used to the extent that it can help.
Awesome. So one thing I wanted to ask you was, you mentioned a lot of programs with NASA Harvest, but how many folks are on site with you to help you out with these problems in Africa?
So our Harvest Hub, which is out of the University of Maryland, is, how many are we? I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but NASA Harvest is Harvest. The broader consortium has over 40 partners. So the partners, when I say partners, it also includes people working in other agencies but are contributing, who are commercial companies or other universities or other researchers. But the hub is a hub. We have, I think there's at least 15 of us. I'm going to say I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. And we have people who are focusing on really improving the crop monitor portals and trying to integrate newer data sets, push through any updates that make it simpler for countries that we're supporting to be able to use them. We have people that are supporting and making sure that the GLAM system, which forms this backbone for scalable assessments, is continuously, online. It's active. It is customizable for countries to do work at the different levels and scales that they want to do it. We have R&D that are trying to leverage any new advances in terms of data sets. So if a newer system comes on board, are we able to bring our methods to take advantage of the new data? How can we integrate those data into our operational monitoring through the two, crop monitor for AMIS, crop monitor for early warning, but then how much of it can be used in an operational sense? Because all the things that we work on with the countries have to be operational. And operational means that it has to be dependable, it has to be working and functioning, it has to have support to make sure that it's available and accessible at all times with minimal investments, most of the time just having internet access. And then, of course, then there's a lot of the capacity development work, which I spend most of my time doing. So I do a lot of capacity development and then a lot of field data, sort of leading field data collection campaigns and capacity. So being able to, when we have a newer project, how can we leverage whatever resources or tools that are being developed in the project to contribute to the broader objective of supporting the countries that we're supporting, not creating confusion, not bringing new things, but then getting them to take advantage of the newer tools that are coming available.
So with being part of the University of Maryland, do students get involved with this as well as some type of outreach or field research to help with their degree programs?
So we have sometimes, like in my case right now, I'm advising a student for their own master's project. Specifically, it's sort of they send out an email asking for students to get topic ideas that they can apply GIS and remote sensing to an everyday problem and demonstrate its value. So we have those very one-on-one and not consistent type opportunities to get students to work on what we're doing. Also, we have sort of graduate assistantships where we have students who are working in computer science who are very, have programming skills, big brains that they can apply and use their, computer science skills towards sort of the stuff that we're doing, and that's actually proven really useful and positive. And of course, some of our core Harvest Hub members, full-time faculty that are advising students and working with students on their PhDs. For example, one of the core members of the Harvest Hub team is actually a PhD student who's doing a PhD focusing on agriculture monitoring in India. And so there's definitely a lot of opportunities to work with students and for them to be involved in our work, and even more internationally. So through some of the trainings that I do, a lot of times I run into students. We're trying to form relationships with universities that we co-develop projects with, that participate in leading some of the field data collection work. I work that when we were doing work in Tanzania, we work with Sokoine University of Agriculture, and they were able to help lead the field campaigns. They were collecting the drone data. They were developing their own experiments, looking at things like nitrogen treatment. Can you see differences in applications of fertilizer in fields with remote sensing? And they developed these really neat experiments where they were focusing on, small fields. So they were collecting multispectral UAV imagery in the field every week and then analyzing it to show the differences in applications of fertilizer, be it the amount or the type, and what it might mean for yield coming out of that particular field. And it's really interesting. But of course, we're limited in terms of resources because the tools and the learning that has to be done requires investment, be it in terms of time or resources. So in order for those field experiments that I was talking about to be able to work, is that we had a master's, I think, and a PhD student who were funded by our project, but were working at the university. They had access to the data that we were collecting. They had access to us to help, in the technical backstopping and in guiding the research. And that made, like a complete project. But when we don't have a project directly supporting this, it becomes a big challenge because there are more people who are interested and want to work with you. But then, of course, you're limited because you can't provide them the resources that they require to be able to develop their projects fully. And we're trying to come up with smarter ways through having systematic relationships with universities to develop master's programs or joint PhD programs that then university students within the countries that we're supporting are able to tap into the Harvest network, but also faculty at the University of Maryland and their faculty to be engaged and more fully aware of what we're trying to do.
Great. Now, so let's see. One thing I wanted to also ask you was about how you got involved with the program, and what were your roots for getting involved with NASA Harvest and just the level of impact now you're making in Africa?
So I was born and raised in Kampala. Actually, I grew up in Uganda. And I did my undergrads there. And right when I was finishing my undergrad, I had some exposure to GIS and remote sensing, which was really exciting. And we had a computer lab on campus, but with, of course, very minimal resources. Some computers had licenses, others didn't. We had an introductory course to remote sensing and GIS, but not to the level of detail that, of course, you would want, especially because it was just starting. And so I was really interested in advancing my career, but more so to continue my education. And I really wanted to not do it in Uganda because I recognized that I was barely scratching the surface. But then also, I think in the back of my mind, and I realized this a lot later when I was starting my PhD, that I want to be able to access, international education and gain skills and knowledge that then I can apply back home in Uganda to a development problem. And so when I finished my undergrad, I applied to a few programs in the US. My big sister was in New York at the time, and I got into the master's in geography and environment engineering at the Johns Hopkins University. It was really, really exciting. Exciting also because the program that I got into was only 50% tuition remission. So I had to come up with the other 50% in my accommodation. And we didn't have any money. I mean, the only reason why I was able to do my undergrad is because I qualified for a government scholarship. And so it was sort of an exciting time for my family. My mom is like really supportive, and she really wanted me to really do this because I always wanted to study. I always, from when I was a child, I always wanted to study. My other love was badminton, so it was between doing environmental science and sports science. And I was very lucky that I went, for the environmental science program. Of course, that was enabled by that scholarship that I from the Ugandan government. And so it was exciting because I arrived in Maryland. I got my student visa, arrived in Maryland without a clear plan because, you can't register unless you pay tuition, right? So through these, at the time, there's a big proliferation of these microloaning programs. So through women networks, they could apply for loans. And my mom was part of this. She was just barely getting her business to work well. And so she got a bunch of loans. I think she borrowed money from all her friends. And then through that program, and we're able to pay for the first semester. It was you could do the program in a year and a half or a year or 2 years. It was entirely up to you because once you're registered, you could take as many classes as when you're full-time. The way it worked, which is so fantastic, after I understood how it works, is you could take as many classes as you wanted. And I couldn't believe it, Imagine where you have these online resources, this huge library where you can get anything. Of course, it doesn't make sense to people who have had access to those types of things. But when you're coming from a university in Africa where just having an ArcGIS license at the time was, even today, is, it's a miracle. And then having access to research articles, they could just go click download or go to the library and get it. You can get any book you want. It was so exciting. So after I figured out that you can do as many classes as you want, of course I did as many, and I barely got any sleep. Also because I was trying to maximize all the money that my mom was basically fundraising from everybody. So I was trying to take as many as possible. I think in my second, so I did my master's in 9 months. In my second semester, I think I took 8 classes. Of the 8, 7 were 3 credit classes, and 1 was a 1 credit class because it was a preparation for university teaching class. And I did I did everything from environmental policy to climate change policy to infectious diseases. It was something like introduction to health something in developing countries. But this was on top of me doing my geography and environmental classes, which were required. And I did some really cool classes. That program sort of, introduced me to like math foundations for decision making, which opened up my mind, of course, in a way that I didn't know at the time. I didn't realize because it was so hard. It was so hard. I remember this class. It was so hard. We're trying to do everything from optimization of energy consumption to, I remember this risk analysis class where some of what we were trying to do is figure out, like, if there's a power out, where's the best place to start to turn the power back on if you were an electric, company. And of course, when I was finishing that program, this was 2009, said 2008, May 2000. I started in August 2008. And then I finished in May 2009. And this is when it was almost impossible to get a job in the US. So I finished my fancy program. I was really excited, but I couldn't even get a job to work for. I basically was technically free labor because after you finish your master's, you can do optional practical training and work for a company and gain some skills before you have to go back. And so I got this permit, but I didn't really have anywhere to work. So I ended up volunteering for the sustainability initiative at the Johns Hopkins University. And then there's a limit to how long I could volunteer. I had to actually get a paid job or leave the country. And this was May. I basically had about until December to actually apply into a PhD program. So I recognized, of course, when I was doing my master's that, oh my God, there's just so much knowledge out there, and there are so many resources, and you could do so many different things. But I still haven't had the opportunity to develop my skills to do something that I can, go directly and apply back home. So I looked for PhD programs that would combine remote sensing and GIS. I knew I wanted to do more of that, do more mapping. One of my favorite classes in my undergrad was, being able to do field work and go out in the field and map. And so I got into the program at Maryland for a PhD in geographical sciences. And that's how I started looking into drought and agriculture monitoring purely. So when I met my PhD advisor, I didn't know at the time that he was my PhD advisor. We had this meet and greet the faculty. I was very shy, of course. I'd only been in the US a year. And the point of meet and greet is so you could talk with faculty, but I was sort of navigating through the crowd and really avoiding everybody, I think, in some sense. But he came and asked me, he was the chair of the department, and he came and asked me, so tell me about yourself. Of course, they'd gone through all the applications, so he had a slight idea who everybody was. So I told him, well, I'm from Uganda, and I'm really excited for this program because I feel like I'll have the opportunity to work on a problem back home, and I'm really excited for it. And I'd looked through a bunch of faculty that were working in Africa, applying remote sensing. There was this big group on forest monitoring, which now is even much bigger. It's called the Global Land Lab, if you want to call it. I think it's called the Global Land Lab, and it's led to the development of the Global Forest Watch platform through the development of these forest change products from Landsat data. And so it was really, really exciting, but I didn't know how I was going to approach everything. And so he said to me, it's so funny, he just said, well, you sound interesting. You should come meet me in my office, set up a meeting next week. So I set up a meeting and went to meet him. This is August, I think. August 28th, I think, is when the semester begins. So probably about September when I went to meet him. And so, of course, he told me again, to tell him about myself, and I did. And then he said, how would you like to go to Uganda to do field work? I was like, what? It was amazing. First of all, I had no idea when I'd ever go back home, because I couldn't afford to take it back home, and I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to get back and everything. But there's that. But then I was getting the opportunity to do what I wanted to do, go home and study and learn all of these things. So over the course of my PhD, I got to do a lot of field work back home, learn actually how to work back home. And that's what I've sort of been developing to build to build the relationships that I've formed with the ministries that we work with in all the different countries, because I have this unique perspective where I've been lucky enough to have access to cutting edge science, cutting edge scientists and tools and methods. I mean, I get to meet like the director of the NASA Applied Sciences program. I get to meet the people who are on the cutting edge of land use land cover change, because I use my graduate assistantship was with the NASA Land Use and Cover Change program. You'd be in the room with like Jim Tucker. It was like, so like you're getting constantly starstruck, and you're like, oh, I read this name in the paper. How can this guy be in this room? And so building onto that, I was able to do my PhD focusing on northeastern Uganda. I'd never been there before in my life, but I was always excited for adventure, focusing on agriculture and drought. Through GeoGlam enabled me to form a relationship with them in the office of the Prime Minister here, because Uganda at the time was co-chair for GeoGlam. I didn't know anything about that at all. And the co-chair from Uganda, when I came back, my PhD advisor asked me to go meet with them. So I went and met with them, and then, I got my footing there. And then we got a funding project from the Gates Foundation, a funded project from the Gates Foundation called STARS, Inspiring a Transformation in Agriculture Through Remote Sensing, with a big focus on Tanzania. So then I started working in Tanzania, and I was really excited to sort of, first of all, go do field work in Tanzania. I love being in the field, and then meeting all these amazing people and understanding the needs and how we can, best contribute. And fast forward, Maryland competitively won the NASA Harvest Consortium. So Harvest is run outside of NASA, specifically to be nimble, to use this word that was used more recently in the meeting that I was in, to be able to deal with different stakeholders and respond to them, and work with them flexibly without all the bureaucracy and all the challenges with working with working with a U.S. government agency, and that's been really, really fantastic for me. And so I've last year in November, I won this Group on Earth Observations Individual Excellence Award, and it's just basically because of the work that I've been doing, over a long time period. I think people were impressed that I could do so many trainings back to back. Like I used to do, I think at some point they call it a crop monitoring tour or something like that, where I trained in Uganda, in Kenya, in Rwanda, and then I did a regional training within a 3-week period. I think it was 3 or 4 weeks. And of course, some of the work that I was able to do for my PhD also helped inform this disaster risk financing program that was designed in a way to help the community in northeastern Uganda, my PhD focus area, to be able to access emergency funding to help communities overcome the challenges of when there's a drought. And that was really, really I feel like I should have just retired after that, because the impact was very positive, tangible in and out, that, all the assessments and the analysis and all the data that I've been exposed to and all the tools have sort of directly given back to the community where I was working. There is now interest in developing that into a national level program in Uganda. And actually, Uganda got an award for that program. Also, they got a it's called Earth Observations for SDGs Award for integrating Earth observation and decision making, because in 2017, we have this quote from Martin Awar, who is the commissioner in the Office of the Prime Minister. He presented about what they've been able to achieve through integration of EO through GeoGlam. And he says that 2017 was the first year that they were able to act proactively. So in 2015, there was an opportunity where we used satellite data to talk about the severity of drought. And this is part of what I was doing in my PhD. And that led to an immediate decision that there's a big problem. We're going to send emergency aid in that region. Fast forward 2 years later, in 2017, there was another drought. And because this DRF, disaster risk financing project, had just started, the country was able to use the disaster risk financing program money to support families to work not in agriculture because crops were failing, but to work on other projects and get some income to overcome, the loss of resources and assets during the drought period. And it's over the 5 years of the project, they've been able to support over 300,000 households. And when you multiply that to the number of people, the average household, it's about 350 times 5 times 6 people over the course of the program. And it's been very positive, and there's strong interest for the country to develop it beyond just that area where it was being developed, but then also trying to integrate more EO into other monitoring, for example, for landslides and flash flooding and forest monitoring. So I'm sort of now connecting forestry agencies to the GLAD lab at Maryland, and there's interest in pollution monitoring, all of these things. So it's been very positive. It's been a very long, but very positive journey, and I was very lucky to have gone down this path and be able to, I think, contribute and work with many people around the world and learn from them.
That's amazing. That's once again just how many people you're involved with, the level of impact you're able to make while you're out there, it's incredible what you've been able to accomplish, and actually, especially a short period of time as well. With that said, I think you just opened the door to just tons of topics in the last 50 minutes, but unfortunately we don't have that much time. So I wanted to put that off there. If you have any last plugs that you want to talk about for the program in the last couple minutes here, as we wrap up, what would those be? Any either advice to young folks who want to get involved, or any interesting tidbits about the current projects you're working on you just want to give a quick shout out to, that type of thing?
Wow, I guess I would do all the above.
I know, right?
For young students or researchers or people working in agencies that are interested in working with us, Harvest is, we have a very the director of the Harvest program, Dr. Becker Ishaf, is really interested in partnerships and leveraging each individual's skills and each individual organization's skills to sort of build this strong community. And so we're open to partner, and we're interested in working with small companies who are developing applications and that have a lot of potential for helping support agriculture monitoring. In Africa, there's a lot of ongoing initiatives, and we're really excited to be able to partner with people, be it on field data collection or applications for sending back information to farmers, for example. And we're really we open. There's information on the NASA Harvest website. You can reach out to, there's a form you can fill out, and they'll direct whatever question anybody has to the right person, and we'll definitely be in touch. In terms of, I guess a shout out is, I'm very fortunate to work in a very accommodating group and team that's very supportive. I'm also a young mother of twins, and it can be impossible, I think, to be able to balance a career and keep growing. And I have to say that after having my sons, well, first of all, I kept it secret because I didn't know what was going to happen. But then after having them, there was this time when I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to manage and get back. And once I gathered myself brought myself together. I had a very supportive team that was very flexible in terms of my working arrangements, and I think they haven't been disappointed. But just I have to say, a big shout out to the NASA Harvest directors, science team, Dr. Chris Justice, who was also my PhD advisor. So it's been very supportive throughout my career as a person, and also, I guess the shout out would be to the GeoGlam community that is trying to synthesize and reduce the noise and the challenges in working in a fast changing community. So EO changes every day. There's so many players coming on the scene, and there's so much funding and resources coming. But unless that is sort of done in a way that is contributing to existing work, it doesn't make sense. It just creates confusion, and the progress that we make is very minimal. And the GeoGlam community is trying to make sure that whatever is coming on board is contributing to a much broader objective, and that we're not straining our end user, but are actually supporting them. There's another point that you said I could talk about, but I don't remember it anymore.
It's all right. Well, like I said, you opened up the door to a lot of different topics during this episode, and I really appreciate you coming on and joining us to talk about the NASA Harvest Africa program. And sometime down the road, I'd like to come back and discuss your projects in more detail, especially since you said you had a lot of visual examples to showcase, and I'd love to go over those in the future. But since we're wrapping up on time, I want to let everybody know that we'll put links to the NASA Harvest program within the show notes. And if you have a preferred contact information, Catherine, for NASA Harvest, please go ahead and send that to me in an email. I'll include that as well. And trying to think if there's anything else. But once again, appreciate your time. And this episode is going to be on a combination of Twitch, YouTube, and multiple podcasting platforms of your choice. The Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Radio Public, a bunch of others. You'll be able to, everybody will be able to find us and listen to us. This is Adam Simmons with Project Geospatial with guest Catherine Nakalembe from the NASA Harvest Africa program. We will talk to you later, and thanks for listening, everybody.
Thanks, Adam. And I should have said a big shout out to you. Thanks for being patient and managing.
No worries. Pleasure.
With my internet. This is a great initiative. Actually, I was going through some of the things that you have, and I should have said this before. I connect with a bunch of students, and I always send them anything that is useful. And I like the one that you have. You have a whole thing on machine learning, and I always want to send these resources to students that don't have, access to those types of things.
Well, we're going on just a little bit further about plugs there. Actually, what I'm also working on is an educational webpage as well for resources that include open data sources, not just for natural disasters, but any open data sources include, world boundary files, maybe ports, airport shape files, refineries, just openly available data that include imagery that people can access, not just from government sources, but anything that the commercial providers will put out there that's easy to grab, that doesn't require anybody to pay for. So I'm slowly working on that page, but hopefully yourself or others can take advantage of that once I release it in the coming weeks. So,
awesome.
But I'm humbled that you like what I have, and hopefully others, keep us running too. So appreciate it.
Appreciate it too. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons, and back with me is Dr. Tanya Harrison, aka Tanya of Mars. Tanya, go ahead and reintroduce yourself and give us a rundown of who you are, what you currently do, and we'll kick off the conversation from there.
Sure. So I'm Dr. Tanya Harrison, and I call myself a professional Martian because I've spent the last 10 years working on different Mars missions and science on the Red Planet. But right now I do more earthly things for Planet Labs as their manager of science programs on the federal side of the company. My background is in geology with a specialization in Mars and also earthly analogs for Mars, so things like the Arctic and the Antarctic. And then I also have degrees in astronomy and physics from my undergrad. So I started in the stars, and then I moved my way down to Mars.
And then back to Earth.
And then back to Earth, yeah.
So what does that mean? Why did you come back to Earth? And we'll dive into your Mars experience here, but why come back to the Earth focus?
I figured Earth is in a little bit of a crisis right now, and I felt like I could maybe do some more impactful work if I came back home for a little bit. I guess there could be some debate between my friends which one is actually my home planet, but I felt like I needed to do some stuff here for a little while.
Extremophiles. What does that mean? Looks like that's a question from the chat room.
It sounds like they're asking if I worked on astrobiology. So extremophiles are a specific type of life on Earth that can survive in, as the name would suggest, really extreme environments. So really hot or really cold or really acidic. And we see these as things that would be the most likely creatures to be able to survive on a place like Mars. I haven't done much in the way of astrobiology research other than looking at places on Mars that might have had water in the recent past, but not any of the actual biology study.
So when you were looking at Mars, this is Mars from a satellite point of view, perhaps looking at the geology of Mars itself, correct?
Right. So I started working on a satellite called the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, and I worked in operations for two of the cameras aboard there, the context camera, or CTX, which takes really large panchromatic, so grayscale images of the planet at 6 meter resolution, which means you can resolve things about the size of a school bus on the surface. And then another camera called the Mars Color Imager, or MARCI, which takes full color mosaics of Mars at 1 kilometer resolution. So it's pretty low res, but we take these images every single day to monitor the weather on Mars. And that way we can look at how the weather patterns are changing over time. If there's any weather that might be impacting any of the landers or rovers that are on the surface. And we use it to pick future landing sites because we don't want to send something to a place on the surface that always gets dust storms, for example. We don't want to end up like, Matt Damon in The Martian.
And comparably, from what type of imagery and what type of satellites you used for looking at Mars, comparably, what kind of resolution is that compared to something like Landsat or maybe some of the high resolution satellites that you're dealing with Planet?
So the context camera, it sits somewhere in between Planet and Sentinel-2. So Sentinel-2 is 10 meter, Planet is 3 meter, and CTX is 6 meter. So it's right in the middle there. But we don't get color imagery with CTX, unlike Planet or Sentinel-2. The MARCI camera is lower resolution than even like Landsat or MODIS, but we're not really using it to look at the surface. We're only looking really at the atmosphere and large scale changes in what we call albedo patterns. So if you look at Mars through even a really rudimentary telescope, if it's close enough, you can see that there are light areas and dark areas. And those are just differences in how much dust is on the surface in any given spot. So the darker areas are less dusty than the brighter areas. And that changes over time when you have dust storms and things like that. So we watch how those patterns change every year after the dust storm seasons come and go.
Is there a specific area of Mars that you focused on the most?
So my studies were pretty global. I was focused on a particular landform called gullies, and these are small channels that are carved on slopes, mostly the walls of impact craters, in the middle and high latitudes in both hemispheres. And so I spent many years looking at over 70,000 CTX images of the planet and mapping out where all of these gullies were and their orientations to try and figure out how they might have formed. Because the idea when they were discovered back in the late 1990s was that these were formed by flowing liquid water on the surface of Mars in the relatively recent past. So geologically speaking, tens to hundreds of thousands of years. And then in 2006, we found out that some of these were actually active today. We saw places where there were new flows of material through these channels. And so they became this hot topic in Mars science. How do you have things flowing in these channels that look like they were carved by water during a time in Martian history when liquid water shouldn't be stable on the surface for any long periods of time? And from that, people thought that there was a huge climate influence on how these might have been forming. So I mapped them all out across the planet to try and figure out what was going on. So instead of focusing on a particular place, because we had this camera that took these giant high resolution images to do global studies, we were able to look at everything rather than just saying, I'm going to focus on this one crater or this one area.
Well, I feel like you left a little bit of a cliffhanger there. Did we ever figure out what that is, or is that study still ongoing?
I published the results of it a few years ago. The ideas are still a little bit debated in the science community. The general consensus seems to be that the channels themselves were originally carved by probably melting snow or ice that collected on the walls of these craters back when Mars was tilted at a different angle to the sun than it is today. So right now, the Earth and Mars are both tilted about 25 degrees toward the sun. And though the ice distribution on the surface is really similar, Mars has polar caps like we do, and it has ice in the higher latitudes. But the Earth wobbles on its axis by a couple of degrees, and Mars wobbles on its axis about just 60 degrees. And so when it wobbles, the ice moves on the surface. So the ice that's at the poles today ends up migrating to what is now the equator. And then as that tilt goes back, the ice retreats back up toward the pole. And that retreating area is where we find all of the gullies. So probably there are a remnant of that ice retreating. But then the stuff that's flowing through the channels today might just be bits of stuff that are lubricated by frost. And then as that frost starts to sublimate, so it goes directly from solid to vapor without ever it doesn't go through the liquid phase, it forms a little bit of gas underneath the particles of dirt that are stuck in those channels, and it lets them flow downhill. So you have a combination of some traditional processes, stuff we would see on Earth, and then some more exotic processes, because we don't tend to have these gas lubricated flows unless you're looking at something like a pyroclastic flow out of a volcano, and that's at a completely different scale, completely different velocities. Like you need a volcanic eruption to make that happen.
Well, and that overlaps with my next question is with how you look at Mars, how translatable is it looking at Earth, right? You just pointed out some very unique things studying another planet.
In general, Mars and Earth are really similar. Mars has volcanoes, river channels, lakes, a lot of the kind of stuff you see on the Earth. So that's how we know that probably in the ancient past, Mars was a lot more like Earth. It had a lot more water flowing all over the surface, but then something happened to turn it into this pretty dry, arid, cold place that we see today. Mars is a cold polar desert. But there are some things on Mars that are a little bit trickier to explain. For example, a lot of features on the surface of Mars are much larger than they are on Earth, and the difference in gravity between the two planets isn't enough to explain that. So the gravity on Mars is about 38% out of the Earth's. The volcanoes on Mars are typically very, very massive. Mars has the largest volcano in the solar system, which is 3 times taller than Mount Everest, and the base of it is about the size of Arizona, so it's absolutely massive. Mars also has gigantic polygonal terrain in the higher latitudes, so this is something we see a lot in the Arctic on Earth, where you have freeze-thaw action in the soil, and it kind of pushes boulders out to the edge of these polygon shapes. But the ones on Mars are orders of magnitude bigger than the ones on the Earth, and we can't figure out mechanically how to explain why they're so large. So we have ideas of how things form on Mars because we have these analogs on Earth, but there's still some weirdness that we don't know how to explain yet.
So you would say that, I think I've heard occasionally that Mars is a dead planet. It's far from it. It's a very active planet, right?
It is. I think most people assume it's just this dead red rock floating out in space, but we see a lot of activity. And I think the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is what really opened our eyes to that, because before we just got snapshots. We didn't have a lot of repeat coverage, and we didn't have enough aerial coverage to really get these complete pictures. But with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, we discovered things like avalanches of dust and ice coming off the edge of the polar caps. And we caught those as they were happening. So we see these dust clouds kicking up off the edges of the polar cap. So we're flying over while avalanches are happening, which really blows my mind. We see new impact craters forming all the time. We can see dust devils darting across the surface and leaving tracks behind. All sorts of stuff like that. And so it's really cool to be able to see how dynamic Mars actually is. It's still much less dynamic than the Earth, comparatively speaking, but compared to pretty much any other rocky body in the solar system, Mars is pretty active.
I think this is a good time to bring up a question from the chat room. As one of the individuals has pointed out, there's some conflicting information about whether or not Mars has tectonic plates, and that goes into the topic of geomorphology, correct?
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of confusion when we talk about tectonics, because there isn't any evidence that Mars had plate tectonics like the Earth has, but there was tectonic activity on Mars. So we see things like extensional fractures. We see places where you've had stuff that's moving around, but we don't have anything like plate tectonics where plates have crashed into each other, or subduction zones or anything like that. As far as we can tell, there isn't any other body in the solar system that has undergone plate tectonics besides the Earth, with the exception of maybe Jupiter's moon Europa, which has some kind of funky ice tectonics going on. So you have plates of ice that are interacting with each other. But in general,
not to get off of side topic too much, but do you think that would have to do with just the tremendous amounts of gravity issues going on with the planet, with the moon going around a planet that size?
Oh, for sure. You have a combination of that, and then you have the ocean that's inside of Europa. So you have something that's lubricating this action, combined with Europa is just getting squeezed like crazy as it goes around Jupiter.
Great. And talking about other planets, beyond Mars, what would you, and beyond Earth, what would you say a good planet is to study within our solar system, and why would that be important?
So other than Mars, I have a soft spot for Enceladus, which is one of the moons of Saturn. And Enceladus is really, really cool because it has geysers shooting out of its south pole. And these are geysers that are shooting out bits of water ice and organic material that we were able to observe with the Cassini mission. And there's so much of this material that is spewing out of the south pole of Enceladus that it has actually made an entire ring around Saturn. So if you Google Saturn E ring, you'll see a lot of really beautiful pictures of this gossamer looking ring that is really diffuse compared to what you normally see when you look at pictures of the rings of Saturn. And that is all stuff that has just come out of this moon. And so we think that this is forming from there's internal heating inside of Enceladus. It's created this pocket of liquid water only at the South Pole for some reason. And then there's a set of what we call the tiger stripes, which are these fractures that are warmer than the rest of the planet. And that's where these geysers are coming out. So we know that we have warm liquid water with organic material in this spot. And those are all the happy conditions that you need on Earth, at least, for life to thrive. So I think that Enceladus is a really great place for us to look and see if we can find any of the building blocks of life, or maybe even some kind of microbial life that's hanging out there right now.
So you did mention organic material in that sense. What does that exactly mean?
Organic material just means that it has carbon in it. I think this is another thing where sometimes the media gets a little bit confused. Like, we've discovered organic material on Mars, for example, but it doesn't imply that there's life there. It just means that there is something there that had carbon in it, and it's a thing that is useful for life, but you don't need life to form organic material.
Okay, no, that's a great clarification, so that answers that about studying a moon of Saturn. So my always favorite was studying maybe Europa or something like that, like you mentioned earlier. But Saturn's unique. I don't think that it gets enough credit for for what's there.
Yeah.
So just to kind of back up a little bit and talk about the imagery as it applies to Earth for a second. High resolution satellites are being developed and being released year after year right now, right? Focusing on Earth. Planet's a good example. Maxar has a lot of high resolution imagery as well. Do you see any use for high resolution imagery in other planets? You mentioned the low resolution imagery of Mars. You think we might push a high resolution image satellite out there too?
So we already have a high resolution camera on that same satellite. It's called HiRISE, the High Resolution Imaging Science Experiment, and it takes 25 centimeter per pixel images in panchromatic, so black and white, and 1 meter image. 1 meter resolution images in color. So the footprint of that is really small. So that's why CTX is called the context camera. It takes these larger images that are meant to be the context for these smaller footprint high-rise images. So if you've ever seen any of the really gorgeous color images of Mars that are not from the rovers that have come out over the last decade plus, it's probably something from HiRISE. We also have a 50 centimeter imager around the moon called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera. And with that, we've been able to see things like all of the landing sites for the Apollo missions. And you can even still see the tracks that the astronauts walked, like between the lander and, say, instruments that they set up. And you can see tracks where they drove around the rovers on the moon as well, which is really cool. It's like if you ever needed proof that we were on the moon, you can see all of it at all of the landing sites with this camera.
No, that's impressive. And actually, that resolution is just as good, if not better, than a lot of the imagery satellites here on Earth, between 0.25 meters and, you said, 1 meter imagery. So that's impressive. Just it's very comparable. And so kind of getting into, I want to talk briefly about a plug for your book, For All Humankind. Tell me a little bit about that, what it is, and just the insight you gained from it.
Sure. So I was always interested in how the Apollo missions impacted the rest of the world. And when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the surface of the moon, one of the things that they did was they read aloud the text on a plaque that's on one of the legs of the lunar lander. And the plaque says, "Here, men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969. We came in peace for all mankind." And there are a lot of other pieces that are associated with the mission that reflect peace. The eagle on the mission patch is carrying an olive branch. The mission carried a small microscopic disc with messages of goodwill from leaders all around the world on it, most of them in their own languages. And so it made me wonder, whenever we hear about the Apollo mission in the United States, it tends to be with a very patriotic lens. America beat the Russians to the moon. This is something that we did as Americans. But what did the rest of the world think? What was the lens like in this thing where the mission was being broadcast as this accomplishment for all of humanity? And so I sought to find people from around the world who either watched or listened to the moon landing live as it happened, but grew up outside the United States. And I specifically didn't want to talk to people that work for NASA or in the space program in general, because we've heard those stories before. It's really common to find people that say they were inspired by Apollo to become an astronaut or become a planetary scientist. But I wanted to know how this affected school teachers in India, or just, an average person from Africa. How did this event impact all of these people? And so I managed to track down 8 people across 5 different continents, ranging from the age of 5 at the time of the landing to 44. So huge range of backgrounds, ages, expertise areas. And the theme that came out from all of them, this is a bit of a spoiler, so I hope you guys still want to read the book anyway. But the common thread across all of them was that all of these people felt like this was a human achievement. They didn't care that it was America versus the Russians, generally speaking. They just thought it was amazing that humans had the ability to build this stuff and go to the moon and walk on another body in the solar system. And a lot of them felt like they were part of it, even if they were something like, we have a young boy who grew up in Iran, and he felt like he was part of this mission, even though he was just a child and was not connected to the space program in any way other than the fact that he loved reading science fiction. And so it was really fantastic to see across all of these different backgrounds of people that they felt like this was something where we came together as a species and accomplished something amazing. And it made me wonder, what's next? Like, what is our next Apollo moment that will bring people together again for something good and happy, to realize that we can accomplish amazing things?
What do you feel like that next Apollo moment could be?
I've been thinking about it a lot from this experience, and I've had a really hard time coming up with an answer, because I think part of the interview process left me a little bit pessimistic, just thinking about how disconnected we all are today. Everybody's brains are firing at 20 different things a second, and people aren't really necessarily aware of what's going on around the world or even in space. And I give a lot of talks all around the world, and I get serious questions from people who ask if I've been to space, if The Martian was based on a true story, if there are people living on the moon right now. They're not aware that we haven't gone back to the moon. They're not aware that we've never gone to Mars. So in terms of space, I don't know what the next thing will be. Like, if we go back to the moon or we send our first human mission to Mars, I don't know if we have the ability to be brought together in the same how our attention spans are now compared to 1969. But
So
I
you
really
feel like
hope
so this, in some ways, do you feel like science fiction, although is tremendously inspired our culture for space, but it also could have watered down the motivations and understanding of what's really going on?
Oh, it's an interesting way to word it. Possibly. I think there's also just a little bit of a disconnect between fiction and reality in ways that it's a little tricky to overcome right now. But like I said, I'm hoping that I'm wrong. Maybe when we do send the first humans to Mars, and if it's a truly international mission, it's not just America is going to Mars. It's, hey, this multinational effort between America and Canada and the European Space Agency and India and Japan. If they all come together to have this mission, I think that would be very impactful. But I'd be curious to see how people react to it, given the 21st century mindset of all the other things that are going on in our lives.
Do you think it's more of a motivation if there's some type of economy or industry behind it, such as asteroid mining, or perhaps, or should we just shoot for the Mars and establish a colony? Does that make any sense?
I mean, having some kind of commercial motivation definitely helps in terms of funding. You know, like Elon Musk has SpaceX to try and send humans to Mars, and that is his sole goal for basically everything that he does. So it depends on if you are doing something for commercial benefit, or you're doing something because you already have the finances, but you want to better humanity by creating this base on Mars, or are you doing it for scientific exploration? So do you have the space agencies of the world come together to create an outpost on Mars where they're doing research, kind of like what we do in Antarctica right now? I don't think there's a right or wrong answer necessarily. I would just love to see us get there one way or the other. So I'll take whoever can get us there first, provided they, do it in an ethical way.
That makes sense. We haven't left Earth from an orbital standpoint since the moon landings, so it would be nice to move forward.
Yeah, definitely.
No, thanks for that insight and an overview of your book. And we'll have links to your book within the show notes. Once again, that's For All of Humankind. I think that's a fascinating topic. I'd love to understand what individuals' perspectives were during the time of the moon landing. And it's incredible you were able to interview all those individuals, considering how old they were at the time. You mentioned the range all the way up to 44. That's incredible.
Yeah, he was a Holocaust survivor who now lives in Toronto. So his perspective is incredibly powerful because, as he put it, he's lived through the worst of what humanity is capable of and the best of what humanity is capable of. And I thought that was a really striking message, to think about how much one person can go through in their life and see such a wide range of things.
That's great. Now, I want to pivot slightly towards away from the space topic for a second and talk about women in science. And I want to talk about the challenges for women in science from your perspective and advice you would like to give young women. For example, I have 2 daughters. One of them's not interested as much in space, but she's very mathematically inclined. The other one's very interested in space, especially at a very young age. So I'm hoping they stay in it, but I want to hear your thoughts on that.
So we still have a lot of work to do in terms of women in science. The gender balance is getting better. There are definitely more women in the field, and I see it when I go to conferences now. You can look at the audience, and there's a huge gap between sort of older male-dominated age group and then the younger generation, where it's much more gender diverse, much more ethnically diverse. Like, you can see the wave of change that's coming through the community. And we're seeing pretty good numbers in terms of women graduating with degrees in STEM-related fields. But we have what's often called the leaky pipeline. So women tend to be driven out after graduation by things like sexual harassment or biases against women, the attitude that some places take toward women wanting to have families. And so we need to be working together to make the community itself more welcoming to women so that we don't lose people for these reasons, because you have people that have incredible ability, but then they just feel like the field isn't meant for them to stay. And so they leave and they go do something else. But I do feel like in the time that I've been in the field, it's gotten better. But it's not perfect. So I'm hoping, by the time your daughters are old enough to come into this, these won't be conversations that we have to have anymore, because everybody will just be accepted for who they are and their ability, and we can just, move things forward.
Well, maybe it would help if, can you talk about some of your career inspirations along the way that have gotten you where you are today?
The biggest ones were just following active missions. So I got really interested in Mars because of the Pathfinder mission, which landed on Mars in 1997. And this was a lander that had a small rover inside of it. And so when it landed on Mars, the lander unfolded and the rover drove out of it. And so there's all these wonderful pictures from that mission that are pictures from the lander watching the rover drive around on the surface of Mars. And I thought that was so cool, because that was the first rover we'd ever sent to another planet. And being able to remote control a rover on a planet that was 200 million miles away blew my mind. And I really wanted to be involved with that. And so I just started tracking down anybody that I could to see if they could help me figure out how to do this as a job. I approached the local chapter of the Mars Society in Seattle, where I was living at the time. And a lot of people that were in that were computer programmers, or they were engineers with Boeing and different aerospace companies in the Seattle area. They hooked me up with people at the university, like different professors and students that I could talk to there. And so I just really proactively went out and sought out advice from people. I was like, hey, this is what I want to do. How do I do that? And so that's the advice I tend to give people if they're interested in getting into space or anything nursing, really. It's like, if you see people doing what you want to do, don't be afraid to approach them and say, hey, what you do is really cool. Like, how can I do that? Because I think in general, if there are folks like me and most of the people I know who are really excited about what we do and we love it, we want everybody to come and be nerds with us. So we would love to tell you how to do it so you can come and be part of our group.
No, that's great inspiration. I think everybody needs a little help understanding how to accomplish their dreams. Not just from what classes should I take in college, but just understanding the career path. Like, okay, you have this job, but what did it take for you to get there? And I think there's always a missing part of that story from trying to find that dream that someone might have at a young age.
And it's generally not a linear path either. It's not, most people I know, the story isn't like, I went to college, I took these classes, I applied for a job when I graduated, and I got that job. It's much more complicated than that. And so hearing everybody's stories and realizing that there's not a single path, I think is really, really helpful, because so many students, if they feel like they're having trouble or things aren't going really smoothly, they start to feel like they're a failure, like they're not cut out for this. And then they hear stories from people like, I had to take calculus 4 times before I passed, mostly because I was really sick at the time. But I think telling stories like that to let people know, like, hey, it's not an easy thing, or it's not a straightforward thing, is really helpful. So you can see all the different ways there are for you to reach the end goal that you have.
Well, I just have a couple more questions before we wrap up. The first one is, what is your favorite science fiction story, book, movie? And is there one that most relates to real science that resonates for you?
Ooh. Specifically in terms of real science, I have to say The Expanse. They've done such a great job at getting a lot of things scientifically accurate in ways that add to the storyline really well. So, like, especially with the show, it's just absolutely stunning. And yeah, I think hands down from a science standpoint, I'd vote for The Expanse.
That's awesome. That's one of my favorites right now as well. I'm glad Amazon picked it up. And next one is, right now, what do you like about studying Earth through imagery?
Earth is really beautiful, and I think it's really powerful to be able to see in satellite images the impact that humans have every single day. When I hear people that don't believe in things like climate change, I think it's because they don't think that something as small as a human can impact something as large as the Earth. But when you look at these satellite images from space, you can see how much we impact the entire planet every single day. And everywhere you look, even if you're in the middle of Siberia or the middle of the Sahara, there's generally something that you can see that tells you that humans have been there, or humans have done something that affected it. And that's a really powerful thing in good ways and bad. But the fact that you have this lens that you can't really argue with, it's like this agnostic observer looking at everything that's happening on this planet. I just find that really, really amazing.
That makes total sense. As an imagery analyst myself, I think that's one of my most, fascinating light bulb moments, is watching the Earth for so long and then realizing how much, just like you said, humans have impacted it in so many different ways. Watching the change in activity, the development of civilization itself over so many areas of the Earth. And I think the only other folks who have a greater, almost just perspective of that is an astronaut themselves. When they see that, that beauty from orbit, it brings a certain level of mystique, but also watching it through the satellites, I think we get a very unique perspective ourselves on how things change.
Yeah, definitely. And these images are a way for everybody to be their own astronaut, even briefly, getting that overview effect and seeing the planet without borders and without politics, and just seeing it for what it is. And I think that more people should just sit down and browse through satellite images of the Earth and really take the time to appreciate how wonderful it is.
More Google Earth, right?
Yeah.
So any last minute shout outs you'd like to give, whether it be your company, projects that you have going on, or anything going on in the world that you'd like to talk about before we end the show?
I guess if anybody wants to learn more about Planet, you can go to planet.com, and there's lots of information there, and you can take a look at some of our images. And if you have any questions about Mars, or you just want to nerd out about Mars or anything space, you can find me on Twitter as @TanyaofMars, and I'm there tweeting all the time.
Well, thank you very much. This is Dr. Tanya Harrison, aka Tanya of Mars, planetary scientist. I'm Adam Simmons with Project Geospatial. Thanks everybody for listening. Signing off.
everyone. Welcome to a Project Geospatial webinar on real-time Earth observation. I'm delighted to have a panel of experts here to discuss how things are changing in Earth observation and what real-time data delivery could mean for this field. My guests today are Robert Cardillo, president of the Cardillo Group and former director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and Marcy Stenke, a retired U.S. Air Force colonel and combat pilot. Marcy was Maxar Technologies vice president for government relations. And prior to that, she worked in the White House Operations Directorate. Dan Nevius of Analytical Space, co-founder and CEO of the company. Prior to that, he directed special projects at Planetary Resources. And Gabe
Dominocello.
And Gabe Dominocello, Umbra Lab co-founder. So welcome, everyone. Perhaps we could get started by talking about the latest news, which was the commercial remote sensing regulations that just came out a few days ago. And Robert, I'd be interested in any thoughts you have about this new direction.
So thanks, Deborah, and it's a pleasure to be here with friends and colleagues to have this important conversation. I am quite enthused about the recently released update to the licensing procedures. I have a good 20 plus years of experience in this realm. I have experienced the ups and downs, if you will, of that process, albeit almost all of those 20 years, except the last one, being from the government side. And, you know, it's, as most people know, it's an interesting balance that we try to find with those procedures. We know it's in our country's and our economy's interest to have a vibrant, innovative, commercial imaging community. And we have a second thought, this is the we being the government in the back of our head going, if they get too good, and that's always in the eye of the beholder, there's risks associated with that too good part. And so around that kind of tension that exists between economic vitality and innovation and entrepreneurial capital, et cetera, has been this issue of risk and security. What I like about the new proposals is I think it shifts some of the onus that used to almost all be on the companies. You almost had to prove your innocence, you know, in front of a pretty demanding jury. And now it's not that it's, you know, gone switched completely to the other side. I think it's a more equitable playing field where if the government has an objection or if there's a concern, they obviously have the wherewithal to state those, but it too must be proved out. You know, it can't just stay at the assertion phase. So I'll leave it at there for now. I know we'll talk about it further, but I like the shift, and my hope is that it will enable us to achieve that, you know, vibrant, innovative, technology-driven advancement that I know this country and our companies have within them, and I look forward to seeing that become more prevalent both for consumers and for the government.
Marcy, do you have any comments on the new rules? I know you've worked on these extensively.
I do. I agree with Robert. Very, very happy to see this. It's, I would say, a long time coming, but happy that they got there. And obviously, the devil's in the details. But I highly commend Secretary Ross, Kevin O'Connell, and the team for taking on a pretty big challenge. And this is a seemingly fairly significant shift in how this is being looked at. So while with my background of just shy of 26 years in the government, and then in the last 8 plus, national security's always been, critical concern. And so I'm glad that although they're keeping that as a obviously important concern, there's some common sense being employed now. And so hopefully this will ease the burden, hopefully on both sides, because there was a lot of requirements on the government side as well, the way it was structured. And so hopefully it puts a focus on the important oversights without being so comprehensively burdensome to both sides at this point. So I think that it's going to lead to an easier maintenance of global leadership from an industry perspective as well. So I look forward to it.
When you say common sense, do you mean the comparison with other nations and their abilities to obtain similar data?
There's before there was an interagency process that had a variety of people from different Department of Defense and intelligence community entities that all had something to say about it. And rightfully so, they all looked at it from their very specific, strong perspective. The problem is that created a lot of very slow process. And so it wasn't helpful for industry. Therefore, it's not helpful for the nation, because you've got U.S. companies who are waylaid. And yes, not necessarily having to follow regulatory burdens that internationally countries don't need to follow. So obviously they got the point if you read the preambles, and the point is it doesn't help constrain U.S. companies when the rest of the world is marching forward. So that's the general process, or the general thought process here.
Gabe and Dan, anything you wanted to say about these regulations?
Yeah, I'd like to add, we had a satellite, or we have a satellite that we've been building for 3 years, that our exquisite products were not available for sale outside of the US government. So this is a total game changer for us. It's enabling us to sell really exquisite products commercially, which we weren't entirely certain we were going to be able to do. So I couldn't be more ecstatic. And as the Europeans catch up, we're going to be able to offer really, really exquisite things, like very cool things to the commercial sector.
And for us, we're almost one step removed as focusing more on the data transport piece of it. So we don't have any sensors on our satellites. It's more moving data off of those platforms or being able to communicate to task them with lower latency. But for us, I think there's a big opportunity in the next decade for us to move forward kind of in a combination of these new regulations and changes that open up possibilities. And also, as we add the infrastructure that allows us to reduce latencies, maybe we can get to a point where applications are no longer limited by connectivity or regulation, and it really only becomes limited by our imaginations, what we can build on top of these capabilities. So I think the combo of those two, reducing latencies, adding more sensors to the mix, plus opening up this ability to move quicker with less regulation and really expanding the markets that people like Gabe can sell into, will have a really interesting effect on what we can do as an industry.
Yeah, I think there'll be a real hockey stick effect on the commercial market, particularly on the GeoInt side. If you enable these sensors to do really cool things, guys like Dan are going to make more money. Guys at your Descartes, your Orbital Insights, your URSAs, they're all going to make more money. And it's just a really positive thing for the United States.
So Dan brought up latency. And so why is latency important? Why do we need real-time Earth observation? Robert, do you have thoughts on that?
Sure. I spent a good portion of my life trying to at least approach real time, because the customers that I was serving for most of my career were either in a muddy uniform or a plywood forward operating base. And the closer you got to real time, the more secure you made them or the greater chance they had for operational success. And the reason is age old. You know, when you're surveying the horizon and you're trying to identify risks or opportunities, any delay is potentially harmful. Because if it's a risk, if it's a threat, that delay could cause the threat to be realized before you have the opportunity to act. An act could be a movement, it could be a counteraction, it could be, you know, a new decision. So, you know, this is the holy grail. This being as close to real time. What it really excites me, though, Deborah, is that what it enables on that opportunity side. I mean, obviously, we'll always keep risks in mind, but the more that you're able to bring to a decision maker information of interest that creates decision space, they can act sooner. And, you know, I mean, because we're all at home right now because of, you know, a global reality, we all know too that delay costs, in this case, you know, it has health effects, it has economic effects, it has emotional effects. And again, I'm not trying to rewrite history, but one could imagine that had the globe had a better understanding sooner of what it was facing, it would have made better decisions. So I'm sorry to go from the foxhole to, you know, the planet's health and well-being, but I do think it is in fact both of those ranges are viable with respect to real time, and thus its criticality.
Mm-hmm. Who else wants to chime in on the importance of real time?
I can add a bit to that. So for us, Robert covered really well the defense kind of national security aspects. And we always are trying to map out what are the different applications that really require low latency. And we have had a lot of traction on the defense side. We have some contracts with the Air Force now to explore some of those applications. But on the commercial side as well, there are applications kind of across the board, a mix of ones that really value that information coming in quickly, where there's an expiration date. If you think about financial intelligence, if I understand what's going on in the world faster than somebody else, I can take action on that and have a better chance for my investment. And then others are just less sensitive to the timing of it, but can benefit from the added just volume of data. And that's another element that is a secondary effect of this. If we can get to real-time downlink off of these remote sensing platforms, it not only gives you more actionable intelligence, but it also opens up the possibility for just a higher volume, right? Because right now these satellites are waiting to physically fly over a ground terminal. The Earth is 70% water, so there's this huge gap where they just can't be offloading data. And so if you have that real-time connectivity over those oceans, that's just also extra time. You can just be offloading non-time sensitive data as well. And so as people are looking at precision agriculture, maybe applying hyperspectral information to that, that's almost something you get for free if you can get to real-time infrastructure as well. So it has an effect across the board, not only for time sensitive, but also these ripple effects where higher volumes of data maybe drive down the cost per image, that then open up new applications from that perspective as well, where maybe the cost was a barrier to applying it to a specific sector. So it all fits together. That infrastructure can play multiple roles and have multiple impacts on the commercial side of the industry as well.
From the defense side, real time with resolution that's military usable is, I think, a game changer from an intelligence or predictability. And then I've talked to some friends that are in positions that think that talk about attribution being really key to and a high value to the warfighter. It's funny that Robert uses the age-old phraseology because from an aviation or perspective, that competition, whether it's in the commercial sector or combat operations, and Dan alluded to it too, that timely and actionable information is key. So, timely allows a decision maker to make a decision in a much more useful time frame. And actionable is it's trusted, it's high quality, and so you know that that decision that you're making is valid. So I think also from an ER, or excuse me, an EO versus a SAR, I think the SAR is also, from an Umbra perspective, that SAR is also somewhat easier in some of this, because that pattern recognition is possibly easier on the SAR side. Not being a technical expert, I'm not quite sure about that, but it's interesting how the switch has gone in the 8 years or 9 years that I've been playing in Robert's world here, that that initially the conversation was very much about pixels, and then it was, there are so many pixels, what do you do with that information? And so now it's the derived information and the usability of that. And so obviously you pull in artificial intelligence and machine learning to that. But I think you also look at sensor to shooter or sensor to sensor, as opposed to sending the information to the back lot, doing some processing there, and then sending it back. It is more moving the process to the edge. And that downlink, or that direct downlink, will help with that as well.
And I think that on the commercial perspective, if you think about a scenario like a hurricane, like being able to image an area before the hurricane hits. So, you know, radar can see through clouds, right? So you image an area before the hurricane hits, you know, which areas are going to flood, you know, what would happen to a crop, that sort of thing. And then you image it afterwards. That all needs to be done very, very quickly. And if your satellite's not over a ground station, then you wouldn't get those images. And think about where that works downstream. You got the hedge fund guy who can trade on it. You got the insurance company who's looking at what happens with the policies. You got the people making sure that they're safe. You have make sure FEMA can get in there. And it's so there's untold commercial applications that people haven't really been thinking about because it hasn't been possible. One, because of this NOAA regulation, having this kind of imagery at 25 centimeters and below, it's wild. And then on top of that, what Dan's doing, getting the data down immediately, is a total game changer. So, you know, I think it's just, this is a really great time to be in commercial remote sensing.
So Robert, sorry,
to add to that, there was an interesting, sorry, I was just going to add that there was Silicon Valley Bank came out with recently, where they were talking about the GPS playbook and talking about how the space-based infrastructure created this space-derived signal that then all of these applications were built on top of. And they were trying to map out how much economic value has been created on top of that capability, and then trying to compare that to some of these trends we're seeing now. And it's a very similar dynamic, where once you have this capability, then it's just you're limited only by your imagination in terms of what you can build on top of that. And a lot of the applications that we saw come off of GPS, like location-based services, kind of the Ubers and Lyfts of the world, wouldn't be possible without that fundamental infrastructure. I think we'll see a similar dynamic with remote sensing, especially as we decrease the cost to improve the quality and actionableness of this data. And so a lot of these applications we may not even have on our radar yet, but could create billions and trillions of economic value in the future on top of these base capabilities.
I feel like we've been more reliant on Earth imagery than ever before during this pandemic. There's so little travel, and I've been so interested to see what I could learn from imagery of the world. But Robert, you seem to be alluding to failures in this area.
I mean, I'll make what I don't think is a bold statement, but I'm happy to have people take other views. This is a global systemic failure, period. I don't know, what are there, 218 countries, you know, on the planet. Every one of them is a unique, you know, kind of compact between the governed and the government, right? It's been that way for millennia. But one of the central tenets of all of those compacts is keep me safe, right? I'm going to either give you money or time or some exchange of value, and what I get back for it is I get to sleep at night without fear. Every nation has failed. Now, I guess I'm comfortable saying that because of the outcome. The outcome that we now have medical trauma, financial, effects, emotional, societal. To me, because the governments writ large didn't do their side of the compact, it's a failure. But back to this conversation. To me, look, there's overriding medical and health and science now endeavors to combat the virus, and whether it's pursuit of treatments or a vaccine. Underneath that, though, are fundamentally where questions. Where's the virus? Where's the medical capacity to treat those that are affected? And oh, by the way, where's the supply chain that's supporting that medical capacity? And where's the population that's not infected today? And how do we protect them? And again, there's tons of other interesting questions, but to your point, Deborah, understanding the answers to those where questions, quite frankly, is being fed by my other three colleagues on this call, to give us the potential to answer those questions. And again, I'm with Dan. I think it's harder to think about where those answers would not be useful in our society than to try to list all the ones that would be. It seems limitless to me.
Marcy, did you have something to add?
Yes. Forgive the helicopter going overboard right now. Ospreys, 2 of them, very fun. The mechanical kind, not the winged version. I've been looking at it honestly through the Maxar lens, because I've been looking at some of the things that they've been doing, and I'm sure it's applicable with other companies to some extent as well. But there's been a number of things that they've been able to do in leveraging geodata for COVID response, and they've been opening up different mapping and different data insights for folks, for first responders and other nonprofit folks to be able to use. They've opened up, like there's a certain number of things obviously that are used for modeling pandemics, like travel, whether it's air or commuting, logistics, infrastructure, public health, poor socioeconomic conditions, those kinds of things. And so they've opened that up so folks can use, I'm sure, for predictive capabilities. I know one of the things that's been beneficial more so on the government side, but the GNOME program with NGA is allowing a lot of the folks for NGA to work at home and still be able to use the information. So to provide their, not only the automated tools, but the human expertise, and improve the volume and the quality of the mapping that's being done in these trying times right now. I think, I know, and then you could even look at, you talked about typhoons or hurricanes, those kinds of things. I mean, just recently there was, I believe the name is Typhoon Vongfong, it was used for, in addition to, other companies using it for insurance aids, and Gabe's already alluded to that, so I won't belittle it. But I know that with that open data release that's been done, there's community directed capabilities that are being done, or they allow the integration with workflows of companies like Rubicon and folks that are trying to get in to help folks that need it in different areas. And so there's definitely benefits. And I feel like, particularly with the legislative changes that have just made, I mean, there's obviously been great growth in geolocation already, but I think that it will grow. I mean, you think about the things that opened up when GPS became much more available. I feel like we're kind of in the cusp of another scenario like that. And so it'll be interesting to see where we are in 3 to 5 years and how things may have changed.
Yes. So one of the things that is changing is startups like Analytical Space and Umbra Lab. It seems like the pandemic is showing the importance of Earth observation, and yet it also seems like it could be a challenging time if you need to raise money during this period. So how are startups faring?
I can start off. So we raised money to launch our satellites before the pandemic. So we're very lucky. I think that the biggest difference is because we invented something new, right? We invented an antenna that opens up in a novel way. A lot of the government folks are not familiar with it. So we would typically do like pretty frequent tours of different people, just to kind of like show me we want to understand that. And we're not doing that. And I'm looking at the greater Earth observation community in terms of like, it's shrinking. I think that, but I think it's a bit of a healthy shrinking. Think of it like there was a lot of money pushed out, but some of the guys who were on the edge were like, oh, I don't really know. Those guys, I imagine, are probably having trouble.
Seems to me that it's very highly variable, depending on your state coming into the pandemic. Like companies like Gabe, for example, have good timing with the fundraise, right? So if you just raised money, you can maybe weather the storm, even if some of your customers have disappeared, if you have more of a commercial focus instead of a government focus. But there will be, I think, some very strong companies that just have bad timing, where they were just on the edge of doing the next fundraising. VCs kind of roll back their interest to see how things play out or focus more on their existing portfolio companies. And then if they had more of a commercial focus, say serving like airlines and cruise ships, right, then that's kind of a hard thing to work through, even though the underlying technology and business is strong. So a lot of it is highly variable. Then there's also the question on supply chain. How does this affect launch cadence? I think we'll see some company deaths in the early term just because they are almost out of cash and they can't fundraise. But then in the longer term, it's often the case that in order to hit that next milestone to raise that next round, sometimes a launch is that key milestone. And so if launches get systematically pushed back 3, 6, 12 months, you may just have companies kind of dying on the vine because they can't hit that milestone and they just ran out of cash in that process. And so we're looking at everything from a supply chain risk as well. We were kind of somewhat lucky in that from a timing for us, we're in between satellites. So a lot of the work that we're doing now is design phase. And so we don't have any hardware really in the building at the moment to try to figure out how do you build it standing 6 feet apart. But we were coming up on, we just got awarded a major Air Force contract that we're trying to line up our Series A with. And so we're also lucky in the sense that a lot of our work today is with the Air Force, which is a nice, reliable source of revenue, and we can continue to hit those milestones. And so it's really been a case of how do you figure out how to first survive, make sure you have enough cash to get through kind of this tumultuous period, but then how do you think through, we do have some tailwinds in the remote sensing industry, so how do we actually take advantage of this increased interest in geospatial or increased willingness to try out new things as the whole world's kind of gotten shaken up, and kind of necessity is the mother of invention. So it's an interesting balance between those two things. And I think it'll be highly variable across all the different startups, across all the different segments of the space industry.
Yeah, it is an interesting time, especially when you couple it with the new regulatory environment. And I remember for years, Maxar talked about shortwave infrared and desperately wanted the ability to sell that. So it looks like we have that now. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I'd say so. I mean, I would like to reread that section, but yeah, it's definitely opened up a little bit more. I had one question that I was going to ask the company, but it's definitely going in the right direction. So yes.
Yeah. Robert, anything else you wanted to say about these new regulations? And do we not really know something yet? Do we need to see the details, or is it all out there already?
Oh, there's plenty we need to know. I mean, it's words on a piece of paper now. Now people need to execute, both the government and new licensee requesters. but the reason I'm confident, and look, I'm sure we're going to run in it. Wow, we didn't mean that to happen with those words, and why is it now getting stuck over here? We'll find out new problems. I'm not oblivious to that reality. The reason why I'm optimistic, Deborah, is I know the intent behind the new regulations. I've known Kevin O'Connell for more than 20 years now. The man literally wrote the book. There's a book on the commercial imagery market from the 90s, okay, that Kevin has been on this, release the power of U.S. commercial industry for 20 years. And the country couldn't be better served right now than Kevin. And obviously, Secretary Ross has got kind of a single-minded focus to get out of the way of American business, right? To, draw down regulation, where it can be, again, that balance between, government protection and industry innovation, that tension's there. And let's face it, as the government grapples with the reality of our economic situation, they're trying to find areas to further get out of the way right now. And so I think that's going to be, I'm highly confident that's going to have a positive outcome. On the defense side, we'll see. Again, I like the shift from, young company A, prove to me that you'll do no harm in the next whatever number of years in the following spectral ranges and all that. And that's hard to do. You can't prove a negative. Now, as I read the regulations, the defense can bring in an objection or, some sort of, limiting factor to the technology, but it has to be with a reason. And the reason now has a clock on it.
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll give you 3 months or 6 months of whatever protection, but you got to come back and renew that to show it that, it's still viable. So again, I think that's a good step forward. There'll still be tension in the system. There's supposed to be. There'll still be unintended outcomes at times, but what excites me is I think this is going to, liberate and unleash the kind of innovation that we've got on this call today.
The thing I think is a really positive pivot, might be the right word, is when we got resolution relief years ago, as you remember, Robert, you're key in that. Part of the verbiage in that was that the government would also have to start looking at how they conducted their operations and adjust to a changing world. And it was probably about a year ago I asked, where are you guys in those adjustments? And have you even taken one step forward in adjusting to the new world? And someone mentioned, well, we may have moved the big toe, but that's about it. And so this really is a bit of a forcing function, I'd say, to make them think through things a little bit more expeditiously and how to change the way they operate. Obviously, force protection's critical, but they need to start looking at it because it's not just U.S. companies that are a challenge right now. So,
yeah, and I wonder if this might help with investment in startups as they have more of an open playing field to sell the innovative products they're coming up with.
I think it's a big deal. I really do. I mean, if you think about it, back to American ingenuity, right? We landed a man on the moon. This is the greatest country on earth, and entrepreneurship has allowed all of that. I mean, it was, Lockheed Martin was working on the different parts of the space shuttle. If you allow startups and more, and the core of all this is how do you generate revenue and grow economies of scale? And if you're limited by regulation and you're looking at the Chinese, Russians, all the Europeans all building huge fleets of different kinds of spacecraft that are competitive with the US, and you're putting the chains on American ingenuity, it's probably not a great policy. So I couldn't be happier about the change in regulation. And I think that, always, for us specifically, like I said, we had a satellite with a capability that was way beyond the regulation, right? And so that would always, it would always come up with our investors, and it would come up with competitors. Competitors were like, oh, those Umbra guys, they can't even sell what they're doing. But now it's like, well, we still kind of probably have a small limitation, but we definitely can do much better than we could have a few days ago.
I think just to add to that, I think the shift is bigger than just the regulatory policy as well. Like we've noticed, not only is it becoming easier to get through that regulatory process, but I've also noticed an embrace from the government in general in terms of adopting these commercial solutions. Like we've been we've had a lot of benefit from the AFWERX program in the Air Force, kind of them trying to allow you to come knock on the front door of the Air Force and then have a process to become a program of record as a space startup. And I think it's really a response to some of these evolving geopolitical tensions, right, where they realize that the US DoD needs to speed up that innovation cycle, really take advantage of a lot of this investment coming from the private side. They keep quoting kind of this figure where they said that historically the amount of money that went into space R&D came from the government, but that's dramatically shifted where now it's 20% from the DoD, 80% from the private markets. And so they're realizing how that shift has happened, the need for that increased pace to mitigate some of these evolving threats. And so they've really shifted their approach and a lot of their culture to how do we start embracing these startups? How do we make sure that we can use their solutions faster? And that's really had a huge impact on us in particular, and I think across the industry, especially when it pertains to going out to raise private capital. If the government's put their faith in you and given you a contract to move forward, that's a large customer. It validates that there's some value in what you're doing. And you're also seeing it on the NASA side with a lot of these commercial programs, starting with commercial crew and cargo, and kind of off the momentum of that, moving now into the Artemis program with the CLIPS missions on the robotic landers, and then the human lunar landers with their most recent awards. So it's a huge tailwind on the government side as well, where it's really great that they're starting to embrace the commercial industry as part of their core strategy on how to move quickly to solve for some of the challenges that they're facing over the next several years. The pandemic just kind of complicates all that, but I think those will persist and maybe even be stronger as they start to think about how do we now pay back off this trillions of dollars we just added to the national debt? How do you do more as the DoD or NASA with less resources because those resources have gone elsewhere? So I think the outcome of that will be really fascinating to see play out over the next 5 to 10 years as we come out of this pandemic, hopefully, and then kind of enter this new dynamic.
Look, can I build on that, Deborah? First, at the end, Dan, it's got to be sooner than 5 or 10 years.
Yeah,
it has to be. The world demands it. We owe it to ourselves and to our citizens. Two, though, Deborah, I wanted to come back to your point. I think, yeah, there's a certain amount of, technical parameters to this and, regulatory specifics. To me, the much bigger change that makes me optimistic is mindset. Mm-hmm. I am old enough to remember I'll say the good old days when we created advantage as a country, and especially as a government, by having technology no one else had and having access to space that no one else had. And that's a long time ago, but I would tell you those were great days because it was truly a discriminating advantage, and we could see things no one else could see. We could know them sooner, and so what's wrong with that? And while intellectually I know my peers in government know that has all changed. I mean, they know it. They do. They're not blind. But that muscle memory is hard to change because you were raised a certain way that, we got to protect. And yes, we have to protect. And we have to find new ways to advantage. And let's face it, that's life. right? Coffee shop A wants to sell more coffee than coffee shop B, and they try to figure out, how do I do that? And they have all these different ideas about how to do that. And government A would like to know a little bit more than government B so that they can trade more efficiently or build more economically, et cetera, or position militaries in a more secure way. There's lots of answers depending on that awareness. But Dan mentioned it. We need more Will Ropers. We need more Hondo Gertzes. We need more people that are ready to say, you know what, the world has changed, and our government needs to change with it, so that it can take the advantage of the new idea. And to me, I think that momentum is only going to build with these regs and new licensing procedures. And so I think that momentum will continue to grow.
The number of man hours that will be saved by companies with this reg is enormous. Just the number of hours that were spent trying to explain or have a conversation about why something was the way it was. Just from that perspective, it's an immense change. But you're right. I agree, Robert. The culture shift is critical.
Well, I think there's one more thing, and this is really important for Mike and Dan. If you look at Space Force and how the government is trying to create a resilient architecture in space, you can't use billion-dollar satellites. You have to get as much as you can out of low-cost satellites that have either, in my case, really high quality, or in Dan's case, really great downlink. So there was another panel we were asked, how do you manage size, weight, and power? And the answer is innovation. We innovated and built something new, this antenna that opens up in a really novel way. And it allowed us to skirt a lot of the heat issues that were plaguing radar startups with these kind of smaller platforms. So if you let the entrepreneur innovate, it is only going to positively benefit the United States government. And Dan's a great example, where his Air Force contract, that's a no-brainer for the Air Force, right? Real-time data from space at that cost, it's incredible. And then you pass that on to the commercial realm, and if Dan is competitive with the pricing of other sensors, other ground stations, he's got a monopoly. It's the coolest thing in the entire world, and it's all through innovation.
Great. We've covered the questions that I had wanted to ask. Is there anything else any of you would like to say?
Sure. Good gracious. And the other threes are worried now. I'll ever turn my mic off. We have the best technologists. We have the best mindset with respect to innovation. We've got enormous demand. We've got an economy that is adaptive to new ideas on transportation or communication and how we connect with one another. And again, I talked about our current situation as being, the result of systemic failure. The world needs those things more than ever. And I appreciate the reality of tremendously fortunate to not be suffering the way many are now, medically, financially, emotionally, around our planet, in our neighborhoods, et cetera. And I appreciate the reality of those traumas they're having and will have, and they'll be real. I would also point out, though, that to me, it accentuates the need for us, this group, I'll say, to get it right. And the world has never demanded more awareness, information, decision quality, timelines than now. And so, yeah, we will come out. and by the way, I need help here. I don't like new normal because it sounds too normal. I don't know what to call the other side, but it's got to be something more different. But in the other side, or on the other side, everything that this call has just been talking about is not just going to be part of the recovery, and it's going to be part of the fabric of a new level of insight and action, and thus health and well-being and financial security and all of those things. So horrible crisis to go through. Dan already said the mother of invention is necessity. Nobody would want this, but shame on us if we don't learn those lessons properly and apply them both, civically to our neighbor, commercially to our economies, and then globally to our combined security.
To build on that a little bit, I think we have a huge role to play, not only in helping to recover from this systemic failure, but I think also to do what we can to prevent the next one, right? Thinking about how can we add that layer of transparency to the world through having this unique viewpoint from space that allows us to not drop the ball in a similar way on climate change, right? How do we ensure that we get efficient utilization of our single planet in a way that's sustainable? Or how do we ensure that we have enough transparency that we can trust our neighbors in this heightened situation coming out of in the middle of this pandemic, right? If we can add information to that, right? More information only helps us have the tools at hand to make smart decisions as we start to face not only this challenge, but the challenges that are maybe exacerbated or made more difficult because of this systemic failure and just people not being able to cooperate as much or not trusting each other. I think we can add that layer of transparency and trusted verification in a world where there's not as much trust. So I think we have a huge role to play and a big responsibility as an industry to try to move as quickly as we can to get to that state, to equip ourselves with the tools that we really need to solve some of these looming grand challenges.
I hope that plays out as true and it goes forward. That it reminds me of Walter always talked about setting up the company, because way back when there was Russia and the U.S. checking on each other on nuclear and missile options. And the belief was if there was a commercial capability, there would be more transparency and therefore less danger in something bad happening, or at least truly understanding what was going on the other side instead of hypothesizing. And so hopefully it will bear out as we go forward a little more so perhaps than it has in the past.
And I read an article, I think it was in Space News, and you might have wrote it, Deborah, and it was about an increased demand of these products during this time, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that more than anything, we have to come out of this pandemic having learned a lot. And I think that that's the biggest takeaway we should take from this. And opening things up like the commerce has done is a really huge leap towards that. But while I have Robert, I want to ask him, what do you think about the adoption of, so like obviously the Air Force has really moved forward with a lot of startups, given them contracts, made it easier for them to become, get sole source contracts. How do you see the other agencies, well, the IC adopting that? Because the military has been adopting it, pretty quickly. Like, I would say it is very easy for us to work with them.
So the IC is being true to form. No. There's reason for that. They're being more careful. And again, it's not crazy. You don't want the IC making a big mistake. You want them making little mistakes. Yeah. So they'll take a baby step and they'll try something and we'll pilot something and et cetera. I will tell you though that I think that the DoD lead is fine, not fine, it's good. And it will help the IC gain kind of the confidence that it's safe to use an OTA and a SIBR and a test vehicle and whatnot. Let's not kid ourselves. There will be resistance to that. There always is, right? There's the haves that will say, whoa, 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 wait a minute, go slow there. Because that's a threat to my profit margin, and look, it's America. So let those games play on. But what I love about what people like Will Roper and Hanno Gertz are showing is that you can do this smartly. You can take these steps in a way that can be mutually beneficial. I think you're going to see, Gabe, that carry over to the IC. It just kind of naturally trails because of the nature of the business.
I mean, I will say maybe it's because we're pretty close to launch, but I will say from last year, they're coming, they're coming to the facility, they're checking things out, they're kicking the tires way more so than I have seen in the last few years. Maybe it's because we're more real, or maybe because we actually went out and told people what we were doing. But there's been really, yeah, that probably helped. It's, but I mean, but here's the other thing. When we started the company, David, our CEO, said, there is no way we're going to get a license for it. There's no way. And so that was a big part of why we were so quiet. And when we received our NOAA license, we let some information out there. But now I'm like, I think we might be releasing a lot more information. I mean, Marcy talked about geolocation. I mean, I can't imagine having a conversation about geolocation or RF mapping 2 years ago in a forum like this. So, and you look at Hawkeye. Hawkeye is such a great example of a company that's like, we're doing this. You want to regulate us? Let us know. And then they were like, well, what is a remote sensing? Is that a remote sensing? And then they kind of stumbled, and then Hawkeye launches a satellite, and now they launched a whole bunch more. So I don't know. It's been a really fun area to be in, and there has never been a better time for space and geo.
Great. Well, on that note, thank you everyone for joining us today. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I look forward to speaking with you again.
All right, we're going to start the Q&A session of our panel here. I'm Adam Simmons of Project Geospatial. We got a couple questions coming in from the audience here as they were able to watch this video. Are there privacy concerns or issues with real-time ISR? And I wanted to filter this one out, but I think in a certain way, this actually has some value in answering with how traditional ISR or traditional imagery has been taken with such persistent imagery from an hourly by hourly basis in the next couple of years. What can we be expecting from privacy, or is there even any concern at all? And I kind of want to present that to the group. Whoever wants to answer that one.
I'll go first. The shortest answer is yes, but I'll add a few things and see what others think. I mean, to me, it's somewhat built into any advanced capability. You can always turn around that capability and think about ways that it could be used either against you or create insecurity or invasion of privacy, et cetera. And I think that increased sensing of the planet, in this case, we're talking in the optical and radar range, of course, could do that. But I think there are many lessons to be learned from positive and negative from these phones we carry around with ourselves that have capabilities, and most of them advance humanity in many ways, and some have to be monitored. So, but it definitely needs to be a conversation, needs to be an open debate, and all parties need to be invited.
There's obviously a history of a lot of folks asking about privacy concerns along the way. And I think maybe it's helpful for some folks to understand right now that there's not an exact there's no capability to do facial recognition from space right now on the commercial scale, and although that may change as we go forward, but hopefully folks will adapt, and we're not, reading license plates like Mission Impossible and those kinds of things. So, so obviously there will be change detection that's possible, and if you've put a pool in your backyard, it will be noticed and those kinds of things. But other than that, it's not an immediate personal infringement on what you yourself are doing. At least from my perspective, the companies didn't know who lived there. It wasn't ever associated with an actual person. It was, in general, this is what's happening, as opposed to personal identification along with the information.
Yeah, I think I'd add to that. It'll be interesting to see what technical solutions we can come up with that help hide some of that personal data. You could imagine that there are products that the end user never sees the actual image. They just get put through an algorithm that spits out an answer to a specific question and hides all of that more detailed information. So I think there are solutions there to help reduce privacy concerns, but as Robert mentioned, it can always be used in a negative way, as any tool could that we develop. But I think it will be that conversation across all the different parties to find ways to solve for those concerns in ways that make people feel comfortable that they're not being spied on from space.
I love this question because it is it's something we have to think about every day. There's, we carry around in our pocket a device which, if you accept the terms on some apps, you're telling people exactly where you're going. But it is, like Marcy said, it is not identified with a individual when you're collecting imagery from space. But the reality is, if we have a exquisite capability and keep it in the United States, it's better we have it and we can control and regulate it than having it freely amongst our enemies.
Now that makes sense. I appreciate the answers from all of you. The next question I hear is, how can individuals in the field play a role in cultural transition? And this is coming from the workforce. In the presentation, you mentioned cultural transition. A few of you did. And what does it mean for the workforce, not just in commercially, but perhaps even the government analysts, to adapt to this persistent persistent ISR that's coming, especially since things might not be tasks no longer, as it's just being collected, right?
Again, I'll do a quick top line because I did mention culture and the challenges that exist at organizations like NGA with respect to adapting to the new capabilities of commercial innovation. And I will say this is a very, very small silver lining, very, very small, from COVID, because it has necessitated most of the workforce to go home and work. And you just couldn't have done that. I mean, I did it on a very small scale when we had pilots, et cetera. But I think broadly, in a good way, the workforce that wasn't quite sure or didn't think, it was worthwhile will come back to work with a different sense. So I hope it increases the demand signal on the other side, more out of, hey, look at what I can do with this, versus the, oh my goodness, the code's coming to take my job, which does sit in some folks' minds. So I think we can come out the other side in a better way vis-a-vis culture.
Anybody else want to take that one on?
It's probably been touched on already, but if the first question that gets asked is not, could something bad be done with this information, but rather something of how do we either mitigate the potential of a bad guy doing something with this information, or just understanding that the world's going in that direction. So we're going to have to either accept it or figure out a different way to do what we want to do. Just looking at it from a different perspective would be helpful. And obviously, I don't want to throw out the question of what national security implications do we have, but it would be good to look at it from a variety of perspectives as opposed to just one.
Well, thanks. We have two more questions here on the side. How do you think commercial remote sensing industry will be impacted in the long-term ways by the pandemic overall? Do you think that there'll be a higher demand for it? And I know that's an odd add-on, but that's that once again that was a second question that came in that overlapped with that one.
Well, I'll take a shot at that one. So COVID is bad, but I would say that for commercial remote sensing, it has increased the demand, where you have a lot of people who can't necessarily get access to the entire architecture of satellites, and maybe they just need an image. So it's slap down a credit card and grab a commercial image of that thing you're looking at. And further, you're going to have a lot more people, a lot less travel, where people are doing Zoom calls and whatnot, and they're realizing they don't need to do it. So things like site visits and that sort of thing, if you can just, rip a picture for a few $100 from space rather than flying out to see if some factory's on in China, I think that's pretty neat.
I would venture to say that COVID will shine a light on what commercial imagery can do, therefore increasing the request for it, and how it can help, the benefits that come from it as well.
And I think a lot of companies will reflect after this, and now that this has happened, and it seems like it's a very true reality and not something that's more theoretical that a pandemic could happen. I think it should spur a lot of groups to start thinking about how do we make ourselves more resilient for next time, right? How do we start moving things to a system where it doesn't require somebody to be out in the field, as Gabe was mentioning, and start to do some of these tests, right? It definitely lowers the barrier for them to start thinking about new approaches. And then I think another long-term effect that it will be interesting to see how it plays out is how does this affect geopolitics, right? If there's less trust in the world in general, right, and less kind of communication flowing between countries, and we want to understand, and we don't have the ability to physically go there to see what's going on the ground, then this becomes an alternative to try to get you at least some information. So I think in a heightened geopolitical tension environment, that increases the demand for these type of capabilities.
Awesome, great responses, and we have one more question from the group here that is watching. NOAA's recent policy change was groundbreaking. What policy changes do you hope get made that help the marketplace in the next couple of years? Anybody? Gabe, you seem to have some opinions about this before the session. So,
yeah, well, that's the thing. It's that everyone has the most opinions. The cameras are off. So, we have a very capable satellite, and we are limited by still, even though the regulations have been very good for us. And yes, we can sell the highest, resolution image out of the United States. It's still not our best quality. And I think that removing regulations and letting America kind of have a head start is probably a good thing, because we don't want to, the way the regulations have been written is we have to wait for somebody to achieve something overseas before we can do it in the United States. I think America in technology has always led the charge, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be done in commercial remote sensing. And I didn't even swear.
I'll add kind of from a different approach on it almost flips the question backwards, but I think that we have the potential to solve some regulatory challenges, right, with new approaches. If you think about the FCC side, in remote sensing, everybody's using the same part of the spectrum to try to push their imagery to the ground. And right now it's sliced by, here's your part of the spectrum, here's the location that you have authorization to transmit over, but it's not really sliced by time. It's not that somebody can come at 2 a.m. in that same frequency, then somebody comes at 3 a.m. and it's dynamically allocated like that. If you had better communication into those satellites, you could dynamically allocate the frequency. And if they had that ability on their satellite to do a software-defined radio that could jump between different frequencies, then you could get a whole lot more out of that fixed amount of spectrum if you had that ability to coordinate on that level. And so it's almost like it's regulated today. There's a friction there in trying to get authorization, but technology and innovative approaches have the ability to solve that regulatory coordination challenge and make it a challenge no longer. And so it's almost, instead of having the regulators try to figure out how to make it easier for us, I think there's a potential for us to resolve some of the challenges that they face through new approaches. So I hope both of those things happen in parallel, because I think both of those things are good for the industry as a whole.
I think it'll be interesting to see how those that are doing the licensing within the government interpret and then apply these new regulations to the licenses. And so we'll go from there for one thing, and then I agree that it absolutely should be allowing the U.S. to lead and hopefully continue to be a global leader, but not just really being a global leader, but really taking over.
Yeah, I'll just say, because as one who spent 3.5 decades on the government side of this question, and leaning towards careful risk assessments, right? It's too risky if this or that is exposed, or some U.S. operation might be able to be sensed if we allow this or that. I think the reality is that the world is just becoming more and more sensed, and Gabe, I've already mentioned we've given it up in the signals arena. We're all just carrying around these things with blue dots and all that. And I think we're moving towards that in this spectrum. And I, for one, think it's a good thing. I think democracies function well in the light. And I think the more that we can bring that light to bear, the more our institutions, our values will come forward. Now, again, that's not always the central question in the government meeting, about can we move this or move that. But I do think we're heading to eventually, we should regulate the end use, not the technology. And you can always, deal with implications. But I'll stick with transparency is a good thing, and the more regulation moves to that, I think it's to the U.S. advantage.
Awesome. Great. And that wraps up our questions for this session. I'm glad we don't have any more because it's turning into a whole different kind of panel. With that said, thank you for everybody for popping on for Q&A with the real-time ISR panel. This has been a session hosted by Project Geospatial in partnership with the American Geographical Society with the Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair. Thanks everybody for joining, and be sure to listen in throughout the month of June. Plenty more to come this month.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Adam. Ciao, ciao.
Hi, everyone. I'm Daniela Moody. I'm Chief Technology Officer at Ursa Space Systems, and today it's my great pleasure to be here with Adam Simmons and Project Geospatial to talk briefly about some of the basics of SAR. So I'll go ahead and start with some slides. Order warning: this is it's really meant to be an introductory type presentation to SAR and what SAR is about. I know it's a term we've heard thrown around quite a bit. And with that in mind, I wanted to see if we can demystify a little bit SAR. So this is going to be part of a series. Today, we're going to focus on really the basics of SAR. What is it? Why is it so special? What's hard about it? And if it's so hard, why do we actually use it? So I am, as I mentioned, CTO at Ursa Space Systems. We are a startup. We are focused on deriving business intelligence and radar-based change detection from space. And hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll understand why we're so excited to work with radar. So this is the outline of what I'll be covering today. Again, if you have questions or want to talk about any of these aspects more, please reach out via the Project Geospatial medium, and we'd love to engage further. And I'm going to keep this as high level as I can and not get into too many technical weeds in this particular talk. We'll save that for the SAR 201. But first, let's start with what is radar. So I would say that this term was coined, as far as I could trace it, back to 1940. This was in the United States Navy. You can imagine it was back during the war. And this stood for radio detection and ranging. So the key point to take away there is a lot of the radio frequency-based processing really has its nascent beginnings, if you will, back in the war, back in the Cold War, back in the World War IIs. That was the primary way that we communicated. And you see a lot of the advances that we have today in terms of encryption and information sharing and whatnot were all started based on a need that we had back then to communicate, to find things, to estimate dimensions and so forth. So radar started back then in terms of a term. It was really strictly focused on one antenna, right? And you used it to find where something might have been. And you obviously are familiar probably with sonar and some of the other technologies that we had back then. And how do we get from where are we today? And how do we go from radar in the 40s to synthetic aperture radar today? So really briefly, I wanted to say that SAR, or radar, I should say, is a particular focus or topic, I should say, across the across a particular portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. So what I'm showing here is a summary, if you will, of what you expect to encounter as you go through the electromagnetic spectrum. We as humans are very used to thinking in terms of colors and things we see. That is the visible spectrum. And what you can see here, everybody can see my mouse. This is very focused on one tiny portion in terms of wavelength and frequency across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. What this means is that electromagnetic energy is all around us all the time. We just don't see most of it. We see only the visible light or the visible part of the spectrum. So radar in particular is more in the radio waves, microwave regime, depending again on wavelength and frequency. This is the non-ionizing radiation. As we go through smaller and smaller wavelengths, so tiny waves, and higher frequency, you end up in the ionizing radiation. And this is where you talk about X-rays and gamma rays and things that we normally use to image molecular level activity, atomic activity and so forth. So the key takeaway is wavelength, or the size of that wavelength. And you think here, right, it's kilometers, which is the range of the buildings, all the way to the size of an atom, for example. The size of the wavelength directly correlates to the size of the objects that particular light wavelength can image, so to speak, or measure. So that being said, we then look at what are possible sources of such, or what propagates certain radiations and where. Obviously, the sun emits the broad spectrum of wavelengths. Some of them don't actually penetrate through our atmosphere. So now we're looking at what do we produce terrestrially, right? So we have, as far as sources, we have the AM radio, FM radio, microwave ovens. We're going to have cell phone towers, 5G, 3Gs, and so forth. Thermal radiation is an interesting case right here. infrared. This is actually a particular radiation that humans produce. It's where we all have the night vision goggles, perhaps, and thermal infrared, right? But that wavelength is of the comes basically from heat that humans or other biologicals may produce, warm-blooded biologicals. And as you move then down into lower and lower wavelengths or higher and higher frequencies, you now end up with other light sources that are looking more at X-ray and other radioactive type decay elements. So wavelengths at this point are increasingly smaller, and they have higher and higher energy in terms of electrovolts or mega electrovolts in some cases. So why am I bringing this up? As we talk about radar in particular, I mentioned they're in this regime between, it could be a few centimeters to meters, depending on what wavelength we're looking at. And radar in particular is used primarily, you see it in the centimeter regime. And I'll talk about that in a bit more detail, but that should give you a good idea of what types or what scales of objects we're able to image with radar. Obviously, the reason this was important to evolve, I should say, as mankind was, past the visible electromagnetic spectrum monitoring with your standard black and white camera, and now awesome cameras that we get from our phones, and multispectral imagery and hyperspectral imagery that we fly perhaps on satellites. That is a tiny, tiny part of the electromagnetic spectrum. And it does not allow us to communicate or to see or to measure as broad a range of phenomenology and objects as we are able to do with radar. So that was the strong motivation, I say, to start moving into radar and see what specific things we can see with radar, or see, quote unquote, with radar that we cannot see in a visible spectrum. So two key concepts I wanted to bring up, and that's something that we all have seen, and we probably check this depending on where you live. You check this once a day or once a month, right? It's your Doppler weather radar system. So the phenomenology and the concept is the same. There's an antenna that emits an active, so it's an active sensing methodology, emits a pulse at a particular frequency. In this particular case for radar bands, you're looking at mostly, from what I've seen, C-band, but this pulse propagates, and then based on the receiving backscatter power, the determination on what the weather might be, what the moisture content, whether it's rain droplets or other debris, that is how the weather Doppler radar gets formed. It's fundamentally radar, and the way we trust it instinctively is it does propagate to rain and cloud. So there's one of the hints of why we are so interested in synthetic aperture radar. It provides us that all weather, day and night visibility, because it does not depend on the visible spectrum. It does not depend on solar illumination. It is is an active way of sensing your environment. So in the case of a Doppler radar that we use, that we all are familiar with, or we think we're familiar with when it comes to weather systems, this is an antenna that sweeps and it goes up and down, if you will, to create that 360 view or slicing, if you will, of the environment, to create those movies, right, of the base reflectivity that we all see on weather.gov or other sites. Conceptually, the same principles apply. Distance and time are the correlated pieces here. And then the velocity at which something comes, if you will, towards the radar source or go away are correlated to the frequency. So that is how we're able to estimate with a weather radar direction and movement or speed of movement of a storm cell, exact position, and extent or severity, if you will. So hint number 2, radar is extremely good at measuring physical properties or geometric properties of your environment in terms of speed, distance, presence, movement. Can they tell you whether a car is red or blue? Probably not, but they can tell you if a car is in a particular place. So from the single concept of one antenna, one pulse that gets circulated around, and for, say, a weather system, the next concept that we see with radar is this phased array. So in this case, you have a string of arrays, and this is what you describe now as the aperture. So you have a multiple arrays that are controlled via a computer given a particular phase, and now you get what's called a beamforming. So every antenna element emits a particular frequency. They're all synchronized or in phase, and this wave, if you will, of mini waves gets sent out, and then based on how this phased array is shifted or oriented, you end up with this brief beamforming diagram that I was able to include on what the radar will see. So what you see here is also the main beam or the main lobe, and you see these other reflections, if you will, or side lobes. This is something we see also with what we see with any radar and RF frequency system. And this has to do with the side lobes or things that happen naturally from the sampling, from the interference of the various waves. So it's almost a reflection of the main lobe at lower amplitudes or magnitudes. But that is, if you will, something that we have to deal with when it comes to radar. We can't just get the single lobe that you see. You always have these side lobes or reflections they have to deal with. So phased array are great in terms of give you broader aperture. You can get a much better sense of directionality. Say an object is here. With a phased array, you get much better definition in terms of where that object is. Is it coming towards you? Is it moving? And say, if you want to image something of the order of 10 meters or so, this phased array may be rather large to create that aperture. And now the question is, well, we want to fly this thing, and we would like to do this from space. So this is where the synthetic aperture part comes into play. So when you don't have that phased array or physical array to create this expanded beam or expanded aperture for a particular RF system, this is where you're now talking about how can you synthesize such an aperture. So synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, the way it's now known, really means you have one antenna, and the synthetic aperture, that displacement, if you will, of many sensors comes by the sensor physically moving and emitting those pulses with a particular frequency to create or synthesize this aperture. So it's a way to create a phased array, but now it can be flown in space or flown on a airborne platform and so forth. So you are doing what you could be doing with a phased array on the ground, but now you can do that with one antenna. Again, very, very tightly coupled and controlled exquisitely by a computer system that can adjust chirping rate, frequency, orientation, and so forth. But that is what the synthetic aperture part of the radar comes from. You just create this aperture by using movement of your sensor instead of keeping it static. So in this fashion, we're able to get a lot more resolution, or bigger aperture, if you will, on orbit without having to build a kilometer-long array in space. So as I described it, this is promised the only tech diagram I'm including here. So imagine this is your, in this case, a satellite platform. It could be, like I said, an airborne platform. It moves in a particular direction. So this is the track, or what we call nadir. So let's say it moves into in this particular direction. The synthetic aperture is developed anytime this particular sensor emits one pulse, receives the beam back, goes a little bit further, and emits that chirped pulse again. So that creates now a Doppler shift in a particular way of sensing things on the ground. The things that are important here to know is SAR sensors do not look down. That is, they don't measure things what we call at nadir. When you put a camera into space for, say, multispectral imagery, or all those beautiful Google Earth images that we all, I'm sure, look at anytime we want to find something, those are typically acquired at nadir, or below the sensor. By design, SAR and radar sensors work by looking off to the side. So looking in, what they call downrange. So this is off to the side of the sensing platform. And now you have all sorts of really interesting combinations and let's just call them features and processing challenges when it comes to figuring out what is it that your radar pulse found in this, what happened to be on the ground within that ground range and within that swathway. So synthetic aperture, again, is formed by physically moving the sensing platform with the radar antenna. And that is what SAR stands for, or synthetic aperture radar. But how does it actually work? And that's sort of a question that, I'd say the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. But as with other things, I find it fascinating to use the example of biologicals. So the best way to think about radar and how it physically works, because again, it is not an intuitive way of sensing your surroundings. It is not based on a visual type system or a visual cortex that forms an image. It is based on RF wave propagation, if you will. So think of echolocating mammals. Think of whether it's whales or certain dolphins or bats, some categories of bats that are, they have, say, visibility challenges. Either they are blind or they cannot see because there is no, it's dark in deep ocean waters. So what they do is they emit an RF pulse that now bounces back over things they have ahead. And the only time these will bounce back is if they either get completely attenuated or they find something. So based on what the pulse looks like when the bat, say, receives it back, we can figure out if you notice the top left diagram, the frequency or the distance between the pulses or the chirps is the same as when it was sent. And that means there was a static object that it bounced off of. It could be that the particular bug that the bat is chasing is moving away from the bat, in which case now you have this Doppler shift, if you will, or the pulses get attenuated or separated more, if you will. So you see a longer period in between the pulses. That means that the object is moving away from the bat. Or in the unfortunate case that the bug is actually heading straight towards the bat, you'll see an increase in that pulse that the bat receives back. So this is very similar to if you think of how we intuitively know if there is a ambulance that's coming our way when we drive. There is an increase in that pitch or that particular, there's the Doppler shift that we hear as the ambulance is behind us or is moving away from us. And that is really a fundamental way that we probably process intuitively echolocation without realizing what we do. The challenge is, of course, how do we make sense of this and make it into an image that looks like the SAR image we're used to? And that, I will say, is an artifact of human processing. It is not the natural or native way that radar and this form of imaging works. But using these techniques, we can measure, as bats do, as whales do, we can measure speed, distance, presence, direction of movement, and so forth, which are very unique things that we can see with SAR data. And that is part of, I think, the fascination with this new way of sensing the environment, that to bring those newer insights into the remote sensing world. The last bit that I wanted to clarify is how precise are these measurements? And I will say, if you've taken a camera, let's say you have two cameras and you've taken a shot of the same, you think you have a RGB regular camera, or maybe there are two different phones, you take a picture of the same thing, those resulting pictures may look slightly different in terms of their coloration, their hue, their saturation. And that is because cameras, to begin with, have a different way of acquiring information. With RF propagation, and in particular SAR and this echolocation, all the information on the geometric structure and distance is very precise. And that is one of the strengths of SAR. And what makes it very, very repeatable for these high precision results. So let's talk a little bit more about how high or how precise are these measurements and how repeatable. And that is, I would say, one of the main reasons we at ERSA are excited to do analytics with SAR. So I mentioned that electromagnetic spectrum, really when we talk SAR, especially, and I'll say spaceborne SAR, you're looking at, LS, what you call C-band, X-band. These are the primary ones that you see deployed on space orbits. And these are, low gigahertz values. Couple of the properties there are they are less susceptible to moisture or water absorption. or fading. And the antenna size is larger, so it's not something that you might want to put on a plane, for example. The airborne type platforms are much more, they're typically more X-band up to KU, Ka band. So these are smaller antennas, but they are much more susceptible to, say, rain fading. So you see a lot of the, when there's maybe a disaster response or intense rain event somewhere, these kind of radar will not be what you deploy to, say, measure something. You definitely want to go back more towards C and S band that have less of a water absorption. So these are all trade-offs that you have to consider when you're looking at SAR-based sensors. But in general, you'll see that they have a broad range in gigahertz. And what I mentioned is gigahertz are inversely proportional, or frequency is inversely proportional with the wavelength. And the wavelength, which is that periodicity of the sinusoid of the propagated wave, gives you that correlative measure into what kind of scale of features can this particular radar instrument measure. So a way to look at it is, say, for the most known bands of SAR that are used for remote sensing bands, X through P band. So these are the equivalent frequencies, which may not mean much unless you're in more the RF or communications community, but look at the wavelength. So the wavelength, you're looking at low centimeters to 100 centimeters. So now imagine the kinds of objects that are of that size. So this is where the strongest hint is for, you talk about what can radar see through ground? Is it ground penetrating? Well, it really depends on this band. So how deep does it go and what objects does it measure or can it see is really, really proportional to the size or the dimension of this wavelength. So think of it almost like what do you want to measure of the environment of the world? You're not going to be able to see the same things with a P-band SAR than you would be with an X-band SAR. Antenna, so anything that you want to, say, have emit a wavelength of roughly 2 to 3 centimeters for X-band, your antenna size has to be, or antenna element has to be roughly the same size to give you that aperture. So you end up with very, very different antenna elements in terms of size and design to create these different bands. So I'd say there's been a significant amount of work, especially on X-band and C-band systems. Now we've seen a few more that are going, doing dual systems, combining on the same satellite, an X-band and an L-band perhaps. And the question would be, why would that be useful? Well, let me show you. So SAR, as I mentioned, started radar, I should say, early on in the 40s. It took until 1978 or so for the first satellite to be launched officially and start having this free data. It's been around for a long time, but we haven't yet adopted it as broadly as we've adopted, for example, the multispectral sensor, the Landsat missions, the MODIS missions. Even though Landsat started 1972, it was much quicker to be adopted and deployed compared to some of the SAR satellites. And I believe a part of that, or a significant part of that, has been the increased difficulty in working with SAR data compared to multispectral data. So why now, and why is SAR relevant now? We have this incredible global collection legacy of SAR satellites, a lot of airborne collections. We've advanced significantly in terms of our RF processing power, understanding of the electromagnetic spectrum, and the knowledge is becoming, it's transcending, I should say, outside of the radar and RF communities, more into the GIS, geography, remote sensing communities. We have, and I'll talk about in a few slides also, SAR data is much larger and more complex to deal with. So we really needed that, the extra compute and the storage that we now have with cloud available. And is really that, understanding now what is the analytic advantage with SAR data and what can we do with SAR data. And that is what I hope to start talking about today. So we talked about SAR and how we go about understanding what SAR is. How is it different from multispectral imagery or even 3D camera images? And I'm a big fan of learning from nature. I think it's something that we all learn and observe. And one thing I wanted to point out is multispectral imagery, in terms of visual systems, it's something that is uniquely adapted or tailored to answer a deep human need for processing everything with our visual cortex. I think we have a great understanding of how the visual cortex works, how we process information, colors mean certain things, but we are limited to 3 bands. We have RGB vision. Those are the wavelengths that we can perceive. The most advanced visual system out there is this really tiny mantis shrimp that has 16 photoreceptors. They also can sense an ultraviolet, which is really unique, and they also can sense polarized light. So if you wonder why that is probably interesting, think about a time when you might have worn polarized glasses. And, if you've done this, my kids certainly have done this many times. Play the whole game of looking at 90 degrees on and off to see what features they may see from digital clocks versus not. The key point there is with polarized light and polarized receivers, you sometimes may not see things even though they are there to a different way of looking at the information. And what we learned from that is, for multispectral, the way we process multispectral images is very, very straightforward. There's a CCD array, whether it's in space or on your phone. It captures an image for a particular band, and it is a passive array. It doesn't have to send energy out. The solar illumination provides all the energy or that resonant frequency that it needs to capture red, green, and blue band, maybe some of the other ones like near infrared and close to that visible side of the spectrum. So just as a comparison, I'm showing an example here of the optical view of just a data set. This is just an optical image, but I want you to think about this while, and then I'll show you the example of what this particular scene looks like in SAR data. So when you have a multispectral sensor in space, again, you take a picture, you have what's called digital numbers. They now get processed with a workflow that we understand fairly well in terms of radiometric correction, or what is that band sensitivity to ultimately surface reflectance. So we correct for atmosphere, we correct for geometry perhaps, but fundamentally when you take a picture of something from space with a multispectral camera, the correlation and the pixel correlation corresponds already to things on the ground. That is not the case for SAR data. So the biggest question is, why is radar not really an image? And this is just a cartoon. You can find many of these online as well. But the bottom line is, for a SAR sensor, it's an antenna. It sends one beam many times over a pretty broad footprint, and then it keeps sensing, and during that pulse interval, it receives things back that it stores and then sends more pulses. And depending on how many pulses it sends out, it has that much sensing or that much aperture. And then it starts, you have to basically create the image from that. So level 0, and this is usually what you end up, at this point for a multispectral sensor, you already have an idea of what your scene looks like, and you've only taken one shot only. At this point, level 0, your image looks to some extent like noise, because it's not yet an image, it's just an RF waveform. And you also consider this in what is called slant plane. So you're looking downrange, so away from the where the antenna endpoint is, and azimuth, which is in the direction of your sensor or the movement of your sensor. So you have this angular view of what's really on the ground, and you still don't actually have an image at this point. Everything is an electromagnetic waveform, amplitude, and phase. And you still have to get down from that into a, maybe if it's a projected geotiff on the ground plane, which now has more of a pixel look. But to get to that, now this is just one example of a processing flow that just happens to be the one the European Space Agency is using. But in terms of just having atmospheric correction, this is a whole lot of estimation of these Doppler shifts, the centroid. Was it a chirp pulse? Was it, what mode was it? Do the range processing, the azimuth processing, focus it, and eventually get to what's called the single loop complex output. And from that, so single loop complex is usually this part, which is slant plane. From that, eventually project on the right digital elevation model to get to this ground return detection or GRD output. this is a long processing chain, and depending on your sensor and the amount of information and how you acquire the imagery, it could take minutes to half an hour to an hour. I mean, it really depends. And the other part that's important to mention, the processing flow has some prescribed steps, but some of these algorithms, so range processing, for example, or particular Doppler centroid estimation, a lot of these have their options. So how I process one image may not be the way other colleague of mine may process or form another image. So some of those assumptions are very important to think about. We'll talk more about that in a follow-on session. So with that in mind, let's go back to that original image. This is optical image, and now this is a SAR image. And a couple of things to point out. Even though this looks like an image and we can appreciate it, it is not as it's a formed image, and what you see here as really bright spots has no correlation to the fact that this was very green in the optical image. Why the reason this is has a high backscatter value, it's very bright, is because this was a tree canopy, meaning that there was a lot of surface roughness or a lot of incoherence, if you will. So everything's scattered, and you have a lot of volumetric scattering in this case. So you have lots of bright points. Whereas in this particular case, the runway here, that was a very smooth surface, not a whole lot of corner reflectors, appears very, very dark, even though perhaps with other sensing modalities, it might appear much brighter or have a higher reflectivity value. So key takeaway, optical image is sensitive to surface reflectance, material properties or makeup. SAR is sensitive to geometric properties, surface roughness, and it's much more difficult to interpret in terms of, is this a healthy canopy versus not, whereas I can easily do that with an optical imagery. So just to keep that in mind, even though you may see a SAR image, that is the result of an arduous process of formation. And it has very interesting features at times, or formation artifacts that need to be accounted for, at least understood, lest you become tricked, I should say, with SAR data at times. So what is some of the taxonomy that we'll be talking about in other series? I mentioned earlier azimuth, range, and very important again, SAR, images off nadir. So you have the standoff distance, or how far to the side, or what's that grazing angle at which it sends out the chirp one at a time. And then remember, you sense in slant plane, so that's a diagonal plane perpendicular to the direction of the beam. And then from that, you still have to project to the ground range, if you so choose, to get to something that corresponds to the ground as an image. This is, I always find this kind of diagram fascinating, just in terms of information content. So think here, an image that's sent out, this is the raw data, or when you hear about raw SAR data, what I find is that not everybody thinks raw data being the actual RF original measurement. They think more perhaps unprocessed or uncorrected formed image. But when you talk raw SAR, you're talking something like this, that's been perhaps a single swath or one burst, and it really looks like noise, even though it does have the information that you need in it. But to get to this formed image from the raw data, you go through some really fun acrobatics with math, and eventually get here. I think most of us appreciate that, we use the image data from SAR. It is always cloud free, and once you get used to it, it looks lovely. But there is a lot of effort that has to go into getting to that formed image. So range is important, azimuth is important, and those correlate to that resolution, or if you will, the pixel size on the ground, if we think in pixel domain of your sensor. And we'll talk more about that in a subsequent discussion. But the other important things that I really want to touch upon now are polarization and wavelength. So what are those, and how are they, why should I care, right? So the wavelength, I touched upon that in the electromagnetic spectrum conversation. This is just to give an idea in terms of SAR, and this is NASA has a wonderful applied remote sensing training program that I encourage everyone to take advantage of if you have a chance. But the idea is compare an L band to an X band SAR. The difference is how deep or how much what will it resonate with in terms of wavelength dimension, and actual objects on the ground in terms of forest or soils or other surfaces. So the key takeaway here is I have the same scene. One is an L band, one is an X band. And even though it is the same scene, and if I were to take a multispectral view of this, it may look coarser or a sharper detail, but generally the amount of information that I get in terms of reflection will be similar. When it comes to SAR, these two images look very different, and that is because these two wavelengths really respond or showcase different features that are visible on the ground. So it is not a straightforward feat to just put on top of each other an L band and an X band and expect them to match, because they won't, and that's great. So one thing to tailor always is what do you want to see, and what wavelength will enable you to see that. Again, most commercial SAR satellite providers right now offer X-band SAR, so really great for surface type monitoring and measurements, but they're not going to be penetrating deep into the canopy necessarily. So I just always find that fascinating. You look at the same thing, you see something very different depending on your sensor, and that's directly correlated to the wavelength. Now, the other part that you might have heard about is, so you have, for example, a C-band SAR, which is Sentinel. So that's 6 centimeter wavelength. Does that mean I see on the ground a pixel that's 6 centimeter wide? No. So the pixel resolution has a lot more to do with that azimuth and range type processing to give you how much is image, if you will, or formed in terms of a pixel on the ground during the synthetic aperture formation process. That still has nothing to do with fundamentally the wavelength, if you will, of the sensor. Where the wavelength comes into play in terms of resolution is when radar is used in its more natural form, which is interferometry. So at this point, you want to measure minute changes that are at the order of the wavelength in terms of surface deformation or displacement and so forth. So now you're not talking about the pixel resolution, which may be 10, 20 centimeters, depending on mode for Sentinel-1, for example. But you're looking at what can I do with a wavelength that's 6 centimeter when I process SAR a different way to get to that interferometric type displacement. So we'll talk about this more next time, but these are just some examples in terms of displacement that you can find with a C-band SAR like Sentinel, and you're looking here, the range or the amount of displacement is now proportional to the size of the wavelength. So that is, I say, one of the key distinction in terms of what can I see with SAR. Well, in terms of pixel, that depends on azimuth, range, resolution, aka how the image is formed. In terms of what detail or how much fine detail for displacement or other measurements I see, that is proportional to the wavelength of the sensor. So that can be of the order of centimeters if that's the radar you use. So that's going to be a very important distinction to keep in mind as we go into some of the other concepts with radar. So the other one that's a little mystic at this point is polarization. And I'd argue that this is probably one of the parameters, if you will, that are to some extent least explored, or maybe we use them more anecdotally, but this is fundamentally used massively, I should say, in things like mechanical-based interferometry or assessment of damage. So the idea is, as the wavelength is transmitted by this, so imagine this is the antenna element, polarization has to do with how the wave oscillates with respect to the electromagnetic field. And I'll talk about this in more detail in the subsequent session, but what's important right now is you hear about these 4 configurations that radar or SAR satellites use. Vertical transmit, so that is what the signal is when it gets sent in that active ping from the antenna, and what it will receive back. So you may have vertical transmit, vertical receive. That means this guide or antenna guide is oriented the same way. You may also have a vertical transmit, horizontal receive. That means it transmits one way, but it receives it with a on the horizontal element or guide, if you will. So what you send versus what you receive is gives good indication as to what it might have encountered on the Earth's surface to change its polarization. So Same idea with the horizontal. This is, again, orientation of the wave oscillation with respect to the electromagnetic spectrum and the direction of propagation. So things like, imagine you send this one wave and it hits a very smooth surface like water. You expect a single bounce. And in that case, you might expect very, very limited polarization or backscatter received in an HA channel or VH channel. So it really is something that can be used in conjunction with other sources of information to figure out more about what you're actually measuring. Not every material and not every corner reflector will invert the polarization. It will scatter it a certain way, but only certain interactions with materials will invert or rotate, if you will, the polarization of the wave. So that's a way to use SAR and radar in general to get more information about what you've encountered on your way. But when you hear polarization or VVVH, this is what it talks about: what was transmitted versus what is received. And you have sensors that will do what's called a dual pole. So we'll have a dual polarization, or they may be sensing quad pole, and that is they can do all the VVVH, HH, HV combinations. It really depends, and that part is something that most radar sensors have as an option in terms of what mode they will be collecting it. So with that in mind, let's see, we still have more to go on the parameters and how we get to SAR, but I mentioned this image formation chain. So at this point, at the sensor and receiver, when you get this initial voltage from the antenna, this is still an RF one dimension type signal. The comparison here would be with multispectral imagery. This is already a digital number that is formed off a CCD array, and it looks like an image already. So you go through all of these chain, I should say, of forming the SAR image. And really the one we probably want to talk more about here is this one step, which is the image formation. But there's a whole lot of processing of this of the actual RF signal that has to occur to even get to an image that an analyst may interpret. So I mentioned SAR image is not an image. The reason it's not an image directly is really something that we form, I guess, for us to interpret easier. But if we don't appreciate the fact that this is actually a mathematical process to get the signals into a visual pleasing output, we miss some important things. So I mentioned, for example, if you took a picture of these, obviously two tanks, take a picture of this with multispectral imagery, they will look likely the same. They'll have the same color, regardless of the fact that their particular Tourette, or in this case articulation, is slightly different. One thing you see here is the backscatter that you get from a SAR type sensor changes, even if it's the same object. These objects are static, for example, so I see things like the shadow of the object, and I see backscatter that, unless you know exactly what you might, or you're trained, may not really mean much to you. And then you have features like this when you have a moving object. So this can be a train or it can be a boat that moves. And what you see is this displacement of the moving object from the actual track. It obviously does not mean that the train is off the tracks. It just means, and remember again, I was talking about the echolocation, as the train moves, whether it moves away or towards the sensor, now you get a direct way to measure by how much does it appear to be offset from his actual track. That is that Doppler shift that can be directly measured to estimate, say, the speed of the train, because we know, again, the orbitology and we know what the track physically is. The challenge, of course, is, well, what if I want to run some machine learning computer vision algorithm on this and it's trained to find train on tracks? Well, at this point, we have to retrain in a different way to find the train off the tracks, I guess. And the same sort of applies as you go through other recognizable shapes or monuments, like the Washington Monument. This is the San Luis Arch. If you're very familiar with it, what you actually see here is you see more the shadow of the object than the actual object. And what reflects versus not reflects is even more obvious in this picture. This is one of the sea bombers. And, obviously the shape that's visible is the shadow of the actual object. the actual objects appears only visible in terms of its corner or bright spots on the wings and the engines, but you don't actually image, or you don't see per se the full image object. You just see what reflects back to the radar. So in general, SAR image is it's always on, it's always available. You see through clouds, but you need to appreciate what you're seeing in that form image to really make sense of it. The formation artifacts are many. I'm just listing all of them here. We will go through actual examples and look through all of them a little bit in a following session. But if you heard things like range ambiguity, azimuth ambiguity, nadir ambiguity, how we interpret and process the image, all of those artifacts come into play depending on, say, how we interpreted or how we estimated the local Doppler frequency shift, or we didn't perhaps do proper silo suppression, and now we have these ghosting effects. I was looking at an image the other day, and you can find things like oil storage tanks that are not at the oil storage facility, but they've been now ghosted, if you will, in the ocean nearby because silo suppression wasn't fully in place. So lots of really fun effects here that are that makes SAR image processing a little bit challenging. Because it does have to take into account that processing chain, if you will, to say what do I need to look for, and how is this a real object, or is this just ghosted from somewhere else? You don't have those problems with multispectral imagery, and this is why my thesis is this is a new way that we have to train ourselves and our analysts to think about things. So what can you see with SAR that's so unique? And how do you know when you actually found something versus you got tricked? So I talked about how SAR works. What is synthetic about this one satellite? And that's, again, trajectory. The reason this is unique is that, yes, you may not be able to get the actual color or that material reflectivity property or the surface reflections from an object correlated to its biomass health or, again, spectral properties. But what you can say is very adequately and very accurately measure whether something is present, whether it has moved, whether it is moving, and what direction is it moving in, how fast is it moving. And those are all things that you get by processing in different ways the SAR collected signal. So things that we do, for example, at URSA, and in general, things that you can do with SAR data is, the applications are numerous, but think anything that has to do with measuring 3D objects, anything that has to do with measuring changes in intensity or backscatter. I mentioned before the two images of looking at the same site with an L-band versus an X-band. We use a lot of X-band for those surface type measurements and activity type monitoring. But these are just some of the applications. The things they have in common is you pick an area and you can measure what's there, what's not there, if anything's moving, or where is it gone perhaps, and get additional insight. It is obviously really awesome when you can correlate particular measurements and views with multispectral imagery, and that's, again, for the visual context that us humans need. But SAR will work all the time, will work on its own. It does not need necessarily the optical information. It is just a way to contextualize perhaps the derived information that you get. The other parts that SAR is particularly sensitive to, if you look at, and this is one of the core missions that Sentinel-1 was launched for, was to observe and monitor glacier changes, sea ice, and so forth. So again, a lot of that 3D displacement and fine cracks into the ice shelf. It really is exciting type research that we can do with SAR today. So one example that I want to show is, how is SAR so unique? So this is an all-formed image of China. This is in Ningboa on a cloudy day. You see a lot of structure on the ground with SAR. It looks like an image. So what can you measure with that further? Well, at this point, the challenge number one is visualizing some of the SAR data. So because SAR is an electromagnetic type propagation, it's not an image that's two-dimensional, is what we call a four-dimensional data set. So it has X, Y, Z, as well as a time dimension to it. We found the most useful way to look at SAR data is by visualizing it into in a 3D form. So whether we project it on top of a models that we might be using, this brings a lot more insight into what SAR should look like to say measure that displacement of the lids to figure out the fill of the tanks. And that's something that we do at URSA. But visualizing SAR data is probably one of the challenges that we have to get SAR data usage more broadly adopted, I think, across the community. This was just one fun example to showcase, again, SAR data looks very grayscale. You have no sense of vegetation, coloration, anything on the ground, but what you do get a sense of is how fast is this particular glacier moving in a day. And with SAR, you usually have to use these additional features to showcase red flag, blue new type things. So in this case, is the ice moving downward and at what speed? So that was just one example of types of visualization that we have to do. And another example is, I mentioned SAR is really great at starting to use to find insights on a regular basis about a particular location. So this is just one example. So Port of Houston, we can image this with a number of different SAR satellites. Let's say we want to look at activity and we want to understand what's the economic pulse there. That's something that URSA is focused on. That is the observing the changes from space, whatever those changes may be. So in this case, we see here, now this is a great SAR image. This may not look as exciting to some perhaps as a multispectral image, but I'm really excited because it was taken on a cloudy day and you can still see everything. So what can you see? And what do they mean, right? So usually we have to go through a contextualizing part, if you will, of the observation. Where are things? What do they mean? Why is it important to see activity there? So in this case, you'll see labeled, is it train tracks, the ship, docks, what are there? We use multispectral imagery again for visual context because this is what SAR looks like now. So you're looking at a GIF of a co-registered stack of images just showcasing ships coming in and out of port, cargo containers perhaps being stacked or removed, trucks and trains leaving and coming in the station. This is straightforward to interpret to a trained SAR analyst. It is not necessarily what you want to start the conversation with because a lot of interpretation has to go in the what's the wavelength, was it polarization, were they co-registered, how was it formed, what's the Doppler shift, and so forth. So we have to go from all that beautiful SAR processing to derived insights. And how does it make sense? And one of the other things I mentioned, the visualization part, is in the case of cargo containers, if you zoom in, this may be the view of the particular site in 3D with SAR data. The part that's really exciting is looking at that overlaid over perhaps a DEM or some other multispectral view for context. The difference here is the SAR measurement gives you that near real time, in the moment, precise view and measurement of what the activity or the geometric height, say, might have been of the cargo container stack. But with the guide of the visual optical imagery in the background, you have at least an easier time understanding and processing that information. And that's also something that we found very useful in terms of providing insights with SAR data. And the story can repeat itself in many different ways, whether it's trains leaving and coming out of the station. The point that I'm trying to make that's to me really important is it's sometimes not sufficient just to look at the SAR data, form data. You have to bring in that context to know what you're looking, to know what you're measuring. But once you've mapped out this is the AOI, this is the site that I'm interested in, SAR then can give you a wealth of information in terms of activity and trends and what comes, what goes, what moves to start doing this global change from space, which is what URSA focuses on. So we use SAR data exclusively, and ultimately we want to get to this view of the world, which is we see a lot of things from space, whether it's ships, measure oil storage tanks, coal plants. We map the activity we want to a particular AOI, and then SAR does the rest. And that was just a very, very rapid bliss through some of the things we started doing at URSA, and I'll talk a lot more into other future in a future series, more on the analytics. But I wanted to close with this. That we are uniquely enabled to do this work with SAR, with radar, and the one My one excitement in presenting this to everyone is that I hope more and more will start using radar. And hopefully you'll join us for the next series to learn more about the wavelengths, the polarization, and what exactly, what is the art informing some of these images to get to the analytics? How do we do machine learning with this stuff? What does it even mean to do machine learning? And what are some of the other concepts are?
Len, thank you to Christine Young for joining us today. Christine and I met about 5 years ago or so when we were doing a hackathon together. And so Christine, she's the president of Blue Compass, which is an IT consulting firm that specializes in data science and innovation management. And she's always been doing a lot of very interesting things. She consults. She uses Blue Compass's innovation and data skills. She does all sorts of things. And today we're going to talk a little bit about hackathons, and we're going to talk about child trafficking and a couple hackathons that she's been a part of and been instrumental in coordinating. And so welcome, Christine. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So let's kind of get to the heart of it, right? So hackathons in a virtual environment. It sort of sounds redundant to some ways because we have, there are companies out there like organizations like virtual hackathons and folks like that run virtual hacks all the time. Maybe you can help kind of describe a little bit about the difference between a virtual hackathon and a real hackathon for those that are not familiar with hackathons.
Yeah, sure. So normally, a hackathon is a time when geeks come together and build things, and we'll throw data, apps, a challenge at folks, and then maybe like 36 hours later, they'll come up with an idea. So when we do these hackathons, the benefit of doing it in person, you get to talk to people, you can talk to end users. A lot of times we have people from industry like IBM, Adobe. We had Elasticsearch and Recorded Future in the last one. So there's a lot of people that come to the table and will just be there for educational purposes. So that really organic conversation is really beneficial when you're like trying to talk to the end users for the usability side of it, and then the technology people for the technical side of it. So by moving it to virtual, like creating those organic conversations to virtual is, a lot harder. And then virtual hackathons have a stigma too, because usually it's all about that prize purse. Like I'm there to get that $1,000 or $5,000, and there isn't much interaction with the host of the hackathon or anybody else really. So actually the winner of our last hackathon, they told us when we decided to go virtual, they decided that they weren't going to do it. And then the day before, they're like, oh, let's give it a try. And then they joined. And then they were really happy about it. So So yeah, there was a lot of elements where we used the heck out of Slack and WebEx and just did a lot of outreach and did a lot of connecting so that like people who I would say like, you know, most people who come to hackathons aren't necessarily the most outgoing. And so knowing that, you know, we were a little bit more friendly without being overbearing. And I think people really appreciated that. So.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. You know, it's like in the hacks that I've been to, it always seems like there's that one kind of connector person on the successful teams that is able to, you know, be the really effective communicator. And you know, I'm curious, you know, as we're in this different era where communication is, you know, it's hard to grab a hold of your arm and shake you and go, hey, Christine, what's going on? You know, how do you see that playing out? You know, the communication changes that we have to do to be able to, like you said, you were going out of your way to be more friendly on the most recent virtual hack that you did. Maybe you can describe, you know, some of the different approaches that you've taken to actually doing that deeper level of communication virtually. It's a skill by itself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes a lot more energy because your intention is laid out up front. You can't just, you know, walk across someone's desk or if I go to the snack table, you know, that organic conversation doesn't happen about like, hey, I had trouble with that hash too. Like, what did you do with that? So what we did was like people were open to chatting in the different Slack channels, and we had a Slack channel for brainstorming, Slack channel for teaming, and just made it very like the intention of each conversation was there. So at least people weren't shy about bringing up conversations, especially with the teaming. It's hard to get to know people over the computer. Yeah. So we also made resources like readily available for people. So if they wanted like their video conferencing, and with the free version of Slack, you can only do one-on-one. You can't do group, but we had our WebEx channels ready for them because we had a license for that. So we were able to give people video conferencing to meet people for the first time. And then also, like we made those one-on-one connections with people. So there were about 8 of us that were kind of doing the background conversations and seeing like who needed what. And so I think people appreciated that. And then people started to open up during the hackathon, and we noticed like people posting like, you know, this was helpful for me. I hope it'll be helpful for you. And also the generational sharing was really it was outstanding. Like we saw 14-year-olds talking to 60-year-olds. We actually had a mother-daughter team that wasn't like teenage daughter. It was like, I would say she's in her mid 30s and her mom was she was definitely over 50, maybe almost 60. So like that was really cool to see that, like, you know, the multi-generational aspect was there. So yeah, it didn't matter who people were, even skill set. There were newbies, there were people who didn't code at all, and they were paired with someone who coded. And they learned something out of that as well. So, yeah, it was pretty cool. Multidiscipline, multi-generational, multiracial, everything. It was cool.
What was the outreach like to get that kind of demographic that you did from all these different people? Where did you have specific focus groups or you know, gaming communities or at home coders, that type of thing? How did you reach that kind of diverse set of individuals coming?
From our hackathon circuit that we've been doing the past couple of years, we have almost 4,000 people in our district list, and then like from all the different cities that we went to, and then this previous one we paired up with George Mason Policy School. They're on the Arlington campus in Virginia, and they their professors are part of this like transnational crime center school. And they shared it with their group. We also paired with Georgetown Data Science, and we presented to 3 different cohorts. So there was an academic outreach, and then with high schoolers, just through like the different social media channels, we had a TJ group basically share it with their friends. And so we had a good number of TJ kids show up. That's Thomas Jefferson. I don't know if this is a Virginia crowd for your readers. I'll just assume that, but yeah. So TJ is
actually, but
yeah. So I should probably explain. So yeah, TJ is the magnet school nearby. And then the professional outreach, just a recorded future showed up in force. They had I would say 20 people show up.
Wow.
And part of it was they were showing the capability of recorded future, which was really awesome. They were showing a relationship with open source, and so they sponsored, but then also they competed too, and you could see the quality of their projects come out at the end when they were demoing. So it was cool.
So how do you get sponsors for this, right? So is it topic driven? Is it, somebody just happens to have, some advertising or BNP money laying around and it's oh, I want to go spend it on that? Or is it how do you approach, getting sponsors?
So
your secret sauce, I'm just saying,
there's no secret sauce. I feel like I'm begging for money with finding sponsors, but that's how we fund our hackathons. And a topic like child trafficking, I feel like anybody is willing to help out with that. That one kind of speaks for itself. And basically any technology you can make useful, Mapbox was a sponsor, and with mapping tools, you can definitely find use for that. And then things like environmental conservationism, a lot of times corporations, they might have some CSR component to what they do, like corporate social responsibility. So depending on what their interests are for the technology side. And then depending on what the topic is, we'll engage with NGOs, academia, and that kind of drives who the sponsors would be too, because a lot of times the sponsors are the ones that want to sell to the NGOs or academia or government. So.
Yeah. So you end up with some version of an end result, something that gets judged.
Mm-hmm.
How do you go about setting the judging criteria, right? Because you usually publish that ahead of time, right?
Yep.
So do you come up with that, or is it with you and the sponsors, or how does that work?
So our criteria is typically the same. There's a usability component, technology component, and creativity. So there's 4 different criteria, and we only add criteria if there is a sponsor that is specifically sponsoring a prize for the end. So I'm trying to think of an example, because I remember there were some people who wanted to, IBM, for instance. So IBM, their Watson APIs, they said we'll give $1,000 for the best use of Watson APIs. And that year, somebody created a software that was meant to go into a hotel lobby to scan faces. And if there was ever a match with someone in a human trafficking database, then that alerted law enforcement. So that was a pretty cool use of Watson API facial recognition. When they do that, then we'll add to the criteria. So.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So, I know we kind of jumped straight into the, talking about, what's going on with virtual hackathons and in the land of COVID that we still sit in. Maybe we take a step back for a minute and you kind of talk about how did you get into the whole hackathon thing in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, and then talk about, your journey into hacks and a little bit about your background, because I thought your background was pretty cool.
Which background? Software background?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I started off as a coder, graduated out of Carnegie Mellon. And when I graduated, I was doing, all sorts of software development for the government. And then I decided I wanted to talk to people more. And went into requirements, but like that wasn't satisfying me. So then went into strategy, and then went to Gartner and did basically C-level consulting. So from Gartner, like with the strategy piece, I don't know, they kind of breed entrepreneurs out of there because people they eat what they kill. You know, you get the work, you do the work, you close the projects, and so that was like a good launching pad into starting my own company. And so hackathons was something that I just saw was something fun to do. And you don't just have to be a coder, like you can be a coder, a designer, a subject matter expert. And I saw it as a good way of collaborating, but the government wasn't doing it very much. And so I had pitched the idea to a federal agency, and they weren't asking for it. There wasn't an RFP for it or anything. So I pitched the idea. It ended up taking 4 years to get on contract. But you know, that's the way.
About right. You know, you get it done quickly, actually.
Yeah. So that's from like, you know, the government wasn't even asking for it. But, you know, those 4 years actually went by pretty quick. But we got a 2-year contract out of that, doing hackathons around the country, trying to connect the federal government to new ideas and new people. So that was really great. And then for the hackathons, the way to get hackers there, we made the topics interesting and, you know, sexy enough for people to show up. And so we always put a social impact theme to it. So all of our hackathons have some kind of social impact, and like, you know, whether it's human trafficking, food security, environmental conservationism. There's a lot that people will spend a weekend to help. And, you know, first responders, like, you know, who would deny a first responder? So we always, you know, do something where the federal government would get out of it, industry gets something out of it, and then also NGOs and local government, they don't get second helpings or, you know, sloppy seconds with technology. They get cutting edge. So I really like that, giving NGOs, you know, a cutting edge advantage.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like about it too, right? So you maybe talk a little bit about expedition hacks too, right? So that's something that you're helping, you know, continue to make happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Expedition Hacks is our hackathon series, and so that's our brand for the hackathons. So we do it around the country. We're always looking for people that want to do good with their technology. So you know, we don't seek out people that are just trying to push their software out or whatever. But always each hackathon has an outreach component to academia. So always trying to give back to students as well, and also try to help them find jobs. That's very important, especially at this age.
I just remembered that you were pretty adamant about that. And the first time I met you when we were doing that hack, it was literally 5 years ago. I just went and looked. I was like, wow, I can't believe that was actually that long ago. But that was one of the first things I remember about you, Christine, is that you were insistent that there was going to be a meet and greet with as many luminaries as we could find. And we did that. And it worked out great because everybody loved it, right? And that particular hack, the interesting thing was the team of interns are the ones that won that one, right? So even we had professional hack teams showing up from, I think they came in from Georgia, et cetera. And it was the interns that won. So it was kind of cool watching students win that. Talk to us a little bit about the topic the way we named this, you know, socially conscious geeks bring down global criminals, right? Okay, so here we are, you know, 20 minutes into our discussion, and we haven't even mentioned the main topic, which was human trafficking, right? So I know of at least two that you've done with both, I think with George Mason, one in person in 2018. The other one was the virtual one you just finished. Can you talk a little bit about the topic of human trafficking, how that kind of got on your radar, and kind of walk us through the first one that you did?
Yeah. I actually went to a human trafficking conference at Catholic University like 5 or 6 years ago. And I was compelled to do something about it. I'm not a social worker. I'm not in the federal government working on human trafficking. But I have this company, and we were doing hackathons at the time. So that just naturally came together. So human trafficking is the second biggest global crime, and it's a second to drug trafficking. And there's actually a lot of overlap with drug trafficking. Because it is so profitable, you have gangs that actually work together. Like, when you ever think of gangs, they're always, combating each other, and they're always trying to get profit over each other. But because human trafficking is so profitable, they are working together to recruit. And so it's actually a very dangerous thing, because it's very out in the open, and it's right under our noses, and we just don't realize it. And not until I started to learn more about the subject did I realize that it's actually a huge thing in the DC area, especially in Northern Virginia. And there's ways that they are recruiting that are actually specific to our local area. Like, for instance, recruiting high school girls. You think it's the guy that's going to the malls and, looking for girls that look weak, which they are doing, by the way. But in addition to that, they're looking for the girl that they'll tell the girl, like, if you tell your family what is going on here, I'm going to chop off your brother's hand. And so what ends up happening is they're working for the Johns during the day when they're supposed to be in school, and they go home every night to their own bed, to their own home. So their parents aren't even aware, or even that they're not suspicious of anything. They just work things out, and they understand what the parents are looking for, and then they work around that. So, that's a very scary thing. So we have to teach our children earlier. And people are talking about, like, you talk to your kids before 4th grade about sex. And then you tell them early about there are these bad people that try to do X, Y, and Z. So, it changes the way that you yourself operate. And there's just, operational security that you just need to know for yourself and for your kids. So that, if they spot something, or if they walk into a situation, they know how to get out of it. What is the role of technology in that? Because, kids always have their phones. There's a lot of facial recognition software out there, vehicle recognition software. So how do you put those things together to work in favor of law enforcement, and in favor of social workers? You don't want them to have the sloppy seconds for technology, because, if it ever comes down to you yourself, or someone that or someone in your family, you want the best technology out there. So, yeah, so that's how the human trafficking topic.
Mm-hmm. Christine, I want to go back to what you said about Northern Virginia, and it's right under our noses here. And I was in a human trafficking seminar hosted by one of the high schools. I brought my middle school daughter to it just to kind of get her aware of how serious this stuff is. And although the group, and honestly, I can't remember which group actually hosted the event, but there were some local county officials in Loudoun County who participated in it, but they seemed to kind of downplay its prominence within the area. Like, we don't have cases like this around here, but I was like, well, that's wow. To talk about it. So what's going on? And it also highlighted a lot of other issues of where do you even get data to figure out where these issues are occurring. And I understand there's a lot of layers to this, such as the law enforcement doesn't actually keep track and record human trafficking if if it's a different type of crime, even though it's associated with human trafficking, it may not get labeled as such, and they may not even categorize it as human trafficking until after someone's charged, prosecuted, etc. Right? So, and so, how do we keep track of how many cases are locally? How do we create more awareness this stuff is actually going on from a data and technology perspective? Because I think even law enforcement and county officials are just understating the fact, or maybe they're just lack of awareness of how bad this is.
Yeah. So Polaris is a group that runs the National Human Trafficking Hotline. So they have a lot of data in terms of cases reported. So they can show, like, in terms of location to geographically where the clustering happens. But so Polaris, they've identified 25 different types of human trafficking. So usually what people do is label either sex trafficking or labor trafficking. But then they go into the nuances of like massage parlors and then like different types of labor trafficking. You could argue that even labor trafficking, like the speaker that we had, a human trafficking survivor in the last one, she's labeled as a labor trafficking survivor, but she was her employer raped her. And so she said, like, labor trafficking victims are often like, it may not be as frequent as someone who's labeled as a sex trafficking victim, but they still go through horror all the time. So yeah, it depends on how the data is captured. And then also Fairfax County, their human trafficking department was one police officer. He was Detective Bill Wolf at the time, and now he works at the Justice Department. But he was a division of one officer, even though this area has been noted on several lists as the second highest trafficking activity in the country. So if you don't have somebody capturing the data, then, like, you know, it's going to be captured as some other crime. And also, like, you know, one sex trafficking crime might be a combination of, you know, several crimes together. So yeah, the way that the data is captured, it's not consistent. And so that's part of the problem. But then when it comes to like Super Bowl time or, you know, some other sporting event where there's been a spotlight that sex trafficking happens, then, like, you know, all of a sudden all this data comes out, and there is a lot of sex trafficking data that comes from that, just because people expect it, and then they put a lot of resources to it. So yeah.
So what
the data stuff?
So for the hacks that you ran.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, you know, for the hacks that you ran, what data did you find, or what data were provided to the folks at the hacks? Can you describe the data?
Yeah, so we had a lot of open source data. That's always where we go first. Yeah, for like HHS has data, USAID has a lot of data for like global data. Data.gov, there's, like, you know, so much there. And then we had one group, Nova HTI, that provided data called from Rub Maps. And so that was like data that we had to check their ID to make sure that they were over 18. But basically it was for the ads. And they scraped data, basically. So last year, or not last year, in 2018, there was another data provider that donated scraped data from like Backpage, and which is down now, Backpage and SC and Craigslist. So there's a lot of data providers that will provide, that will donate data to us. But it's hard to call data like, you know, human trafficking data, because there's so much different data that you could use. But yeah, so there's a lot of data that we had. We had a whole Slack channel just devoted to data sharing. So
is there some kind of effort to aggregate this all and standardize a single data front for people to use?
People talk about that all the time. The problem is data capture, where the data resides. And then some people, once they get good data and it's usable, then they want to sell it. So, it's part of the industry problem, I guess.
Oh, understood. I just, from the topic, I'm not sure that's something that should be sold just because of the lack of awareness out there. But that's just me personally. I mean, and then I kind of want to go back to, I mean, just it's such a struggle to get data even out of local law enforcement. And promote exposure of this. I think that's also just the market, the numbers and the market, what's going on. I think that's just as important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's actually data providers for this topic that's specific to law enforcement. Like they see law enforcement as an end user, and they won't charge a lot. I've noticed, but still, they're working too. You know, like they need to pay their workers, but good data doesn't come free. So, unfortunately,
that's probably an understatement of the year right there. So the hack that was done in 2018, good end result. You decided to do another one in 2020, right? But you launched it and you started advertising, and then, oh boy, we had a global pandemic, right? So talk a little bit about the shift, right? Because George Mason campus got shut down, right? So it was supposed to be on campus, right? George Mason, for some of our listeners, it's a local university here in Fairfax, Virginia, and was going to be the host for the most recent hack. So can you describe the process that you went through to change the whole format from a in-person event to a virtual event?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I've been working on a blog post on this for like the last 2 months.
Good. This will be like a dry run for you, right?
So when the global pandemic happened, I would say around early February was when I saw the possibility of it hitting our area the most. So I'm a prepper wannabe. So sometimes I prep really well and sometimes I don't. But we came up with different scenarios of either a mixed in-person and virtual optional or completely virtual. Because I knew that there wasn't going to be a way where like everyone felt comfortable. So from the beginning, we had already incorporated a virtual hackathon or a remote option. But then by doing that, you're basically running 2 hackathons, which at the time I was thinking like, we have to do or else we'll lose people. So we were already planning that. And then like early March is when I kind of thought like this is going to go completely virtual. But George Mason, they held on because, in person, I would say is a lot better. But we held on until the governor said that the campus was closed. So that basically gave us, it was around 14 days to virtualize the entire thing. So we sent out our email to everyone immediately, to our hackers and sponsors. But what we did was we looked at it from a user experience perspective. So from a sponsor perspective, from a registered participant perspective, like what would they want to see? And one of the things about the in-person hacks is like people like swag. So we still sent swag to everybody. And, it was like a little care package because you got your Expedition Hack sticker and your camera cover so that, if it's going to be all online, so you felt comfortable. And then all the swag from the sponsors. So that was really nice. And people still got their hard copy card schedule so that they knew what to go to and when. It was, there was still interaction that way. And we didn't want to turn down anybody with the swag. But yeah, so with the virtual, we had also like the roles laid out too, like who was the administrator for like WebEx and Slack, and even though a lot of these things are self-run, like we rehearsed our WebEx sessions, which at the time, like everyone hated me for, but we found out like all these nuances of WebEx that we wouldn't have found out unless we practiced. So, if we had not practiced and then in front of 200 people, we're trying to figure out why WebEx wasn't working the way we thought it would, like that would have been horrible. So, practice, practice, practice.
So give us one tip that you learned in your prep session.
Prep sessions meaning like the rehearsal.
And your rehearsal with WebEx. What give like one tip of something?
Practice transitions because that's probably the most awkward part for the people sitting and watching. So we had music going on, and it seems like a simple thing just to figure out music, but the audio side of it, like the person running it had like a mixing soundboard thing going on to have like the mic and the music and everything. And then also the nuance about WebEx that I was talking about. One host can't host more than one meeting at a time. Like you can attend as many meetings as you want, but apparently only one host license can only host one at a time. So we were running like multiple breakout sessions and stuff. And so when our colleague was trying to prepare ahead of time and just set all the ones ahead of time, and then we practiced the transitions, and it wasn't going, like it wasn't turning on. So we're like, what is going on? So so that's a nuance of WebEx that you would not know unless you were actually going through that. So
yeah, that could have been a serious nightmare trying to say, okay, we got to start the session now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
definitely know how that is.
A little bit. So the end result of the virtual hack. Tell us a little bit what did you learn and what did you like about what the end result was?
I think that before doing this, I felt like it was either going to be great or a big debacle. So that was part of the reason why I was like, we have to practice. And it actually came out really well. And I enjoyed working with my team. I enjoyed talking to the hackers. So the fact that people can meet each other and get to know each other in a short time period and get together and collaborate, like that's actually possible. So we are trying to actually package this as a product or service for people to take advantage of. Because especially in the academic environment, like, I was just talking to, you guys before this about the distance learning with our county, like how that it didn't go well. So academia, like they could really benefit from something like this, and we don't have to make a profit out of it. We just want to be able to help where we can. So I think it's really important for people to realize that, life is not going to be the same going forward coming out of COVID-19. It's not going to go back the way. The new normal is going to be a modified version of what we had before. And we also have to remember that COVID-19, something like this can happen again. And so we should be prepared. So whatever service that we've got going on, we need to know how to virtualize it to be able to survive as a business. But to survive as a business, you have to be helpful to the people around you. So what is that niche? How are you helping? So I found something that's helpful for people. I'm not sure how to make a profit out of it, but at least like nonprofit wise, just to help and then pay our employees. That's what I care about most. But yeah, I think that we just need to face facts and realize that we need to plan ahead for the next COVID debacle that could happen.
Yeah, that's words of wisdom right there. It's like one of the phrases I think I actually detest is, yeah, I'm glad you used the air quotes too, is the new normal. Normal is what we're living in right now, whatever that might be, right? It may be different than what the past was. And the future, you're right. The future is going to be different than what we're living in right now. So play the cards you're dealt, not the ones you wish you had. I often tell my children that. So how do folks get in touch with you, Christine, if they want to be able to talk to you about hackathons and virtualizing hackathons and expedition hacks and picking your brain, or maybe even contacting you to talk about hosting a hackathon for them?
Mm-hmm. So expeditionhacks.com. That's our website for the hackathons. And then you can just email me, Christine at bluecompass-llc.com.
Well, very cool. Well,
we'll include those in the show notes as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So, we have we've got a few minutes left. Adam, I didn't know if you had any other specifics that you wanted to talk to Christine about. I know that we covered a couple of the very specific things I was hoping that we would cover without me even asking a question. I know we just turned the camera on and point it in CJ's direction, and we're all good usually. I learned go.
Yeah. So I like to understand any kind of aftermath behind studying some of the data with thinking thing. Did you?
Sorry, it's really choppy for me. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with my mic. Let me know if I'm coming.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out, Adam.
Daryl, just go ahead and take it away.
And go.
Yeah, and cut. I think what he was getting at was he was interested in the lessons learned about the data, and are there any follow-ups with the data that you were using for the last hack, and is there anything planned for maybe some other use of either the outcome, right? So the actual hack results. Or the data. I think that's what I translated at. And if it wasn't, that's what he said anyhow.
Actually, there is some plan with the data. So George Mason, they compiled all the data collected from 2020 and 2018, and they're using it as like part of their curriculum planning. And so, whatever projects that they've got going on. And I guess anybody that was part of the hack can do that, because all they have to do is take from Slack like we did, because that's how we shared it out with everybody. But yeah, it's really great data that's compiled in one nice spot. And then the aftermath, was it just data that you were asking, Adam?
Hopefully you can hear me right now.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, that was a good answer. Well, CJ, listen, really appreciate you coming on the show, and Christine Young, everybody, Blue Compass LLC, and want to Adam and I both. Hopefully, Adam can hear me still. We'd like to be able to thank you for being on the show, and come on back. We're going to do this again, and we'll have a continued stream of these with you talking about the evolution of hackathons as you know them. That'd be really cool to do.
Cool. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Thanks for having me. I'd do it again.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody.
Hi, welcome to Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons, and with the Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair, we're bringing on Chris Tucker to talk about the data behind the book, A Planet of 3 Billion. So Chris has been with us on the podcast before, I would say a month and a half ago, talked specifically about a planet of 3 billion. Awesome book, by the way. He gave us a great synopsis of what that's about. Can you give us a brief overview before we dive into the data itself?
Oh, yeah, sure I can. And it's okay if I drink beer since I'm outside at my tiki bar?
Free country. Go for it.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. And thanks for having me on. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in from, wherever you're tuning in from. Really appreciate it. So you guys were kind enough to have me on to talk about the book. So I'm going to restrain myself and try to not give like a massive pitch on the book itself so I can focus on the data sets, because that's what always gets short shrift. Typically, I'm talking to a bunch of folks that aren't necessarily map nerds. So it's really nice to have, what I'm assuming are a whole bunch of map nerds there out in the interwebs listening. So the book really, I'll just put it in historical terms. So about 3 weeks ago, we celebrated Earth Day, and that was the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. The first one was April 22nd, 1970. And what's interesting is that in 1970, there was actually a whole lot of awareness about population, runaway population, a lot of hand-wringing about it, because people recognized that from the beginning of the 20th century to the middle of the 20th century, certainly by 1970, there was already a doubling, more than a doubling of the world population. From 1.6 to about 1.6 to 3.7, right? So that's more than a doubling by 1970. And what's interesting is 50 years later, we are suddenly awoken to things like climate change, but a lot of the other big concerns from the first Earth Day kind of faded into kind of distant memory, including population. But yet, 50 years later, there's another doubling of the world population. So, not a trend line that is sustainable in any way, shape, or form. And unfortunately, in 50 years later, just population has receded into, kind of the background, not as something that people are focused on. So 25, somewhere halfway between the first Earth Day and this Earth Day, 25 years ago, I actually attended a lecture for the inaugural lecture of Columbia University's Earth Institute by Joel Cohen. And Joel Cohen had a book called How Many People Can the Earth Support? And it took me a quarter century before I could come up with my answer. So my book is my answer to the question, how many people can the Earth support? Is that an answer?
Yes, it is. Sorry. I just want to double check. Stand by. We're doing a quick audio check on myself.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yep. I'm good to go. I can see myself on the.
I can hear you. Maybe if you put your beer background on, people could hear you better.
Well, I could do that real quick. Stand by.
I mean, should also crack open a beer. Anybody who's listening, you should crack open a beer. There you go. See,
there you go. Put my beer background on. So I know I got some, just to talk about the beer on here, I got some Black Ox from Old Ox Brewery just down the street from me.
Are they sponsors of Geospatial Frontier?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, well, that's okay.
I'm not more of a sponsor of them.
There you go. There you go.
So with that said, no, that's a great synopsis. And they talk about the concerns of overpopulation and what to do with that. So what I find fascinating, and we briefly talked about this in the podcast last time, is basically how much data went into your research. And that was just crazy amounts of research and the best practices that you have to go along with that.
Yeah.
I think you have a lot of stories to tell with just bringing this book together and the people you had to interview along the way, right?
Yeah. Well, and, kind of the first question, it's interesting because I think with the big issues of the day, climate change, et cetera, we actually are not all on the same sheet of paper. We don't adhere to the same narrative. We don't all kind of think of where we are in the course of the story in the same way. And so one of the things I thought was super important was simply answer the question, when you say, how many people can the Earth support? The first question that comes to mind is, well, what do you mean by the Earth, right? because people think about Malthus and, how many people can you feed? And that's not what I'm talking about. It's how many people can you throw on this planet, but yet have a planet capable of generating kind of the natural resources, the ecosystem, goods and services we need to support humanity as a species. And so the first thing, when I was doing my research, I knew what I wanted, but I didn't know it existed. And it turns out I had this fantastic research assistant from George Washington University, Studi Brown, and I told her, about the biome literature and, all these ecosystem and, mappings by biogeographers. And we were working in the 2017 timeframe. And one of the first things she did, she came back with the newly minted Ecosystems 2017 data set. And it kind of answered a bunch of my questions. And the thing I really cared about was not like generic biome description saying here's a kind of a desert, here's a kind of grassland, and here's a kind of an estuary. What I wanted was the unique ecoregions. Well, a term that I kind of became more familiar with. And when I started doing the history on this, this started with work in like the late 1960s at the U.S. Forest Service, where they were mapping the forest ecosystems. Then it started getting picked up by the EPA. And if I can switch, I won't do it now, but if I switch into browsers, I can start pulling up websites for you. Where they're trying to understand, how do we delimit these ecosystems geographically to understand them from like a resource management perspective. But it wasn't until kind of the early 2000s that World Wildlife Fund and many of the kind of global conservation crowd started putting together, based on that U.S. government methodology, a global data set. So here is what's called the ecoregions data set. And I have a little video. And the reason I do this video is, each of these places have a name, right? These places, if you're a local, you know what it's called. If you live, of course, in the United States, you may have no knowledge of this place on the other side of the world and kind of what makes it tick biologically, biogeographically. So it's useful to have just a little tour. But if you Google Ecoregions 2017, there's a website that you can actually just spend hours and hours or days and days kind of reviewing the hundreds of different ecoregions that are out there. And so I really started with this and went and met with a gentleman by the name of Eric Dienerstein at an NGO called Resolve. And they're trying to, understand conservation, what needs to be conserved, what is the human footprint on it. Though they had a somewhat different, they're answering different questions, they had a different quest. But then quickly, I also realized it's not just kind of terrestrial ecoregions, but we have all of these marine ecoregions. Now, this was done kind of by the same crowd, but, the oceans guys and the land guys don't necessarily run in the, in the same gang. So, you had to kind of hunt down the other website that happened to have this data set and find the guy that knew, where the styling file for that shape file was. And what's interesting here, right, is, well, more than 70% of the world is marine, right, is ocean. So, they were really only able to do kind of these coastal ecoregions. And when you'd ask about the deep sea, you would see kind of their footnotes saying, yeah, we know those are ecoregions too, but, we don't have the time and resources, money to kind of pull this off. What's interesting is if you ever look at the GPS on the sharks or orcas, that have been tagged, they're going all over the deep oceans, from ecoregion to ecoregion.
So does this mean when you're factoring in ecoregions into your book, and this is this is actually a live question from the audience, by the way. Does that mean that you're factoring in the Earth's ability to sustain wildlife too?
Yeah, completely. I mean, I actually don't separate them. So I think one of the weird fallacies of probably the past couple hundred years is we think of like humanity as not a species, right? So it turns out that we as a species, and I'll get to this in some of the other maps, started out as a very small number of individuals in that species and spread across the world. And, sometimes I like to not so really joke, that humans are the ultimate invasive species, because we started in one place and then spread across to all these other ecoregions. And, for millennia, we were very light. Our touch on the environment was very, very light. But over time, as we industrialized, it became heavier. So when I talk about the ability of, the Earth to support us as a species, like the key thing is these ecoregions have to be able to function themselves. And it's flora and fauna and, terrain and water and climate, everything kind of working together with geographic integrity. So, if the species of that ecoregions aren't somehow able to function, then all those complex relationships between the flora and fauna and the landscape, are undermined for sure. So, go to the, what do I got here? I think I've got this. So, when you talk about, those ecoregions, the next thing you always want to talk about is kind of the human footprint. And that's kind of what I jumped to. And a lot of the data that had to be assembled, these are things everybody knows about. Where do you find the roads file, right? But part of it was a cartographic challenge, because if I put every single road, those little gray squiggles are all the roads. If I put every single road, everybody who's a geo nerd here knows that the map would kind of be black with roads at this scale.
So it would look a lot similar to a population map in that.
Yeah,
and,
that's
and
right.
Then why bother?
That's right. And then, the big black smudges there are intensive agricultural zones. So, you have to pick a color. I was insistent to my cartographer that they not be colored green, because, people go, oh, it's green, it's nature. And you go, no, I'm pro agriculture. I always point out I came from an agricultural family, but you have to be fair and recognize that everywhere that is that black smudge, you have deleted the historic eco region, right? You've deleted the historic wildernesses in order to do productive agriculture. We've just done so much of it to support so many people that we've kind of annihilated large chunks. The red is the global population. There's several sources of that, whether it's gridded population of the world, from CSN, some of the work from ORNL. And I will say, we use different products at different times. And there's good work from the European Space Agency that has built a temporal data set starting from kind of early Landsat, like 1974, I think 75, 85, 95, 2005, 2015. So, it would have been really nice had we had Landsat, 50 years earlier, because that's right when the global population kind of did an uptick. And there's really nobody's done good work reconstructing what's called a gridded population of the world pre-remote sensing. I would love to see somebody do their dissertation on that and synthesize a pre-Landsat gridded population of the world. Or if somebody's seen it, please send it to me. And then we've got the yellow or the orange, whatever you want to call it, on the coastal areas. Those are all dead zones, hypoxic zones, where the nutrients has flowed from the agricultural areas and from urban areas. And there's so little oxygen there, dissolved oxygen, that marine life can't survive. Now, again, I'm kind of lying with maps. Sorry, I'm pointing at my maps from up close. It's not that every inch of those coastlines is hypoxic, but at this scale they are. Right, there's more than 400 dead zones across the globe, and then I like to skip one more slide. Oop, am I in the right? There you go. Because then you have to look at the ocean garbage, and this is one of the harder ones. I mean, there's a lot of there. Actually, there weren't many good sources of it, and some of the folks. This has to be modeled, right? This isn't remotely sensed, because I guess nobody's really come up with a good remote sensing methodology for identifying ocean.
Well, besides looking at ship traffic, who's really looking at the ocean besides these really low resolution images, right?
Right.
That even if the low resolution images, you don't get a lot of images in the ocean. Period. You just don't.
No, that's right. So you get the sea surface temperature guys that are looking at El Nino, and there's more and more oxygenation, because it's not just those hypoxic zones on the coast. There's actually big, messy swaths of low oxygen zones that are being exacerbated by sea surface temperature and climate change. Sometimes people will say, I mean, some of the analysis, the data says at high season, right, because it's seasonal based on heat and north-south, et cetera, up to 1/10 of the world's ocean will be have insufficient oxygen for marine life, which, you know, that's kind of a depressing thought. But this yellow stuff here that I don't have on the previous map is a modeled version of the ocean garbage. And there's some fascinating data sets out there. There's a scholar in Japan who had been like releasing like rubber duckies, and you could see, you know, where they would end up. And you could kind of model various, you know, how the debris released here would end up somewhere else. But this is kind of the best one I found. And of course, right, it's subject to the color ramp and the intensities that you put on there. But this is real garbage. Like, I always like to point out that nobody knew that there was ocean garbage really until 1996, right? Was that a quarter century ago? When a captain was crossing the ocean, and he, instead of at the helm, he was on the bridge, or instead of on the bridge, he was down on deck and said, "Look, that's a lot of garbage." And then he just kept looking, and it was, oh, I guess there's garbage across the entire Pacific Ocean. So nobody really noticed that. Now it's kind of, there's TED Talks on it. You'll find all sorts of stuff about ocean garbage, but there was no remote sensing methodology to put it together. So it's kind of this point sampled, ocean current based, modeled out version of things. But I think this is unfortunately terribly accurate.
So what would you say would be the recommendation for collecting data on ocean garbage? What would you say would be a good methodology for that?
Ask your audience. I don't have the answer. I mean,
I'm not looking for an answer. I'm looking for a, hey, what if we can get this type of, you know, curiosity?
No, I hear you, but because
I think almost like a, you know, because he's obviously a planet who paints the world in terms of land mass, but you know, I'm wondering, you know, I think in a more ideal sensor would be something like a daily revisit for a SAR going over the ocean or something like that, but no one's doing that right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd love some remote sensing nerds to get on top of this and start selling it to Congress or European Space Agency or somebody. I think there's definitely probably a spectral element to, you know, what do plastics look like, you know, floating in an ocean versus just regular water. The other curious thing, you know, that kind of came out in the research is there's all of these chemicals out there that are hydrophobic, like they hate water, and so they jump onto the plastic and bond with the plastic. So when the plants or when the animals eat a lot of the plastic, like those little maybe some of the women will remember, there were these face scrubs out. They've been banned since, but these face scrubs had these little micro plastic beads, and then they'd go down your water system into the rivers out into the ocean. So the oceans are filled with these micro plastic beads. Well, it turns out they look like fish eggs. So turtles eat them, and then you'll find, you know, turtles and other animals with enormous.
I recall something like a lot of West Coast states where I remember maybe 10 or 15 years ago were trying to advocate using those beads to help prevent evaporation of certain open water reservoirs.
Those are big. I think they put big beads on top. I think they put balls on top. I don't know.
The same technology, right?
Yeah. But I mean, if you've got all of this stuff that kind of looks like some natural thing, but it's plastic, and then all these hydrophobic chemicals that are jumping on the plastics, you'd think there's something that would be remotely sensible, right? But I haven't seen anybody do it. I would think if it's spectral, maybe the Modus Miser guys over at NASA could do something, you know. But I haven't seen it. And then, like you say, with SAR, or even like but LiDAR, right? We don't have much space-based LiDAR other than ISAT-2 with the green laser for, you know, looking at ice and glaciers and stuff like that. But you know, some of those green lasers can penetrate the water. I just don't know if they would actually see. Be able to differentiate between plastics and water. But that's a great question. But I think it's a huge challenge. And it's just funny, or not so funny, that, we didn't know anything about this until a quarter century ago. And then nobody did a damn thing about it except for that Dutch kid, Boyan Slat, who actually, I think it was in 2018, finally got a ship out to the ocean to collect garbage and succeeded. He didn't collect much, but he proved that it could be done. So a quarter century goes by, and 6-7 billion people on the planet, and only one Dutch kid tries. Like, it's just pathetic. It's just sad. I mean, I didn't try either, so I'm to blame also. I just want to point it out.
Well, one comment from the audience. What about Fugro and some of the other bathymetry and hydro collectors? Do you include that with some of your data sets underneath or over the garbage?
I have never seen any of the bathy sensors doing plastic. So if somebody's got that article, I would love to see it. And I think it's a great challenge to those guys. There's a lot of great companies doing airborne stuff with bathy sensors under the Jobeltex contract with Army Corps and a bunch of different folks. So I would love to see it, but I haven't seen it, and I don't know. A lot of that stuff is done to spec. So when NOAA contracts for coastal bathymetric, or the Army Corps does for riverine, I don't know that there's any requirement to collect that stuff. So part of this stuff is the customer's got to start requiring it before you're going to start seeing it.
Well, I think so to leave the garbage topic for a second. So I think using, right. Well, just to look at other maritime sensors to things like ocean temperature to monitor the current state of the ecosystems, for example. Are you using that as another data set to figure out the ocean as an ecosystem? What is the current health of those environments?
So, there's a lot of correlation, right? And, we've all been through causation versus correlation and autocorrelation and all these things. So the sea surface temperature ends up as part of the kind of equation of understanding the low oxygen zones. So that's definitely correlated. And you see kind of large scale NASA and NOAA and other nations, I'm sure, are doing it also, to kind of calculate that stuff. And I think that's super important. And they calibrate those space-based sensors with their buoy sensors and stuff like that. So I think that's really critical. But the other kind of autocorrelation that I don't know, but you sit there and go, okay, well, if you put a bunch of plastic in the first 10 feet of the ocean, will it absorb more heat from the sun and warm up, or less heat? Like, has somebody done the physics or the chemistry or whatever on that? So I've got modeled garbage patches. Could we start correlating that with sea surface temperature? And is sea surface temperature going up more because of plastic, or I don't know. And I don't even like to talk about it because I'm so bad at chemistry. Like, I'm not the guy, to be talking about that stuff. But I think there's definitely room for understanding that part of the problem. These dead zones, low oxygen zones, plastics, sea surface temperature rising, and then, all that stuff just seems like a swirl of autocorrelation potentially. But I don't know what phenomenologies, what remote sensing phenomenologies you would throw at that.
No, that makes sense. I mean, but I think it's underlying a lot of things regarding the book in general, in terms of there's so much data and so much to, it's one thing to make a case for a planet of 3 billion, but to dive into the current status of the planet on so many levels, this to me is just an introduction to a lot of different subtopics behind everything you just mentioned. So
yeah, well, let me just keep on going. Well, I mean, before I jump to this is a little video that anybody who's seen me talk, I always use it, so feel free to take a bathroom break while I play this video. But I think people go, 3 billion, man, we're at 7.7, like, is it really a problem? And I'm going to end up talking about a more rough-hewn economics-based data set that, if you do their math, like, their number is way lower than 3 billion. So I like to point out that my number of, like, how many people can the Earth support 3 billion is an optimistic number. And I don't say that to be a pessimist. It's just pointing out that I'm not the bad news guy. Like, I feel like I'm the lollipop fairy sometime, just giving you the good news. Because it's, when you stack up all the data, it gets pretty rough pretty fast. So a lot of people, they go, okay, if those are the ecoregions and that's how pristine they were, and oh my God, there's so many beautiful places on the planet, how could we possibly have kind of heaped that much human footprint on top of it? It's important to just do like a quick 100,000 or 102,000 a year burn through human history, right? So 100,000 years ago, we probably had about 1 million, way fewer than 10 million humans. And it wasn't until about 10,000 years ago, with the rise of kind of basic agriculture and basic human settlements, that you saw kind of the rise in human population. Can you hear the sound?
I'm actually surprised the sound's coming in there.
Well, hopefully the sound doesn't disturb anybody and you can hear me over it. I always forget to turn the sound off. But the thing to point out, right, is at 0 AD or 1 AD, right, you had about 178, 180 million people. And it stayed stable for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It even dipped a little bit here and there, right? Humanity, and it's not like nothing was going on. You had the Roman Empire, you had, the Han Dynasty, all these amazing things were going on, particularly in the East, because of the introduction of the plow and agricultural administrative states, etc. So this is all kind of, what do you want to call it, from the archaeological record, right? So, you're talking about which phenomenology can pick out ocean garbage like that, because we're so tuned in modern days to think about sensors. But to like reconstruct stuff, sometimes you just got to do kind of that hard work of how many people were in that region, 1,000, 2,000 years ago. So, the world population stayed really stable for a really long time. And then when 1300 came around, not to make any COVID-19 references, but right, we actually had a big dip in the global population. So much so that if you go back to kind of the agriculture or the biological record, you can see that many forests regrew. But then in 1700 or so, the global population took off with the scientific revolution, industrial revolution, medical revolution, agricultural revolutions. And by 1900 at 1.6, everything then just, went nuts. So, right, this is where I always say, hey, guys, at what point do you think things went a little bit haywire? And do you think you can sustain this curve? So the reason I use this one is simply to point out that, that data, none of that is remotely sensed. It's reconstructed. And you go, wow, our footprint is huge. And go, no, that's not our footprint. That's simply where we live, right? That's where humans lived over time. So, there's a bunch of other data sets out there that have been generated by folks. This is kind of mashups. So a mashup of the historic ecoregions and, what are imperiled by human footprint. And so, this is just like kind of a little bit rigid, the same way like choropleth maps are rigid based on states, because the status is based on the entirety of the ecoregion that the data is about. So I think this is useful in kind of communicating, but it's really inexact. So I'm much more focused on the granular, because it could be in that country that it's really the urban areas are undermining the ecological carrying capacity of that ecoregion and not the farming areas. Or it could be the farming areas and there really aren't many urban areas. So it doesn't really communicate the underlying sources. But I think it's an important data set that's out there. Again, if you go to the Ecoregions 2017, just Google that, and there's a website, and it's great. You can toggle between the ecoregions and the biomes and the status of those various ecoregions in terms of how imperiled they are. And then, there's these social scientific data sets. So this is actually from a group called the Ecological Footprint Network. And I'd encourage anybody to go there. But notice this is just standard country-based stuff, choropleth maps based on some statistics. But what's important, I think, here is they've introduced a concept called the global hectare. Everybody knows what a hectare is. It's not an acre, it's a hectare, which is a pretty standard measure, at least for agricultural land. And what they've been able to do is, based on the total production of the world economy, who's producing what land is committed to it. And they've been able to run some pretty sophisticated calculations on who's an ecological debtor and who's an ecological creditor. And what I like to point out here is they're very much focused on carbon, right? Who emits more carbon versus how much they sequester and things like that, which I think is super valid, but it really doesn't cover ocean garbage. It doesn't cover dead zones. It doesn't cover the impermeable surface that we have paved into the global landscape through urbanization and roads and things like that. But there's a series of maps here. You can see those little icons at the bottom of the map. So I just kind of did screen grabs. One is around ecological deficit and reserve. These are just outputs of their calculations. One is the total ecological footprint. So you see the US and China have higher. But you see that, I mean, to the cartography nerds, Alaska is as dark as the US because Alaska and the US are one country statistically. But the footprint of Alaska isn't as bad as the East Coast. The human footprint in Alaska isn't as bad as the footprint.
Well, you bring up a good point. So we're looking at these data country by country, and this comes down to how data is managed and looked at as countries being responsible. But at what point do we actually look at a lower level of what maybe what cities or local municipalities are actually responsible for those footprints and dive a little bit more deeper?
No, the amen. And, so I'll just page through these, just so you can all check them out on the website at the Global Footprint or Ecological Footprint Network. But before I go to that, the guys I really love, and I couldn't really I actually have a PDF of one of their articles up, but of course it's an academic article. So the maps are about this big and I'd have to zoom in on the PDF to get there, I guess. But Paul Sutton, a geography professor at the University of Denver, has a whole team of kind of geographers, remote sensors, economic geographers who took a different approach than what the Ecological Footprint Network guys did, focusing on carbon. And they focused on the paving of the planet, right? Because the amount of pavement, in a sense, is a different kind of economic indicator because, the more paved, the more urban, on and on and on. And they used that as kind of the proxy variable against global GDP. So you could see like the intense economic investment and activity here was annihilating all ecological footprint. And they were doing it at 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer squares, right? And that's something they could use Landsat and other remote sensing resources to kind of feed that analysis. The problem again, right, is that can really only go back to about 1974, or when the early Landsat resources that were on orbit. So it's kind of hard to understand where did it go from 1900 till now in terms of specific geographies. But my personal view is you've got to get very granular geographically to really understand what's burdening. Again, some countries, it is the urban area that, whether it's well-formed, well-planned urban areas or kind of informal settlements that have just, kind of seeped into the landscape, those just annihilate the entire wilderness that might have been there. All of the flows of water get paved over. Any wetlands is just gone. But other areas, it's perhaps because of kind of smallhold agriculture that's really inefficient and just kind of wiped out the historical ecosystem so that they could feed themselves, which is great. I'm all for people feeding themselves, but you have to appreciate kind of the cumulative effect of that when the population gets so big. So maybe some countries, actually, the ecological footprint is very much due to agriculture, not urbanization. And as we all know, at least from geography world, like every country is different. And you have to understand that. When I go back, to my kind of the picture on the book, or you see these very specific landscapes, sub-Saharan Africa, or kind of Eurasia, headed out of Ukraine, out to through Russia. There's just very different economic geography dynamics that are important to grasp. And in other data sets, Sorry, I just grabbed a whole slide. I should have gotten rid of the title here. But like, this is a data set from the World Resources Institute. And there's many of these conservation organizations do fantastic research. They were asked the question, what could we replant? What forests could we recreate here? And we could question their methodology all you want, but they came up with 3 different restoration methods and found that there's so much room left that we could actually reforest, because, humanity has a way of just rolling in and destroying, nature in order to do some human activity, but then the human activity kind of goes away 20 or 30 years later. So there's plenty of these places that could be.
What's a good example of a place like that?
Well, I mean, people get tired of me talking about my upbringing in Florida, but when you drive across Florida, there's plenty of gas stations that were built in 1972 that went out of business in 1973, and it's still a gas station, and it's been an empty lot for my entire life. And I don't think it's just Florida. So there's plenty of places that.
So who would be, I think it comes down to also who would be responsible for transforming that back into some type of benefit towards the environment, right?
You, and you, all you people dialed in. I mean, we all live in cities or counties or states, and land use is a major topic. Typically, we all just kind of sit back. And unless
policy and regulation have to allow people to be able to take initiative and do that too, correct?
Absolutely. But that stuff is shaped by activism, right? The trick is, and I'm not anti-developer. I live in a suburb here, and I've got green grass, which is entirely unnatural. We chopped down the forest for my quarter acre here. That has all accumulated over many, many years, many, many decades. But if you look back, this neighborhood just got built, the first house was 1934. Before that, it was all forest. So somebody said, let's chop up that forest and let's lay down street and let's put in sewer and let's make it houses. And, that's the story of the 20th century, really. And now, a bunch of us, some of us in the neighborhood go, why do we all have green lawns? Like, why aren't we replanting, with native species? Why aren't we, kind of replanting the forest? Do I need that much green lawn? I never actually use it. But there's some geographies that I roll through that aren't having that conversation. They're just riding their riding mower on their 23 acres once a week because, they like doing it. But if they weren't, that would be 23 acres that would be, would quickly bounce back. Like
what's that urban myth about grass being the number one cash crop of the United States or the world, for that matter?
Right. Well, I get infuriated. This makes me sound like I'm a real eco whatever. I mean, I've spent 20 years helping people kill people with maps. I mean, I'm a GeoInt guy that's been working with the DoD and the IC. So I don't know, how you come to this. It's just you start looking at the facts and they accumulate, right? But when I start driving down a highway, you'll be on a beautiful stretch of highway. I mean, unfortunately, there's all the highway, which is asphalt, which is no longer nature. But you have beautiful trees over there, beautiful trees in the median, beautiful trees to the left. A great mapping exercise for somebody would be to understand, just by taking the median and the, what do they call that, the shoulder, right? No, the excessive shoulder, beyond the one car width. If those were replanted, how many millions of square kilometer of nature would be replaced? Because it's this weird thing. You'll be driving some stretch where there is forest, and then all of a sudden, they widen the highway or something. So they killed all the trees to put the machinery. And then they decided to just mow that lawn for the next 35 years. So they're paying a guy to burn gas to mow a lawn where there used to be trees. And there were trees for the first 65 miles you drove. And there's probably trees, 35 miles down the road. But for that 35 miles, we're paying people to just do that. And you go, I never even questioned it probably until I was 40 something years old, right? Now I'm like, that's stupid. Why are we doing that? So there's a whole lot of human stupid going on that I think we don't even contemplate because it's budgeted for. It's, it's just, it's in the contract. We appropriated the funds for it. So why wouldn't you go do it? It's a job, and I'm all pro job too. But, sometimes you got to reflect upon what you're doing, I think.
So have you gotten this question twice now in the feed? So I'm just going to put this out there. How much do cows, bovines, affect the emissions?
A ton, actually, but it's not just cows. I think the important thing is I have a whole section kind of talking about the number of domesticated animals that we have: cows, pigs, sheep, goats, not to mention dogs and cats, right? I mean, cats are one of the biggest predators that we have out there because we let them loose and they just wipe out, all of the normal kind of small mammalian life and all the birds. And you just don't think about it, right? I mean, I've had cats, I've had dogs, and I like eating meat. But the more people we have, the more domesticated animals we have. So we've got something like 15 to 17 billion domesticated animals on the planet's surface at any moment in time. And it was a smaller number when we only had 6 billion, a smaller number when we only had 5 billion, a smaller number when we only had 4 billion. So there's this multiplying effect. It's not like how many of us are there and where are we? It's all of the animals and stuff we use to feed ourselves also,
No, that makes sense. We hear it a lot. I think it just comes down to the data. What does the data say, and where do you get the data to explain the effects of these agricultural, the animals themselves? Of course, where do you find the data for something more domesticated, like the impact of cats?
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, I know that the UN put together some fantastic data, and the World Bank put together some fantastic data around the role of domesticated animals. But the maps were bad, right? The maps are broken down by country. So I think part of it is the problem with our various statistical agencies, and they think if they throw out a number, I've made my point, booyah, I'm out, I'm smarter than you. And they don't quite get that that doesn't communicate that well. And if you can't actually show the stretches of land, the very specific stretches of land where it is, then there's no way to think about on the ground local action. You know what I mean? Just go, oh, in the United States, there's a whole lot of domesticated animals. You're like, yep, you're right. You got me. Not helpful. But I think that's like that divide between the statistical agencies that are answering big policymaker questions and the geo people. And the geo people haven't yet taken over the statistical agencies. And if they did, then the reporting requirements for farmers, the reporting requirements by county or by city would be very different. But I mean, I can guarantee there's some basement office in the USDA that actually has, probably a pretty cool GIS on where the domesticated farming animals are. I have absolutely no idea who I'd go to about dogs and cats. But all I know is, all during COVID-19, we all get out of our house and we have to walk our damn dogs. And there's dogs everywhere. And there's a whole bunch of newspaper bags filled with dog poop that are in some landfill, and they're being generated 3 bags a day by every single animal. So, I mean, it's a calculable, understandable thing. But, it's just kind of nobody's job to do it. But that's part of the human footprint. I think the biggest lesson is it's nobody's real job to calculate the human footprint with any fidelity. So it's just easy to really, really ignore, if that makes sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And as you're going through this research for grabbing data set after data set, how have you brought some of these data sets together, overlapped, correlated them, and along the way, what were your biggest aha moments?
My biggest aha moment is that geography and GIS has not figured out time yet. And you'll find data sets that are a snapshot in time, and they may be scary or not, but you don't know if it's a historic high or a historic low. You don't know if it's part of an uptrend or if we're on a downtrend. You just see a snapshot and you go, oh, that's a lot of something in some very specific places. And so we have all these kind of, I think, fairly sophomoric discussions about, is the data accurate and is the data precise? And I'm like, I don't know, do I really care if, it's 1% of what used to be 10 years ago, if I know where it is in the trend line. So my biggest problem was finding historic data. And there have been some really great data sets. I talk about one called HYDE, Hyde, and the other one caught me off guard, so I don't have it on top of my head. It's in my book. There have been some really great, fairly granular historic reconstructions of the human footprint going back, I mean, thousands of years, like to the end of the last glaciation 16,000 years ago. And those have kind of been done to calibrate climate change data. So they want to understand where were the forests, how much tonnage of carbon were in the forests. They got cut down and got burnt. So that carbon was then put into the atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some of that. It turns out I struggled really hard converting it because they would put it together in, for the nerds, in gridded data, right? Kind of like your multi-band spectral data, but it's in a grid. So then how do I portray it on paper? So I just kind of gave up at a certain point and tried to talk about it. I paid lots of research assistants to pull that data and slice kind of the multi-layers into different products. But then what you really want to be able to do is kind of watch them over each other, but you're coloring the grid a certain way. Anyways, we all know grid analysis and multi-band grid analysis. And so it turns out there is some old data that I would say is meaningful in certainly 1,000-year chunks, probably 100-year chunks, but the last 150 years of change isn't really captured well because the speed of change picked up so much from, say, 1850 till now that their standard chunks of their simulated or kind of reconstructed data doesn't really help. So you almost have to look at the world, kind of like that video did that I showed. You have to do it like there's that era where nothing changed that often and kind of use a certain methodology there. But that 1850 till now, that hockey stick, you need very different methodologies to kind of deal with it,
Well, I'm actually surprised to hear you say that because I think one of the questions I had regarding the data beyond the last 100 years is how do you trust the population wasn't actually a lot more than it was reported beyond 100 years just because of just record keeping?
Well, the weird thing is they actually used to, they did really good record keeping really far back. You can go back to these dynasties to their tax rolls. It's kind of like, where is the GIS bread and butter in our industry at the state and local level, right? It's the tax guys at the cities and the counties and the zoning guys, right? Because they're trying to generate revenue that somehow funds the city. So the record keeping going back, I think, on population, a couple thousand years is really, really good. Before that, it becomes more of an archaeological dig. And I think they're estimates, but it's an estimate within some pretty small numbers. You know what I mean? Like if there are 10 million humans 100,000 years ago versus 1 million, I don't really care. Right. It's kind of noise in the system.
So for the last 100 years, where do you think it kind of fell apart in terms of keeping track of the numbers and from a, compared to that, how precise you say it was?
Yeah. Well, for those of us who've done national security stuff, we kind of remember when we entered Afghanistan and you wanted to kind of see the human terrain in Afghanistan, and there was nothing. There was no Afghan ministry that had been maintaining a census. And you'll find that in a lot of conflict zones. The first thing the authoritarian wants to do is stop taking the census because it allows him to oppress minorities and do all sorts of various things. There's lots of countries where I think we actually don't have the very specific number the way we do with the U.S. Census, right? Which the U.S. Census is probably the biggest mapping agency in the United States because of what we have to do to map at an individual household level. But I guess I'd say that the UN population division was something put together when the UN came into play in the 1940s. And their estimates are pretty darn good. But it has actually made it so that we don't have the responsibility at a national level necessarily to do it all. We kind of go, oh, it's good enough, even though, Afghanistan, do we actually know how many people are there within 5 or 10 million? We had to reconstruct a lot of information in the early 2000s just to understand Afghanistan better. So I don't know if I answered what's your question?
Oh, no, I think you did. It's just, I realize that when you're looking at data sets, it's also, I think, just as valuable to record where and why there was gaps in coverage from a historical point of view, just as much as recording the actual data coming from these areas, because then you begin to understand, a lot of the lessons learned, and then actually eliminate those gaps from the data for various reasons. Because let's look at a good analogy, right? So with the current COVID-19 situation, you actually have this interesting data set issue going on right now where most of the countries are not reporting on a micro or regional level. And it makes it look like, some areas or like the United States, we're reporting on a micro and even county level. So the severity has this appearance of maybe even looking worse than it is.
No, I mean, a lot of this mapping, people kind of forget that it's an administrative function, and you either have a state agency that is budgeted to do it, or you don't have the data. So a lot of countries, for instance, that purple data in my data set, I think I may not have covered that earlier, is toxic sites. Do I need to go back up on my, where's my, I'll go back. Just say the purple there is toxic sites, right? Well, in the United States, we have an Environmental Protection Agency, and we have a program, Superfund and others, that actually map it with, regulatory precision. Same thing in the EU, same thing in places like Japan and maybe Australia. The problem for the rest of the country, the rest of the world, was that most of those countries actually don't have those the environmental regulatory rigor that we do. So if you look, there's no toxic sites there. So the United Nations had to pay an NGO to go and do the mapping of toxic sites using a certain standard. And if you read the footnote in their data set, it always says, well, we think this is about half at best because this is largely based on self-reporting. So I think the environmental data around toxic sites is a perfect example of what you're talking about. Even today, we don't know the totality of it because it's nobody's job to generate it with rigor, right? Number one. And two, there's no just remote sensing methodology that will let you know every toxic site on the planet, right? They're not all just surface toxins that have a spectral signature or something. But one of the most disturbing ones that I always like to point out, the environmental movement really started with Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Anybody who's an environmental science major read that book. And she recognized early that there was this thing called DDT, right? We all know what DDT is. It's awful. It's bad. But DDT actually was used as an anti-malarial because everybody was dying from malaria. And they discovered that it killed mosquitoes. And that actually was so effective that they gave a guy a Nobel Prize for using it as an anti-malarial. Well, it took a couple more decades before we realized that's annihilating nature. And that was, her book was focused on DDT, and its impacts was the birth of the environmental movement, at least, well, in the United States and around the world. So, they put a name to that called an endocrine disruptor, right? It disrupts how your endocrine system functions. That's reproduction, it's growth, it's development. And, so you go, oh, well, we solved DDT, yay. Well, it turns out there's 1,000 other endocrine disruptors that took us years and years to develop. And they kind of put it on the books for the EPA to say, where are those? Like, are they in my county? Are they in my backyard? But it never really got funded. So you'll see some bad snapshot maps of some endocrine disruptors in the United States, but mostly they're completely unmapped for a bunch of political reasons. But back to if it's not somebody's job, it isn't there. And it's really kind of impossible, I think, to reconstruct it. So if I wanted to reconstruct historically where the various endocrine disruptors were and how they spread. I couldn't even do it in the United States, let alone, other parts of the world. The only good news is less developed parts of the world, those chemicals may have been introduced either later or in smaller quantities at those dates. But reconstructing the human kind of burden through endocrine disruptors and heavy metals and stuff like that, I think that's a perfect example of it may never be possible short of kind of the administrative record. If you could find the companies that sold it, find out where they sold it to, and aggregate their receipts, and I have no idea. But it's a real problem.
So kind of trying to track our progress. And I literally mean progress in that, what are we doing to do better? Are there data sets out there to track, let's say, obviously this also highlights how many things like national parks or preservations are important globally, not just in the United States.
Yeah.
And maintaining those and adding on to those. Is there data sets to understand over time that, hey, these areas are actually increasing with growth for conserving ecologies or environments globally? Yeah.
So I'm actually going to, I'm Googling while I talk. Sorry, guys, I'm on my internet here. So the United Nations, and it's in my book, I have the maps. There is a process for creating protected areas under the IUCN, which is kind of the meta level global organization for all conservation organizations. It's a kind of a membership organization, and they have a process for kind of a treaty level process for defining geographies that must be protected. And in my book, I know it's even changed for the better since I wrote my book, but it was precious few percentage points of the Earth's terrestrial surface were protected formally under treaty, and very small amounts of the ocean. I wish I had that map up. I should have been prepared. But you can Google that. So
what's the difference between participating in that organization or a country just making some designated area for a national forest or a park?
They're kind of part and parcel of each other. If a country does it on their own, they do it on their own, and they typically will map. There's what's called protected area categories. And in them, there are nature preserves, wild areas, national parks, national monuments, habitat species management area, protected landscapes, seascapes, etc. So if a country is super proactive and they want to map their own stuff, in their GIS, and they will say, no fishing in this area, or no logging in this area, or this is, protected in a certain way. They can map them in and register them with the IUCN. The problem is those countries that don't necessarily have that conservation thing going on in their political culture, or they just don't have the institutions to support it. So then what you tend to have is like international NGOs and activists saying, this park or this geography needs to be protected because it's the last place for mountain gorillas or whatever it is. And so you have a lot of activism trying to get a country to think in a conservation way and then delineate it geographically and input it into the IUCN. So I think what you're going to see, it is kind of a ball is rolling. And this is a good news story, but I just say not nearly enough good news. So these areas do need to be protected. And it doesn't mean necessarily no human contact, but they're managed in a way that doesn't just let companies annihilate them or let people do dumb things. People do a lot of dumb things. I don't know if I answered that question, but it's the IUCN protected areas category system, and there's
I think that's good, because just like you said, tracking things temporally and tracking our progress is one thing is very important, because I've looked at the national, on several databases where there's national parks or preservations globally, even with the UN database. It's just sometimes it's hard to get an understanding of where some of these actually were established or when they've actually when more is even added without checking back maybe every 6 months or a year. Is it getting better? Is it growing? Because once again, just like you said before, there's snapshots in time. And it's really frustrating to understand what's even being done.
Right. No, completely. Again, GIS is not good at time. and I'm willing to.
And a lot of people watching this might be really surprised to hear that, considering that there's a lot of temporal aspects to a lot of folks' jobs when it comes to geospatial analysis. But it is a hard problem, and we do not keep track of, or we don't keep data living enough. That's the problem.
Well, I think there's two problems. I think the historic origins of GIS didn't deal with change over time very well, right? You get a shapefile for 1990, a shapefile for 1991, a shapefile for 1992, not an object with a start date and an end date, right? And so there are some, technologies in our space that do deal with temporal better, and some that don't. And I'd say we use a lot that we've been ingrained in a lot of methods and data management methods that are predicated upon, well, we're not good at this, so why do it? And then remember, for years, data storage was super expensive. And so people are like, why are we maintaining all that old historic data? My mission is not historical data. But, I remember having a conversation, I won't name names, but with a general, had been a J2 in Afghanistan. And, I would ask him, what does he need that goes beyond like the current RFIs of the day? And he told the story of going to a shura in Afghanistan where they kept talking about, the elders kept talking about Alexander and the last time Alexander was there. And he was a little confused until he found out it was Alexander the Great, right? So the historical consciousness of the folks that were there goes back thousands of years. And they remember the last time the conquerors came, and they have stories about it. And we're walking in just looking at what IEDs blew up yesterday. And so the temporal envelope of how we understand things really depends upon the nature of the phenomena that we're trying to understand. And, the disposition of the Earth and its carrying capacity is something that better have data mapped at the thousands of years and certainly hundreds of years. And, given the hockey stick of growth we've had over the past 150 years, it'd be nice to have it decadal for the past 150 years. But whose job is it to fund that work? There's only so many poor graduate students with no resources that can do pieces of it for their dissertation, right? But I think most statistical agencies don't believe the past matters and can't inform the future. And I would tell them that that worldview demonstrates their ignorance, and their adherence to that worldview demonstrates their malfeasance, and they should probably just quit their jobs. Oh, did I go negative there?
No, not at all. Just a quick comment to the audience. If you're watching the show, if you're having video issues, please send me feedback. Send the questions in terms of where you're specifically having issues. Either it's the website, twitch.tv, or you can send it through our Discord channel. I want to make sure we get that fixed for everybody in future episodes. So sorry about the intermission there, but at the on another note, I think we should also start wrapping this up as well. We've gone over an hour, so
I'm on my second beer.
Yeah, right. So with that said, I think there's a lot to cover there, and diving into the data itself, it's just once again scratching the surface of this massive iceberg underneath this story that you've told. And hell, I think the journey of trying to write this book has some value in maybe writing another book. What do you think about that in terms of the data itself, exploring, researching?
Not me. I mean, I'm happy to sit on a dissertation committee of some up and coming scholar that wants to think this through. I will say at the end of my book, I forget what the name of the appendix is, but it's the geospatial data required to kind of solve the problem. And my one regret in there is I don't really call out high resolution 3D terrain data specifically. But I try to get at kind of the categories of data that we need to understand spatially and temporally, and the scale we need to understand it at in order to not just go, oh, we have this problem, but to be able to make it analytically tractable as something that we can solve, right? It's one scale of data to recognize the magnitude of the problem. It's another scale of data to be able to solve the problem. And I think to drive advocacy at a local level and to drive action at a local level, we have to bring this stuff down to a much more granular scale. And I'd encourage people to just read that chapter and give me feedback, or it's an appendix, and give me feedback on that. But if people are trying to generate, things to do during COVID-19 and you want to map things on your own, feel free to tweet at me at Planet Tucker. Well, that's 1T, or at Planet 3 Billion. And I'm, be happy to work with you. I've had folks from various public agencies say, what can we do? And given that that ecoregions data set is the Forest Service and the EPA, adopted by the world. So if you're sitting at a public agency and you don't think what you do matters, then think harder about, what data set you could be creating to help us understand our planet in a better way. So, because what you do could and should matter if you don't think it does today.
No, that's great, Chris. I want to appreciate you coming on, talking about the data behind the book, A Planet of 3 Billion. My last, I said probably, I don't know if I've said this before. I don't know if I'm drinking, but my last question for this is, what data set have you been missing throughout all this that you feel like you want to see the most? You already talked about going down to the granular level, but what data set do you feel like, man, I really wish I had this to complete the picture? Maybe not complete the picture, but really fill in some of the gaps.
Yeah, a couple, and I guess I'd say they're related to going into the ecoregions data set. One of my little throwaway lines that I always say is, when a species goes extinct, they don't go extinct on the entire planet. I mean, they do because they're extinct, but they're going extinct in a specific ecoregion, right? There are no polar bears in the Kalahari. And we'll hear like, oh, another extinction, but nobody ever maps the extinctions in the news. And are they mostly happening in specific regions because of the human footprint? That's kind of what I would guess, right? So I would love to actually see change over time in terms of the extinctions. And if this data set exists, please just tweet me. That shows kind of historical reconstruction of within the ecoregions where various species have gone exist and what the kind of historic field was. It might have been a migratory animal, or most animals migrate to some extent, but like a cross-continental migratory animal or within some specific ecoregion. I would love to see the history of those extinctions, but then I'd also love to see the history of the introduction of domesticated animals. Because there's a lot of debate like around in the old Fertile Crescent, it's no longer fertile. Like, why isn't it fertile? And part of it is we introduced ruminants, goats and sheep and whatever, that, once you cut down a tree and anything starts growing, a ruminant eats it. So we had many places between the mix of humans kind of deforesting or kind of cutting down bush and engineering floodplains and then introducing ruminants that just annihilated the entire area. So I think how did we introduce those domesticated animals and how did we annihilate species, I think tells you a lot about how you're impacting the carrying capacity of the ecoregion and how in turn that impacts us as a species.
No, that's some great feedback there. And I keep on saying this, but this one just came in, and this is really going to be the cut off this time.
All right.
But like I said, we still got people watching, so that's good.
We can episode 2 of this, man.
Right. So the New York Post recently just put out an article related to the sun has entered a lockdown period, which could cause a freezing period, which is equivalent to what happened in between 1790 and 1830. I don't know if you saw this or not, but I guess they wanted to get your opinion on this, where temperatures plummeted by up to 2 degrees Celsius over 20 years, devastating world's food production.
Right. I have not read that article. I will go hunt it down. I will say, there are legitimate instances over the history of the world where solar events and they call it the Earth wobble have been isolated mathematically. They know with rigor that those things existed, and then they try to correlate those with the events. And I think like the transformation of North Africa many thousands of years ago, from being a lush green system of lakes and rivers and its conversion into the Sahara. Some folks point that is tied to an earth wobble. But there's also plenty of evidence that shows the introduction of kind of human cultivation took what was lush but marginal and made it so that it can't grow back. So, I feel like there's sometimes a political agenda where folks say, yeah, but the Earth's going to cool, so you don't need to care about global warming. And all I'd say is, like, wouldn't that be nice? It's kind of like the folks that say, when Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, there had been a big volcano event, and it had put so much ash into the atmosphere that there was cooling. Well, planning on a volcano eruption is not a strategy. I guess I'd kind of put those in a similar category. So,
well, it doesn't change the expansion of the human footprint anyway.
Yeah, the human footprint is still annihilating the planet, and the amount of carbon that we're generating is fundamentally acidifying the ocean, which will change the ocean chemistry, wipe out the phytoplankton, which generate 80% of the breathable oxygen for humanity. So, yeah, still an issue. But yeah, the Earth wobble is a real thing. And I try to address that in the text of my book, where, things change for a lot of different reasons. And I would say the early climate change work by James Hansen, Wally Broker in the 70s and 80s actually took that stuff into account and was pretty intellectually honest about it, even though the debate in the newspapers and, TV these days may not be. Any more questions, man?
No, I think we're going to cut it off officially at that point. So we're all done. I appreciate once again joining us, Chris. And I want to also remind everybody we're partnered with the American Geographical Society with Project Geospatial and Geospatial Frontier. Tune in. We're going to have this recorded video posted hopefully by tomorrow morning. I have to actually process and edit this thing. So with that said, we look forward to having a world of sessions on this week. We have a panel going on tomorrow morning. Hopefully you can tune into that, as well as several other great presentations. So check out the schedule at www.geospatialfrontier.com/schedule.
And thanks to you, brother. Thanks for putting this on. It's a great resource for the community. We appreciate it.
All right. Well, this is Adam Simmons with Chris Tucker signing off.
Great. Hi, thank you so much, Adam, for hosting this. My name is Sofia Vargas. I'm an analyst at C4ADS on the Organized Crime and Grand Corruption Cell, where I focus my analysis mainly on corruption networks in Venezuela, as well as sanctions on Venezuela by the US. We can go ahead and start the presentation now. So I've got this first slide I hope you can all see. Yes, the title of the presentation, US sanctions in Venezuela, using AIS and network analysis to visualize impact. So this presentation today will focus on our use of AIS data paired with publicly available information, mostly corporate ownership information regarding the vessels that we're investigating, using all of this to help get a baseline understanding of how U.S. sanctions on the Venezuelan oil sector have played out in related shipping networks. So I'll go into first an introduction of the organization, as well as an introduction to this specific topic and our methodology in analyzing the effects of sanctions on shipping in Venezuela. So first, a short introduction to who we are, to C4ADS. Those of you who might have attended my colleague Evan Accardi's presentation last week might be familiar with this slide and with this information. C4ADS is a 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that leverages high advantage publicly available information as well as cutting edge emerging technologies to help solve current transnational security challenges. Our aim is to expose and disrupt illicit networks using evidence-based analysis that combines disparate data sources to help kind of enlighten partners both in government, in civil society, and in industry on how to combat illicit activity around the world. So we aim to share our analysis with agencies both domestically and abroad, with journalists and civil society industry to help kind of bridge the information gap that exists between them, to hopefully enact change in how we understand and disrupt illicit networks transnationally. Our impact can best be seen in the number of designations that we might help enact, targeted U.S. Treasury designations against corrupt networks that we help analyze, also in the amount of illicit contraband that is seized, and in the dollar amount of illicit financial flows that we can help disrupt. So our topics of analysis that we focus on range anywhere from wildlife trafficking to natural resource exploitation, from grand scale corruption to weapons proliferation and weapons trafficking. So we work on a variety of problem sets. Our analysis is done by a group of young multilingual analysts who focus on different regions, but also on working with different data sources. And you'll get an idea of that in the presentation that I'm giving today. So first, to help kind of put the topic in context, I'll be focusing on one specific designation that has taken place in 2019. U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned PDVSA, Petróleos de Venezuela, which is Venezuela's state-owned oil company. And that is kind of serves as the basis of our analysis in understanding how these sanctions have had ramifications in the related shipping industry, and how shipping networks have responded to these U.S. sanctions in the past year. So to give a little bit of background, Executive Order 13850 is the executive order that kind of paved the way for PDVSA to be sanctioned. On November 1st, 2018, EO 13850 was announced, and it originally authorized sanctions on persons operating in the Venezuelan gold sector. But it also allowed for future determinations by the U.S. Treasury Department to focus on other sectors that might also be contributing to the situation in Venezuela, or might be allegedly involved in corruption in the country. This scope of the executive order was applied to the oil sector on January 28, 2019, and that is the date on which Petróleos de Venezuela was sanctioned. So, as some of you might know who have either listened to my colleague's presentation last week or who work kind of in the maritime space, these sanctions do have pretty complicated and often hard to navigate effects. U.S. Treasury Department periodically publishes advisories to help kind of navigate and synthesize the expected effects of sanctions in related industries. The most recent advisory came out this past month, on May 14th, and it mostly deals with the DPRK, Syria, and Iran sanctions programs, and highlights, among other things, a list of deceptive shipping practices that are often seen exhibited by vessels that are attempting to evade sanctions. So some of these shipping practices include disabling or manipulating AIS transmissions. You might also see an increase in ship-to-ship transfers to transport oil or oil products, and as well as complex ownership or management structures surrounding these vessels. So in an attempt to help understand the effects of sanctions in the Venezuela case, we've gone with the methodology that I'll present next. It has also become pretty pertinent recently. Some of you might know 5 Iranian tankers were sent to Venezuela in the past few weeks to deliver fuel. There have been extended fuel shortages in recent years, but also even more recently due to sanctions in Venezuela and the COVID crisis. And it's just interesting from like a geopolitical broader context to see these states working together in spite of sanctions or amidst sanctions. But also we take a look at C4ADS on the more granular level, network responses to these events. So the methodology that I'll be explaining can kind of best be explained in 3 parts. So first, what we did to tackle this problem set as it relates to Venezuela was download initially in tabular format AIS data from Windward, which is our maritime platform partner that we work with closely. We downloaded AIS data that was geographically bound within the Venezuelan EEZ to get positional data on vessels operating in those waters, specifically tanker vessels, between January 28, 2018 and January 28, 2020. So those are 2 years of port call activity data that we can then use to compare against each other and see how these effects or how these sanctions have played out in shipping voyages, in ships' voyages. We then use the vessel data that we got from Windward to query IHS Market, the platform that we use to get corporate ownership information as well as potentially compliance information. What we got was an underlying over 1,000 entities that are linked to the vessels of interest, which from that AIS data poll, we got over 900 vessels that were operating, tanker vessels specifically to be exact, in Venezuelan waters, both the year before and after sanctions. So then using these bulk data sets, which are in tabular format, we ingest them into Palantir Gotham and Palantir Foundry to run network analysis as well as trends analysis, and to see, where are these ships generally going after they leave Venezuela? How many companies are registered in X jurisdiction that operate or own these vessels? So those are the kinds of questions we can answer using the network analysis tools that we have available to us through Palantir. So a few top-line findings of this methodology. First, we found that there was a 46% decrease in the number of port calls by tanker vessels in Venezuelan waters. So what I didn't mention during the introduction to the sanctions program is that as a result of the sanction against PDVSA, there have been a series of designations of vessels and vessel owning companies by U.S. Treasury Department. So right now there are currently about 12 tanker vessels that are designated under that executive order. Many other vessels have been designated, but they're mostly tug vessels or other smaller ships owned by PDVSA. But basically, the U.S. government has, in the months following the initial designation on PDVSA, increased designations on ships that facilitate trade of oil from Venezuela. So obviously that would correlate with the decrease in port call activity that we're seeing in Venezuelan waters. There are existing reasons for that, overall decline in port call activity, but definitely the correlation with the date on which PDVSA was sanctioned is pretty stark. We've also, using AIS data and specifically port call data, which is measured by kind of extended periods of time that ships are at port in Venezuela. We've also identified the ports that are visited by tanker vessels in Venezuela. The top port or most frequently visited port being Jose Oil Terminal, which is Venezuela's main export terminal for crude oil. Also, will be relevant to the case study that I'll show next. So to give you kind of an example of how our methodology plays out and how we can see it in an actual case of a ship, the Princess Mary is an example that I'll go through today. This is a Liberian flagged crude oil tanker that was reportedly shipping crude oil under charter by Rosneft, the Russian energy firm, to deliver crude oil from Jose Oil Terminal in December 2019 via ship-to-ship transfer off the coast of Togo. This ship came out in reporting to have done so, and that determination was made using satellite imagery. There's a Washington Post article on it if you'd like to learn more. We mapped out its corporate ownership network and saw relative opacity in its network. Also a kind of a red flag that is outlined in maritime advisories. But also we saw the vessel exhibiting dark activity or losing AIS transmission, potentially manipulating its AIS transmissions to disguise the fact that it had delivered oil from Venezuela or picked up oil from Venezuela. So this is the December 2019 voyage that I'm showing on the screen right now. You can see the ship entering Martinican waters and then subsequently losing AIS transmission where that triangle with the red dot is located. And then days later, on December 3rd, exiting Trinidadian and Tobagonian waters to then deliver crude via ship-to-ship transfer. So this is an example of kind of beyond the scope of our methodology, showing dark activity outside of immediate Venezuelan waters, yet still having ships entering waters without transmitting AIS and potentially disguising the fact that they are there to do business. So by further looking into Princess Mary's voyage history, we were able to see that the December 2019 trip has not been the Princess Mary's only trip to Caribbean waters. On January 9th, 2020, we saw the ship again return to Caribbean waters, entering waters near Tobago, losing AIS transmission, and then days later, on January 22nd, reappearing in AIS exiting Tobagonian waters, and also in addition to that, reporting a draft change indicating an increase in cargo. The vessel then made its way to Malaysian waters and returned again to the Caribbean on April 23rd, 2020. Again, it lost AIS transmission, then exited waters days later on May 11th, and kind of is currently still making its way east. So although we in these two voyages might not know whether or not the vessel actually arrived to Jose Oil Terminal or to Venezuela to pick up oil, we can say with at least some certainty that this pattern is typical for this ship. This pattern of losing AIS transmission as it gets closer to this geographic area, and then reappearing again, potentially having carried oil from somewhere nearby. So using this trend or this pattern of activity, we can query windward to search for similar activity in nearby waters to Venezuela, thereby expanding our area of analysis and the possibilities of identifying ships that may be acting in similar ways, yet not being pinged in our port call activity. And so an example of a ship, again, that's done something similar and that can be identified using similar patterns of AIS activity. The Aurora Borealis is another ship that has also appeared to have exhibited dark activity in those waters. We also see other similarities with the Princess Mary case, and that it's also a Liberia flagged vessel. Pretty common for these sorts of tankers to be flagged to a country like Liberia, but again is another pattern or similarity to follow given the sanctions activity there, and also indicating draft changes. With increase of cargo on the vessel, and thereby beyond that, what we can use is corroborating information, either satellite imagery or port record data to see if in fact the vessel was visiting Venezuela to pick up oil. So this is just an example of this of our methodology, the possibilities that there are in pairing AIS data with corporate network activity, and again serves as kind of a baseline in seeing what's happening as a result of sanctions in the maritime domain near Venezuela. And would like to further expand it using greater access to satellite imagery, and if there ever is official port call data from the Venezuelan government, using that sort of data as well to bolster our analysis. So thank you so much for listening to that. If you have any questions, please let me know. And that concludes the presentation.
Awesome. I'm going to pop in here real quick. We've got a couple questions. Hopefully a couple more come in. But the first off is, as you're tracking, what's the after action for some of the reports? Where do you send these reports? And how do you see, I'm sure some of these vessels are intercepted sometimes. And you see kind of behavior that as it happens as well with some of these vessels?
So, it's rare in the Venezuela case. These are relatively newer sanctions that don't have as much alignment from other countries. I mean, really, we're spearheading the sanctions there as a country. The U.S. is, at least. So not seeing as many interceptions really, but more a definite change in the overall pattern of activity that we're seeing in Venezuela as more and more companies are kind of pulling out of the country in an effort to avoid U.S. sanctions. And so really this is our analysis on this front is to inform U.S. government, U.S. industry as well, or the shipping industry to see kind of what the immediate ramifications have been of sanctions in this area. But we've also shared this analysis with reporters in Venezuela and journalists who work on this to help kind of, what they want to answer is, where is the oil going? Who are Venezuela's main partners now that the U.S. has dropped its business with PDVSA? I mean, we were one of the top customers for oil there. So that's, kind of where our analysis is going and what it can be used for.
So what's the relationship like with Venezuela and the surrounding countries? And is there any interaction with some of the vessels stopping with those nearby countries on the way there? Or do most of the nearby countries, are they mostly compliant with abiding by those sanctions imposed on Venezuela?
Yeah, so one of the main targets of U.S. sanctions has actually been the trade between Venezuela and Cuba. So Venezuela has an existing agreement to trade oil with regional partners, one of them being Cuba. And it's a pretty, long-standing agreement that has existed for years. And in these sanctions, we've seen U.S. target specific companies that have chartered ships to run that route between Venezuela and Cuba. And that has, when you look at data, AIS data on those voyages, you see much more dark activity occurring. That could be existing from even before sanctions, as, AIS loss isn't always, the sign of a bad actor or of malicious intentions, but it is, a pattern that we see there. Yet trade there does continue despite sanctions. We also see partners, more trade partners in like Russia, India, China, kind of take the place of what used to be trade between U.S. and Venezuela. But not to the same extent that there was business before sanctions there. I think also within the Caribbean, I mean, there are some very nearby islands, Trinidad and Tobago being a couple of them, Aruba and the ABC Islands, that when there's dark activity there, it's hard to determine without satellite imagery if these vessels are visiting multiple places kind of during one voyage. Are they even hitting Venezuela? That's something we're working on to expand more and to get more satellite imagery access there to determine that.
Awesome. So beyond, and I don't want to get into Evan's presentation at all because I want to focus on you, Nissa. But do you, from satellite imagery, do you get into some of the more publicly available data sets, for example, as Sentinel and such, especially as it relates to close by land? Because obviously a lot of those sensors don't shoot without purpose over water.
So we have, and Evan has actually worked with me a little bit on this very recently. There is spotty availability of imagery, specifically on kind of like offshore platforms where oil is picked up near Jose Oil Terminal in Venezuela. And you can get we've gotten at least pretty clear imagery to kind of test and see if this methodology could be expanded using that. However, targeting it on specific export terminals would be helpful. Not sure if that answers your question.
I think it does. So in terms of emerging sensors, you kind of, towards the end of your presentation, you kind of had a wish list for data out there. And is there any emerging sensors that you have high hopes about that haven't completely turned on yet that you want to kind of use and are really hopeful about using over the next year or two?
Yeah, I mean, right now, there's been a restructuring of PDVSA as a company. Recently, there have been new appointments to leadership of the firm, and could potentially lead to more developments in the refineries near these ports. It would be interesting, to get more, more of a proliferation of satellite imagery on these locations, and see what's going on in terms of development. I think it's something that I don't know how much it's been explored in Venezuela, but could be interesting to analyze further down the line.
Absolutely. Well, with that said, I think that's all the questions that have come in so far, and I think it was a great presentation. I appreciate you coming on to the Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair. And any last minute plugs you want to get before we sign off?
Definitely. Please take a look at our blog on c4ads.org. That's our website. There you can read more about our work in this space, as well as access a lot of our public reports on other methodologies that we work with, other problem sets as well.
Excellent. With that, let's see. So once again, thank you very much. This is Adam Simmons with Project Geospatial, hosting a Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair, here with Sophia Vargas, correct?
Yes.
And on the topic of U.S. sanctions in Venezuela, using AAS in network analysis to visualize impact. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Hi, welcome to Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons. Here with the Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair is Chris Rasmussen. So Chris is from NGA, and he's got a long history working unclassified initiatives and bringing the government in the unclassified spaces over, well, not just years, but over a decade now. Is that correct, Chris?
Yeah. Yes.
So if you want to give a brief introduction to what you've been up to lately and how everything that's been going on has impacted what you've been doing or actually supporting your initiatives.
Sure. I've been in the unclassified space, open source research, open source software on the public facing side for 10 plus years. And the big flagship thing that I wanted to talk about was something called GeoInt Pathfinder and what that did for NGA and some lessons learned from other agencies. And then my time spent with Intellink, helping launch Intellipedia and some other kind of collaborative tools. And some of those lessons learned of over time of what I think it's going to take to make these post-COVID lessons really stick and be a core part of operations, not necessarily business continuity or supplemental activity to get there. So the real structural reforms. GeoInt Pathfinder was a proposal in 2014 when the Director of National Intelligence was looking at the very aggressive small satellite launch schedule and what that meant to NJ's value proposition when theoretically somebody can buy a change detection service for $45. Now, space is hard. A lot of the predictions at that time have not been fulfilled, but still, it was good to jostle loose the value proposition argument with such commercialization of GeoInt. The recommendation from the D&I and the study group was to form a separate entity, a completely 100% unclassified entity that did everything unclassified, all unclassified tools, IT, everything, to drive out recommendations from the commercial of GeoInt perspective that the agency would need to make to maintain relevance in the small satellite and a very aggressive small satellite commercialized GeoInt world. The Pathfinders ran from 2015 to 2017. There was 2 of them. The first one ran for about 3 or 4 months. The next one for about 9 to 10 months. There was about 30 to 40 analysts that were scattered across the globe. Everyone was teleworking. We had all of the Commonwealth allies present, as well as the Army and the Marine Corps. In that activity. There was a special room that was de-skiffed within the headquarters of NGA where just commercial Wi-Fi was used. Special passes were made to bring in your own gear, your own phones, the whole thing. So that was a teleworked analytic unit that ran very, very successfully. The recommendations that were given, I'll give you a couple of the impacts that are being dusted off now for this the COVID situation that we were in. One of the things that culturally that we had to kind of mitigate was the belief that an intelligence agency's interest in almost any topic is inherently sensitive. So Pathfinder made very common sense rules for how to do open research, what to protect. So some of the very rule of thumb questions that came out of Pathfinder, there had been jokes about in the hallways of the intelligence community about this for a long time. Like, of course we're interested in that. That's not a secret. But it hadn't really been codified and done like it was with Pathfinder. And one of the questions that are 2 questions are asked, 2 core questions is, does the group under study actively hide their activity? Yes or no? Go to the next question. If they knew that we were studying it, would they change their behavior? If the answer to the first question is no, and the second question is no, in many cases you can work it safely publicly. Now, there's behind the firewall on the unclassified side, but let me give you an example. Do the North Koreans actively hide apartment construction and modernization in capital cities? No. Would they change their behavior knowing that we are studying it from overhead? No. They will not apply denial and deception techniques to an economic activity because that would be a disaster. So it's a common sense question. You can run other things through it. That if the answer is no and no, you have a safety. If the answers are yes, then you have to ask a couple more questions about whether that's safe or not. And it's not just economic questions or humanitarian disaster response. You can even run military activity through it. For example, do the Russians actively hide their construction and activity in the Arctic region? No, they did not. They put it in the paper. And in fact, they invite journalists and they have virtual tours where you can go on a website and go through some of the bases that they're constructing on the ground. Would they change their behavior knowing what we're watching? No, they telegraph that clearly. And they put the progress often in those websites and telegraph that. So it's not just economic and humanitarian disaster are good for unclassified. You can even do certain military matters and do it smartly. And Pathfinder was really good at driving that out, and that had a lot of impact on the classification rewrite that the entire NGA did, called the Consolidated NGA Guide, called the Conga. And those very common sense rules were in there. And a lot of folks remember those. I do a lot of tutorials with analysts and step them through very practical examples. And when you use those things that people remember stories and simple things like that, not necessarily 200 pages of regulations. So that's been very, very helpful. Just time spent in the unclassified space is knowing where that line is. And it's kind of like learning a language. You got to jump in and be in there. You really get a good sense of what is worth protecting, what is state of the art, what is the total percentage change over common academic and common commercial practices. What is truly worth protecting? So fusing together commercial imagery and social media and supply chain data is done every day by hedge fund groups and by other researchers. So you have to ask yourself, what are we really protecting? And that's what Pathfinder really helped with, or those kind of activities. So when COVID happened, myself and a lot of the Pathfinder alumni were in these chat tools all day long, answering questions almost 10 hours a day. In the initial start of COVID, hey, I heard you guys did this. What do you think? I'm trying to do this. What do you think of this? So that team, those alumni, were very helpful to the organization in those collaborative technologies around in the March timeframe when the first stay-at-home orders were cut, to help the organization out with getting good and getting comfortable at this. And I think that NGA kind of has a lead here. Because of the commercialization of the business, there's been quite a bit of thought there. Because of activities like Pathfinder that took place that formed a precedent. Often in government, it's people want to take the book right off the shelf and say, who's done this before? So that really helped. And I think NGA, of where they are, and the activity that is happening, I looking across the other organizations, I do think NGA is kind of a leader in this space. There's more work to do, and I'll get to what I believe those are, because I've seen part of this movie before. Once with launching Intellipedia, and I'll get to that, and then with Pathfinder, what happened after Pathfinder. So I've seen parts of the movie before, and I think with the best intentions, people are saying that we're gonna keep doing this, and this is gonna be business as usual. I'm fairly skeptical, based upon my experience, and I believe that certain conditions need to be in place for it to really stick and be seen as core flagship work moving forward. So I'll just stop there, and before I go into the next parts, and if you have any questions.
Well, I'm sure this is what you're about to get into, but I am interested in hearing how your best practices has been brought in or adopted by other organizations beyond just NGA, and not just other DoD organizations, but I actually, as the military has been forced to rethink a lot of these things as well, how much have they come to you or come to NGA and saying, hey, we're watching this program, let's adopt this,
Yeah, the lessons learned and the contacts have been pretty broad. So I've done video conferences like this with Special Operations Command. I've done them with the Treasury Department. I've done them with elements of DIA. So it's not just NGA. So that they are applicable across, not just necessarily the commercialization of GeoInt perspective that gives NGA kind of an advantage. And in my opinion, all the three letters will go through the open sourceization, if you will, of intelligence and be in kind of the what are we going to do value proposition wise, like NGA is. It's just NGA's int, if you will, if you look at it from that perspective, has been commercialized the hardest and the fastest. That has brought about a desire and a need to really rethink business. I think all of the three letters will go through this, but NGA is kind of first. So to answer your question, yes, it's very broad. A lot of the tools that we're in, the IntelliLink suite, for example, on the unclassified fabric, where unclassified Intellipedia, unclassified chat tools, unclassified kind of Twitter capability, blogging capability, those numbers just spiked through the roof. To be honest, in 2008, it was a ghost town on the unclassified side. There was about fewer than 100 users talking to each other about the virtues of open source and unclassified collaboration.
I may have been one of those individuals back then.
Yeah, it was. I'll talk about that when I get to the Intellipedia part and my time with that project. But yes, there was the metrics in some of these tools were fewer than 20 users in some case. In the chat tools, they were in the hundreds. Now they're in the thousands and tens of thousands. But it gives you a sense of what the unclassified space was in that collaborative infrastructure prior to COVID. So it was a challenge keeping people in that space. But yes, it's not just NJ and those Interlink tools. So those Interlink tools are available to anyone with a CAC or PIV card. So that's the State Department, every military branch, so they can see a lot of this activity that's happening in those collaborative tools. And from that, and then, just other kinds of communication and reputation and reading the Pathfinder lessons learned that are posted there. That's how others outside of NJ have reached out and have read them and come forth with more questions on how to do it.
How much of the current circumstances do you think will push a bigger portion of the workforce into a more permanent stance of working in the unclassified realm?
Yeah, so this is where the lessons learned from my time with helping launch Intellipedia and this other idea called the Living Intelligence System. And your audience can look for the videos called Toward Living Intelligence and the Living Intelligence System. There's 2 YouTube videos that explain this. In 2006 to 2009, I helped launch and grow Intellipedia on the high side mostly, the wiki for the intelligence community. And that's pretty pedestrian sounding now to have a wiki behind a corporate firewall in 2020. But I can assure you installing one was very radical in the intelligence community in 2005. Before that, you had email, official product, message traffic, and maybe some sort of Lotus Notes open collaborative system. The idea that anyone can contribute with version control to an article was pretty radical.
But you also had I'll even add that you even had a lack of individual organizational websites out there. Yeah. And that was a huge impact as well. So even beyond a wiki, that's just scratching that's the tip of the iceberg of what it became.
Correct. And a lot of the usage was, there wasn't a lot of the pages and the usage was, there wasn't a good place to have just simple websites to describe what your unit was doing at that time. Now, my view of Intellipedia is I always wanted to get to the official voice. I saw that a lot of content was being generated, a lot of valuable reference material, a lot of people were using it as their unit's website. But where I believed it needed to go was to be the living official version. In 2006, a national intelligence estimate was attempted to be drafted in Intellipedia. And your audience can Google NIE, Nigeria, Intellipedia. And there's lessons learned. I believe Time reported on this, and Dr. Tom Fingar, the head of analytic output at the time, I forgot the title he had, can explain this. And the lesson learned from me from that case, and then looking at all of the content that was forming in Intellipedia, this kind of binary was forming, that the content was good for collaboration, but not the product. And in that national intelligence estimate, it failed. So the agencies would not contribute together in that wiki, and the traditional process won out. So what that showed me is, for a lesson learned from a technology perspective, is that you have to do the new thing in the new system. If you have something that is perceived as inherently better or more prestigious, and these other things are lesser, you have that dichotomy. So from that lesson learned, I noted kind of why can't the wiki be official? And I designed this system called Living Intelligence that tried to put agency authoritative logos on things and kind of balance version control to make official product. That was a couple of organizations got in there. It was fairly successful in the beginning, but fizzled again because the flagship, or where real work is done, was not perceived as in these systems. So fast forward to today and how this will stick based upon those lessons learned. In my opinion, again, this is the world according to Chris Rasmussen, and these are my views, that if we do not do official and flagship output on the unclassified side, I believe that dynamic will form again. If the perception that real work happens on the classified side and the unclassified side is viewed as an eternal supplement and is not viewed as a co-equal environment where real work is done, I believe that the lessons learned will not inherently stick. So if we do, or any organization that does, official, authoritative, flagship output, whatever they do, that is their flagship stuff, if that is done on the unclassified side, I believe that heavy, meaty mission will drive the users there and the customers there, and it will stick. In the long term, there are declarations that folks are going to continue 3 days a week and things like that, and I think that's fantastic. But based upon my experience with the good for collaboration, not the product, I think that if the unclassified side is not viewed as co-equal or where real work can be done, I think in the long term it will not stick.
Now that makes a lot of sense, and that's just not that's not the case just for unclassified Intel Link or the unclassified environment overall. That's the case with any organization commercially as well, trying to transition operations to a new product line or a new business line. So this applies to a world of other activities as lessons learned, trying to promote adoption and engagement for any new product.
Yes, it's not just narrow cast to this specific case. If you draw it out from digital modernization that organizations attempt, if they don't do it or do core activities within those new systems or new processes, you just have additional work. And that's been borne out by a lot of digital modernization kind of postmortems where there's similar type of lessons learned. So that's my opinion on the long term. I have another idea to make it stick. I can talk about that a little bit more, but wanted to take any other questions that you had.
Yeah, so the one thing that I think kind of resonates with me is what you just said is how many. Do you feel like there is certain organizations over others who are quicker to adopt? Or was there a certain demographic willing to adopt, or a certain type of analyst core or groups? Was there a pattern to that you identified?
No, as far as any kind of generational notes or proclivities, like younger people are better at this, I have not found that not to be the case. I find it's more of a mindset. I've used this example, and this is a very old example. The top editor back in the day in Intellipedia was 72 years old. He had by far the most contributions. When I was teaching the open collaboration classes, I had brand new analysts that were in their 20s saying, "This is my page, don't edit it."
He wouldn't happen to be from the State Department, would he? I think I know that guy.
It's kind of a growth mindset, and I think that some folks that had some experience with it. The thing with Pathfinder is we specifically recruited people that were good at it, and we had a different hiring process, right? So we hired for the people that can function in ambiguity and do this well. In the COVID case, people didn't have a choice. Some people that don't like working at home, right, or had never done this type of work were in this pool. So there was very uneven type of demographics. There were people that were really excited, like, look, I've been dying to work at home. The things have been overclassified, and I'm glad I'm here. There was that element, but then you also had folks that had zero experience, and everyone was in the pool. The thing that I think that helped a lot was when you're dispersed globally, you have to learn how to collaborate well within collaborative technologies, whether that's version control, sharing documents, chat systems. A lot of folks saw that real work and decent work could be done in that collaborative infrastructure. And I think before, many folks were doing a lot of email and a lot of more point-to-point type of communications. The more kind of platform-based technologies, if you will, where it's not point-to-point like email, like those collaborative tools that Intel Link offers, and there's different versions that agencies have. I think having thousands and thousands of people having to figure that out very quickly of how to do virtual collaboration and do it well. And it's not as easy as people think, right? Being in there, it's not just, fire it up in the browser and go. It's when to use version control, when to blog something, when to share this document. It's what is appropriate to put in chat. Again, not just IC stuff, but Slack. Slack has caused a lot of stuff to go into Slack because it is so easy to use that organizations have had to say, hold on a second, don't put everything in a chat channel. From a knowledge management perspective, for discovery and search of content that has been generated, the people to find that again, if you don't have a strong search capability where all of that content is indexed by some sort of search engine, you have knowledge management problems. So if you put everything into a chat tool that's not searched well, you have knowledge discovery problems. So again, to the kind of what you pointed out earlier, this is not just IC specific stuff. There have been a lot of organizations that have used Slack, for example, way too much, and giant walls of text have gone into Slack that should have been put in the corporate wiki for more persistence should have been done. So it's when to use Slack, when to use version control, when to use it just takes time to do rather than gunning everything into email or chat services.
Yeah, there's layers of communication that make sense for certain circumstances out there. For the mediums have their purposes for how actionable something needs to be, and then once again, records management at the end of the day. No, I completely agree with you. That makes a lot of sense, and so this also is an interesting snapshot in time between lessons learned as you created or brought Intellipedia to the mix over 10 years ago. So in that time period, there's a whole set of services and technology that promoted a cultural need and innovation within the community. But what kinds of services out there right now exist in the unclassified realm that say, hey, if you all jump on board for using the unclassified realm, not just for doing your projects, this is the kind of benefits you'll see from today's technology? What do you find there's certain services that didn't exist over 10 years ago that would be of huge benefit now, that type of thing? You know, you mentioned Slack, but I feel like that's just scratching the surface there.
Sure. As far as it depends on the work being done. But if you look at a patent researcher, a hedge fund researcher, a reporter, a journalist, an intelligence analyst, those are very similar kind of knowledge worker positions where your job is to generate content and insight. So it's not just always IC specific type of things. But let me talk about the ones that familiar with that I think that are beneficial for doing good research on the unclassified side. You're going to need some sort of very easy to use GIS system. I'm a huge fan of QGIS. That is the open source version of a good GIS system, incredibly powerful. There are YouTube videos for every plugin and every feature you can imagine to do kind of geospatial analysis. You're going to need some sort of storage, decent sized cloud storage. S3 buckets are good for that. Amazon, very simple storage that creates URLs against the data that's put in there. You're going to need coders need to be able to freely download what they need to download. So there has been some advantages there to write software against data and to scrape data. You need to be able to do that freely. So the GIS systems on the imagery side, you can do quite a bit of imagery exploitation within a GIS and just view things manually. From a brute force perspective, to get an idea of what's going on, that's kind of very specific to the GeoEnt business. Outside of that, again, there's those general collaborative technologies which accomplish a lot of work. A lot of the staff and administrative functions, and even a lot of the research is done through the exchange and the creation of unstructured text, and that seems to be the dominant driver. In many cases, there's deeper data analysis that needs to be done against things. But again, you need a pool of where to pool that data. So the access to as many structured databases that you can download and install to help with that parsing from a data science perspective to run Python or R against large volumes of data to come up with statistical correlation is necessary, and that's on the more data oriented side. But I think that the general collaborative tools cover down a lot of business that's transferable from not from IC, but from knowledge workers. I think you can do a lot just analyzing unstructured text, which seems to be it is the dominant way that knowledge is conveyed. Structured data is valuable, but you can do an awful lot. You don't have to be a data scientist to be able to do high quality open source research. A browser, in many cases, is what you need. And the key is just hustle. A perfect example is that Bellingcat is a website that's devoted towards open source research. And a lot of folks use that as an exemplar. The founder of the Bellingcat website, Elliot Higgins, was an unemployed Brit in early 2010. And what he could do was analyze a lot of YouTube videos manually about the conflict in Syria. And he taught himself these methodologies to look for anomalies in YouTube videos of the Syrian conflict, of the chlorine attacks, and formed a brand just through sheer grit and hustle, just by pounding the keyboard in a browser, going towards, looking at YouTube videos, knowing what social media feeds to follow, know what groups are doing the talking and creating the data. And back to what I was talking about with Pathfinder, what you're seeing now is you just have to be in this space. So kind of like graduate school, when you come in and you do a literature review, you got to get to know who's doing the writing in your area. Same thing here. You got to know who's tweeting what, who's making the videos, who's writing the papers, who's posting the data. And that just takes time through hustle, in many cases through a browser, to get good at. In the case of Bellingcat, they use all free tools, mostly Google Earth. Google Earth is an outstanding resource. There's a feature in Google Earth called the historical timeline. So if you zoom into an area, generally Google does a good job of purchasing fairly recent imagery from European sensors, from US sensors. If you hit that little clock, in many cases, there's coverage almost every 30 days, in some cases going back 10 years. And that's
I'll say that's the one feature that has prevented me from using the web version of Google Earth, is that historical timeline within that. I mean, that to me is, aside from a few other smaller features, is the one thing that I keep going for the hard client for every time.
Oh, it's fantastic. And as far as, drawing KMLs and annotating and then sharing that structured data, again, it's very easy to do. So in the GeoInt field, that's an outstanding tool to use as well. But that's what you need to use what's free and what's open source, what's available first. And there are very expensive systems that help with aggregation and curation and alerting of massive volumes of information, and those come with a fee. But in many cases, the data that are being fed into those systems, if you want to do it, you can go hit the open API. You can go right into the GUI yourself and do it brute force. And that's not cool to say in 2020, where we want to, say we want artificial intelligence and machine learning to do everything. I haven't found a lot of those kind of statements or systems to have been. They're not there yet. I'm fairly skeptical again of a lot of the AI and ML investments. I've seen a lot of them underperform substantially. And I think you need a lot of people in this space pounding the keyboard. If you're going to teach the computer, in many cases, your folks are going to have to condition that data. And if they do that to teach the computer, the output better be worth the time of just teaching the computer to do something. And so
regardless of the performance there, it's also about usability, and a lot of these things aren't user friendly on the other side. They have to output something that's user friendly. They have to be user friendly. They also have to integrate within existing workflows. So you might have some set algorithms out there, aside from how good the performance is, and how trusting they are. They haven't. It's like getting a data scientist to talk to an analyst, and the two need to be met in the middle somewhere, and those connections haven't been formalized. They haven't been operationalized. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for.
I think that's a good term. And look, I'm not approaching this from some sort of working class hero. This robot will never take my job perspective. I love technology. I follow it, and I love this stuff. I just haven't seen a lot of the systems that I have evaluated or I've been a part of. Some of them have massively underperformed. And where brute force of 20 people was more efficient and more effective than the ML solution that was offered. Now, there's been some boutique cases where it has been successful, but I think that when it comes to this stuff, There's so much pamphlet literature and type of salesy type of stuff that's out there that when you really pound the keyboard, when they come into the organization, you need to tune those and they need to be given a fair shake for sure. And again, I've seen some fantastic technology that has automated core business and reduced hundreds and thousands of hours of time. But in general, just hey, we need to do some machine learning on this. You got to go, okay, hold on. Is this worth it? And can this be done even more effectively through brute force? And I have found sometimes that is the case through just grit and a browser. You don't necessarily need to have all of that. So it's what technology is appropriate. So if you're a 5-person insurance company that has 200 clients, you don't need a Hadoop cluster. So it's just technology is very, very trendy, and it's, hey, if you're not in Node.js, you're not doing it right and all that stuff. But you got to focus on what works, and then if you do make that upgrade, are the results clear?
That makes total sense. And I want to rope it back into a question we just received from the audience, by the way. Sure. So people are watching. What do you think will cause people to start viewing the unclassified side as co-equal? So you mentioned being co-equal before, and you talked about being vested in the unclassified with projects, with new projects. But how do you get them to buy into this?
So I'll start with a couple very practical things and then just kind of draw this out. Useful content is useful content no matter what domain it's on. So what's going to happen if that flagship work comes down or start to being created, that's going to have to be marketed to customers. So now we're in a kind of a better position that there are thousands of email distros on the unclassified side that we didn't have 3 months ago. So a lot of folks that wanted to get out the message to other analysts in the community, other users, everything was done on the high side. Now you have massive email distros that have been created. You have those chat channels I was telling you about with hundreds and hundreds of people in them now. So we have an opportunity when we get to that part. Now, right now there's data familiarization, getting comfortable with the space and kind of research kind of that's going on. And there has been work that has been done official, but it's been moved up. So in my opinion, that needs to stay down low, and we have to create that market. So when the marketing time comes to who are the end customers of it, I believe that it will be successful, because if you put high quality information, who's not going to read it? By saying I'm not going to look at that because it's not on an air gap system. So I think marketing and getting out to other organizations. I have a talk at the Treasury Department next week. It's just to get the message out that this will be coming. This is where we plan on putting it. And we'd like your feedback there on the low side. So to make it stick, we're going to have to do it and have to create it and not just say, hey, let's move this up to the other system, is to keep it low and then correlate the two if we need to. And then a lot of marketing work is going to have to take place to create that market.
Excellent question from the audience, and thank you for answering that. And I also want to reflect on the title of this episode, which is Will COVID Lessons Learned Stick? How do you feel, based off of what's currently going on, the half-life or continued operations of the adoption going on beyond the current effort?
Again, there's a lot of energy now, and I hope as reconstitution starts, whatever that means to the federal entity or even the private entity, is that people just guard against going back to default behavior. And I think that, again, not just esoteric intelligence, NGA-specific things, but I think this is shown in cases of a lot of knowledge workers that just going to the office 5 days a week, in many cases, that was a ritual that wasn't that beneficial. Face-to-face and small team collaboration is not going to be replaced even by video in some cases. And I'm not saying that everything can be done in video and version control tools and chat tools forever. But I think that people are going to have to put kind of promises in place to not go back to default behavior. And if that's, I'm going to do this 3 days a week, and keep doing this, and particularly on managers. If the manager is continuing to telework and continuing to create value on the unclassified side, then I think outside of the official part, which I think we need to get to, that'll help it stick, rather than when reconstitution starts, everyone runs back in and then we forget what was done over the last 5 months. So I think that there's conversations now of that accordion file, if you will. How high can that go? And in certain units, particularly with software developers, that can go as high as full time. There's certain missions that may not be able to do it, but even those, just doing general research, reading academic literature on your account, that's real work. And if let's just say that you have a 24/7 operations person that necessarily can't stay at home a lot, but they can do a couple of days. So even the most extreme cases, there are a couple of days that can be done. But I think this is, again, what I'm calling the accordion file, is we're not going to be able to say to thousands of employees to do 2 days a week no matter what. It's going to be, hey, if it can go as high as 5, cool. If it go to 3, fine. So I don't think there's a set thing. So I think, knowing where that accordion file is and then making a commitment to stick with it and guard against kind of default behavior, kind of on overdrive, I think is the key. And again, this is not just the government. I have colleagues that are in the private sector that have been going to an office and they're now just going, well, the company's going to write off the building. They don't really need that much space anymore. So I think it's not just a government conversation. I know that you have the Twitters and the more tech jobs that are saying you could stay at home for years. That's not everyone, but if you are generating software, if you are in the knowledge economy and a knowledge worker that works a lot with the creation of software or the use of software, when you see those declarations from the Twitters, from the Facebooks, from the Googles that are saying, kind of stay home if you'd like, I think that's cool. But those are kind of outliers. But I think it's important that they're making those statements as well.
Well, you just got into, the last couple of things you talked about, literally got into a question somebody else just asked, and I think you spurred it a little bit. And as the workforce is at home, at least a good portion of them is right now, from the government and different analysts, and they're doing unclassified work, at least the best they can. And they're discovering that this does work. And we can make this happen. We don't have to go back to the office. What do you see the future? Maybe not this year, but what do you see the potential future of big government spaces, big government headquarters buildings? Do you see it, especially as the St. Louis NGA buildings being constructed, trying to promote a huge portion of the space towards unclassified work? But does it make sense to have a committed space or have something more disparate and folks working at home and doing the same thing?
Yeah, with the Pathfinder lessons learned, we handed those over to the Army Corps of Engineers, and there was an impact on creating more unclassified and Wi-Fi enabled spaces for that new facility in St. Louis. So that was really cool to be a part of very, very early on in Pathfinder. One of our recommendations was, hey, I don't think we need this much SCIF space. And it was, things that were set in motion in 2003 were set in motion in 2003. I think the question you have to ask is, 2020 and beyond, from a GeoInt perspective, you don't necessarily need that much SCIF space. And I would like the percentages to be higher. I've heard the numbers at 20% and things. I think it should be higher. That's Chris Rasmussen's opinion. But I think that we can do, and again, I think all 3 letters will go through this. And NJ is just kind of first. So I think that less SCIF space is going to be part of the new normal moving forward. And you got to start someplace. And if that's 20%, that's awesome. I just think it should go up a little higher. I don't have a magic number, whether it's half SCIF, half unclassified, but I think it'll increase. But even outside of the secure facilities, I think that, the GSAs, the interior departments, and even groups that are not, have to really, really ask, do we need this? There are services where you can rent office space on demand that are popular, that are out there. I think that a lot of the assumptions about work and how work gets done has been brought into question, and for good. And I'm glad. from this situation. I think there was a lot of paternalism built into the work system in the United States, not just the government. I think that, again, I have family and colleagues that their companies are saying, yeah, you're doing a great job. We don't really, you don't have to drive out here 50 miles every day anymore. And that's been great to hear in any situation with work-life balance and things that are very, very important. I'm glad this is happening. But I think
that help prove the productivity out and prove that this is working. Someone just asked from the audience here, has there been any research on productivity and efficiency to work outside the office? And I know there's been a ton of studies from an industry perspective, but based off of, a lot of government policies, based off of either per diem or travel rates can maybe affect things. And those things haven't quite changed yet. But how are metrics recorded based off of best practice that you've seen, especially with Pathfinder, and how have you recorded those metrics?
Yeah, as far as does this work? And there are, metrics of number of hours logged in here, the number of data sources looked at, the number of outputs here. But I'm going to take a step back of people. I don't think that people change their position based upon studies and data. They change their position based on stories and what has happened to them. And you can, when we get into this, who can cite the most authoritative study stuff? I know that's great. And there's a million, as you mentioned, there's a million telework studies out there. There's the Yahoo case. There's been studies by Rand. There have been so many. And until it happens to you or your unit, I think that the change of behavior is people know when they're efficient, when they're valued, and when the output that they're generating is of value and getting feedback. And when that happens at the personal level, not through some 600-page PDF report, that's when behavior changes. So you can look at the Yahoo cases and things like that, where telework was suspended to eat and breathe Yahoo and what that did. And then people will go, well, I don't work at Yahoo, I work over here. So it doesn't transfer direct. So I think that the behavior change doesn't come through studies. Behavior change comes through doing it and seeing it firsthand. So when I do these lunch sessions I do with analysts and in divisions, I just did one last week, is the feedback that I got was, you speak in just not corporate jargon. This is plain language with very specific examples of what you look like from the outside from web metrics. This is you in a browser. This is what you look like. A lot of folks don't know that. And I just gave very practical examples of cases over and over again to show that this is how you can do this safely. Here's the questions to ask. Here's the security measures that you can take. So I think that studies are valuable. I'm not saying don't do the Uber study. I just haven't seen behavior change that people, that they get the PDF file and go, you know what? I'm going to start teleworking now because this PDF is just fantastic.
And I think people are always looking for those outlier reasons of these nefarious individuals are obviously take advantage of the system. And, and I think industry has proven, then you go after those individuals and then you see if everything still works fine, and for the most part, it does.
It does. And that was to the edge cases again, those are edge cases and deal with that. But most workers, knowledge workers or any workers, want to do a good job. In many cases, do a good job. And again, this is Chris Rasmussen's view. I'm not a huge earn trust guy. You give it. And I'm a very kind of flat give trust person. And I write the questions on the wall. Here's the team. There's the developers. There's the data scientist. There's the analyst. Here are the tools. Step away and just help them succeed. And just again, flattening out. We've talked about this for a long time of what that means to flatten an organization out. And when you jump into these collaborative tools and everyone's in the same bucket, and of course there's different, not everyone is equal, but when you're in these collaborative systems, your reputation online as a worker within that intranet it's open. It's pretty flat. And you can have people that have stepped up and been emergent leaders in that environment that didn't necessarily have departmental rank. So I think that these tools, the collaborative tools that people are using in telework, help flatten out a bit. And people see that. And I think that's been a good thing to have a forcing function to kind of look at some flattening activities that organizations needed to take. And again, not just the government. Again, there's private sector analogies here at banks and insurance companies. It's not just the government.
Oh, that's a great answer, and I think so. We have about a few more minutes left, but we do have another question. I think is a kind of interesting one here. It's, do you think that working in the unclassified space and the movement towards moving the unclassified space will help in preventing overclassification of products and services?
Yeah, and again, when you're in this space, again, it's a forcing function. You have to make it exist on the low side, right? Before, and many folks they did all of their work on an air gap system. And overclassification is not new. It tracks back decades. And in fact, there's a case of the museum in Tehran of the raid in the 70s. The orders for the motor pool were classified secret no foreign. And those motor parts were a classified document. So this is not anything new. But the reason that it exists is there's no incentive for disincentive for overclassification, right? You side on the air of caution. Now, if people are at home and have to work on the low side, you have to think differently and really ask tough questions about what makes this inherently classified. And I think that Pathfinder helped with the NGA is interested in X question. It wasn't just X. It was what specifically, what is the behavior change? Also, people have to look at this aggregation idea. You really have to ask when you add parts. And in my opinion, there's kind of this belief that the aggregation of information leads to higher order classification. I haven't found that to be true in a GeoInt sense. The more unclassified data points there are, the more unclassified it becomes, not the other way around. So again, you have to ask, when you're mushing this together, is it forming higher order knowledge? And is that worth trade secret worthy protection? And you look at the methodologies that are used, you look at the aggregation of the sources, and if the answer is yes, there is some black box type of trade secret Pepsi recipe needs to be locked up in the basement things, then protect those, but not just you're adding stuff. So by default, it needs to go higher. You have to
I could see that mindset thinking back in the 90s or even in the 80s when you added layers, it actually required a certain level of not just expertise, but access through levels on the unclass that normal people wouldn't be able to obtain. And nowadays, it's information is everywhere. The access is everywhere. So it's harder to make that argument now more than ever.
Yeah, and being in the space again, and people thought that when I did Pathfinder and I had a terrible relationship with security, they're the biggest fans because we were very deliberate. This creates better security of what to protect because you cannot protect everything equally, and you have to triage and rank things. So this is better security, knowing what to really protect. There's that old quote from, I think it's McBundy George, that was a national security advisor for President Kennedy. And he said, if you protect diamonds and toothbrushes with the same level of zeal, you're going to protect more toothbrushes and lose more diamonds. You really have to ask, what are you protecting? And when you're in this space every day, and you know what state of the art is, you know what academic departments are doing, you know what the financial industry is doing with data, you have a better sense of saying, this is unique. This is worth protecting. So I think that this is driving a lot of those questions. And I think based upon 4 months for folks that have never done this before, thrust in the space, I think the grade has been pretty good across the board. I think people have been very adaptive. So I'm optimistic. I think certain conditions need to happen. And I have one more world according to Chris point that I like to throw out there that I think that will make it stick. But I'm proud of NGA. The kind of the antecedent work that it had with Pathfinder, with the commercialization of GeoInt kind of what are we going to do things helped a lot when COVID hit. So NGA was kind of a little bit ahead of other organizations when that happened. But before I do my last point, I'll see if there's any more questions in the chat.
I think we're good there. No questions that I can see.
Yeah, so this is the world according to Chris. And in fact, all of this is the world according to Chris. I should have started out with my Simpsons lawyer voice that these are my views, not the organization's views. But what I think that where investment should be made on the IC side and to try to do this is to really look into public trust cleared workers. So rather than a security clearance, which is an SF-86 form and investigation, is for the unclassified space, look into SF-85 investigations and clearances, which are basically a public trust clearance. If we were to do that and have a permanent group that was not cleared, they would have to stay at home. They would have to collaborate in those unclassified spaces. And the opportunity is that we can leave people that don't want to move to SCIF centers, which are DC, Tampa, Denver. They can stay in Montana if they have a good connection and generate code, generate unclassified research, generate GIS data from home with a public trust clearance. Or from an unclassified collaborative space someplace. So I've put this in the suggestions jar. Again, this is not the agency's position. This is Chris's idea. But I think that organizations, particularly that have clearances, can look into why do we even need to clear everybody by default, and to look into running just uncleared positions. This is a question that tracks back. Karen and I were in this panel, or she was in the audience.
Well, let me add to that real quick. I think you just opened the door to a not just a market gap, but a job gap that exists out there. And let me be more specific. Over the last couple of years, I've had a lot of friends, connections in the military who, they work in the classified realm. They work in the intelligence spaces. They work in GeoEnt, but they never reach the TSSCI level. They may leave the military, even in the Army. This is notorious with the Army, actually, that they leave the Army intel with a secret clearance, and they can no longer get any type of good job because they don't have TSSCI. And there's thousands of people in there who are forced to leave the intelligence career fields because it's too much of a hardship to get the clearances back. And so they're having a hard time even. They want to apply, but they can't. They don't have an existing clearance. So why not use these individuals who have just as much experience, if not more, in certain areas of expertise, especially when it comes to military tactical intelligence, and find unclassified work for them. If we're worried that there isn't a workforce out there that exists who we can leverage, I think there's a huge market gap for that right there.
Yeah, so do I. And again, there are certain folks that are don't want to do this work forever. And again, in Pathfinder, we recruited for that personality type and that skill set. But I think there is a massive untapped market of talent in the uncleared space that we can really maximize if we just think a little bit differently. And that's the key, is just question the assumptions. Why are we doing this again? Why do I have to be in the office? Why can't we do it here? Those are going to be key to guards of again, biases when you're doing analytic training. Everyone has bias, but you have to come up with exercises to draw down that bias. And, here, when you get into just cruise control mode, I think making questioning those assumptions along the way will go a long way. And I think that the public trust thing will be great. And not just on the government employee side. That's where it needs to happen. And we have some folks that are on the contract side that do this. But this was about 5 years ago, and Karen and I I think she was on the panel, but we were in Florida, and somebody got up and said, I've been waiting for my clearance. I have all these services, and I'm just waiting for my clearance. And me being in space, I was on the panel for something else. But I was just like, what are you selling? And what he described to me, I'm like, why do you need a clearance at all? It was just kind of this assumption that this was the ticket to check to get there. I think that if public trust positions to sell unclassified services are sufficient to workers at home or workers in uncleared spaces, I think that that's a huge opportunity. So we don't have to necessarily clear all of the contractors to do support work by default to enter the facility.
Makes total sense. I want to thank you, Chris, for coming on to the show with us and presenting your knowledge and best practices. I know a lot of folks will be interested to hear what you have to say. This has been the topic, will COVID lessons learned stick? But even more than that, talking about work in the unclassified realm, where what agencies and specifically NGA has learned, what Chris has learned to bring that workforce forward into, well, I guess you could say the 21st century, right? So thank you for joining us. And this is Adam Simmons with the Project Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair, signing off. Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to the Geospatial Frontier Virtual Technology Fair, hosted and created by Project Geospatial and partnered with the American Geographical Society. For what you're about to watch, it is my honor to introduce the moderator for the Workforce Innovation Enabling New Environments panel, Dr. Cynthia Mendoza. Dr. Cynthia Mendoza currently serves as the IC Chief Architect and the Director of the Architecture and Integration Division for the Office of the IC Chief Information Officer at the ODNI. She is responsible for the scalable IC enterprise architecture used to drive interoperability, intelligence integration efficiencies, and opportunities encompassing all IC environments. She is a native of San Antonio, Texas, and has more than 30 years of experience leading government and industry organizations. Her prior assignments include serving as the Director of Requirements Analysis within the Systems and Resource Analysis Program and Requirements Division Office under the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency's Information Management Program Architect and Advisor, and NGA Chief Engineer and Director of the Architecture and Engineering Group. Dr. Mendoza's 20 years of industry experience, including Vice President of Operations for Galactic Technologies in San Antonio, Texas, where she led efforts on commercial and government contracts, including services to the Air Force Intelligence Agency. She holds a Bachelor's in Science and Electrical Engineering from Texas A&M University and a Master's in Science and PhD in Systems Engineering and Engineering Management from the George Washington University. Now that you know a little bit about our moderator, I'm going to pass the baton to her as she carries the discussion forward in introducing our panelists.
Thank you, Adam. Howdy and good morning. Thank you for joining us today. Time is valuable, so we truly appreciate your participation. The purpose of this session is to have a valuable discussion around workforce innovation, enabling new environments. Due to the dynamics of the environment, we would like to discuss opportunities to enable secure capabilities. In other words, hashtag work from home. So we want to talk about how we can improve business continuity for the workforce and how we can make these collaboration capabilities easily deployable, hence strengthening low-side capabilities. The current posture is fundamentally changing the way we do business. Today, we have 3 panel members with us to help drive discussion around this topic. Our first panel member is Mr. Patrick Atchison from Quadrant. Patrick is one of the co-founders and managing principals of Quadrant. Patrick has extensive experience as a system architect and program manager. He has managed a significant number of systems integration programs, including commercial off-the-shelf software implementations, data center migrations, and application migrations to the cloud. He has managed teams operating a portfolio of applications across a wide variety of platforms. Patrick has also managed multiple enterprise resource planning implementations and upgrades across multiple federal and commercial customers. Prior to forming Quadrant, Patrick worked as a director of enterprise resource planning at Maverick Technologies and as a consultant with Accenture. Before he began in technology, Patrick also worked at the Department of Justice. He holds a master's degree in public administration from New York University's Robert F. Wagner School of Public Service and a bachelor's degree from Fordham University. Now I'd like to introduce our next panel member, Mr. John Lewington from the National Security Group, Adobe Federal. He is an industry specialist and has 20 plus years of experience working with GEOINT and Intel community, Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement, and international partners. Previously, Mr. Lewington managed sales, global professional services, strategy and business development, and product engineering for a variety of commercial enterprise cybersecurity and secure information sharing technologies. With Adobe, Mr. Lewington is advising customers on digital transformation and protecting critical information through data-centric security solutions. Our last but not least panel member, Mr. David Sterling with Royce Geo. Dave Sterling, founder and CEO of Royce Geospatial Consultants, has spent the last 17 years within the U.S. geospatial intelligence community, creating advanced tradecraft, designing data systems, and building teams to solve our nation's intelligence issues within the geospatial intelligence sector. Sterling's ambition for business and solving hard problems is what helped him launch Royce Geo, a company focused on providing unique solutions to federal agencies and military partners. Prior to launching Royce Geo, Sterling served as a deputy division manager and business development lead for KeyW Corp's Geospatial Services Division and as a senior geospatial analyst for NGA. Sterling has a BS degree in geography and geosciences from Salisbury University and an MS degree in geography, GIS from Virginia Tech. Now you have met the panel members, so we'll take 3 to 5 minutes for each panel member to offer their perspectives about enabling workforce innovation. Then I'll facilitate a dynamic question and answer session. So first, we'll start out with Patrick Atchison with Quadrant. Patrick?
Good morning. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Mendoza for moderating this event, and thank you to Adam for putting it together. I appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel with Dave and John, who I've had the opportunity to work with before, so appreciate that. I thought maybe I'd just start talking about kind of some of the stuff we've experienced with moving into this virtual environment that we're experiencing with the current climate. We primarily work in the cleared space in the Intel community and have had most of our workforce on client sites in a classified environment prior to dealing with this event. So for us, there was a lot of activity that we had to deal with to kind of get the workforce enabled in an unclassified environment. And I would say there's a couple of key points I think we'll talk about throughout the discussion, but certainly the first and foremost thing we had to deal with was just getting the collaboration capabilities on the low side for folks, both from a corporate perspective, because we have a corporate staff that uses and is familiar with a lot of the collaboration tools, but all of our client-facing personnel primarily were just using the customer collaboration tools in the classified environment. So it took us a little bit of effort to get everybody up to speed and leveraging a lot of the commercial collaboration capabilities, things like Teams and other tools like that. And then I would say the second thing we probably worked the most with is all of our customers were great about trying to figure out how to do work on the low side, but we did spend a fair amount of time and effort having to have discussions up front about what could and could not be done on the low side. And I think that was an area where we were a little reactive in terms of determining what things might be worked or work that could be done on the low side. Fortunately, I think we're getting past that, and we're seeing a lot more stuff than I think we initially thought that could be actually work performed in an unclassified environment for our customers, which has been great. I think coming with that, though, there's certainly been a lot of time and effort put into the need for additional infrastructure and environments on the unclassified side. I know Royce and others have done quite a bit of work in the area of enabling that stuff for various customers. The big thing there we found is that even though we could do a lot of stuff in the unclassified environment, most of our customers have taken the approach that they still want to try to keep the work within their footprint. So they've had to do a lot in terms of enabling low side capability for all of the workforce. And I think that's been, again, going pretty well now, but it was a bit, I think, of a struggle early on in the process. I would say that probably the third thing we've kind of wrestled with both on the corporate side, and I think our customers are wrestling with this on the client side, is just the security. So leveraging these tools, there are a lot of available tools on the open internet and open source stuff, and how do you make sure we're picking tools that are secure and provide the right level of security? And I think that's an issue that we are working through on the corporate side, and I think that's an issue that a lot of our customers have grappled with, is making sure that low side work is secure. And certainly in the environment we work in, I think that's a key element. So I guess I'll stop there for now and allow the other panelists to kind of talk about some of their stuff.
Well, thank you, Patrick. We'll move on now to John with Adobe Federal.
Hi, thank you, Cynthia, for having me on this panel, and Adam and David and Patrick. I look forward to your insights as this continues. So you probably know Adobe. The name's pretty well known in industry, probably from PDF and Photoshop. What you may not know as well is what we do from a digital experience perspective. When you're interacting online, buying a car, doing banking, shopping, hotels, travel reservations, probably most likely you're using our Adobe Experience platform. But when you look at the public sector space and what we've gone through recently with transitioning to work from home, there's a lot of challenges that we're very familiar with, just because in 2011, we really made a push towards the cloud and really enabling people to work from home, as well as taking advantages of what technology provides. Probably the biggest concern that we've been interacting with clients over the last 2 months is really the security of their content, right? So working from home, people are accessing information from government organizations that, contain sensitive, maybe it's PII, maybe it's some sort of high value asset, maybe it's sensitive. And the problem is, you might not think about it and say, okay, I've attached a document, I put it in my email, and my email is encrypted because I've used a CAT card. What happens on the other end when that person downloads that content? Or before they even attach it to the email, it's sitting on a hard drive, or it's on a server someplace, whether it's on-prem or in the cloud. And so we've been talking to a lot of different clients on how do they maintain and manage their client or content. For example, what happens if you need to revoke access to that content? How do you restrict printing of that content, modifying it? What happens if that content gets sent to a number of different people or even thousands of people, right? And then how do you pull it back? It's really difficult operating in these different cloud environments. And I think, as we move to more of a virtual environment from home, these challenges will become, to the forefront more and more as certain security considerations. I didn't think about it. I got a new internet connection to my house. The router showed up, and I open up the box to implement the router, and they say, comes from Verizon. Hey, this router contains open source software, and we're basically not liable for it. Okay, well that's a new threat vector that in most cases we haven't really had to consider. And so I think what you'll see and what a big focus from Adobe has been, besides doing virtual meetings through Adobe Connect, is how do you protect, how do you share that vital content across different organizations easily and seamlessly. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Cynthia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Now we move on to Dave with Royce Geo.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I'll echo Patrick and John's comments. Thanks to Adam and you for putting this on. We, Royce Geo, are a small business. We support the geospatial intelligence community, as earlier mentioned. And we sit at an interesting intersection of both, tip of the spear, tradecraft support, where we have folks on multiple continents at any given time, to where we also have folks sitting in the back of a server doing, enterprise IT support. So when COVID-19 happened, it's kind of like, the bomb goes off, everybody stops. Okay, now we all have to go home. So we kind of saw what the impacts were on the IT side and the analytics side. A couple of key things that really where we're starting to see them combine is, one, how do we expand enterprise collaboration services? And then two, how are we bringing OSINT tradecraft, open source intelligence tradecraft, to the forefront? Some agencies, I think, have leaned a little farther forward. Some, maybe they're doing it, but it's not necessarily a front and center initiative or activity. This incident in the last 2 months, I think, has put a huge spotlight on that, to really be relevant, to really be providing mission impact, and really being able to provide that support. Even if you have folks at home, the majority of your workforce, you've got to be able to talk, and you've got to be able to do the mission. Right now in this kind of blue gold 15% staffing, that's really hard to do. So some of the things that, really quickly that we were able to help support, and this was a true testament to, our main customer being NGA, to the government contractor collaboration. We knew that we were about to send thousands of people home. Primarily, everyone works on a high side classified domain in terms of how they talk, doing WebExes, phone calls, Jabber, chat messaging, things like that. So we had to basically replicate that capability and put that down on the low side. In about a 10-day time, after a whiteboard session and a VTC session with several executives, we basically, did a big time increase to the main trunk line of the phone. We created a WebEx capability for seniors so they could keep continuity of operations and meetings and plannings and everything from, putting bids together and keeping them on track, to just doing X's and O blocking and tackling to support the main, day-to-day mission. We installed a Jabber secure FOUO, for official use only, instance that allows people to communicate on the unclassed level. We stood that up on the Thursday, and by the following Monday, we had over 2,000 concurrent users. And then I think most importantly, for really the executive leadership, somebody like the Admiral gave him a town hall. We helped set up a town hall capability that allows the executive staff to reach out to 10,000 plus employees at any given time to allow them to, keep people on track, people focused, and allows also the Q&A, the interaction, which is a great piece for for any kind of leadership. And then on the where does that meet on the OSINT side? So now that we've created this collaboration capability, all right, now we can support mission while folks are sitting in their pajamas or sweatpants at home, still doing their job. So focus on how do we look at expanding OSINT capabilities. We've got a lot of COTS tools that are already in place. I think being able to push that to a secure unclassed environment would be probably the next step. We need to start looking at a lot of agencies, but doing that securely and doing that to where data is secured. So we're kind of in the midst of several projects right now where we're working on that. But very much at a small scale. I think the big push going forward that as a community we would like to see is how are you looking at contract restructure to a sense where the government has certain percentages they'll do for small business set aside. I think we need to take a hard look at how we do certain percentages for, let's not overly classify work that doesn't need it and partition some of that off as unclassified work. I think there's a lot of downstream impacts, positive impacts that can come of that. But most importantly, as we're seeing now, having that capability that can allow that sustainment of mission while everyone's sent at home, I think has become, front and center.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate your insight on that. So now we're at the part of the session where we're going to move on to questions. So the first question we've received is for Patrick, and it's from an OD&I representative. The question is, we know how fast and agile Quadrant is at NGA. What other government agencies does Quadrant serve?
So in addition to a large presence at NGA, we do some work at the NRO. We're doing some enterprise applications work there. We do some enterprise applications work up at Fort Meade. We have a pretty significant presence at FBI. We also do some work at NGIC as well. Down in Charlottesville, we're doing some enterprise cloud migration work there. And then we do have a small presence at Langley in the enterprise applications area.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now we have another question. They're flowing in, so thank you. This is for John. Adobe has been fairly quiet about all their cool capabilities. Do they do agile software development, and how are they partnering with other defense contractors?
Sure. So yes, we do agile development. When developing our software, we have a very robust supply chain that goes through a lot of checks and balances, and a lot of our code then is all of our products are hashed so that we can make sure that we know the configuration and release management before when they're on the low side and then move to the high side. But we, from a delivery perspective, we really like to partner with folks in the mission space who have the customer intimacy. Adobe typically likes to support the technology stack and can help answer those questions. But we really like to partner with, systems integrators, technology, digital transformation consulting firms, because they understand the customer's roadmap. They understand at what points the technology can be inserted and when the customer is ready to do things, as well as the change management around that.
Okay, great. Thank you, John. Now here's another question that we received. What are the core set of collaboration tools you believe are the most productive in today's dynamic environment? So this is for all the panel members. So why don't we start out with Patrick?
So I would say from a collaboration perspective, I think the two we see the most, we use the Microsoft Teams collaboration tool, which I think we find to be very effective. We also see a lot of our partners and teammates use Zoom as an effective collaboration tool. Some of our folks have a preference for tools like Slack is another one that is pretty effective as a collaboration tool. I think that in the customer space, I think you see a lot more with things like Jabber and some of the other internal capabilities like that. But I think we generally lean heavily right now on things like Teams and Zoom and Slack and just the ability to engage. I think that's probably the biggest thing for us is being remote. I think we're trying to figure out how to be able to engage with people as much as get the work done, because there's a worry about people feeling, I think, isolated at home, and having the ability to see and reach out and communicate to their coworkers is pretty important.
Absolutely. Thank you, Patrick. Why don't we move on to John with Adobe? Do you have something you'd like to share with us?
Sure. So we use a variety of collaboration tools. I'll say from a video conferencing perspective, I'm a big fan of Adobe Connect. So we use that internally as well as a lot of customers in the public sector for persistent rooms that can be stood up, and that when you come back to a room, it will look the same. And so you can basically, you know, from a COVID perspective, we have organizations manning these watch centers, you know, 24/7, collaborating around the world with, you know, Adobe Connect. But from a technology perspective, we use Slack, we use Microsoft Teams. Those are really good tools to share information, communicate with chat, also set, you know, meeting calendars and whatnot for action items. But, you know, one of the things that we've started to hear a lot from as well is, you know, the ability just to collaborate on signing documents and the business processes that were maybe on the high side that didn't exist on the low side, and all of a sudden a paper form that, you know, didn't seem too hard to fill out that someone keyed in, all of a sudden they can't get things processed like timesheets and whatnot. And so we've seen a lot of customers come forward going, I need the ability to digitally sign a document and then send it through some sort of workflow. And so that's another element of collaboration that I don't think organizations have necessarily really thought through, had an appreciation for, kind of before COVID hit.
Perfect, thank you. Now we'll move on to Dave.
Yeah, not really going to advocate for one technology or the other. I think the most important thing is it secure and can it federate? Meaning that if you've got other groups with other technologies, you're not being forced into one sort of shoebox. So, you know, on the government side, for our clients, for our customers, partners, we've implemented a lot of Cisco technology. And we've also, with you know, our talented engineers, figured out capabilities to go reach out to other partners, other agencies, to allow outside agency collaboration, putting essentially a federation layer in between it. So, you know, in the end, if you're a Skype for Business shop or you're a Microsoft shop or whatever technology, I think the most important thing is to make sure that you're enabling your architecture to A, remain secure, but B, being able to put those hooks, those tie-ins, so that you're not forcing one group or another to divest and to reinvest. So there's a significant time savings there and also a cost savings by doing so. So when, you know, if you're you know, an outside enterprise looking to stand up, you know, within your own company, keep those things in mind. Inside, at least our partner space, we've been able to lean forward pretty hard on ensuring that, hey, you don't have to buy something else. Stick with what you have. We'll show you how to tie this Cisco service with this Skype service, and everybody can communicate and go on about their day.
Great, thank you, Dave. Okay, we're getting lots of questions, so this is exciting. Now we'll move on to our next question. This question is for Dave Sterling. As a small company, does Royce Geo participate in SBIR and other initiatives that can help the DoD side? I'm thinking in particular about the Air Force WERX initiative. Okay.
Familiar with the initiative, yes. We haven't participated yet. That's obviously uncharted territory, but one that we're not fearful to go after. So, you know, this year in 2020, we're doing a, you know, significant amount of prime bids, white papers, things like that. So that's definitely on our hit list.
Okay, great, thank you. Now, another question. This is for the group. So we'll start off with Patrick. Overclassification. How can we help with that? I guess people tend to overclassify. So let me rephrase the question. General Hyten was talking about that earlier this week. How can we help this? So why don't we go out with Patrick?
So I think I would say this is an area we are intimately familiar with. I think we deal with a lot of systems that work and are enabled in a classified environment by default, just because agencies have put the infrastructure and the capabilities and investment on the high side in the past. And I think we do see a lot of overclassification of stuff today. And I think there's a difference in my mind of that we don't always, or have not traditionally made, between we're classifying something because it's actually a classified document, as opposed to we say we're classifying something because we just want it to be in a more secure environment. And I think we have to draw the line between those two things to say, hey, we want this to be secure, but not classified, as opposed to, hey, this is a classified document. I think some of the things going on today we see with like CMMC and stuff, where we're defining more clearly how to handle controlled unclassified information and a lot of the security measures you can put against that. And I think we as system integrators and companies can do a lot better job at making sure that as we build out applications and implement those systems, that we're doing the right metadata tagging, and that we're providing capabilities to allow agencies to appropriately classify the documents as we go through it. So I think it's an issue that is a big issue today. I think we see a lot of overclassification. Just in the past couple months, we work on a lot of enterprise corporate business systems, and when we really started digging in on some of the things that we could do on the low side, the answer was, well, we do it on the high side because it's convenient, not because it makes sense or because it has to be on the high side.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Now we'll move to John with Adobe Federal.
Thank you. So I think it's something that really has been brought to the forefront, especially with COVID. I've heard numbers ranging from 60 to 85% of what is done is actually open source and unclassified content. And I think where organizations struggle is, okay, so I bring some content together. Well, this source wasn't classified and this source wasn't classified, but then all of a sudden it becomes sensitive when it's put together in some sort of report. And I think, that's where organizations start to struggle. And I think you have to enable an architecture and an infrastructure that really allows you to control that content. And so that the content is protected, but if, for example, there is a spillage, you can pull that content back, or the content, when it goes to someone, can be shared. And so I think there's ways that we can push the envelope, whether it's through, digital rights management with a combination of different, technologies like commercial for classified solutions, different laptops, encrypting the full disk, so that you've got basically a perimeter or a defense in depth approach, along with kind of a zero trust architecture that really enables people to have confidence in working on the low side. So since if information is pulled together that is over classified or needs to be classified at a higher level, there's safety nets.
Thank you, John. Now we'll move on to Dave.
Yeah, this is one of those questions you could devote a 4-hour podcast to. Everything from contracts to security and governance to technology to tradecraft best practices. I don't doubt that, honestly, at the end of the day, the technology is there. It totally is, to do everything from passing information high to low, low to high, secure. There's a lot of, obviously, security protocols and things that need to be established. But from a top down, an agency, whether it's NGA, whoever, needs to kind of put their foot in the ground and lean into the position that, look, we are going to make a concerted effort to do things in the open environment. You kind of heard me allude to it at the intro. Step one is truly look at new acquisitions as they come out. What work can be partitioned out that can be truly unclassified work? We've been seeing this in the last 5 years on the development and some of the engineering side, where they've allowed, hey, bring in your unclassed big data developer because we know these folks are hard to find within the cleared intel community. Great. So we're able to recruit commercial guys. Second, you've got programs that are out there that are traditionally what's called your FTE. Here's your hours per person to go sit in a chair and do the support on site. There's a lot of really talented analysts that work in that environment. I think we need to look at more of a pure services environment where we're being, as industry, being rewarded for doing delivery. And that delivery can be a mix of having really agile, smart teams that are doing purely unclassified work, OSINT work, that can be passed into the government space and pushed up to support mission. A lot of that work exists today could be done that way. There are certain things, don't get me wrong, that are going to be purely classified. The end. We understand that as industry, but there is definitely an ability there, I think, to start partitioning out certain elements that could be handled in a pure contractor space in an unclass environment. And I think there's some great downrange effects of that, of better staffing pipelines, better resiliency, better, in an event like COVID. Obviously, now you've got a sustained workforce that's not relying on going into a cleared space. So there's huge downstream benefits to this, but it's got to start at kind of the highest levels, and that is going to be, the agency direction, and then next, how are the contracts coming out, and how are they going to be structured that it's going to allow us to do this kind of support.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave. Okay, now for the next question. This one is for John. Are we able to use Adobe's watermarking capability or the other things John mentioned in his other things John mentioned to address classification?
Yes, so we actually integrate with the classification markup tool, but one of the use cases that a lot of customers come to us with are, can you actually watermark a document so that, and watermark it not just across the page, but really anywhere, so that a user knows the level or sensitivity of this document and has an idea of the content, right? So if they all of a sudden send it to their, 10 best friends and there's PII information in it, they knew that there was PII information in it. The other element too is also the analytics aspect of digital rights management. So you actually know potentially where the content is going outside your firewall. So there's analytics that report back on where it's been opened, IP address. And so you can also then see, is something opening in Europe for some reason? Maybe there's an absolute valid reason, and that user has, a mission that's associated with that. But there's a lot of capabilities that are really built in fundamentally to digital rights management, and it works just like you would with Netflix or iTunes. You can download that content, but you can't, copy it or necessarily send it to someone who's not authorized to view it.
Perfect. Thank you. So now I'll move on to a question. And actually, as moderator, I typically don't like to answer questions, but I believe this one is very important. And I did receive a question. The question is, Dr. Mendoza, do you plan on taking these companies' initiatives into a guide for the IC and DoD? And the reason why I want to answer that, because I think that's very critical in where we're at in the movie today. My job as the IC chief architect is to bring the community together, shepherd the community so that we can build trusted partnerships towards mission outcomes in a federated environment. What we learned from Epic 1 of eyesight is that each agency, DoD and international partner, has their own specific mission goals and objectives. So it doesn't make sense for us to mandate a specific solution. So we bring the community together using the reference architecture framework approach, which is really a systematic process, so that we kind of identify what result are we working to accomplish, what are all the things that we need to do to get there, what recurring problem are we trying to solve, what are the design patterns, what are the implementations, and then a schedule. So bringing the community together to drive the solutions that are needed. So it depends. If agencies have these solutions and it makes sense to federate them, then we'll go ahead and accomplish that. If it makes sense that we should drive one solution and serve it up in the community shared space, then the community, the DoD, and the international partners, whoever has the equities in that, will help to drive that. So I hope I helped answer that question. Thank you. So now next question is for everyone. Do you have any lessons learned on low-side collaboration tools and platforms that you can share? So why don't we start with Dave this time?
Yeah, it's easier to install and not enable in the midst of a crisis. It's a lot easier to do it in a non-crisis environment. We had to do about four months worth of work in 10 days. So a bit of a rush schedule, but I think there was a big incentive for us to get it done at the end of the day.
Okay, now let's move to John. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, so I think, when you move from a very managed desktop enterprise environment to work from home, where you've got a very heterogeneous environment, you may have some people that have approved telework laptops, some people that right now are working on their personal systems. It really presents a lot of unique challenges because you just have someone's on this different version of Word and someone, for example, hasn't applied this patch. And so you really have to look at solutions that are enterprise grade but plug into existing open standards out there. For example, our digital rights management works with Adobe Reader. So anyone who has Adobe Reader can open up a protected document if they're have the authentication to do so. But at the same time, when you're working with Word, some people may not feel comfortable installing a plugin on their personal PC, or even, hey, I'm doing government work and I'm not even authorized to do that right now. So there's a lot of policy considerations. I think, when you have a work environment such as, Teams, that's SharePoint based, that you can actually have solutions in the background that can seamlessly encrypt a document, whether it's uploaded or downloaded, and then you plug in your authentication system. I think that's where things are going to be headed in the future. Right now, we're kind of in that awkward stage of, trying to get by and do our jobs. But I do think, the heterogeneous environment, working from home, different networks, present unique challenges.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll move on to Patrick.
I think for us, I would say the big lesson learned is the word I would say is security, right? That as I think John mentioned, you are dealing with a lot of people with heterogeneous devices, and I think we found, even with our customers and with our corporate, we've got to make sure that we have the level of security, and that we build out a collaboration environment, and I would say a communications environment, maybe, that people can connect securely. And I think I feel like we're still a little bit lacking there. We were reactive. I know NGA is a particular example. They leaned in, but they had to go out and buy lots of CAC readers and ask contractors to go out and buy CAC readers to get people access. Or we still wrestle on the corporate side with a good authentication and integrated identity management solution that allows us to work across the different tools. I think that's an area where we could put more time and effort going forward to develop better solutions, because I think we can't assume that everybody's going to have a secure laptop, or that everybody's home network is not going to be running some sort of open source software on it. We have to figure out how to deal with that security piece. I think that's probably the biggest issue and lesson learned, and I think that's still an evolving problem. I think we're making progress there, and I think we're certainly a lot more secure than we were before, and hopefully we're staying one step in front of the adversary. But I think now that the adversary sees what we're doing, they're going to be looking for ways to penetrate. So we need to be aggressive in that arena.
Absolutely. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, now we're going to move on to our next question. This one's for the group. Do any of these companies view their initiatives as short-term? Do your customers expect things to revert or sustain? So why don't we start with Dave this time?
I think anybody thinking in the short term might be missing the bigger picture here. Something like this, and it could happen again next year. It could happen 10 years from now. The one thing that we've learned is that we need to be prepared. Nobody wants to go through this fire drill again of having to get communications and figure out how to work from home and keep folks either busy, or figure out how to pick up the pieces of keeping that mission continuity and being able to still sustain operations. We're moving forward with kind of leaning in and say, hey, let's take this capability, let's figure out how to harden this and how to make it even more enterprise and more scalable over time, and actually do more of the federation integration piece with other agencies. And I think more than anything, we're showing that we need to start looking how we do business. And this speaks for the classified customers. How do we expand our business outside the secure space? I know I can speak for NGA, for example. They're leaning really hard in on the new campus in St. Louis. They're going to build multiple floors that are going to be completely unclassified, which is great. So that they're being proactive and looking at how do you take an entire campus and pivot to that role. But I think overall, for a lot of different, whether it's commands, agencies, whoever, they need to really look at how they, especially on the tradecraft side of the house, how they expand and get beyond the SCIF environment. And then from a technology standpoint, how do we get that information back in?
Perfect. Thank you, Dave. John, how about your perspectives?
Thank you. Yeah, I think, you always sometimes need a forcing function to really look at how you do business. And I think COVID has really provided that. Before it was like, well, what happens if there was a snow day, or 6 days of snow and we couldn't get to the office, and how would we muddle through that? Well, this is like 3 months of a long snow day, right? And where I like to take it is, from a strategic perspective, what should we be doing for the workforce? Are there things that we should be doing in terms of reaching a greater population that can work in this space, that maybe everything doesn't have to be at a high classification level? Can we, gain access to a broader workforce? From a technology company perspective, I've been in conversations, around the Beltway with people hiring folks, and they've actually pivoted to where before they would have to hire right inside the national capital region to, looking at folks in North Carolina and South Carolina because they have the right skill sets that are needed to do that. And so I think this is, quite frankly, my personal perspective, here to stay. I think, since this has happened, I probably had been busier and had more meetings with folks because we're not, going around the Beltway. We're not, moving from one meeting to the other where we have to block time. And so it's really freed up and really kind of enabled a work-life balance for folks. My kids, I have 3 kids, they're Zooming away right now. My wife's a school teacher. So, that's a challenge, but I think it's brought a nice work-life balance and a different pace to life that probably some of us have been looking for, but just haven't been able to do. So.
Great. Thank you, John. Patrick, you're next.
Thanks. I think that we are absolutely planning for this to be a transformative event. I think there's a couple different areas that I think we are talking to our customers about and talking internally about. Certainly, the notion of just doing more on the low side, which we've all talked about. And I think there's the notion, we do a lot of software development work. A lot more of that initial development can be done on the low side and moved high before you're putting the data in there that might make it classified. So there's a lot more capability there. I think we also need to look at things like, John mentioned developers in North Carolina or South Carolina, but I think it's also having a distributed geographic workforce is something we need to consider more of from the standpoint of, if you look at, imagine if you're a company that only is based in New York or New Jersey, and they get overrun, I guess, for lack of a better word, with this issue, where you have folks in a different part of the country that might not be as affected or be affected at different times. I think we need to look at more of that, and we need to encourage, as Dave mentioned earlier, contract flexibility going forward, where I think probably the biggest thing, and agencies leaned in, I really applaud all the contracting officers I know we've dealt with, but I think having more flexibility in contracts going forward to deal with, hey, we can work offsite. Some of the contracts we had didn't have offsite requirements, so we had to make adjustments in the contract documents and stuff like that. And those are types of things that we need to work on addressing. I also think we need to get a little more creative about things like, we have a population of people that needs to be on site, and we still have in my company, I know, I'm sure Dave's got folks, and other companies have folks that have to go into the customer sites every day, just because there are pieces of work that can't be done in an unclassified environment. So how do we do things like shift work or, be flexible with work schedules and stuff like that. And then, even in our corporate office, we're having the discussion about how much telework, and if we were to bring back people to the office, we have a little bit of an open concept in our office for where people sit. How do you deal with kind of social distancing and stuff like that? And I think you have to plan for the long haul. And I think we're thinking this is not a, hey, in 2 weeks we're all going to be back in the office and this is magically going to go away. I think it's a little bit of a 9/11 type event where you never have the same airport experience after 9/11. I think we're not going to have the same work experience after this event. Hopefully it'll be better, I think, as we figure out ways to move forward.
All good points. Thank you, Patrick. And actually, that's a perfect segue into our next question. So this is for the group. As you know, the 911 Commissioner's Report pointed out that agencies weren't sharing data. How has that changed to help enable workforce innovation? So why don't we start out Patrick this time?
So I would say it's probably certainly better, right, than it was years ago. But I still think there's work to be done there. I think just in the example of some of the guidance and stuff that we were dealing with around things like the CARES Act and other stuff, I think agencies were providing individual guidance. And I think that's an example where I think there could be more collaboration among agencies. I think we see agencies do have different tool sets to do different things, and I think they're still wrestling with the ability to connect everything on the high side, let alone in this new unclassified environment. So I think it's better, but I think my opinion is there's still a lot of work to be done in this area moving forward.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, always a lot of work to do. Now let's move on to John and get your perspectives on this question.
I really echo what Patrick's sentiments there. I think, they've done some great work, but I think COVID-19 and this work from home has really pushed the ability to share what information people can to a whole new level, because is there policy enabling work from home right now? For some organizations, yes, others, no. Does it trickle down to the entire workforce, including contractors? Not sure. But I think, what we often find is there's some great, point technically savvy solutions out there, but, we're struggling from an environment that's very hybrid and heterogeneous, where you've got information that's on someone's laptop, you have information that's an on-premise, server farm, to information that's in the cloud. And you really need a solution that can transcend a lot of those different environments and a lot of those different end user endpoints. So you have a seamless experience like you do from a Netflix perspective. So I think there's more information that should be being shared. It might not being shared. It may be being shared insecurely today, or it just might not be being shared. So I think there's a lot we could be doing to enable work from home.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Okay, now let's move on to Patrick. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
Dave,
sorry about that. I give you the question twice.
Yeah,
Okay, Dave.
I'm not going to say a whole lot that hasn't been echoed. Yeah, there's a willingness to share because just, the nature of certain agencies, commands, whatever it may be, and then there's technology. And I think the one thing we found out to John's earlier comments is that, people want to share. It's just, do we have the right technology stack in place to allow them to do that? Unlike 9/11, on September 12th, most folks were still able to go into work, or the 13th or 14th, where when, everything kind of shut down on the 13th, a lot of folks, 80+% of, say, our agency was sent home. So they couldn't readily go back to their high side workstation to do that sharing. So this almost has, from an information sharing collaboration standpoint, it's been much more challenging because we've had to play catch up to get certain technologies in place. And kind of alluding back to your previous question, is it short term or long term? If anything, from a sharing standpoint, this should be a long term play to help put in that solid infrastructure and look at from this point forward, how are we going to do our business if we've got 6 days of snow, we have COVID, we have an earthquake, whatever. We're still going to be able to persist and maintain, not just kind of be an agency or a command on life support and just doing the first phase type stuff, but how are we really going to do a full level of operation no matter where folks are at? Obviously, you still have security concerns to balance and juggle, and that will always exist as it should. But I think we have the opportunity to do more based in the current, if we were to be in this environment again.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave. Okay, so we've received excellent questions. Now here's our last questions for the group. All of these companies seem to work with NGA. Do any of them have a presence in St. Louis? Are they looking at the potential for unclassified work in the new facility based upon what former Director Cardillo proposed? So why don't we start out with Patrick?
So I am sitting in St. Louis today. So we have a presence in St. Louis. I'm actually based out of St. Louis, and we have a significant portion of our workforce is in St. Louis. And before COVID struck, I was regularly commuting to DC. So we are actively engaged in looking at how we can work on initiatives around New Campus East. And I think we as a company are making a pretty heavy investment in St. Louis moving forward. So absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you, Patrick. John, how about you?
So both my wife and myself are from St. Louis. So anytime we get to go back, probably not in the near future, but I don't know if you can see above my shoulder the St. Louis Cardinals from the World Series pennant there. So big St. Louis fan. And, St. Louis is a great Midwest city that's probably struggled a lot with the pivot towards bigger cities. Low cost of living there, great schools. And so anytime that I can do work with organizations that are in St. Louis, whether it's from academia to government organizations to commercial businesses, as well as small businesses, I look to do so. So St. Louis has got a warm place in my heart.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Now we move on to Dave.
Yeah, so we have about half of the company footprint in St. Louis. So before COVID, it was kind of a home away from home. Spent a lot of time going out there, and in terms of the growth, our former director Robert Cardillo, who I know is being very engaged and involved in the expansion and growth. We too are kind of following the lead of a lot of other seniors that are shaping the new environment of St. Louis. And I think with the new building, we saw it in the East 10 years ago when they consolidated everything to the new campus. I think there was just huge benefits across the board that most folks would agree with. I see that same sort of ripple effect happening in hopefully downtown in the next 3 to 4 years when they finally do move in. So yeah, it's a huge geographic place of importance for us for sure.
Thank you, Dave. Well, thank you so much for all the questions. So in closing, I'd like to say thank you so much for your time. And we're definitely grateful to our panelists for sharing their knowledge and wisdom around workforce innovation, enabling new environments, also known as #work-from-home. Thank you, Patrick, John, and Dave. And everyone have a great rest of your day. And thank you, Adam, for hosting this. Over and out.
Hey everyone, this is Adam Simmons from Project Geospatial, and you're about to watch our series, Adam and Daryl View the World, a show where we bring on amazing individuals from around industry and discuss their experiences, expertise, and insights. Ahead of this segment, I want to introduce our guest, Mark Dumas, who is currently the Chief Strategy Officer of Coleman International. That role puts Mark in a position to leading the company's efforts around analytics, strategic technical planning, partnership and channel development, mergers, acquisitions, and many more things. Mark is a well-respected entrepreneur, geospatial scientist, and technology innovator with 20 years of experience in our community. His previous roles are the CEO and founder of SPADAC, a geospatial intelligence company that was acquired by GeoEye in 2010, and the Chief Strategy Officer of Planet Risk, where he tackled new ideas around global big data and risk analytics. That business was sold to Coleman in 2018. There are tons more I can say about Mark, but I'll let you learn more by watching the show. Enjoy, everyone. Hi, welcome to Project Geospatial. I'm Adam Simmons. With me again is, for Adam and Daryl View the World, Daryl Murdoch. And Daryl, go ahead and introduce this round, the guest for this session.
Well, thank you, Adam, and hi, everybody. Awfully pleased today to have with us Mark Dumas. And Mark is a man of many talents, and I wish we had 4 hours to spend with Mark today, because then we could spend an hour each on 4 of the bazillion topics that Mark is quite literally an expert at. Mark, why don't you give a little sketch of the various things? Because I'm trying to remember the first time we actually met was well over a decade ago. So why don't you tell folks right now what you're working on at present, and then we'll kind of jump into some other stuff, because I think what you're working on is some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. So after we sold Planet Risk, we sold the products group to Everbridge. We sold the services group to Coleman International, and I met with Dan Burkhan, the CEO of Coleman International, and we drew up a deal for me to help him build up a technology practice over there. So we're working on some things. And in that light, we completed recently, not too recently, about 2 years ago, the Centrifuge acquisition. And we've been doing some things that are interesting with that under an NGA CRADA that I think this audience would be interested in. And we're looking at how we can scale that up and potentially open source elements of that technology as we look to build potentially a platform around that. And we're working a lot with commercial big data around IoT and mobile device data, and doing some insight analytics around that currently.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, so CRADA is a cooperative research and development agreement. It's basically a no-cost contract that allows private entities like Coleman International to be able to interact with the government. And you can exchange ideas, you can exchange data. It's just a no-cost contract, so they don't actually pay for anything that happens. And so
there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because the government can't ask you to do something for free.
For free, exactly.
So you can put a CRADA in place.
Yeah.
Then you can provide free R&D services around government requirements, for the hope that if you achieve something that the government's looking for, you can basically set yourself up for actual revenue at some point, which of course is the name of the game.
Yeah, it is, right? And it's kind of an interesting, it's a really unique form that can be used it's also used by academia to work with government where there's no money involved, because academia very often just lacks access to experts, right? So, right? And so they just say, hey, look, we've got an idea that we want to work on. I know that my good friend Todd Backestow up at Penn State has got a CRADA with NGA. And he talks to analysts, and that was really the deal. It's like, hey, look, we have all this expertise in teaching GeoInt, but we need access to GeoInt analysts.
Well, I brought Todd into the industry.
Yes, you did.
We had
why I brought him up. It's a great story. Why don't you tell that story? It's actually pretty funny.
Yeah. So I was the CEO and founder of SPADAC, and it was a great company, and a lot of people are still there. That company is the nucleus of Maxar Services Group still to this day. A lot of great folks are there, like Rob Torres and Jim Stokes and so forth. And we started that company in 2002, sold it in 2010, and I had some investors there, First Mark Capital out of New York, and Todd was interning for First Mark Capital. And as we prepared to exit the business in 2010, they, obviously talk to your investors, and they said, we'd like to send this guy down there, help you get stuff, ready to go and work the models and all that. So all right, meet the guy, because his dad works at Penn State in the geospatial arena. And so we basically brought Todd down to help us with SpadeAct. And when we sold it, he slipped right into GeoEye like everybody else, and he got the bug. And he's been in geospatial since.
Yes.
Hardcore since 2010, I guess. If he's out there listening, he'll appreciate that.
Yeah.
We'll make sure we tag him when we post it.
Yeah, we definitely will, and we'll probably tag his dad too. I was just chatting with his dad a couple of days ago, and Todd's very quick to point out he is not a junior, right? Because they have a different middle name. So
that's right.
Todd,
yeah, but he met his wife because of me, because of the whole deal. So that was a life-changing moment for that young man.
So he owes you.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah, over at GeoEye. If I hadn't sold to GeoEye, he wouldn't have met his wife. How about them apples?
Oh, gotta love that, man. It's always that type of.
You gotta love a good story.
Yeah, that is a great story. So, talk to us a little bit about. So one of the things that's near and dear to my heart, that is how to enable early stage companies to really realize their goals, right? So, I mean, I often say to people as they say, oh, I got a great idea to do something. I said, great. Okay. So how are you going to pay for it? Right. And, it's like, I always say, romance ain't got no chance without finance. And it's a mantra that it may sound really stupid, but it's really true. Right. Yeah. So, talk to us a little bit about, angel investing, investment capital, and just kind of, it's a crazy world. There's lots of different facets to it. I'm seeing some really interesting stuff out there right now, right? I'm seeing there are three different entities. I won't use their names because I don't want to get them all upset. That are quite honestly and purposely moving into spaces that you and I have been in for a long time. And they're obviously putting together these building blocks. You can see them, there's one company that there's been 5 acquisitions in 2 years, and they're all by the same folks, right? And so they're obviously growing capability. And this is kind of a very well-established institutional investors doing that. But I also know that you're involved with some other really early stage capital. So whichever way you'd like to go on this, maybe start from the early stage and then move out a little bit. Yeah.
I'll start with context. When we sold SpadeAct to GeoEye, obviously multi-billion-dollar publicly traded company on NASDAQ, talking with Matt O'Connell, I said, hey, I'll run special projects for you. And we basically did strategic investment out of GeoEye. And we missed out on some good stuff, though. Boy, we did. And, I can't go into that publicly here, but it was good. And
what a tease, man. That's
I know. I was just thinking about. I don't want to bring up the deal.
Mark, you and I both don't work for GeoEye anymore. That company's long gone.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to bring up the deals we didn't do, but there's some regrets there. I wish I'd been a little bit more emotional about some of those deals and push the board, but we did some, and then we later on I started a very prolific angel group that still exists today in the DC area called Riverbend Capital, and named after Riverbend Park, which is right around the corner from me here in Great Falls, and we do a lot of early stage investing. We've probably done 50 deals in 4.5 years, which is quite a bit, and it's not a fund, it's an angel group. So if the audience doesn't know that, there's like 1,000 or 2,000 angel groups in the US. And it's a lot of times it's just people getting together and passing the hat. They get pitches from companies and they'll write a check for 100 or 200 grand because there literally is, figuratively, is there's a hat going around the table and people kind of tossing money in, and not everybody participates, right? It's just maybe 10% of the audience. And I got about 75 members and we're growing. So we've done some stuff. So in our world, we participated in the native deal. And we like that because I like the idea of collecting data off of mobile phones around, a unique value proposition of people are essentially mechanical Turks, but they're geospatially distributed to go, hey, go collect data, but in this specific area. And here's the data we want, and we want it kind of clean, and we want the survey data. So we like native. We've also got another one called Patrocinium, which is a threat and safety application around where people are in a building. And, that one is, and there's all kinds of stuff that can happen in a building. And, long ago when I was just a technology coder, specifically a coder, I worked on the Oklahoma City bombing scenario after the fact to model what would happen to any generic building for the National Guard anywhere in the United States. We could literally take a building, we could sort of create a model of it, and we could put a bomb around it and go, what would happen structurally with 90% accuracy. And if something like that happens, you want to know where people are, because a lot of people did live, right? They're stranded, and then or anything. Look at Las Vegas with the shooter. Where are people in that scenario? And so Patrocinium is working on, if people opt into that and they're in a corporate environment, you can essentially know where people are if something happens in threat and safety. And so we did that one as well. And that recently had got another round. Native is doing really well as well. So we've done some early stage geospatial investing at Riverbend Capital for context. And if you want, we can get into some of those factors that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get. Okay, so there are folks that listen from to the program that actually are early stage. They're startups. So kind of walk through the process and talk about the factors when you're evaluating somebody. What are you looking for?
Yeah, basically we call it the dogs are sniffing the dog food. And I got that expression from.
I'm not sure that's what they're sniffing, but okay.
Yeah, and there is a customer that is really intrigued by what's happening, and the pre-money valuation essentially is a function of how many of those customers, and are they starting to write checks? And the more that people are potentially interested in the solution that can be verified in the course of due diligence, but the essentially the more likelihood of the funding, right? I mean, it makes sense. If you've got 1,000 people in line thinking this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and they're intending to fund it at some point when it's ready or along the way, it's going to have a high pre-money valuation, and we're likely to participate if we think that we're not too late and it's too expensive for us. On the other hand, there may be just a few parties interested in something, and it gives us some kind of perspective that there could be a lot more. Like, just, okay, if these 3 people are interested and they haven't really marketed it, and our imagination says this is a very big TAM, and that problem marketing can be solved if the solution is real, then hey, that might be a good bet. From an investor perspective, it's probably got a lower valuation, so there's a little bit more upside actually in some ways. So we're looking at that. As far as techniques for the entrepreneur, I think the number one thing is revenue cures all, as I say, and I don't care what type of revenue, it cures everything. If they're selling themselves as services to keep the lights on, to develop a product, that's cool. If they're building a technology-enabled services company with high gross margins, that's cool. That's valuable. I would know that. That's SpadeAct, right? We sold that for a lot of money. Yep. If it's if they're getting license revenue, which a lot of people focus on in the sort of the SaaS world and the DaaS world, that's cool. But if anything, revenue, when you get somebody to give you money or the intent to give you money, you have achieved something. You have proven that there's something somebody feels is worth buying.
So as long as you're not going to starting from scratch, basically going to an investor and say, hey, I got nothing. I'm not selling anything. I'm trying to sell you on a concept that's dry.
Right. Now, you can do concepts, but there's been concepts that get funded, but you can't ask for a huge valuation. And there are investors at every perspective of the risk return curve. And the investors that invest in concepts are looking for a huge return because they're making 100 bets and only 5 are going to pay off.
Yeah.
But when they pay off, they're like 100x. So the math works for some multiple of invested capital return, like, 10x over the portfolio because of those 2 or 3. So if you're a huge PE fund looking for 3x returns, you just don't want to lose anything. And everything should be like a 2x, but you're hoping for a few 4x's or 5x's in there because you're deploying $1 billion, and you just don't want to lose anything. You don't want anything to be less than S&P 500 return, or else people would be betting on the S&P 500.
So how much do you bet on the people versus the hard numbers?
Early stage is all about the people, because inevitably it's like the plan is cool and it excites us, but the plan's gonna most likely, we've seen very rarely seen plans that meet the number.
Have you ever seen?
Well, everybody's selling. If they're going in and they're giving you a plan that's conservative, then they're not selling.
Yeah. Have you ever seen one? I've sat through two. I've gone to Riverbank Capital meetings, and I'm like, you never find one that actually holds, right?
Well, there's a whole hockey stick, and in the back of our minds, it's like, okay, that's cool. Let's just cut that in half. In the back of our minds, is it still cool, and is it still going to get there? And but it's not just that. That is important because, well, you think you have 15 months runway, but you're probably going to have like 8 when the revenue really starts flowing. But it's just they're going to have to weed, dodge, pivot, and you need to bet on the team when it's small. And we've been in situations where like 2 people co-found, and within 12 months, one of the co-founders is out. We're like, oh God, but as long one of those founders is in it to win it, but we feel kind of comfortable. So it's definitely about the person.
Yeah. So how much actual skin in the game? Talk to us a little bit about, what you would consider skin in the game for an entrepreneur, right? I mean, is it, somebody's moonlighting and they're putting their own cash in, they've quit their job and they're doing it. So, what is it you look at to say, what, this person, I believe in this person. I believe that they're committed, right?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, quantitatively, and it's weird, but if they've got a wife and kids or something, that takes some kahunas, and they're probably in it. But they could also fold pretty quickly, right? If I look at that and that's their situation, and they're like, "What are you paying yourself?" It's like $25K a year. I'm thinking, family might not be too happy if this thing doesn't, get to where it needs to be. So. Yeah. But, skin in the game doesn't have to be cash. People think they have to come up, the founder's putting in $100,000 or something. If they're basically discounting their salary, then they're giving it a run. And that's usually what it takes. Then we'll see deals where like, wait, what are you paying yourself next year? $200,000 in the first year. The other thing we look for is obviously track record is important, but in startup world, I like seeing hungry. And that money's not everything, but it's nice to see people that are a little hungry. And if they're kind of starving artists per se, they might be a little bit more motivated. But they don't have, long story short, they don't have to show up with cash. They show up with a sacrifice, or they show up with a motivation. And it could be the passion of what they're doing. That's huge. Just seeing the passion. And and I said this the other day, 90% of communication is nonverbal. I guarantee you right now on this podcast, 90% of what may be being said by us is actually cues, highlights, inflections, pauses, and everything else. Nobody's going to remember the specific words I say, but it's how you say it. And that's what we're looking for from these entrepreneurs.
So the other end of the spectrum, the institutional investors, right? You see them kind of getting into different spaces now. What are you seeing on the landscape, right? So you're kind of in the catbird seat, right? Because you've been through the startup acquisition process.
Yeah.
Now you're in a situation where you're part of a bunch of angel investors, and you also are investing in new technologies for your current gig with Coleman. So talk to us a little bit about what you see for the institutional side.
Yeah, we really have been. I mean, I'm still, I can see deals from the Coleman hat with the Coleman hat on. I like to think that there's not a geospatial deal on the East Coast that I don't at least see a small deck for, a highlight sheet and get a good run at it. But from an institutional side, I'll shout out to Jim Hunt over at Lavrock. Those guys are awesome, and they're a partner native, and we're trying to do more with them. But that guy's been a geospatial wizard his whole life, and they just know how to find them. They got a number of them in the portfolio. Morpheus Space, Cesium, some other things, a whole mix of things over there. There are a variety of things that people are investing in, and it's really this explosion of sensor capabilities. With explosion of sensor capabilities comes the explosion of the potential that something can be gleaned by that, whether it's cars going down the road in the inner city and scanning with LiDAR, looking for changes that then affect a lower cost of maintenance for utility infrastructure for the city or whatever. It's just it's awesome. And it, of course, starts usually in the military side, but, it then kind of bleeds over. It eventually is like affordable commercially.
Yeah, I've always found, right from the get go, I got into the business, looking at satellite imagery, and that's how it was. But I didn't actually start with satellites. I actually started with airborne, right? So I was actually, I was a commercial pilot, and I got hired part-time to go do some commercial camera operating and piloting, right? So I had a girlfriend at the time that introduced me to somebody who says, hey, you got to talk to Al. Al has his own company. And so that's sort of how I got in it. But, it seems like a billion years ago. And now if you think about all the location-enabled devices, right? Talk to us a little bit about what's going on, with the acquisition that you mentioned at the outset a couple of years ago, right? So we've got Centrifuge, and that it's a really powerful tool. Truth in advertising. I used to work with Steve at Object FX, right? So I just follow it. Every time he shows up someplace, I seem to follow him, right? Steve.
Steve's been a staple of the community. I remember. I wanted to buy Object Effects. That was basically 3 months left on Spadex odometer to sell to GeoEye. It's kind of risky to buy something just before you sell your own company. Like, Steve, I can't help you, but I tell you what, I know somebody who buy your company, and we got bought by Transvoyant and helped them out. But Steve and I reunited, with Centrifuge, and guy can walk in any government building with his full scope poly and talk about anything with
he's a rock star.
Real credibility. It's amazing, and a good feel for things. Centrifuge is a data visualization tool. It's been around forever, and it's just a quality tool. To be honest, it was a value play. And coming in over at Coleman, we were looking for something that would give us a chip at the table. You got to differentiate yourself a little bit in anything you do. And Coleman, my colleagues at Coleman, it didn't start out as a technology business. It's really a counter-proliferation, international security, and logistics support company with a rich tradition. Going to be close to 300 employees, and we're 300 employees. We've doubled revenue since I've been there. I can't take all credit for that, but in 2 years. And it didn't have a technology chip, and like, hey, Dan, this little thing here is on the market, and I know from my M&A world, especially when I was at GOI and other places, big companies, they can't buy anything small. It costs the same amount of due diligence to buy. Some entrepreneurs take note. Big companies need to spend a lot of money on acquisition. They'll spend $10 million in internal due diligence costs, support costs to buy something sometimes. And, so they're not going to buy a company for $5 million when it costs them $10 million to figure it out. And, and so what happens is there's like, a market for doing small ball M&A that people just miss out on the goods. So I kind of sift through that from time to time, especially if you don't have a lot of pocket change for M&A. At the time, I was like, hey, we can bite this deal off. We can absorb the G&A easy. Cut $1 million of costs out within, on a run rate basis within 1 quarter. And I can walk in just about every intelligence community customer within 30 days. And I like that. You can't buy that with BD people, but we got Steve as well. So we did get a BD guy. And so I look at it as a quality value play. And people are like, oh, but use Tableau. And, Tableau is multi-billion with 1,000 software developers, and you're going to get something good with Tableau. But we've got a little niche component, and it's the tool in the toolbox we always use. Jim Stokes, shout out. We used to always talk about toolbox. There's a tool for everything. And our tool, sometimes you need screwdrivers, sometimes you need the hammer and whatever. And this tool does what it does really well for an analyst journey to explore data and visualize it. And it can be geospatial, and you can derive something from it that other things can't do very well. And it's great. So we are going to take a major, I kind of get it to it on this call, but on this podcast, but we're gonna have some big news, I think, here to start the year. We're gonna take a really cool disruptive direction with it.
Hey, if you feel like using us as an early release, let us know. On the other hand, Mark, I'm going to throw you a curveball because it looks like there is a few people watching us, and there's questions coming in. Okay. One that's a little bit unrelated, but it's come up. So the article Seeking Alpha a few weeks ago put out the website Seeking Alpha put out an article related to Maxar, and they actually put out the estimate that Maxar could be positioning itself to be acquired within 12 to 15 months. What do you think about that?
Well, non-agile actually being recorded, man.
Yeah, I've got a lot of friends at Maxar. I think that one of the best things of Maxar is, of course, the services group. I think they'd probably love to spin that out, take the cash, and maybe, I'm sure the services group would love to spin out and be their own team anyway. I'm sure Tony Frazier would love that. I'm sure he's tried, but the integrators that are out there have traditionally shied away from owning hard assets in space. They all have, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. So I don't know who's buying them.
Oh, that would be my question. I'm like, they're a big geospatial company. They got a good mix of analytics, and if they just keep on growing,
they're already publicly traded. The stock price has recovered really well. It's really done well. Just keep going. And
be their thing and
keep going. That Canadian piece, they lowered their debt massively, and I think it's positioned really well. What I'd love to see those guys do, to be honest, my philosophy on this is don't be afraid to do smaller investments, minority investments, and really and even small acquisitions. And I always used to say is we passed on Mapbox out of GOI, okay? Things like that. And so you could. Yeah, we did. I didn't. I was like, do this deal.
What was the pushback? Come on, tell us this. I want to hear.
Gunderson is probably super happy that didn't work out. I'm sure he's super happy.
Oh yeah.
He went the Series A route, and the rest is history. And I would say, like, these companies, they want to spend so much money on M&A and it has to be a bigger thing. Well, screw that. Have a smaller team that looks at some smaller deals, that doesn't spend a gazillion dollars of due diligence to do something. Start a little fund. Okay, you can't put $1 million in an acquisition pool, then maybe capitalize Maxar Ventures with $25 million. You spend a gazillion dollars on satellites, capitalize. That's not going to impact EBITDA. Put $25 million aside, start Maxar Ventures, and then have a little team or a guy like me or somebody else with that on that. And we'll co-invest alongside with like Lavrock and other people and do some great deals that if you then like, and you can stitch into your strategic tentacles, then you can pluck them off when they're successful. That would be what I would do. Hint, Todd. Hint.
Todd.
Tony.
Hint,
Yeah.
Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll wait for more questions coming from the peanut gallery here because they're a little bit generalized over there. So what do you got, Daryl?
Yeah, I'm curious, Mark. Slightly different twist on this, on the same thing, right? So you mentioned, work that's going on the East Coast and that you probably have at least sniffed at, some sort of package. What about talk a little bit about the small sat community, right? Because that's not just East Coast, right? That's kind of a global phenomenon that's really having a fairly major impact. Back sort of to the geospatial world. It doesn't. Our conversations don't always have to be about geospatial, but it's really to me, having watched where they started off with, a couple dozen people showing up at a small sat conference out in Utah, right, at Utah State, and now we got how many small sats that are literally already have launch date planned.
Yeah,
crazy.
And standards, right? So they started developing standards like the PC industry. Here's the motherboard, and okay, you guys go develop chips, and there's a standard for plugging the chips in, and you guys develop memory, and here's these DIMM and SIM sockets that there's a standard, and they, once they started saying, okay, everything has got to be crammed into this case, and and we're going to provide the backplane for power, and blah, blah, blah. It was awesome. And they're so smart. They borrowed a play that essentially Dell invented, in my opinion, Michael Dell. But I even myself didn't anticipate what would happen like that. I was like, of course we knew EO was just more and more like, well, who wants to put more EO up? But then again, if you can put a small sat EO up, that's maybe not, it might be 80% as good, but you can sell the product for 10% of the cost, then I'll take that because it's good enough. And it's not just EO, of course, there's RF and there's, ambient and temperature and all kinds of stuff and then different applications. And it's kind of like, because it's affordable. Hey, give it a shot. I couldn't believe that. And now I've always been a huge fan of all the combinatorial aspects of that data. So layering all that data to get some kind of derived solution is the coolest part about all of that.
That is the coolest part. So that's the part that I want to start, right? So here's my entrepreneurial gauntlet that I'll throw down for you. I want to start a company that will literally be we're going to call ourselves the phenomenologists.
Yeah.
And we're literally going to take all of these data.
I got to work on your names here.
Okay. So the phenom, right?
Phenom.
Right. The phenoms. And what we're going to do is we're going to take every chunk of data that anybody wants to give to us, not be the underwriter labs, but we're going to be the ones that figure out what you can do with combinations of data and what you can do, what are the limits of use for your particular data, given the fact that, maybe it's a 5-meter data set. Okay, so what can you really get with that, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about NIRS, from a military standpoint, right? Can I recognize a tank or an aircraft or something like that? But there are other practical applications that will result in analytics. Because my hypothesis, nobody wants to buy data anymore. everybody wants an answer, but they don't have to actually pay for pixels.
Right. And nobody, I mean, who wants to process all that data? So if you can skip getting the infrastructure investment and just get the answer through like a web service, you know, and Descartes doing a lot with that, you know, API sets and so forth. You give them a picture and they'll come back and tell you like a picture of a tennis court and give them a geographic area, and they'll give you the points on the map that match with some confidence score where the tennis courts are. You don't have to process the data. You're just extracting the.
Well, I'm wondering when they're just going to skip to why not just a Google Assistant or Alexa for Intel at that point, you know, and just skip ahead. I mean, I know companies like Diffio were doing that at GeoInt, but something along those lines.
Yeah, and the data is proliferating. So the more the platforms then absorb the data, and the platforms can provide the answers, and just customers don't have to deal with setting up environments and all the Hadoop stacks, and then, you know, hire 3 more people to process it to maybe barely differentiate themselves. Now, as far as data analysis goes, you know, if I may touch on the data analysis piece,
of course,
which is my strength, is, you know, you've got to run with your data scientists. Is there an additive element to any new data set? You test your receiver operator curves, any improvements in the model, and various generations of the model, and you see if the cost of the data is worth additive to the model or swapping a data set out, all of that kind of stuff. And then, of course, with AI, if you can train these things, and, you know, you send it a bunch of data layers, and it tells you, well, it's this layer, and this layer weighted like this. That gives you a precise answer for what you're looking for. Those kinds of things are pretty cool. So that minimizes your data buy. Next go.
Yeah, and that's our guest last month, Kelly McHugh, and that's what she does, right? And so
Kelly used to work for me.
I know, that's why I mentioned it. It's like, see, you are the tree from which all knowledge flows. Right?
Yeah, I'm the Kevin Bacon of geospatial.
You are, man. But you're like a half degree of Kevin Bacon, because nobody's more than like 2 or 3 steps away. It's not 6 degrees of separation.
The chat channels over here is saying Matthew McConaughey, Mark.
Okay.
Oh, nice reference.
That's a pretty good one. I'll take it.
All right. Yeah.
But she did. So shout out to Colleen. She was doing all the crime analyst stuff when we brought her over to SpadeAct and for DHS for us and LE. And, you know, for y'all ever cool about that, you know, like that, interested in that area, it was all the crime modeling, why are crimes happening in certain places, and looking at the spatial forecast stuff there, which is still fun to do. I'm going to hopefully help a client out with that later this month.
Yeah, that's work that's ongoing, and it's not that ain't gonna go away. That's neat. So
yeah, I was still like, even just like 2 years ago, Planet Risk, we had a bunch of power companies in Chicago. We were running the data on the incidents that were happening around their crews, and they literally wanted to know which neighborhoods to go into at which times on what days for the minimal amount of exposure or risk to violent crime. And we could do it. And it was not obvious. It was like, in this neighborhood, 2 to 3 a.m. on Tuesdays, in this neighborhood, 12 to 1 a.m. on Wednesdays, and in this neighborhood, 2 to 3 p.m. on Fridays or something. And if it's raining, then, you know, it's whatever. And they loved it. They were like, and I love that. I want to get back into doing that some more. Hopefully we find some good customers for that.
Well, that will be, I look forward to seeing that. And Adam will be your test case, right? So
with that said, what area of analytics, you just kind of hinted at it a little bit, but what area of analytics with the current technologies emerging right now, you know, you got your RF, tons of small sats, tons of even emerging sensor modes. You know, people, you know, obviously radar is doing an emerging thing, but people are even talking about bringing a bigger play into IR into the mix, even nighttime IR. So, so what's got you excited about taking advantage of if you start one of these projects again?
Oh, there's so much. Oh man, I like the. I kind of like it all, Adam. I like
That's not fair.
data. I want it all. I like collapsing the data and figuring out what mix of it is for a certain project. It's like having all the spices in the spice rack. But what excites me the most is I don't think you can really talk about geospatial right now without ignoring terrestrial collection. And that's just expanding rapidly. And I'm not talking about the mobile device stuff that's in the news negatively sometimes. I'm talking about just anything like Wi-Fi hotspots and like, which devices are connected to those, or LiDAR, like I said, for utility management. And I'll say this too, what excited me a couple of years ago was all the risk management of this with Planet Risk. And I still love that. But we found that customers you get more money if you're selling opportunity than you are if you're selling risk management. That was one of the things we learned there. It's fun to be the hero and build risk management solutions using geospatial data. But the security departments don't have a lot of money. But if you can sell something that makes people money, you're going to get money. Because you can hey, pay us X amount of dollars per year and you can make X amount more. I would encourage entrepreneurs to look at that from that perspective. So what kinds of things help in that regard? But there's always going to be the opportunity for people to save money as well, which is still interesting.
Well, it's, we have these conversations internally about, engaging with government, right? So you don't ever make money for the government, but you can allow government officials to reallocate resources. You can save time, and time is money, right? Yeah. So it's
thinking about what's served in the Beltway community. How do you save lives, protect money, and optimize resources?
Right. It's a big one. Now, so talk to us a little bit about what you think data-wise about IoT, because IoT to me, I'm not going to go on a long rant, but I see two very different camps of people that have sort of emerged from the early acceptance of IoT, and I think we're still very, very early in IoT, obviously.
So at the end of the day, people will go, where did IoT and geospatial cross? Where did the line get fuzzy? And obviously, at the end of the day, is there a spatial component to the IoT feedback that matters? And if there's a spatial component of the IoT, such as a position, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's in our domain again. And because now you can layer data on this other axes of X and Y, or lat long, or obviously time. And you've got essentially, I think, people that are used to dealing with bigger data on the geospatial data side because of satellite data and all that, who were ready and willing and had all the chops, also serving the U.S. government in massive scale stuff, whether it's at the fort, NSA to the population, or other places that could go in and deal with IoT at scale. So that's, if you're talking about, there's IoT that's non-geo, and it's what's the level of all the Keurig coffee machines in production that are syncing with some URL at some point, and the Keurig doesn't need to know exactly the location. Is okay, it's at this address. But if it's something that is really beaconing and you're going to have a spatial element to it, then you really are layering. And it could be a battlefield, right? That'll drive, the next battlefield will drive a lot of this innovation, which right now can only happen at SOCOM, most likely, because they're always doing stuff. But then you need to know how things are happening, why they're happening, in context, in time, and in space, to derive some insight. And it's going to stay big there.
Yeah, what I've seen emerging, and it's, I'm sure this is probably way overly simplistic. There's the adopters, and then there's the haters, right? So from a commercial standpoint, you have people that are I'm not having a Nest in my house. I'm not having anything that's connecting to anything because I don't trust it. And then you have the people who are like, that'll make my life easier. I don't care. Like, my life's then, and then, I got 5,000 million Facebook friends anyhow, and I tweet every hour, so it doesn't matter. Go ahead and take my stuff. I don't care.
I'll tell the audience my old man story around that, and that's how many people had a BlackBerry in the audience? I'm imagining all these hands going up, right?
Oh, I could, but I refused.
So I remember when the iPhone came out. I remember the iPhone came out, and I'm like, I'd never use that because I need to touch a keyboard. That was my story. Like, I want to feel the button, and I'm like, I can do it blindfolded in early, probably very bad texting and driving, but I could feel the keyboard, so I'll never switch. And then ultimately you realize, like iPhone 2, like, oh, well, there's all these virtual applications I can use the entire screen, so it becomes so convenient, and you just learn to adapt. Well, I don't screw the tactile. The benefit is too great to pass. So I think that analogy, I'll never forget that in my mind. And for those that know that transition and why BlackBerry's not really around anymore is because if they don't think it's going to work, it's one of those things. Well, you know what? I think the market's going to speak. The Nest becomes. There's too many good things about the Nest. I didn't think I would do Eero, and I think it's owned by Amazon. But you know what? I had all kinds of Wi-Fi problems. I ordered the Eero, dropped in the three pucks, and dropped in a couple of extenders. I haven't had a Wi-Fi problem on my house in 2 years.
Yeah, everybody. I think you're going to get those. You're going to get those.
I know it's spying on my DNS calls. Although you can hack that hackathon, you can actually upgrade. You can actually change your DNS to Open DNS and basically, take it out of Amazon's view. But but it's too convenient. So adopt that stuff. You're gonna. It's too good.
Now, where's the fine line when you got stuff like RF technology coming out, and that's becoming more transparent to people being aware of that thing, that those types of technologies. For example, you got the Hawkeye 360, for example. They're up in the air. You got Cleos. You got a bunch of others, Spire even, and then people are all of a sudden aware of these things. Are these just detecting the emitters, or are they actually understanding communications? And I think there's a lot of education behind what this technology is truly doing, because I think there's a fine line with talking about consumer products and helping people understand what the privacy transparency that's there. But all of a sudden, if these things are just out in the open about these technologies blindly collecting what people have, people understand what that is. And so how do you... where's that fine line where does the market demand with big companies and government just overwhelm consumer or public concerns, or is it ignored? What do you think about that, Mark?
I like that.
It's a good one. You threw a doozy. Yeah. How much time do you have?
There's like 3 parts, and each one of them has a subpart. So I want to see you.
Wherever you want to take it.
Yeah, no, right. It's I would say first of all, if we went and found 100 people on the street corner, they wouldn't know who Hawkeye 360 or Spire is. So.
No, it's about awareness, right? But here's the analogy, Mark. 5G, you got those nuts out there who think 5G is causing cancer left and right. But it's a bandwidth fight, between the guys who want to release 5G, and it's competing with existing satellite communication networks that have existed for 20, 30, 40 years. So that's the real battle. But people understand that. They think this new signal is going to cause them cancer or something. So
I remember, we'll roll it back, and I don't mean to show my age or anything, but you remember when the EO was the resolution concerns, and I remember, beating my head against the desk over at GeoI. What do you mean we can't license 1 foot? I mean, you can collect it from line. Why can't we license 1 foot from the SAT? And all this stuff around, you can see all the trampolines, and the trampoline owners, don't want to tell the insurance companies and all this stuff. Or you could see people like what they have in their backyard, how many tires they got stacked up, or if they've got, who knows, some kind of field, maybe a legal field in their backyard of some sort. And but it was steamrolled. It was steamrolled out, and I think there's very few cases where the government can say you can't do this, because if it's essentially going to identify U.S. citizens, and I was on the phone with a specific person from a specific senator's office today, even discussing this issue. And basically, as long as you're not selling identifiable U.S. person data to the U.S. government without a court order, you're okay. There you go. And so, anything else?
No. I didn't mean to take it in that direction, but I think it's an interesting topic.
That's the direction of privacy.
Yeah,
that is exactly the direction.
That is it. If you're selling identifiable Mark E. Dumas with this device was here, here, and here, and that's part of your data delivery, and you give that to anyone, or at least back to U.S. government, then they're going to have a problem with it.
So we get some smart ass who writes a social on this rooftop, and then you're in trouble.
Well, there was a study that was done, but here's another interesting piece when we talking about personally identifiable information, right, or personally identifiable data, right? So there was a study that was done, I believe it was by MIT. I'd have to go back and check for sure, but I'm pretty sure I'll attribute it to our folks up in Boston, where they actually took anonymized cell phone data, and it was, I don't know how many millions of records, and they literally reverse engineered patterns of life, and could actually, they figured out something like 95 or 97% of the calls, they knew exactly where the people lived, and they knew where they worked, they knew where they shopped, and they knew their names.
Tax records.
Right. They literally said, this is what it all looks like, and there was no name, there were no addresses. It was just the information that came off your cell phone with the time and date stamp and location.
My understanding is it's like basically if you can do that and then you're licensing that to hedge funds or other commercial people, you're probably okay.
Yeah.
My understanding is if that data comes back into the U.S. government to like DHS, ICE, CBP, IRS, then you're going to get shut down. It's probably what's going to ultimately happen. Like the government can't collect in this country for a good reason on U.S. citizens, which we know.
Yeah, it can't. For law enforcement, they can get a warrant and go do that.
With the warrant, you're fine.
Right.
So that business model probably is not going to be, unless they put a court order thing around it for government use for U.S. citizens, it's not going to be a viable long term, is my guess.
So that's Adam reminding me.
That's the line I feel. Yeah. That's certainly the line I was told earlier today.
It's the interpretation of 12333, right, and what that looks like, right, which is the presidential directive that allows for some level of use of national assets, and that those are writ large.
Yeah.
To for internal uses. It's really specific. That's why you have very specific PUMs or proper use memoranda that are actually formulated for every time that happens. And you can have standing PUMs, and they do exist for things like earthquake mitigation and looking at ice flows and when disasters happen, things like that.
Or suspicious behavior, or
right,
rolls up a human trafficking operation. Well, you're going to sniff everything in that area from one of these troves, because you probably got a reason to explore it and see what else is in there.
But I never did, and it's probably a horrific thing to even think about. But when you have a major natural disaster, and you can't find people. Right. And so why wouldn't you want to go back through? And I'm sure there's probably some sort of exemption for that, too. And so they can use it and say, hey, when's the last time we actually, we got a ping from their cell phone? At least we'll know, sometime place within these, the area with this.
That would be relatively easy because you're not getting pattern of life. You just say, we're doing a snapshot, non-identified ping or a sequence of pings over the last 2 hours, and we're only going to actually get the last ping, and just because you can't make sure it's not an anomalous ping.
So
you pull that through as a heat map or something, right?
So I didn't quite mean to make the conversation about privacy necessarily, but it does, from a business aspect, kind of make me think of a lot of the crowdsourcing applications that are out there. Folks are, from an intelligence standpoint, you obviously had, I don't want to even bring up things like TomNod, because I don't think that's a one-off thing that was acquired and did a very focused thing. But there's other ones out there, we'll call it like TaskRabbit and things like that people are using for crowdsourcing, even analytic tasking as well. Hey, can you, but then managing the information of the sources, as an analytics company, how do you build confidence in those sources and manage the and manage the data behind the people,
I mean, we're talking like, like a geospatial collect in a polygon, and you're getting a survey or a picture. Like, how do you trust that?
Well, not even trust it, but also, how do you treat them? Or do you treat them like an Uber app where you have them go out and do these things, these specific tasks? It's one thing to say, hey, go out and take a picture of a cell tower, but hey, I want you to go take a picture of the front gate of this military installation. You get into, borderline fringe, put them in danger, or, maybe safety concerns where maybe you don't even know what that spot is, or even if there's dangers involved, but you guys throw them in a safety situation.
You're gonna have to get Matt McNabb on the next deal here, since he's CEO of Native, and he's pretty smooth.
Bring it, man. Would love to have it.
You guys would love that. I'd come again if there's room for a little small window in the lower left hand corner.
Yeah, I can make this a panel easy, 4 or 5 people. Easy.
Yeah, so he's got guys that do some of that, and he had them in Syria, in the middle of the Civil War, and and somehow you build those collection networks. You got Spatial Networks, that company, same thing. I think you'll find that there's people willing to ride around on a moped for $5 US that are delivered virtually. Yeah, it's just going to happen. And if it's and what you do to mitigate it is, these guys are 1099. So it's like, hey, look, you don't do it if you think it's at risk. First of all, you just got to put it in their hands. Second of all, is you build a system that qualifies and scores these guys over time. And when you're not sure, you send 3 out and see if the answer comes back the same. And then you can score them all as potentially viable, right? You build the trust. Just like mechanical Turk models.
But that's the same thing that was.
You vote the answer, and then you can beat out potentially bad collectors.
So as an investor, how do you evaluate data companies like that, in which their data is very, we'll call it volatile with their collection methods?
And we could be just on that note, we could be talking about drone collections that come in from hobbyists, and there's like a marketplace for the drone data.
There is, that's true, but in a lot of ways, I feel like that's more stable and established because it's easier to regulate that from an airspace perspective. Get caught even if you don't follow the rules.
Yeah, I don't know. I that's probably a little bit outside my lane. I don't know exactly where that's going to go, but because we haven't really, we made the Native investment, and we liked what Dan and Jim Hunt did with Native out of Lavrock, and Riverbend just basically sidecarred that deal, and we bet on Matt and his team, and it was a platform, so we knew it was scalable, and we knew the dogs were eating the dog food, in the marketplace they had inside the Beltway, and it was working, and it just like the upside was commercial with the PepsiCos and all of that of the world for survey. And we knew the platform, this company could be like 20 people or 30 people, whatever he's got, but it could have thousands of collectors that could ultimately be ranked on credibility, some kind of credibility score.
Yeah, and just to go back, I have no problem with those types of technologies or use cases. I think it's a fascinating to see how people handle those types of problems within a business.
Yeah.
And once again, because it's almost like paving new ground, you know?
Yeah. And in an example use case he likes to cite, just in case the audience wondering about that, it's like, what's the price of, I don't know, a gallon of milk in, 10 different grocery stores in Zimbabwe? And the client may be whoever that needs that's somehow driving some kind of consumer price index change over time that may be a leading indicator for some kind of bet. I mean, okay, pretty awesome. Or the Department of State that needs that. They want to know if the price of wheat's going to go up, cause the price of bread go up, and then have the Arab Spring. But what are leading indicators?
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. Daryl, do we have anything else on the palette before we wrap up?
Man, I told you. I mean, this is like, okay, we just got warmed up now. Now we got another 3 or 4 hours. We're just going to sit around, right? And we won't film it. We'll just sit around and chat. But
fireside.
Thank you so much for spending an hour with us today, and love to have you back. And hey, man, we'll take you up on that offer to arrange a tour panel. How's that sound?
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
I appreciate being on your show. Adam and Daryl, really enjoyed it. Really smooth for anybody out there thinking about being on their podcast, obviously, and appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with everybody.
I appreciate it, Mark. Thanks very much. And all right, everybody. Well, this is Adam Simmons and Daryl Murdoch with another Adam and Daryl View the World here on Project Geospatial, here with guest Mark Dumas. Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Adam Simmons of Project Geospatial, and for this session, we have a unique panel of individuals. But first, before we get started with the panel on Conscious Cultures Drive Success, I want to introduce our moderator, Karen Hayes Ryan. Karen has recently retired from the U.S. intelligence community as a senior executive for 17 of her 31 years. She served as the National Reconnaissance Office as the deputy of the IMINT, now GEOINT Directorate, and deputy chief operating officer, as well as many other key engineering positions. Karen also served as the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency as their deputy chief engineer, director of IT oversight, and the agency's component acquisition executive. She's currently CEO of KHR Impacts, and most importantly, our newest board member of Project Geospatial. Karen, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We know your time is really valuable, and we sincerely appreciate your participation. The purpose of today's session is to have a valuable discussion with some women-owned small businesses around culture and how their conscious decisions have shaped their success. This current posture is fundamentally changing the way we do business. Today, we have 3 panel members with us. And I'll do some brief introductions. We are hoping to get some live questions from you. So as you see the little button at the bottom, please don't hesitate to send them in. We will save some time at the end of our presentation. So our first panel member today is Ms. Mandy Palmer. She is the managing partner of Assured Consulting Solutions. She is a managing partner and co-owner and is responsible for ACS operations that include service delivery, finance and accounting, customer outreach, mission operations, contract management, and business enablement. Her areas of focus include strategic planning, innovation, and technology insertion, as well as data-driven decision-making and digital transformation, IT governance, process improvement, and organizational change management. In concert with leadership from other areas, Mandy has guided ACS to almost 3,000% growth over the past 5 years. Through employee empowerment, she cultivates a culture that drives innovation and a #LoveWhatYouDo corporate ethos. Ms. Palmer has comprehensive executive level advanced IT experience. Prior to her work at ACS, she had career contributions ranging from a GS scale mathematician at the David Taylor Model Basin to the Vice President of Advanced Programs for BAE Systems IT and Cybersecurity Business Unit. Mandy has a master's degree in systems, Master of Science degree in systems engineering from George Washington University and a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematical science from the Johns Hopkins University. She is also PMI and PMP certified. Our second panel member is Ms. Kelly Allen. Kelly is the CEO of Allen Integrated Solutions. Kelly is a veteran with over 30 years of experience of both national and DoD ISR mission systems, communities, and programs. By the way, her veteran service was in the Air Force. She is also a former U.S. Air Force civilian serving as the MASINT functional manager and at NGA, working the Advanced Geospatial Intelligence Program and systems integration. From an industry perspective, Kelly has defense sector leadership experience, having served as a director for a large business providing science and technology services to the DoD and the intelligence community. Today, she is Chief Executive Officer at Allen Integrated Solutions and is very proud of her people and the company core capabilities, which are in program management, enterprise studies and assessment, lifecycle acquisition, rapid acquisition and mission acceleration, systems integration, data science, source operations, and geospatial training, with a specialty in the Indo-PACOM region. Her degrees from Southeast Missouri State are in political science and in government. She is an active member of the USGIF Small Business Advisory Working Group, and on behalf of that working group, she is authoring a white paper on how to improve small business strategies, programs, and opportunities at NGA. Our final panel member is Ms. Cara Ducellier. She is president and CEO of the Abile Group. Cara earned her master's in business administration with a concentration in organizational consulting from the University of Maryland, the College Park RH Fisk School of Business, and her bachelor's degree with a focus in industrial and personnel relations from UMBC. She also holds a PHR and a PMP. Early in her career, Cara broke out of the standard HR role to begin partnering with operations to link the definitions of success through all levels of an organization. This focus led her to begin supporting the federal government and their contractor organizations and organizational performance management challenges over 20 years ago on one of the first IT outsourcing contracts in the intelligence community while working for Computer Sciences Corporation. Her project and performance management consulting assignments in their federal consulting practice brought her to NGA, where she would join and lead a niche consulting group focused on performance and network management. Her influence as an SLA and performance management expert helped make NGA's first IT SLAs a reality despite contract constraints, and it epitomized the government contractor partnerships. In late 2011, Ms. Cara Ducellier acquired the entire firm and rebranded them as Abile Group. Abile is kind of a growth of able and agile, and that began to grow. Today, their focus is on performance managers and cross-trained systems network and cyber engineers that understand both business and technology. Abile has supported over 12 different contracts, 4 different agencies in 6 different states. They are on the Inc. 5000 list. They are a great place to work certified. And we found out today that they made the Baltimore Business Journal's Fast 50 list. CARES attributes this growth and successes to their critical focus on employee and client satisfaction and their values of integrity, respect, innovation, and expertise. Now that you have met our great panel members, they're going to take 3 to 5 minutes each to offer their perspective about this topic on women-owned businesses. What we really are looking for is an origin story. Why did you get into the business? How did we overcome barriers to entry? What do you do to view, what do you actually view as your origin? Because that's not necessarily your incorporation date. And what are you so excited about in leading a small business? So Mandy, can we start with you?
Thank you. And a couple things on this concept of 3 to 5 minutes. Anybody who knows me knows that I can fit 20 minutes worth of stuff in 5. So I'm going to make an attempt to speak at non-Alfred and the Chipmunk speed, I guess is what I want to say. And I also, before I want to get started, I want to thank you, Karen and Adam, for hosting this panel. We've had a couple sessions behind the scenes to talk a little bit about what the discussion topics would be. And it is so thrilling to interact with other women-owned small businesses who have different perspectives, different thoughts. And it's amazing to me and thrilling to me that we all have this kind of iron in the fire for culture. Super, super excited about being deliberate and specific setting culture. So a little bit about Assured Consulting Solutions. Technically, our start date is 2011, but we like to say that we put our stamp in the sand or our line in the sand in 2013. Erin Willett, my business partner, and I in 2013 decided we were going to go after government business. She and I formed this company sort of on two philosophicals. One, a huge passion for the mission, and two, doing something differently than the large businesses that we had both come from. So she and I had both independently gotten a little frustrated with the way large businesses run. The last job I had before working with ACS was to run a worldwide IT presence. I had 760 people working for me, which sounds great. But for me, I couldn't figure out how to intrinsically motivate people because I didn't know them well enough. So we formed this business, like I said, specifically focused on a mission and with the idea that we wanted to have a different model. We wanted to sort of change the world, make employees excited to work for us, empowered, thrilled about going down and doing their job, that love what you do that we talked about a little bit earlier. And then you'd be shocked to find out that when we decided we were going to change the world, it wasn't quite that easy. So in 2013, we're going to go, we're ready to go. We go and knock back on our customer door because she and I had both left contracts that focused on defense intelligence agency. So we went and knocked on DIA's door and said, hey, we're ready. And they said, well, you're great. We love you guys, but how do we get to you? And obviously that's a little bit more difficult for anybody who started a business. It's a little bit more difficult than, like I said, just I've rolled out my welcome mat. So we sat down in the beginning of 2013, and on the back of a napkin, literally on the back of a napkin, we sketched out our 5-year plan. And it was a series of serial step functions. What are we going to do first? What are we going to do next? How do we get to that point where we're at now back inside the door? And we're really pleased to say that we tracked pretty well against our step functions. In 2014, we got our first subcontracted work. In 2015, we got our first prime work and a DCAA audit, which was pretty exciting. In 2016, we got our next honest to goodness impactful piece of prime work. And in 2017, we crested that 20-person threshold of we have 20 employees. We were so excited. In 2018, we won the SECAF Government Contractor of the Year. 2019 and 2020, we were named Washington Post Best Places to Work, and we've had 3 years of being on the Inc. 5000 list. So we've done a fairly good job of tracking step function over step function to get where we wanted to be. It took us all the way, by the way, to 2016 to get back in the door at DIA. It took us that good 3 years. And I know I'm jumping a little bit ahead to the next topic, and I'm going to promise I'm just going to say this one little thing. You may ask, what did we do in 2013 besides write on the back of that napkin? We made our first ever hire, and that person was specifically focused on culture. What we wanted to do was make sure, remember, I told you all we wanted to change the world. I wanted to be different than those big businesses that we worked for. So we wanted to make sure when that first employee showed up in 2014 with our first subcontracted work, we had already set the foundation for what ACS is, what values we put out there, what our mission statement would be, and how we're going to make good on that commitment to be different, to be inclusive, to be energizing and employee empowering. And so we spent that year of 2013, like I said, thinking big thoughts and investing deliberately in what our culture was going to look like when that customer-facing employee number one showed up. So that's a little bit about our origin story, and I'm so excited. Like I said, I've already had the benefit of hearing a little bit from both Kelly and Karen. I'm so excited for everybody else to get to hear how similar and also very different their origin stories are. So Kelly, if you don't mind jumping in and talking a little bit about yours.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having us on the panel, Karen and Adam. We really appreciate it. But we did have a few prep sessions, and they were very exciting to find out that we had very similar stories and experience. And I think you'll see that common independent thread throughout each one of our discussions today. One of the main reasons why I decided to start a company was really based on my experience from working in the government as Air Force active duty and then also as a civilian. I really just, similar to Mandy and Kara, love the mission. I really, really think that the defense and protection of our nation is critically important. I think it is very important to have the best intelligence capabilities that we can bring to bear and to the table. And I was a system acquisition professional for intelligence systems, and I love the build process. I really, really enjoy the whole process of identifying where the gaps are, where the requirement, helping to cultivate and develop the requirements, analyzing all the different alternatives, and then also just working with really good people in the community that have that common interest for the mission, how we all work together to build these capabilities and systems, and then see them thrive. So I've really had a unique experience being in a very small niche kind of area within the geospatial community. I started out in the MASENT community, where we worked on imagery-derived MASENT sensors and advancing processing and exploitation capabilities. And then we help migrate those into the service warfighting architectures. And we quit calling them MASENT, and then we called them imagery-derived MASENT. And then after I left the Air Force, I went to the Air Staff in the Pentagon to be a civilian and did an Air Force-wide study. So all of that culmination of that experience really gave me that passion and love to work with the people and to do this mission. But after, doing government jobs within the Air Force and as a civilian, I went out into industry and worked for a couple of large businesses. And I think, too similar to Mandy, I just really wanted to create, after having a lot of experience with a leadership position, an executive position, but also having, profit and loss responsibility, doing our own business development and capture, and then doing large scale proposals and, working from that perspective, and then also working within a large business culture and caring and taking care of people within their construct. I really wanted to do something different and create an environment that I would like to work in. And I think that's really one of the main reasons why I had a departure from large business and went our own direction, was really very, very much focused on creating that culture. And it's pretty simple, we're working on, we are still kind of in the startup phase, so to speak. So we started really in 15, and I did a lot of B2B consulting while I was waiting for the ever needed facility clearance. And so that we can bid on and hire people with clearances, and that's quite a process in and of itself. And one of those barriers to entry, you have to get support to have that, and it does take time. And so within that year, did a lot of B2B consulting and learned even more from larger businesses than I'd worked with before and about their cultures. And I tried to, pick the things that I liked from, each one of those experiences, but also, I have a different, I guess I would say, level of being, so to speak, at this time where, I also have some altruistic interest to focus on in my personal life. And so, I have, a foundation that I'm doing in my private life that I'm taking some of my earnings to help children when they graduate high school. And I think that's important. But I think that's also important to pull that thread and within your own company and provide that, if you would say, the authentic self of explaining why you're in your business for the mission, and that you're about building that culture of a place that you would like to work in, but then also that there's something bigger than the company and our day-to-day mission, and that is giving back and preparing to support the next generation. So with that said, I'll pass that on to Kara and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, as everyone started with, thank you so much for Adam and Karen for doing this. We really appreciate it. And gosh, great origin stories from both of you. I heard a little bit when we were first going over this, but even more compelling right now. So kudos to both of you. I'm so proud to be part of this with all of you. My origin story is similar, right? I mean, we all kind of came from the same place. Everybody started a business and then said, now what? Right? We all started a business because we didn't want to work in large business and we wanted to make a difference. I think our now what was a little longer than Kelly's and Mandy's, but our now what really took about 10 years. So we spent about 10 years as a small group of consultants, working in the intelligence community, understanding the challenges that our prime contractors, that our clients were facing. And what we found is you do have to grow at some point in time, but we weren't necessarily ready right away. So we spent some time tackling all those crazy hurdles. Like, guess what? You're a woman-owned small business, a minority-owned small business, a service-disabled veteran-owned business, an 8A. It doesn't matter. You still have to sell something, and it has to be good, and your clients have to want to use you again and again and again. And even if you do happen to get given something, guess what? You have to deliver on it. So how do you create that culture, and how do you make sure that it's long-lasting? Compliance. Oh my gosh, they talked a little bit about barriers to entry, but has anybody tried to read the FAR? Wow, you do it right the first time though, and if you don't do it right the first time, you pay, and sometimes you actually pay. So we learn those lessons, on a small scale without having to get big. Contracts, they're super complicated, right? Make sure you know what you're signing, read it all twice, maybe 5 times, depending on what it is, right? Learn it. To this day, I have contract support, but I read every single one of them because guess what? You're the one that's bound to them. And relationships, right? We learn that relationships are so very important, but they are not everything. They're going to open the doors. Your ability to sell something opens the doors, but ultimately your ability to deliver the employees who can do what you said they're going to do is really what matters, because you need to be able to sell it again. So I was really excited when we rebranded as Abile Group in 2012, because I felt like we were a young business with history, with knowledge, and I felt like I had an opportunity to kind of start over almost and be really wise, right? And I think so much of what I do and what I think is all about wisdom, right? Understanding what I know, understanding what I don't know, and focusing my growth in the areas that I don't, and then helping my employees to become the same way. So our focus on performance metrics and shared definitions of success really is what led me to this career. I love it. I don't know why it seems so exceptionally hard for government contractors and government agencies to come together and say, yes, we agree on what we need and what we want. But by golly, I love helping with that. And everything we've done and everything we've built has been around that. And as we've grown, I think some people go, I want to be a technical company focused on this because that's the hot thing right now. But we've grown in a way that we go, I want to be focused on performance management. I want to be focused on supporting my clients, understanding their goals, helping develop solutions. And the technology We will learn the technology and we'll craft it in response to those needs. So our company has really been focused on being business smart and tech savvy, focused on continuous education and growth. And we've developed from there. Just like Mandy, just like Kelly, culture has been incredibly important to us. So we have extremely, very deeply rooted values in diversity, in integrity, in respect, in client and customer support. So those things we really, really built in, and making sure that we have a small family-oriented environment and are paying attention to our employees and giving them the careers that they're looking for, not just a job, right? And I don't want to give away everything else we're talking about either. So, but right now I'm really excited about where we are. We've actually just branched out and started applying for awards. So I'm so very excited that we got the news today about the Baltimore Business Journal Fast 50. And we have I don't know if you can see it, our Great Places to Work banner. And just, finally getting an opportunity to express publicly the feeling that we've always had about how great of a place this is to work and how much we love our employees and how much I hope our employees love to work for us. That's about it. I know we have a bunch of topics, so let me not go into all of them yet.
Thank you, all three of you. Those were great. For all of these origins seem to be focused around a purposeful development of culture. For example, Kelly made a conscious attempt to make sure that her culture is focused around giving back to the community in some very interesting ways. So for all three of you, what are you most proud of? Kelly, do you want to start?
Sure. I think, I would still consider us in startup phase. We have 30 people, and we should be adding about 10 people here within the next 6 weeks or so. So we're rapidly growing. But I think I'm really most proud about our people and the foundation that we've built. I had the background to make sure I did, got the business operations foundation built and that sort of thing. But really, the true foundation, I think, of a successful business is finding the right talent, but not just the talent of people, because there are a lot of talented people in the community that, can perform the work functionally. But I think for, just a unique aspect is we're just finding just some great people that are basically on the same wavelength. I do all the interviews myself. I've interviewed everyone in our company except for one person, and our program manager did that one. And I take the time to speak to people and talk to them about the culture and about what we're about, and that we want to be, different from other places. And what's different about us are, largely our expectations about our environment and our tenor in which we conduct business. And I do use the word, some of the key words, which are, we want to be, professional, but we want to be, a calm, respectful place to work. We don't have expectations for you to go beyond your normal day job unless you truly want to. And the way I look at the people that want to give additional things outside of their normal contract is, I always think that entrepreneurial people rise and they show themselves. And the reason why that happens is we can't help it. We're wired that way. It's in our DNA, and we're just naturally going to gravitate that way. And so with that, for those people that rise, you give them opportunities to, thrive and to help grow the business. And part of our culture too is that, we're going to share part of that, which I think is a departure from other business models where a lot of the companies keep the profit in a very higher echelon portion of the leadership within the company, or for, other reasons, infrastructure and things like that. We actually provide a large bit of our profit back to the people, especially those that are contributing with good ideas and white papers and innovation. So I think out of everything, I'm most proud about really finding that, I guess that perfect mix and balance of, establishing the foundation culture and then also seeking the right people that also share that. And you can see that, and you can tell that when you interview people. And I think finding that and selecting those people has been really our key to the foundation for, the basis for our success and where we're headed in the future. Anyone else?
Kara, do you want to go?
Did you say me or Mandy?
Oh, Kara, how about you?
So I can't agree with you more, right? I mean, there's so much to be proud of in a small business, and how do you narrow it down? And I think the bottom line is I'm proud of so much of our culture, right? And I think I'm proud of where we started. I'm proud of the hustle that so many of our management team have shown. Ultimately, what I'm proud of is I feel like we have a culture that's rooted very, very much in shared success. So from a profit sharing perspective, we are very much the same way. If you bring new work, if you bring new business, if you bring any kind of growth in revenue or profit, you have the ability to share in what you brought to the company. We have very much a, you catch it, you kill it, you eat it kind of concept. We allow people to grow from an engineer to a business developer to a program manager. And we've actually have proof of people doing that in our organization. And it's amazing, right? I'm super proud of our culture of constant communication and open doors. I love it when my employees go, I couldn't believe when I started that I could pick up the phone and call you at any time. And they can, and they know that they can, right? We have monthly meetings, we have happy hours, we have quarterly team building events. We stay in touch, by golly, do we? And I think possibly over communicate at times, but guess what? You don't have to come if you don't want to, but it is there. And I think so many people really appreciate that, right? We're super family oriented. I'm very, very proud of that. We work hard, but we play hard. And just like Kelly, we've never asked somebody to work more than their 40-hour work week if that's not what they want, right? We're here to provide a career for everyone, and everyone fits in depending on what they're looking for. So we have those options for those people who want to come to work and do a great job and go home and not work after that. And we understand and respect that. I think during one of our pre-meetings, I said, and I love it, like we were working from home before working from home was cool, right? Think about how much more time you have that you get to return to your personal life. And we very much embrace that. So our overhead team knows that and loves that, and knows that, they have to go do something, they can take care of it and they can come back. We focus on getting the job done, right? That's the most important thing when you're here. Get the job done when you're here, and then play hard when you're not. Right? From a family perspective, we are so very, very focused on knowing our employees, knowing their families. We just had a drive-in movie event here in the DC metro region. It was so much fun because we haven't seen our employees in ages, and they were able to bring their families out and watch Madagascar. It was awesome to get together. Even my own family participates. So when they did the DoD mask mandate, my kids went and made masks for everybody because you couldn't buy a mask. They were like, cover your face with anything, a scarf or whatever, anything you want. And we were like, well, what are we going to tell them to cover their face with? Okay. They actually went out, got patterns, and made masks and gave out 50 masks to all of our employees. So it was just so fun to see everybody getting engaged. And it just continues, right? I mean, you give them that family focus, they give it back to you, and they appreciate that. And that has been so very, very amazing. We help them build careers, not just jobs. So, and when we talk about recruiting in a minute, we can talk about that a little bit more. But hiring for competencies just gets you so much better of an environment where you can help grow somebody. You can provide them with opportunities that maybe they never even thought of before. And it's an amazing, amazing thing. And I love being a part of it. It's just so great. And then, of course, we can't forget about the fact that we give back. Like, we absolutely give back. We provide volunteer time for our employees. We do community service events. We served at a soup kitchen in Alexandria right before all of the COVID closures, and everybody kind of freaked out a little bit about that, but but it was amazingly fun and so rewarding. We're in the middle of doing a school supply drive right now. It's just one of those things that we feel we are, especially right now, incredibly blessed to be where we are, and we want to make sure that we're giving back all the time. But yeah, I'm super proud. I love our culture. I love our people. I'm proud of where we are and what we can do when we all band together.
All right, I'm going to jump in now and say some things. First of all, for those of you out in the virtual world that are listening, we actually didn't tee up the answers to this question. And here you are with 3 women-owned small businesses that are basically going to say the exact same thing, which is we're proud of the giving back. We're proud of our employee-focused culture. We're proud of work hard, play hard, Kara is actually one of our hashtags on all of our recruiting literature. So, so you'll go out and find it. It will say work hard, play hard, and love what you do, as well as a couple other ones that are in there. But it's really hard, to your point, to select which thing I am most proud of. I'm going to back up and I'll tell you a little story, and then I'll talk a little bit about how we got there. We, a couple years ago, did an employee opinion survey, and we do them every year. And anybody who's been part of the Washington Post Top Workplaces or any of those types of things, you know that they do a good survey for you behind the scenes as well. And it's worthwhile getting access to that information, because the beauty of owning a small business is within the law, we can do whatever we want. So if the employees aren't happy with something, we can change it. We can make it better. And that is what is so great about owning a small business. But a couple years ago, did our survey. Tail end of the survey, where employees were given an opportunity to choose 3 words that describe ACS. So we made this into a gigantic word cloud. And front and center, middle of that survey, is family. And this was, as I mentioned, in 2013, we sat down and said, what does our culture need to look like? What are we going to drive towards? And we started by saying, basically, we want to mirror our own individual values, that mission focus, that giving back component, and in the middle, the operating as a consultant. So how do you get a consulting culture? What does this look like? So we did a lot of different things. We actually created a sort of an ACS consulting culture guide. And there are 17 different attributes we're looking for. Things like confidence without hubris, productivity. That's your work hard, play hard thing. That's don't work longer, work smarter.